Now we just got to make sure we get the nail underneath the glue, jam them together.
I don't give a fuck what Jessica does. Jessica, you know wrong. I know. What if I pull off the squat?
Hello there, welcome to the Chaz stream. I want everyone out there to use the hashtag CrowderLive from Chaz. That's pound symbol for boomers out there. I'm not a boomer. CrowderLive from Chaz, and what you're about to see, we are going to actually have half of our crew live down in Chaz shop, wherever it is now, as well as establish our own new Chaz. So you use the promo code CHAZ, C-H-A-Z, if you want to join up with CrowderCredit.com/monthclub. The $20 discount will actually be donated this time, just from the charity supporting police officers and their families. That's promo code CHAZ, C-H-A-Z. $20. Local law enforcement. Chaz, we don't know what's going to happen. Could be the biggest bust in Lado's Better history. Enjoy the show.
Chevrolet, let it go for good. Who you gonna call?
All right, we're leaving Jessica here. That's the cue to leave Jessica here.
Okay, let's talk to this. What's this fucking MVP's fucking ghetto shit. Listen to this fucking bullshit. Listen to
Damn,
this.
I have to hide all that.
Red the Down finally gets his
gonna ban a
fucking
lot of people.
components.
How many more people are we going to ban?
A month later.
I know, it's a video game.
Puts it together for Frost with
I'll just keep
Frosty.
banning people.
He waits for
don't
Frosty
matter to me.
to get out of the hospital. And then they're putting
Yo, is that
the
fucking-
computer together. And they know they stage that
Oh,
shit.
dude, that looks like my
You know,
phone.
I do IRL. That's why I'm the IB2 president. But they all just fucking
Actually, no,
stage
I need
that
cheddar
shit.
bombs.
Like the little ghetto baggage that they are.
No, he's not from 8 Mile.
I don't know. Are you
just
ready
what
for
they-
bench
this
pressing?
is what they
I'm
call
ready.
it.
Like, I've
There you go.
actually
Cheddar
already
bombs.
switched hard drives. I just
My
switched
fucking
hard
cheddar
drives
bombs.
on my rig today. Brandon. So let's bench press.
What is this?
I'm ready. I spent way less on mine than you.
Hospital.
So let's bench press. Let's see what we got.
It's pee-pee time.
See, like, you don't get it. You don't get the game I play. I set myself up as the underdog. That's the only fun part. Otherwise, it doesn't matter.
I'm going to LA, bro. I'm going home.
Where we take you across the globe to learn about and appreciate all the
We're
culture
going to
this
Los
world
Angeles.
has to offer. This week, don't call it a secession. Ladies and gentlemen, it's
Yeah, she did use the
What? You gotta go across the
Whatever, dude.
continent. Have you gone across the continent?
Don't forget, to appropriate is to appreciate. The last
Oh.
week of Lado, by the way, Gerald A. is here.
Is this how
He
you
doesn't
do it?
know how
Yeah.
to socially distance properly.
Videos.
There we go.
So when you don't do
Yeah, you should pull it down.
videos, like,
It protects us all.
Down. Really.
Everyone, look at his glasses. This is absolutely a shame. We don't have free fast facts about Chaz because there's not much to know.
No, it's
We're going to show you tonight.
It's a young country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Audio
can't,
Wade, my half Asian Lord
like,
Bill Richmond, who
what was
apparently
that?
is the attorney
You
of
gotta
Chaz.
tell the
Yeah.
story.
I'll be explaining all the legal liabilities of the city of
Your
Seattle
stuff is
for
good.
this monstrosity.
Some of that
And by
has
City
to
of
be
Seattle, he means
recut.
this program.
You gotta just
Considering what we're about to get to, you
Tell
may
the
be
story.
noticing that Tim
Tell the
Charles is
story.
switching today
Tell
because
the fucking
Court of Black
story.
is actually down line.
Chaz.
And before we get to all of the information, again, the promo code is Chaz. $20 of every single subscription this year will go to police, law enforcement charity, and to support their families. We also have some specific merch coming
I like
up
how
for
she
specific
snuck
officers
Any questions?
on the line of duty. So stay tuned for
I'll
that. And
gladly
of course, the
answer
hashtag is
questions.
Crowder Live from Chaz. I know you might be saying I'm not in Chaz.
Yo,
where did you
take
get
internet
this?
connection.
And then we canceled. Because Chaz was canceled, and then Chaz was uncanceled. And we'll get it. Thank God we had 3 of our crew members, the youngest, lowest who had already driven 1,800 miles across the country. And we said, well, let's just have you guys go down and see what happens. One of them won't be coming back.
We haven't figured out what.
So that's a development that we'll get to. But first, apparently those in the LGBT, apparently those in the T community really hate Andrea Mitchell. Oh, yeah. I love how he's so supportive. What the F are you doing? It's pretty clear to me. Yeah. Pretty clear to me what he's doing. He's sacking you.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate how quickly a white man in a bikini managed to rise to the top of the oppression totem pole. That's all it takes. Is dressing up like Cher at the Grammys, circa 2003, whatever the You Believe in Love thing, whatever that was.
We needed representation.
Wasn't the off-brand Segway he was standing on?
That's all we know. The guys that about the off-brand.
Yeah, we love
Steal all of our IP.
Whenever we go to TechCon, we just have to keep the trees to take pictures underneath the hood. It's absolutely true.
Take pictures terrible.
Intellectual property. By the way, I just ordered a cigar cutter this week from the office for Thanksgiving. I found the exact same cigar cutter that I ordered that was $30 cheaper. Which is a different name. They're all from the same place. The hell kind of cigar cutter? They just sell like 50 different versions. They list these fake reviews of grammatical errors.
Just like one of the big ones.
It's a real pandemic.
Oh.
We've thrown around pandemic so much it's lost all meaning. But going back to Andrea Mitchell and the T, I think a lot of people don't appreciate what that security actually did there. So let's walk through this so you can see. So first off, we have the T right here. There you go. We have the T. Look, I believe the T probably stiff armed before the shot began, but certainly did a pivot, deked out the armed security or plainclothes officer. We don't know, but thank you for your service, sir. And then let's move to the moment of when the T actually approaches Andrea Mitchell. Here we go. Okay, and then we can stop. Yep. Now you can see the T is trying to make contact with the person next to Andrea Mitchell, but surprisingly to the T, the contact is made with him, her, Z from the security detail right across the decorative veil.
Anyway, my name is Blake.
But what's really impressive is what happens next. And you think, oh, he's sacking the T. Is he going to do a 180, 360? No. He actually does a full 720 rotational sack on the T, causing the purse to go flying and the veil to be displaced.
Wow.
And you know, it really is because momentum is, you know, the centrifuge of force.
Right. And because
Really, I mean, it's Canadian. It sounds like you got
Thank you. My wife
Thank
is
you to
right
my
there.
French
Be
Canadians.
nice.
I didn't say anything about your wife. It was your mother. But really, that's amazing because if he went for the full 1080,
The
1080, all
Viper.
my N64 friends, you remember what I'm
At
talking about?
Darien Lake.
That would have been too much. You can do the 720 and avoid the especially if you're looking for a concrete spike. 720 is the right way to go.
Yeah,
And because the T was going clockwise, the pieces that break off.
But Cedar Point, Cedar
Yeah,
Point.
that's true. Someone go backwards.
We got some fans behind us.
They always steal the show with the T's. This is about Black Lives
Lane's
Matter.
definitely afraid of
And
the
remember, by the way, hashtag is Crowder Live from Chaz. We are going to check in really quickly soon. But first, Mel Gibson, we've been talking about this week. Mel Gibson denied the claims from a
We're getting up towards the top here.
horrendous. Yeah,
Very
absolutely
beautiful.
a horrible thing to say.
If you can tell
From a
me
horrible person.
points, your
He
glasses
said at a party. He said at a party. You're not yourself.
Gibson.
To someone you know is a Jew?
The same story.
So here's the thing about this. You need to see both sides of the story. And there are voice notes. And we do have exclusive calls here. So I think that you need to see a more balanced approach. And we have it here first. Here's the latest distributed. Mel Gibson. And sometimes I should note, sometimes it's not Mel Gibson doing the recording. All calls. You should note that. All calls are recorded for quality assurance purposes. Wish Mel Gibson.
Sometimes at night, what you would like to see from people on the ground in chats, because I want to check now live with Quarter Black Hill. He's there live. Quarter Black, can you hear me, sir?
Hello, Steven and crew, back in your safe,
No, chat. You're live. I know they want you to call it chat, but I want you, especially as you speak publicly, to still call it chat. I do.
I was saying Chad when I first got here, but you know, a lot of people, they're conditioned.
Really? Appreciate it. Now, do you know if you're going to have anybody?
We did have a guy that was
Oh, really?
yeah, we'll have to hunt him down. But actually, I got a good look out. We're in front of the Seattle precinct here, the 12th precinct. You want to look at it right there?
Yeah.
This space is now property of the, can't see the rest because it's covered in feces and taints.
Can we, and taints?
So,
did you say taints?
Well, I mean, there's a good amount of those.
The people saw them off and leave them? How are they taints?
Yeah, we also have the BLM mobile.
Okay.
The BLM mobile.
Now, do you think that's the BLM mobile, or was that the BLM mobile, or was it a mobile that was simply vandalized by BLM?
The jury's out on that. Let's see.
Now, you've been there all day. You got it. Yes. Yeah. Continue. Quarterback. What are we seeing?
Yeah, we've been here since last night. We took part in a march.
That's right.
Don't make me call you out.
We walked on BLM highway. I think it was pretty productive. At first, I was kind of questioning. I don't know, where these guys are coming from. You know, the more I talk to more of these people, really the jury's kind of a kindred spirit. You know.
What the hell do you mean these people? Yeah.
Wait, no. I mean in general.
Grab that guy. Grab that guy, quarterback. See if he's there. Yeah, tell him we're doing a podcast for the chat. So say, hey, I'm going to walk away from the black man.
All right, walk away. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I thought
He does not consider you a monkey. announced his.
Yeah, the other guy said he could feel our energy, and like we were like, you know, I'm feeling really good about it. Like I feel like, you know, we're all, it's like one love, summer love. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. I hate that I sent you out there.
You see all this? I'm like really high too. I mean, it's kind of like a contact high. The people, they're everywhere.
Now, hold on. Like, we were told that it was closed down, right? This is a big deal. So, I don't know. Do you think they'll have a plane ticket? If we booked plane tickets, just so people out there know, hold on, it's going to be like 15, at least $1,000 to the whole team out there to broadcast live from Chaz. And then they said it was canceled, so they canceled it. But you guys, how long of a drive was it from Florida Black there? Like 2,100 miles?
Yeah, 2,100 miles, three. Yeah, the other guy said he could feel our energy, and like we were like, you know, feeling good about it.
Right, yeah, I hate what I said.
I'm not even kidding. You just got to look great. What's everybody up to tonight?
One of the worst hangovers of my life. My birthday went out. And then we get on the bus and we go. And that's how we whatever. Then we're at the theme park. We have to go on, right? It's about going home, right?
So that ride is called the Viper at Darien Lake.
My dad ran my trans
Am. If you guys enjoyed that, give it a like, and I'll upload more footage of me going on other rides and water parks.
And
I wonder what Santa Claus does in the summertime.
Yeah, but I'm sure he wants to have fun.
oh my god.
Wearing beach clothes and wonder
my dad ran my trans
If you guys enjoyed that, give it a like, and I'll upload more footage.
Oh, what was the drama? Dude, I went out to a restaurant.
And now our channel's gone.
Really? I did? Honestly, dude, I got invited out. Get out of here, dude, I did. I got a taco bowl. It's not often I get invited out. And honestly, I felt like going out today. No, just like a group of people. And then I got out, and then just a group of people. And I went out tonight, and now I got invited to the cafe. And then I got invited to tubing. Yeah.
I'm gonna give just posted on
He can't cook for my Lord, save and bring me back. Apron. He can't cook for my Lord, save and
Bro, that she made his life better, dude.
I'm the cook God, cook the A.R. Niggers can't run, but they can't get far. Handle charge, let off the latex. Mandax shoots for all the safety checks. Feel open, wide open, astral, skull fucking cut off my dick.
how many times I've been playing the one fucking on? Not bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Hot rider tits on a blue green highway. It was just her tits. Not
No, it's so weird though. Oh, it was weird though. He was like, yo. Yeah, he was like, yo, I just want to slide with you. Yeah.
I'm just an animal bitch with a hand on my dick. With a handful of shit and a handful of bricks.
Maybe as last Saturday.
Confess you commanded. Shit.
What he like asking yeah, bro, he was, dude. Yes, he was very nice.
City got the hollow for a white virginity. Cock up. Hollow for a white virginity collar.
And he's like,
you're an asshole.
Daddy's on time. He's going to
Bossa Nova. Este ano
I see that shit.
um estilo musical que se mantém sempre atual porque está sempre se renovando, recalchutando ou fazendo uma limpa. Como nesta nova releitura de um clássico da voz.
Oh, what was the drama? Dude, I actually went out to a restaurant.
Dude, that was my boy.
Where have you been here all day?
This is kind of interesting. Let's
Oh, this is right. You just barred out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this publicly.
Have you been here all day? Or have you been out and about?
Ricky Hobbler. It's not
I'm asking the question. Where have you been today? Have you been
end up with Case Solo and
we'll do it.
this property. You're on this property, so you need to answer
Are you drunk?
You would just buy
Why are you slurring your words?
Yeah, poor loader right here got shut down.
You better
What's your name?
look at it.
5 minutes to give your name.
Or what?
Probably.
Or what? My property. Yeah, shut the hell up. I said shut up and get out. Get out of here now. You better get the boys like that. Get your office and do your job. You shut up. You in my office and do your job. You quit drinking on the job. You understand me? You punk ass. You're about a stupid motherfucker, aren't you?
Remember Mystics, they
Get your ass back in there. You don't look back here again.
Yeah.
Excellent job, the officer. Mike, you might want to thank me for saying that. You quit drinking on the job, boy. You understand me?
Yeah. Oh my lord. I'm gay.
That she made
I'm God.
No, what happened?
That's right. That's
This sounds like an online.
Yeah.
You got no content here. You got no content in general. Content's like in the face. Fucking makes it.
I'm gonna say this publicly.
The report that she put into the FBI is
Get the fuck out of here, Lance.
about gambling. She really was gambling it, and then not to mention, yeah, she posted it in there, and it had his docs in it, so he got kicked from fucking captain. She got kicked from captain server.
Oh, that was
That was know what that is. So get the fuck out of here, Lance Bishop. You're a bitch. You're a fucking nobody. Never is, bitch. Never will be. So get him out of here, Lance Bishop. Understand what I'm saying? Is that clear?
You in my ass.
No, like, come on, like, I don't give a fuck, like, this is fucking stupid, it's gonna be like, I don't give a fuck. This fucking,
Friday. Today, see me at 6. I did not get it.
no,
Yeah, like, if I'm sitting at my computer now, like, I have to have,
Oh, what's up? Yeah, I'm working at McDonald's because they fucking ripped me off. What? Oh, I ordered Uber Eats for me and my dad, and they didn't give us a double quarter pounder, or I don't know what it was, a fucking burger, some kind of burger with a pounder in it. And now they're gonna give me a free one, and it's fucking 12 in the morning, and I had to walk 2 miles to the McDonald's. I just want my Hey, fuck me, nigga. I don't even want the burger. I'm mad as fuck. I'm never getting McDonald's again.
Imagine, dude.
I found a designer for my logo, a programmer for my website, writers for my content. Just search.
Oh my god, bro.
I would have rolled by in somebody's car who didn't like know well, and then I would have seen the decorations from the
Oh, my mask is dirty as fuck.
Pour sweat drop, head high, heart stop when it drugs. Some that should be my leg up. Been bugged, insane gang. I'm fed up. Get up off the pavement, give a fuck where I end up. Late night, stand up, run, rest, stand up. Riding in the Chevrolet, like chest. Back, get up.
I ordered Uber Eats for me and my
snakes, so these butterflies get correct.
What?
Wow, they can't fucking give it to me. If they come back tomorrow, we'll close. I called fucking twice to make sure that I can come. Oh my god. Yo, my dad said we could come burn it down later.
At least you got a good walk out of it.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't go to work today and I did want to get out of the house. If my phone wasn't dying, I'd go to the beach right now, but I don't want to get stuck in the beach with a dead phone. It's kind of risky stepping around here. It smells like piss.
All star, no face, scheme, that's my agenda.
I'm so mad. I called fucking twice to make sure that I can come and get my quarter pounder. And they said, okay, you're fine. And the black bitch in the back said, nah, I can't get my quarter pounder. It's not that hard to still want to make a burger, nigga.
There's a reason they work on this.
You're right, because they're lazy fucking fat ass.
Get up off the pavement.
Yo, you just worked up over a fucking Big Mac.
Yeah, my $8, nigga. That's what I worked up about.
You're gonna get it tomorrow. It's not like you lost it.
Yeah, what if they say no tomorrow? What if they say, oh yeah, no, just say sorry?
Yo, I'm the female who lost.
This is the right McDonald's too.
That's my agenda.
If they deny it, then you ask for the regional manager if you haven't already spoken to the district.
Just see McDonald's over like a Big Mac. I forgot.
Some lady
Just pop their tires off. They'll fix it.
I really hope it's not that. I hope it's that McDonald's because there's one down the street more by the Home Depot.
Puncture your tire.
No, I don't think it matters, to be honest. They were gonna give it to me 2 hours ago, but they closed. I called and they said they weren't closed. They opened
Throw a rock at their windshield.
There are many reasons why you ride.
Nigga, it's
From the
McDonald's.
camaraderie of the other bikers,
There's a
a
car seat in
band
the
of
road.
brothers, always there for you, rain or shine. To the amazing savings you get with Geico on your motorcycle insurance.
Yeah, it's
and
usually
accessories
people who
coverage
work at
all
minimum
year
wage
round.
jobs
But
or
for
like the
Bucky
shittiest
Cornelius,
employees.
It was one reason.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't make minimum wage. I
was
make
my
more than
helmet
that.
hair. I was born with helmet hair. I've tried to cut it a bunch of times.
And I'm really nice to my customers as long as they're nice to me.
Helmet hair. Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or
Yo,
more.
this is good though. That just opened. I'm gonna go there tomorrow. I'm gonna see if they have any computer parts.
Not 7. It depends on the state.
Minimum wage here is like 11 or like 10.75 or something. I don't know. And I make cold work today.
Minimum wage in Cali is like 12 something.
Yeah, no, I think it's 10 or 11 here.
Well,
But most minimum wage jobs.
living in Western New York.
I got a raise.
That's why it's different. Cost of living it goes higher, minimum wage. That's why
My
it's high.
sister lives in New York. The minimum wage is like fucking 9 or 10. And she makes like $20 an hour at Home Depot. She makes a lot. My brother works at Home Depot.
You can make that as soon as you turn 8. Yeah, as soon as you turn 18, you can make that much an hour there.
5 and 20. Wait, I don't know how. I think he's turning 25 tomorrow or 24. I don't even know. Or right now. But and the black fish in the back. Still going to. I'm going to college, or I don't need to go to college. What I want to do, but they look at it and go.
Don't you get paid and shit to go to college? There's a reason they work. I mean scholarships, sorry.
Yeah, I could get a scholarship. I did a program in high school, but I'd have to do the program in college too, and then I'd have to go in the military. I'm not gonna get it by this far, no I'm not.
So 20 an hour is pretty stable, but it still leaves a lot to be desired, I think so.
I'm at the Jersey Shore, bro. I'm a mile from the beach right now. I was a little bit less than a mile. My phone bill just got paid. It took the money right out of my account.
Oh yeah, Lone Ranger, you don't have your own bank account, right? You're connected to your parents.
No, I don't live with my mom. I have my own bank. I have 3 bank accounts. Well, 4 technically.
Why do you have fucking 4 bank accounts?
Checking, saving, and both, and then I have a bank account that I just put my money in so that I can't touch it. I have to go to the bank to actually get the money out myself. That has like $1,000 in it. And then when I turn 20 or 21, I get like 18K. They were gonna give it to me.
Oh, okay.
It's because I got left money. Yeah, no, it's because my grandma died and she left me money.
Oh, that's good.
I can get it now if I want.
Not good then.
Yeah, no. She left us a little more that we can get right away, but me and my family put it together to buy my grandma's house.
Don't waste that 8K when you turn 21 now.
I'm not. I'm probably gonna buy a car with it if I don't have a good one by then. That's what my sister did.
That's smart.
Yeah.
That is.
She's 25 and the car's doing great. Like perfectly fine.
I've tried to cut it a bunch of times.
It's called a Hyundai Veloster.
You know, that's what I tell people. Look for a junker if it's your very first car, because you don't know what type of accident you're gonna get into.
Yeah, I agree. My sister fucked up her first car.
Yeah, it's always bound to happen. That happened to me already.
Yeah.
It depends on the always on the state.
I'm almost home.
Alright, well, we'll talk to you later, honey.
I'm not hanging up, bitch. I'm kidding. I want to walk out of the sprinkler right now. It's fucking 100 degrees out.
I'm not hanging up, bitch.
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna see if this
But
thing's
most minimum wage job. Yeah, Lone Ranger always does that. She walks home in Discord call. There's nobody fucking living. Nobody's there.
That's what a Daniel thing to say.
What? Get the fuck up?
I'm not hanging up, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Where is Daniel? What happened to that guy?
Did you know that Dunkin' Donuts actually throws their donuts out at the end of the night and they're perfectly fine?
You can make that it.
Go out to the garbage and get some.
I'm walking right
Yeah,
by
a lot
now,
of-
but I'm not doing that shit.
A lot of that places like that in Panera Bread and shit, they'll donate their food at the end of the day.
This is a fucking Baskin Robbins.
Oh, that's cool. Good for them.
I never went there. Like, I never went to this place. I just moved here like a month ago and started. Can't go anywhere, so like, I don't know. I live in like, I live by the beach, so like, I don't live by the beach, so there's no like fancy boardwalk by me. That's down like, that's like 10 minutes driving down. 60 miles walking to the boardwalk.
I mean, scholarships.
I never really lived by the beach before, but I kind of like it, even though I like the mountains usually. So I think I might move farther south.
I personally think that it's not change. But that's just me. I like things a little different.
I live like 15 to 20 minutes from my job. And that's in the suburbs. That's like 10 minutes from Staten Island in New York and stuff. But here it's like by the beach, so it's like back and forth. Sure, bro.
Don't admit that Staten Island is a borough.
Staten Island's a shithole.
Yeah.
I'm a mile from the beach.
Huh?
Staten Island is a shithole.
It's the bricks, blood.
Yeah, but she didn't agree that it was one of the boroughs.
Kill niggas out
I'm
right
telling
here,
you, no.
blood. Niggas roll by, we pop on niggas, blood.
Oh
Niggas
yeah,
ain't ready,
Lone
blood.
Ranger, you don't have your bank account, right? You're connected to your parents.
No, it is.
Yeah, I'm getting
I
$10
wanna
on my own bank. I have three bank accounts.
feel
Well, four
the
technically.
ground.
Why do you have fucking
Checking, savings.
I wanna in a hard shell and put some sour cream on your teeth. I want to want to feel you like pizza. I'll clean it up. It's always neat.
Here is the bricks, blood. This is the bricks, blood. This is where we kill niggas at right here, blood. Niggas rolling by, we pop on niggas, blood. Niggas ain't ready, blood.
It makes me think of like the circus.
I wanna
Or like a
feel
freak show.
you from the ground beneath.
You know, if you have a stomach for it, there's
in a hard shell
what is it?
and put some sour cream on your
Philadelphia, the
teeth.
Museum of Bodily Issues and What Went Wrong. And they show
What?
Yeah, they show like everything.
I used to live by Philly. I used to go to the art museum, and I went there for
I'll
Martin
clean it
Luther
up.
King
It's
Day,
always neat.
and it was fucking
Taco.
nigga madness. Oh my god.
He's a hot boy with a
I was like
hot
the only white person.
asshole.
I looked dumb as fuck.
Ivy League,
I don't care. It was so cool.
Ivy League.
You know, I used to live like, I used to live like 30 minutes from Philly. It was weird. Because I lived in Atlantic County, and I went to school in
Chimpanzees, I
Camden
wasn't
County.
gonna keep mutating.
But not in the bad part of
Kind of all.
Great big taco asshole.
Yeah, I lived like 30 minutes from my school because when you live out in the country like that, your school's far away.
What are y'all on about?
Oh, he's just telling me about the places that he used to live.
Everyone calls Daniel. This sounds like a girl. Of course, Lone Ranger sounds like a guy. So it's a little...
Wait, that wasn't
critters
Misty
up.
talking? Sorry, Daniel. I thought that was.
Yeah, sorry. Fucking
I thought that was.
fucking dead.
Daniel's cat.
Daniel's
stop
Gooner. Asshole.
Is that you, Gooner?
Never did.
I couldn't take any more, man.
I just want a track with Jay.
Hey, boop, boop. That's him right there. That's Daniel.
I cut off my dick.
The one with the one birthday cake with no fucking visitors.
That's him, right there.
That's Daniel. Oh,
That looks like a chick.
Well,
where?
Are you sure about that?
I could, I haven't been in for my glasses lately. I could be wrong.
No, it's Daniel.
It's fucking Daniel, bro. What a ball, bitch.
That little lesbian.
You'd run from that.
Schmiggy's retarded. I did that so long ago. I did that like 2 months ago.
You did what?
I tagged e-niggas in the Discord tag on this fucking shitty little bridge.
Yo, but you're not even doing the projects. Imagine Dark.
What? I didn't do anything nice because there's cops.
Bro, so go to the projects and do that, bro. If you're a real one,
I don't live by the project. The nearest
I
project is
did
fucking
walk there,
hour.
nigga. Fucking get a ride. Fucking man.
No.
She upset
I'm not
Schmiggy.
wasting my time
Oh,
on these
you
niggers.
spooked. You spooked. I guarantee you will not go to the projects if I eat niggers.
Up. Why would I do that
Jimbo
though?
would.
That's not cool though.
Why
Like I
wouldn't
don't see
you?
what's
Why are
so
you gonna?
cool about that. That's just
Because you're the one
stupid.
doing it already. What do you mean?
You told me to put e-niggers in the projects. Oh my god, nigger. Oh my god, the word is so. Oh my god, epic. Shut the fuck up. That's not the
Yeah,
Discord
doing the
name.
projects. See if a black person doesn't beat the fuck out of you.
Okay, why would I put e-niggers? So that's not the Discord name. I did it for the Discord.
Why
So
would
I
you
don't
want
know
to promote the Discord anyway? Why would you want to promote the Discord anyway?
Bring
Just
Anthony
dummy.
so he can yell White Lives Matter.
Yeah, where's Anna, bro? Where's Crazy's best friend?
I don't know. I haven't heard from
Bring
him.
Anthony.
I
Bro, we
wasn't
are
home much.
BFFs, bro. Oh, we need the content right now.
What do you think of the updates to the tattoos, Ghost? I think
I
they're a
didn't see
lot
'em.
better now.
Nice, yeah.
Let me update them. I ain't worried about the old ones because they don't look all that cute, but...
Yo, you home?
Oh, I can.
Listen,
Hold
I
on.
walked there, right? They're like, we're closed.
William Murder
I
in
said
the
no, I
beat.
called. They said, okay, yeah, we'll get you a burger now. This fucking nigger bitch was asked to make my burger. She said, nah, I already locked up the freezer. She said no.
Oh, wow.
She said tomorrow. She said you can come back to the white
Dad's
guy.
on
So
the
you can come back
program right
tomorrow.
now, dude. Wilding out about this.
Oh shit, they look good
I
as
was about
fuck.
to jump off the counter and fucking kill the bitch.
You like those, right?
I
Like,
like
look,
the
wait.
sex one, like self-pick.
Yep. They said that I
Look
can
at
come back tomorrow morning.
that.
Out of the
Yeah, that
hospital
was
after a
really cool.
standoff, white shit on my shirt like it was dandruff, ripped my
That's a lot
wristbands
better
off, then
looking,
grabbed the
isn't
bike
it?
with the
They open at
kickstand
4
off,
a.m.
then ran off. Holy
Um,
moly, only
I
so
think-
long
this
they
bitch
can
is
hold
Jake
me.
crying
Told
about
me
a fucking
count out all my meds real slowly so I
Bro,
don't
this bitch was
OD
Jake
if
crying
I
about
get
a
lonely.
No, she
Woe
walked
is
2
me.
miles.
Hit the drug dealer close to me, asked him boldly how much it would cost me to get some codeine. He approached me, he said he got some coke but no lean. He called me homie cause he went to school with Tony when he was young and getting nosebleeds. I went south on Harford Road, passing Lake Montebello, saying hello to the hellhole that made this fellow your favorite devil. With my bent spine and my dead eyes underneath my brown hoodage. Every crime I did was always recorded. It's found footage. It's all bigger than a cat and some diss tracks. That's just a diss track. My brain from pushing your shit back with a shotgun that got some kickback. My pants low, my fists closed. I will put my hands on you, give you a little sample of getting trampled and let my fans handle you. Make your girl a weeping widow on an ill show like Steve Wilkos while you're dead underneath the weeping willow, suffocated by some pillows. And by the way, on another day, I will get to you chills with your fag songs and your top 10 list. Your voices giving me deuce chills. Sir, we got a copycat. Sir, do you copy that? Roger that. Where's this clown at so I can stop him flat? Not sure why these guys are all copycats, thinking that they original, they just copy the cat. You're gonna lose your top and get scalped. These natives around your house crouched, and I'm on my way with a fifth of vodka, crashing through your garage like Alf. Call the town scout, we can battle now, but ain't no bowing out, no waving the towel, no matter how bad that you are losing this challenge, pal. Fuck your sidekick, talking shit on your shoulder like a parrot and a pirate, just a co-pilot. So tell him and your bitch to just be quiet. This is for the kids in they bedstones, watching the Flintstones in their parents' home, hearing them fighting, trying to escape through headphones, injecting needles in their swollen skin with one pair of shoes, some old Timbs, trying to put a belt around their throats again. Wanna borrow my crown? Then come and get it. I'm not done with it, but it's obvious you're taking my style of rapping so you can run with it. Not a gimmick, not a meme. I'm not not a one-trick pony or a gift. I was born with this, your career fell off the cliff. My condolences, my thirst quenched from a Poland spring. My notebook is smoldering. I'm shooting up the whole club if we all don't get in. So think it over again. Sneak behind you clowns with a knife to your throat. If I was serious, I might be the goat, blowing out white smoke just like I might be the Pope. You know where I live, so listen up. Let's mix it up. Get your sister fucked. We garbage tell kids for life, but all our lids are lifted up. Sir, we got a copycat. Sir, do you copy that? Roger that. Where's this clown at? So I can stop him flat. Not sure why these guys are all copycats, thinking that they original. They just copied a cat.
She just did that today, actually. So.
No, I meant since you did it from today.
Oh, I had that maybe 14 years before I got it done. So, and I actually had another. I got it. Place. I went to another to fix it. She couldn't fix it, so this guy said he could. And he did a great job because it just looked really weird before, but I like the combination of the blue and the teal. So, and then the stars came out really cute too. Kind of looks like a cross between some fairy sprinkles and what's it called? Fireworks. Now I just gotta go get this fucking witch so I'm gonna get going, but you guys have a good one. Bye. You too. Bye-bye.
Who's the internet villains to these streamers? The devil to Jesus, anchovies on the pizzas. Fuck it, dude, I guess it be us. Guess you all think we're the evil that just needs to be defeated. Just remember, even CX started out as a fetus, spamming chats with their logo and keep it moving. But now we're the Joker to your Batman. When we do it, that's really stupid. And we're pitiful. You guys are hypocritical. You're basing your knowledge off Reddit clips to get your visual.
Mystic.
Feels bad, man.
I don't really see that too much though.
Wait, I thought you guys liked when I tagged the Discord. You don't like that shit?
That's just making good planning.
I thought you guys liked it. That's why I did it. The one I did for God Game was really nice, but I couldn't get a picture.
We never get nobody hurt, we never swat. We prank calling at the worst, get you kicked out of a restaurant. But you don't realize that your favorite streamers want the attention. Otherwise they wouldn't stream it or name the place they step in. They don't fool us, but they fool the viewers. And always accuse us of acting like some immature middle schoolers. If that's the case, then I'll take the chance and ask Lyric Moon to the 8th grade graduation dance. Think you haters going back the wrong way. We're all adults, and we need to have a laugh after a long day. They keep telling me to stop rapping, but I won't act like I wanna hear my own
Okay, why are you saying my name
well,
now?
I don't. I just wanna get a couple
Because you have
points
nothing else to say to me, so you start
and
doxing
use
me
my
because you're
words
literally
to
running out
tell
of
you
insults.
about who we are before
You just said my name, that's a
Say
dox.
we're going to jail. We ain't harassing no one.
Okay, when?
So while we're
Hello,
here,
my
make
sound-alike
it clear
sister.
DX will have
Daniel,
some
you
fun.
gotta call the barbershops tomorrow, you fat fucking
Hey
nigger.
Daniel, what's up, dog? This is running your mouth. It's fucking volume.
I'm muting the bot. I fucking hate that guy.
No, you
Hold up
don't.
there.
You're a public safety
Maybe,
advocate.
maybe didn't even
I
deal
missed
with
food cheese.
Stupid bitch, you're gonna deal with me here too. Like,
You're a public safety
you're a
advocate
fucking retard, bitch.
for the public service.
Yeah,
Do I really sound like Lone Ranger?
no, dude, you don't at all.
Yo, what the fuck is up?
Yo.
Mr. Gianni,
Yo,
Daniel, what's up, brother?
Mr. Did you get a new mic?
No, I'm using my laptop.
Okay, that's good.
Video VC 18 plus.
Is it better? Is it better than it was? Is the computer better?
Yeah.
No, that's good.
How's you been,
Pour sweat drop, head high, heart stop. When it drugs, someone that should be my leg up.
I don't care about her.
I'm fed up. Get up off the pavement, give a fuck where I end up. Late night, stand up, rest, stand up. Riding in the Chevrolet, cracky
Infamous, nigga, shut the fuck up. Hey, Infamous, bro, you gonna talk shit to my little nigga? Hey, Infamous, what's up, dude, bag?
Okay,
you gonna talk shit to my little nigga?
Listen, I'll take the new fag insult, but you can't tell me Daniel.
Hey, fuck nigga, shut up. You gonna talk shit to my little nigga?
But wait.
Alright,
Who is this guy?
Talk to this nigga. Hey, look, all of
Who's this guy? We know.
All of his info profile.
But we don't. I don't even know who this guy is. Like.
Yeah, so check his profile. Check his profile. Check his profile.
Is the name of the guy?
Check his profile.
I'm going to check out his. I'm going to check out his PayPal. I'll see if he has a PayPal. I won't dox him in BC. I'll probably just send.
Send to me. Send to me. Yo, let's go.
I won't say it in public.
Send to me. I'm a dox. Alright, what is it right now? Tell me right now. Tell me your ID right now. What is it? Say, hold on, I didn't hear you.
Yo, what's up, my nigga?
I didn't hear you.
What?
Sound like me when you're drunk.
Yeah. Hear you. Say it again.
You drunk?
Yeah,
no. Just tell me what you mean.
What's up, that's my nigga.
Oh, it's one of Lone Ranger's friends. Yikes.
Of course it's Lone Ranger's
Yo, why'd you stop screaming?
No one cares. He only
Yo, that guy, whoever that is, what's your name so I can hear you? I don't like your voice when you're bothering.
You're
turning into Lola. No, Daniel's fine.
It's Tail Cloud, bitch.
Oh,
What's
yeah,
your
no,
part?
it sounds like he has autism with a voice like that, to be honest. You know how you can tell that somebody has autism from their accent?
No, you can't, brother. No, you can't.
My dad just laughed at that.
What's wrong with your father? Does he have pizza? Who are you?
What, pizza?
What kind of question is that? What's wrong with your father? Does he have pizza?
Daniel, you gotta call those barbershops tomorrow. I did not forget you.
I'm guessing there was pizza sent to your address.
There was? I don't live there. My mother lives there. My mother is crazier than my father.
I'd probably I'm blamed. I'm already.
That's fucking cringe.
It's not a doxing, so just check out. Is that Young Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory? I'm going to check out his I'll give you guys a PayPal, and I won't dox you. I'll probably just change my He's from God Gang. He's from God Gang.
This is dumb shit.
Hey, knock and chop, you bastard ass motherfucker.
I joined for like 10
Yeah, Noggin, he's drunk.
Daniel's fucking wasted. Daniel's fucking drunk.
Listen to him talk.
Daniel, you little butterball bitch, you better not be drinking. Daniel's fucking wasted.
The fun is no longer.
Why are you drinking your dad's Bud Light? Why?
The fun is over.
Wait, am I gonna get banned?
No, it's because you know Swayze.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Who the fuck's Swavey? I don't even know Swavey.
Can you, can somebody like server mute Lone Ranger?
Yeah, she's just talking a little bit too much. You know, she's
Okay, why the
talking a little
fuck
bit too
is there
much.
so much? Did this come from Ice Poseidon server? Like, what is the server?
Yeah, this is a P. This is
This is
Poseidon.
this is SJC's old server. We took it from him.
Ice Poseidon is pedo cord.
Wait, no, let Pumps talk. He actually answered. What?
This is SJC's old server. We took it from him
How did you manage to take it from him?
because we got his account banned because he was
Need an
doxing
online
people
video?
here. So
If you're a doer like Peter, check out Fiverr. Not a doer? Check out these things exploding in slow motion. Nah, you're a doer.
Hey, my name is Peter, and I like getting shit done. So when I needed an explainer video for my latest app, I went to Fiverr.
no, we took it about a day ago.
Capable of doing this or what? Are you a bastard? Are you a gay ass queer bastard?
Yeah. Gay ass queer bastard.
You gay ass queer bastard.
So,
Can we get some drunk Pastor Michael call?
West Virginia.
Hold on. Doug, can you call Pastor Michael while you're drunk? Please call Pastor Michael while you're drunk, please.
Yo, niggas is phony. Frontin' like they master ceremonies. None of you suckers are even remotely close to me. To be nice, I sacrifice things like no sleep. I keep alive, burying lyrics on microfiche, creating concepts so deep. Niggas quote me, they rewind, they interpret my rhymes to their homies. I've been things beyond your flows eons ago. It's inevitable in 98, I'm a flow. Ever since 84, I've been in this winning. Back then we used to battle while spinning on the cement. You can't even absorb the rhymes I record or resolve the deep laws of the physics involved. I travel to the end of the universe and beyond. Parsecs out of range from a cellular star tech. From the galaxy of Andromeda, I puzzle niggas like crop circles and other unexplained phenomena. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. You spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see that hip hop was never tarnished. So hey yo, all I really want is you niggas to stop fighting. All I really want is you niggas to start writing. All I really want is you niggas to be original and start spitting some lyrical shit that I could listen to. You haven't written the perfect rhyme yet. You don't even know the sequences to the Human Genome Project. You haven't come to terms with your God yet. And you refuse to believe in unidentified flying objects. When I bomb shit, I get retarded. Probably more than your bargain. I'm talking about rip a mic off your arm shit. Hype shit, blow up a mic shit. You might get beat the fuck up in broad daylight with a nightstick. To the British, I'm Gandhi. To the Japanese, I'm an American pilot flying over Nagasaki. To the AIDS patient, I'm your last antibody. Sitting and waiting for a cure for modern biology. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. Spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see the ability to lie to me. I pull a 9 on the bully, cock back the cannon, goddamn it. I don't think you fully understand it. Ask 9 out of 10 niggas on the planet who the best is. The question to go unanswered till I step up to the front line with rhymes, revving my engines like they were powered by the mimes. Murdering niggas with lyrics manufactured within my DNA's double helix. I leave you in troubled spirits. I'm absolutely the purest breeder MC from the United States of America to Europe. I deserve it. However you wanna word it, I'm perfect. Touch my microphone on accident and get murdered on purpose, motherfucker. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. You spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see the hip hop is never tarnished. So
Close your eyes and prepare to be transported to a pool, a sunset, an unexpected adventure with a series of audio stories that take you to another world, if only for a few minutes. Daydreaming in the Life Artois, hosted by Andy Cohen. Streaming Fridays at 5 p.m. on YouTube. Order a Stella Artois for the journey.
I just have one question for you today. Are you ready to learn?
Yeah, we want to learn, but we don't want to write.
That's right. What we have here is the new Millennium Teach and Research Machine. What do you guys want to learn today?
Write the number down for me.
Including the $5 tip. How big was the she just us? Say what? Say how big was she just us? Whoa. If you were new in the watch, this iced out with enough rocks to make the hottest room temperature drop. How long will it take for you to get raw? Say what? How long will it be before you get raw? Wow. Now if your song played on the radio for the first time 4 days ago, now that this shit is rotational, who got paid off to play it? Say who the got paid off to play it? Say if you sign a recording deal for less than $250,000 and your advance is $100,000 automobile, I know the vehicle was probably beautiful, but did you ask your lawyer if it was recoupable? Against geometry. Then you convince the designated driver to smoke a pound of marijuana. How the hell you gonna get home? Say how the you gonna drive yourself home? You got a mansion, a Benz, a Bentley, and a Range, and ain't None of that shit in your government name. What pieces of property don't do you nothing? What pieces of property got you own? Take a glass of water, then add 2 cubes of ice. You should see the cup's water level slightly rise, right? You need to watch what I'ma show you. Watch this. You need to look closely at what I'ma show you. Right? If you then what in the world water level decrease? This means the planet wants 3/4 water. This means the planet wants 3/4 water.
Trying to think of what we can do with this here letter L.
Alright, hello everybody. So, today is a super important day for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's job is to provide censorship resistance and a reasonable rate of inflation, which is consistently decreasing, to compete against worse fiat currencies and a bunch of middlemen, which add friction and cost and misinvestment and malinvestment due to the boom and bust cycle of artificially low interest rates. Now, during that path, nation-states had two options. They either,
That's his
one,
stream for his stream, this gay little
become
ass
friends,
fucking straight
legalize
fucking
it, make
7
everything
hours.
easy. And some countries actually did that. So in the United States, we had a license, such as the New York license, which allows large multi-million-dollar entities, I guess $1 billion entity now, such as Coinbase, to easily onboard millions of new people into the system. So the United States made a great choice there. China, however, was much slower. They didn't create a special legislation for Bitcoin entities, and therefore their ecosystem was somewhat crippled because it led to regulatory uncertainty, and as you've seen, regulatory turning off. So now, the question becomes, when a nation-state turns off something that its citizens want, does the price of Bitcoin go up, or does the price of Bitcoin go down? And the good news is,
I mean, I'm looking at this dude.
after all the FUD, all the Jamie Dimon, all the China shutting off everything they can, staggering their news, the price of Bitcoin went to 3,000, which it does on its own, normally, just a random volatility of a new crazy thing, okay? So, a thing that just drops 40% normally, that only goes to the 40% point for a couple minutes.
Flight by Yingling is raising the bar.
Shut up.
This is a fucking dumbass yellow Care Bear looking ass nigga. Be quiet, noggins.
mom's gonna throw me a pizza party when I hit 25 subscribers. Yay, fat fuck.
Noggins, you're noggins, you can't do that. No, you can't, motherfucker. Bastard ass bitch. He's not even in a state, he's in Canada, you dumb fuck.
Nation state turns off something that its citizens want, does the price of Bitcoin go up, or does the price of Bitcoin go down? And the good news is
what is this?
After all the FUD, all the Jamie Dunn, all the China shutting off everything they
Gee,
can,
what are these? What are these teenage rodents?
price of Bitcoin.
18. Probably one of the dudes fucking with me. I probably get fake ones from dude 18 females. I don't think I want to see that. Okay, we're not gonna post that. Fuck, that's a dude. Josh is normally a dude, isn't it? Well, we'll find it'll become obvious real quick.
I like elephants and God likes elephants. Here's a realistic elephant. It's done with interpolation with vectors. Sometimes it works. It's kind of limited. Anyway, so if you don't want to go for realism, you can go for better than realism. What do you mean better than realism? How about an elephant with blue eyes? So, I'll go first. Okay. That's it. 7. 7. So he wants to go A. Okay. That's random. He made a legitimate move. What does he want? 1 or 2? He probably wants 2. Okay. So now it's my turn. Now I go here. I'm going to go to him. 6 rook. 6 rook. Oh, he wants to go here. Okay, I'm going to go here. God says. Okay. I'm playing too mean against Percival, my bird, is dying. Earlier today, there was a Bible passage about are not 2 sparrows sold for a penny, but not one falls to the ground without the Father's notice. So, Percival started coughing up blood about a month ago. Then he got a little bit better, but I think he's gotten worse. So, this is kind of a death watch, so I'm waiting for him to die. I live in kind of an old environment. All I do is I go to dentists and doctors. My parents go to dentists and doctors. And that's all we do. We watch TV, they go to the casino. I don't watch what I watch. Anyway, so it's kind of, I feel like I don't really have any, I made God's temple. And now I'm waiting for something to happen. I've been fighting to bring it to fruition, but I'm in some kind of prison or something. So basically now I just kind of kill time. But I'm God's high priest, so there's nothing better to do with your time than kill time with Mr. God and enjoy divine intellect all day long. But I live in a very kind of old, I think I like it. Now that you mention it, I'm kind of glad there aren't kids in my life. There's some, so like, I kind of, I guess prepared for death. I don't know how to. If you have a tooth crowned or something, I think teeth are the first reminder of mortality. I think that's when it begins to hit you. Because they don't come back, and that's it. And anyway, so yeah, I don't know when my bird's gonna die. So this is kind of weird. I don't think I've ever seen a dead body, but so this bird taking a month to die. You know, this is something that happens all over the world all the time. Okay, I have to tell you about that bird. So I had an old bird that, I loved my old bird. That was Percival. He was a badass motherfucker. Then like this other bird shows up on our back door. I swear it's the same kind of bird. I thought it was a mate, right? So I get this bird. Turns out it's a male, and they have a pecking order, and this bird always loses. Even when the old bird is crippled, this bird loses. He's a total pussy, and he's fucking annoying as fuck. He even looks kind of like a dork, and I did not like him. And one time he's just squawking, fuck this, man. Fuck this. I got smashed. Fuck. Fucking annoying as fuck. My whole room is covered in shit because of that little motherfucker. Now I cleaned it up. It's a lot better. Okay, just why am I fucking? You know, cats. God had said pets are homo. Okay, God's idea of a pet is an animal that you slaughter and eat. That's the way nature was made.
She can't even dog. She's the biggest fucking doxing larper in the fucking world. It's so pathetic, dude. And she has so much shit out there on her. By the way, you guys saw her stream recently, right? You know, like that only mouth and eye movement, the really high brightness, the really weird filters trying to hide that nose.
Oh my god, look at that, everyone!
Layers in her neck. You guys aren't fucking
I fucking killed the
concerned
bird,
that
didn't I?
this bitch is the
Fucking
biggest
hit that
fucking
piece of
catfish
shit
ever.
bird, fucking smashed its head.
No, I have a job.
Fucking, here I am living in shit from the goddamn bird for how many years? Fucking little piece of shit bird doing its mating call, and I'm fucking annoyed as fuck, little pussy bird fucking living with that thing shitting on me, making my room shit. Fucking took that thing, fucking smashed its head. Fucking no more bird holding me under. Fuck yeah, man, fucking liberated from the goddamn bird, you know?
She's so hot.
No more bird, that's right.
Get that fucking dirty ass. Oh my god, I just want to just run a marathon and kind of lick her body just all over.
Yeah. Ew, that was her? She looks like a child. Fuck you, dog.
Are we posting Nazi memes now?
That's me. That's me in that picture.
Okay, listen, little faggot.
Really?
Have you ever written a compiler? Have you ever written an interrupt routine? You little faggot. Have you ever written an interrupt routine? You little faggot. No, you haven't. You're a faggot. Okay? Why don't you go write an interrupt routine, faggot? Pascal, you're fucking in the ocean with some nigger in the deep ocean. You got no clue what's underneath you. Little faggot. Why don't you go write an interrupt routine?
Oh, we can post gore and then report it.
Oh,
This is an interrupt routine. I wrote my own compiler. It has an interrupt keyword. Does Haskell have an interrupt routine? Can you write an interrupt routine in Haskell with an interrupt keyword? Huh? Can you write an interrupt routine in Haskell? Do you know what an interrupt is, little faggot?
Is that Tiki?
Everything you know about Haskell is something I know about interrupt routines. How about them? How about them
They're
apples,
starting
huh?
to ban everyone.
Everything you know about Haskell or Lisp, I know about interrupt routines. Fuck yourself, nigger.
Nigga, I just got banned. The fuck you mean?
I'm leaving so that I don't get banned.
Her safe space
probably
wasn't
WJEAT.
No, Wheatman's my friend.
Then tell him to unban Ghost.
He's a mod, so you can tell who's
Dude, when I
banned.
get banned?
Yeah, no, listen, bro.
Yeah, Wheatman, who's banning people, nigga?
I just
I
got
can't tell. Ali doesn't let mods like ban people.
All they can do is mute.
Dude, I just got banned.
Yeah, we can't see anything in the server. We can only like server mute people. That's it.
Okay, so Maddie.
You know,
So
if I
wait,
write in
who
private,
banned me, bro?
Okay, no,
finds its way
Maddie is
in
on the
global
server. She just
consciousness.
DM'd me saying, who did I
Who would ban Ghost? Who banned Ghost? Unban me right now.
Ali's typing the real Alibaba.
Unban me right now.
That
man.
way,
The real Alibaba.
Yikes, imagine being that fucking site.
more obvious.
Because
If I write and post on the internet,
You know what's gonna happen?
Then I
I'm gonna
might
give it
think I'm
like
doing it
what?
that
I'm gonna
way.
move on from Discord. I'm gonna go and live
if
my
I write in
life.
private,
15
then
years from
go
now,
on
she's
the
still gonna be
internet.
on Discord. I'm gonna easily
then
find her
go some-
information. She's gonna have a family and shit by then. I'm gonna go and find her family and fuck
Yo,
her husband.
whoever's spamming, can you fucking stop spamming so I can read what's going on right now? It's really
up.
fucking annoying.
I'm gonna cry about it. Serious now.
It's a dog, it's bro.
Wait, who got banned? Gone?
Me, no Ghost got banned.
Just old.
Get me a band as well.
I'll message.
You got banned too, little hoe?
I'll just message.
If you're like me, then you like
Alright,
to get.
you
We all got banned, dude.
So, when I need to grow my business, I use Fiverr. I found a designer for my logo, a programmer for my website, writers for my content, and
That was not the real Alibaba type. You know this.
there are tons of talented freelancers in over 150 categories. And you don't need endless meetings or price
Faggot. Duck
negotiations.
used to kill
It's
himself.
nothing complicated.
Duck is a larping faggot who lies on
He's a
people
little
to make
short,
himself
fucking
sound
idiot.
cooler.
is a 64-bit
From
operating
McFarland,
system
California.
made by Terry A. Davis,
Do you wanna
Who,
see
who
the
according to many
DMs of
sources is a schizophrenic.
Sam?
He's been working on Temple OS
Please,
by
please,
himself for
beautiful.
about a decade
Please,
and has
please,
released
please,
his operating
beautiful. Yeah, I
system,
got
which
you.
he
Hold
continues
on.
to
Let
update
me
for
fish
free.
for him.
Temple OS has had many name changes, being called Sparrow OS in 2012 and many other names before that. Terry
Yeah,
seems to be
he was also
religious
like-
and believes a program within his operating system called After Egypt acts as an oracle allowing you to communicate with God. He made his operating system run with a 640 by 480 resolution in 16 colours because God told him to.
Yumbo.
God told him
All you're
to.
asking.
This will be interesting. Let's check it out.
Yeah, Jimbo. Would actually go into Alibaba servers? Gross. Oh, you're getting exposed.
So here we go.
Jimbo.
Temple OS version 1.06 released in 2013.
Alibaba.
To me, on first impression, it looks like an
Daniel, you're
early
drunk,
version
shut
of
up.
Windows 8.
No, I'm not.
Moving little...
I'm not
Yup.
drunk.
Like
Yo.
the
I'm not.
tiles kind of
I'm
thing.
not
I
drunk.
like the tip of the
Alright, turn your
day.
shit down.
Is there a new tip every day?
There's a new tip every time you boot the computer.
Okay.
So
Do
actually,
they ever run out of tips?
there's a limited number of tips, but they recycle them.
Okay.
An interesting thing about this tip of the day is actually telling you how to do the last task.
Oh, okay. I'll get this. Control-Alt-Delete.
Turns off the computer.
Oh, okay.
So when I say shut down the computer, you know exactly what to do.
Bro, oh my god, you guys are so fucking stupid.
Now, your first task is what time is it?
I have to admit, I don't like all this moving around because I don't know what to actually
August,
focus
put your
on.
rating,
Oh, actually, here. It's 7:49 p.m.
Yep, fantastic. Can you write, save,
Why,
open,
Jimbo?
and delete a text document?
And delete.
Yeah, so once you've
Lone
opened
Ranger,
it and viewed it,
Alibaba
you've got to
is not
delete it.
there. She's not typing this
Don't know where to
fucking
start.
keyboard.
All these moving things all over the place. Is it necessary for these to just constantly be moving?
So if you actually look at what's going on, is it's almost like the title. You know how you've got a title notepad and then the file that's open? Basically, the program is here saying term is open. See? Instead of at the top, it's got term saying that that's a program that's open, terminal. And then it's saying kind of the address of the program. So it's saying doc/slash/.txt, that's the file that's open.
Oh, this is Duck being a simp, by the way.
Keyboard controls. This looks
Very
really
cute,
old.
too.
Oh wait, I gotta find a please gorgeous one. I gotta find that.
Doesn't look modern.
He was
Looks
begging
like
me
an
for
old
a
Windows
sign
8,
like
that's
so
all.
long ago.
What year would
He
you
was
say
like,
this
please,
is
please,
from?
please, gorgeous.
No, I introduced Red Sleeper 7.
Early 2000s.
I gotta
Do
find
you
that
think
one
it's,
too.
this is 2013?
This is current, gee.
And he's been working on it for about a decade by himself, apparently.
With God's help, maybe.
Yeah, him and God have been working on it.
Okay. Sorry, God, didn't mean to offend. Now, get rid of this. Get rid of what? I want to get rid of this because it doesn't make sense.
Well, actually, you can get rid of the get rid of this. It's actually telling you to get rid of the get rid of this.
Shut the fuck up, baby.
Yeah, I'm a furry.
To exit. First of all, I want you to identify how many windows are being displayed on the screen at once right now. How many windows? 3. So what window do you want to get rid of first?
Do I go there?
No.
No, it hasn't done anything. I thought that if I
What do you
click
want to
on-
get rid of?
Well, I just want to, because obviously
Fuck,
this
I
isn't
could
doing
have
anything
power.
very
So you want to
well.
get rid of that one. So how do you think you get rid of this one?
By clicking on this one, and it should take me to that one, but it's not.
So it doesn't automatically bring that one to the
No.
front. How would you just get rid of this one?
Maybe X then.
Yep, and you could have also have pressed Shift Escape.
Oh, this is really confusing having all this moving stuff. I don't like it.
Oh, they
I just
banned it.
find this really distracting.
Now, something to note. Do not feel bad that you are struggling to use this. This was not made for ordinary users. This was made for people who enjoy recreational programming.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear what I did?
Well, I don't enjoy recreational programs,
Okay.
so it's not for me.
Okay, you're not really understanding what's happening on the screen right now, are you?
Not really.
Okay. This here, this is called word stat. When you're typing words, it auto-completes them for you. Like, let's say I was typing at the bottom here, dog.
It's
See,
sweet.
D-O,
Big people.
and see how it's got all these words? See, dot, download,
You know what?
do all, and all that.
I think it's easier to just put the G in than scroll down that to see which word
No.
you're doing.
Fuck, hurry up.
But let's say you didn't
You
know
earned
how
your
to
place to
spell,
get us
what's the
on
word?
ban.
Like, I
Phosphorus.
just got
Let's say you
banned
didn't know
just
how
as
to
I
spell
made like an
phosphorus.
account named Budacron.
PH.
And like had his profile pic and
Well, you
everything.
kind of
I
have
was
to
gonna
know
like
how to spell
lurk
it
in there
up
as
to a point
Budacron.
Yeah.
to get it right.
Sounds banned.
Phosphorus.
Did you get it right?
Yeah,
I actually got
like,
it right.
gonna
And
be
the
fucking
first
Budacron. Hey,
thing
Bob
it
is
gives
in
me
here.
is
What up,
what I
Bella?
just got
Hey,
right
Baba.
anyway. Gee,
Guys.
thanks for that.
Is it?
But that's more if you're programming. Let's say, you know, in programming you need to
I
know
don't
like
click on
exact
everybody's
commands
name
like
and see
dir and
how
all of that.
many
That's more in programming. Like normal words you don't really need it, but programming you
Okay.
probably would.
I
So you can X out of that if you don't
I
feel
don't
like
think
you're going to use
Alibaba
it.
would step one foot in the server.
There are two what
No,
you
I
could
thought
call
she joined after
command
we all got
prompts
banned.
or command line
Like, I thought
windows.
we
So
outed
you
one of her
really-
accounts in
You
here.
don't need two at once, do you?
No, it's funny. They can't
So
ban
get
prompts,
rid of this one. See how it's saying
that's
take a
spamming
tour?
characters.
Do you want to take a tour?
Tour? No, I don't want to take a tour. I don't want to take a tour, so I'll close that.
Dude,
'cause I'm-
it's
You've got to say no
spamming
first.
Oh, you kidding me? You would think
No,
it
it says
you would think it
constantly
would get the
refreshing.
hint
Yeah,
by if
well,
you
that's the thing.
closed
It's
it
like
off and
Indians
you
be
didn't
the
want
most
to take a
annoying shit
tour.
to fucking deal with. So.
Okay, now you can close it off.
Dude,
dear.
it stays
close
there for like
everything
1
off just so
second
you can
and
see
then
what it's like.
deletes the comment, refreshes it again.
So this,
Well, it's funny.
opened up
Basically, it
with
makes
all
you
those
put your
open
message
up
down the
things. Is
bottom,
that
and
the
if anyone
normal
types
boot
it,
up?
that's
it's
just the
gonna
way
be
it boots up, yeah. But
Yeah.
you can close it off.
Gonna go
You
up,
can change
yeah.
it so it doesn't boot up like that.
Oh, okay.
So this is the what you'd call the desktop.
Oh my
However,
God,
the actual guy that
It
made
stretches
this
your
calls
scroll
this the
bar like so
wallpaper.
tiny too. When you scroll
Here you've
up,
got
it's
the
like hard to
CPUs
find
and
the
it's got
actual
like the
names,
spots
too.
of the CPUs
So you
and
can even swap
Yeah, 'cause it's
CPUs
constantly deleting
with
it
other
and then
CPUs.
refreshing
and
it.
here you've got like all the tasks and stuff.
Okay. So there's all these things running, but I wouldn't have a clue
What,
what they
Yimbo?
are.
Yeah, and this is the Atom Task CPU. The reason it's called Atom is not because we're atoms
Oh my
and
God,
no
you're
first
sober.
timer.
Holy
It's
shit.
called Atom because Adam and Eve. It's talking about like the
Wait,
beginning
is that
of
sober,
time, and
Jimbo?
it's Temple OS. It's very
Yeah, that's
godly. So
sober,
Adam,
Jimbo.
it's the first
Him
next
not
run.
drinking.
Okay.
Anyway,
I wouldn't have a clue
Hey Jimbo,
how to
Daniel's
open. I
been
don't even
drinking.
know where a
Daniel's
menu
drunk
is.
today.
Yeah,
Okay.
All these
it was
flashing things are making me just very confused
let me give you some help.
and very distracted too.
See at the
Lone
bottom
Ranger,
here?
if
It's
you're
like
gonna
you're
be
all
this
trying to
fucking
gain
talented,
your
you might as well
attention.
use it
Which one
towards
do
something
you
else.
click?
How about you
click
call
that one?
people?
Click me.
So what you want to do is you want to click terminal, and this opens up this, right?
Which was open initially anyway.
Yeah.
And which you told me to get out of.
Just so you could see what it looks like, the desktop and stuff.
Right.
You just go to
And
the
it's a
bands
bit,
list.
it's a
My
bit
first
simpler.
task
Okay.
is in there, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, just so you know, this is actually a window that you can resize
Thanks
and
for
move
giving
around.
me
You
the
list
hint
bands,
of
you can do
closing
bands.
this window for the very first thing
No,
when
it's
my
server
first
settings.
task is actually in this.
Well, actually,
If
all
you
the
don't have
tasks are
server
pretty much
settings,
in
you
this.
can't.
So you can actually resize and see it's a little scroll bar there too.
Can you stop all the flashing and
All the code's available to you, so yes, you could edit it so it doesn't do that.
it's just very distracting.
But I don't know how to do that. I've only researched the tasks that you're gonna do.
Okay.
I can add that to one of the tasks if you want.
No, that's okay. That would be too complicated.
So basically, just for the nerds out there who want to know this command line feeds into a C compiler.
What does that mean?
That basically means you can type in C code in there and it'll print it out, like, you know how you print hello and all of that, and it'll
Yeah.
do that there.
Yeah.
So the first thing I'm going to show you is navigation commands. You know with DOS how you do dir and that lists all the files and stuff? Well, watch this. If you type dir here, it's not going to work.
I didn't realize you were such an
See
alley
how it comes up
historian,
with
Jimbo.
just nothing?
Yeah.
But if you do capital D, dir like that with the little semicolon at the end, then it works. Oh.
Error.
Lone Ranger's
No, then it
scared of
works.
Ally. She's
Error.
like,
I'm surprised.
It
it's
works,
Ally sees
but
me
I-
in the server.
I'm not scared of that whore.
So it did it the first time, didn't
I'm
work.
surprised
You're
how much
fucking
clout
fan.
this one
Work
girl
this time for
has
some
for
reason,
not
and
being
it's
Lone
same
Ranger, you're a
impact.
fucking fan.
literally done nothing,
Okay,
and everybody knows who she is.
You can now see what folder you're in. You see
Yeah,
it,
but
You
everybody
know
knows
everything
who she
about her.
is.
You know everything
slash
about
Diana.
her.
And this stuff here is in the Diana folder. You've got make
How come everybody wants to be, like, first
registry.cpp.c,
like, what's so special about her?
and now it's time for you to make a file in there.
Just one question.
Yeah.
It must be very divine because of the fact that we're testing operating
Because
systems.
I mean,
out of the
I
box, so to
heard
speak.
about her like 2 or 3 years ago already.
I've
Like she's been
installed it
around
and set your
forever.
user to you. If you see these two little dots there?
Yeah.
Clicking those two dots will take you back a folder. See how you're just in the accounts folder now and you can see Diana there and stuff like that. You can go into a folder just by clicking on it. So go into the Diana folder, you just click on it, and you can open any of these files with the spacebar. That doesn't open it, that shows you the code of it. To open it and run it as a file, if it was a file, you would press F5. So space allows you to view the code, and F5 allows you to run a program.
Why have I opened the
And we all create.
Kim, and I don't care about.
So what you need to do is you've got to type in a command that allows you to make a new document.
Document?
I'll give you a clue.
Doc?
To make one that doesn't exist, you've actually got to edit a document. So you've got to say edit instead of create a new one. So you've got to edit a document that doesn't exist. And that's how you create a new one.
By editing a document that doesn't exist.
Yes, so you could write that you wanted to edit this document, then it would edit it. But then you could write that you want to edit a document that doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist, it'll create the document. You get it? So type in a command to edit a new document and call it what you want.
Edit 10 commandments. Can't even spell it.
Well, see, that's why you should have had that word stat. You had the opportunity, you got out of it. See, you should have had word
There's all
stat.
these distracting things happening on the screen.
Well, if you had word stat, you would have known how to spell
and that
it.
would be flashing at me, causing me more problems. So enter.
Enter. Now that wasn't the right command. I'll tell you the command since you're not going to get this. Type in E with a capital E and then a D.
Jean-Luc
as if
Picard.
you're writing edit. Then an open bracket and then quote marks. So as if you were about to quote something. No, quote.
Who's in that quote?
That guy, no, that guy would
What's quote?
basically go around saying some fake shit, like making pedophile accusations about people and shit like that. You would
I
never
call it a quote like you learned in
doing
high
like
school.
good work.
Come
or
on,
anything like
you
that.
got the top 10 in Australian English for New South Wales. You
No,
wanted
he
the
would
top
just
10
make shit
HSC
up about
students and you
us
don't even
and all
know
that kind of
what that's
stuff.
called. You call a quote conversation theory.
Well, it was like 20-something years ago since my HSC.
And now you type the file name, so something.txt, without a space though, so 10 commandments, because spaces stuff things up usually. .txt, but it has to be capital TXT, so TXT, and then in the quotes, and then in the bracket.
Then enter.
But you needed one more thing.
What did I need?
Everything needs to end with a semicolon. So when I said you need
Can't I
semicolon.
delete all that and go back there? Just put the cursor
No,
back there.
you can't.
Well, then move that down to the bottom of the screen and just to go there.
Now I've got to type it again. You didn't let me finish, you just said, oh, okay, and then you finished.
Well, it's not very logical, this operating system, because
Yes, but it's for
very
people-
specific.
You're used to typing, well that's what programming is, you have to be very specific when you do programming. In C, everything
But why do you
do
sound
in C
terrible?
programming has to end with a semicolon,
You
every
guys like your
line.
new
So as soon as you
headset,
finish line, print hello, and then
It's
semicolon.
his girly little headset that he
Semicolon.
got.
Semicolon. Everything ends with semicolon.
Okay, just like you're talking on a walkie-talkie and saying over and out.
Yes. Now, as soon as you click that, it comes up where you can start typing. From off the top of your head, see if you can write the 10 commandments. We'll see if you're right. So what's one?
Just mute this fucking drunk ass bitch, motherfucker.
You?
Not
even drunk
Shall not kill. 3. Love thy neighbour.
Why are you drinking, Daniel?
No, wait.
It's young
Love
for that
God
shit, man.
I don't
and
think
Jesus.
I don't think that's a commandment.
People should if they're
Yeah.
Christian.
At the end of this video, we'll look at this and we'll see if you're right.
Yeah, people should if, just let me correct
Yeah.
myself, people should if they're Christian,
Yeah.
okay? However, if they're not Christian,
Who should
Well,
they love
yeah,
if they're not?
the one that we were just in.
whoever
just
they
in.
worship, and there are other alternatives, I'm sure.
Just out of interest, if they were someone like, what's the name?
YouTube Music today and get a trial of Music Premium.
She's still dating.
You know what? Okay, I'll get fired. Look,
Still bad.
you want to keep
Still bad.
Yeah, it's not great.
I will call Dimrack's job right now. So.
Pardon?
I don't know what to do with it.
I don't know anything about Dimrack
It's
either.
actually a new mic as well.
I don't know anything about Dimrack
Yeah,
either. I
it's
don't know
fine.
anything.
So you know what? Get us right now. I'm gonna call
No,
Like a lot of people shit talk,
South
but I have.
Shore Victor.
Wait, that's where he works?
Yep.
I thought he worked at a hardware store. He's always. That's not a good place for him. David like Malkovich or something. That's his name.
Sir.
I don't care how bad.
Infamous, I've seen look, I got your shit. So, how are we gonna split this out? I'm looking at your TikTok right now.
Did you play Habba Hotel as well, my guy?
I used to. used to scam people in Habbo.
I'm sure you did.
I used to
Get
like.
everybody abandoned here, or
I'll try my best. Like if you take.
Nah,
my word for
nigga,
that-
it's either yes or no.
But I'm a
No,
mod. Like, and there's only two
Then you fucking
admins on
abandon
the
me,
server.
buddy. You
I'll
either do
try.
right. You're not gonna get us in ban. You're gonna go hard and toxic demographic right now.
What's hard?
And you're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned. You're gonna get us banned.
From what? Discord in general?
No, from that server. Just go in there.
Oh, I don't care about that server.
Just go in there.
Doxing Dimrick, that's not a thing. I'll wait till
Yeah.
Ali's online. If you take my word, I'll literally wait till Ali's online and then just like Dimrick's address and shit. She'll ban me on the spot.
Probably should do it on an hold if you want to hold on to your Discord
I
account.
honestly don't care about that server. It's too censored.
No, I'm saying like they're just gonna like report your account and leave your shit banned.
Wait, will you still get banned if you do it verbally?
Not verbally, no.
Okay. Fuck, I don't know. Like, I'll do anything to that fucking server. That server's pissed me off. It's way too censored and it's way too controlling.
Can you
Like,
kick people?
Let me check.
Just kick everyone from the server.
Wait,
Just like
one sec. I think I got my mod removed. Yeah, I got my mod removed. They knew.
oh, Wheatman's typing in here.
Oh shit. He saw me in here and he snitched on me. Yeah, Wheatman snitched on me. He's the only one that would know I'm in here.
He was typing something and then you just said,
Yeah,
"Oh,"
he
say
just
delete
did.
whatever he was typing.
Alright, well.
Right,
yeah.
high pumps. Is that better?
Yeah.
I was able
Is
to
that
kick
better?
people. That's
Hello?
it. I was
That's
only
better.
able to.
That's way better, isn't it?
Would you fix?
I'm not able to.
Turn the decibel level down.
Wheatman just snitched on me.
So,
Wheatman's a liar, bro.
today is a super important day for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's job.
He's typing in chat right now.
Censorship.
We have some
Hey.
I genuinely like this server a lot more. Is it always lively like this?
Oh yeah, mostly.
Yeah, the maximum people we have
Well, here's the thing, my guy. You've been on the wrong side this entire time. You've been associating with the biggest fucking retarded catfish on the internet. Hey, you want to see screenshots of her flirting with some random YouTuber that she convinced that she was a she convinced him that she was a star in a movie that they were watching. So that's very interesting as well. There's just so many funny little inconsistencies that she likes to keep away from the people that are in her little tiny safe space. So.
Just like not talk about Alex. She's a fuck about it. Really.
So what was happening in church?
What's wrong? Hard pumps get killed by Ali or something?
No, I just don't want to hear about the stupid bitch. Like, who gives a fuck? Why give her attention?
Like these niggas really like.
Oh shit! Look at what they just said. They said, "Nice job, Tyler." Not ladies deserve like
Where was that at?
Allie's gonna dox me now. I mean,
She's not gonna dox you, dude. She can't dox her shit unless you pulled her stuff already, you dumbass.
What I'm gonna say is Ali's harmless, but us over here, yeah, we could really fuck with you.
Yeah,
So,
I don't mind that though, but you guys
not mind that. So what are you crying about?
I gave my.
He's harmless, bro.
Why'd you give her your home address?
Fucking retard.
I was really. Oh my god.
Shut up, Jumbo.
I was really drunk one time.
That's really stupid. You should have just posted a different address or just a random address. You could have just posted. That's so fucking retarded.
I know. I live like a couple cities away. Probably not too fucking this.
So,
Boxers.
I don't know that.
The biggest group of
fucking harmless. Fucking. Right.
After all the fun, all the Jamie done, all the China shutting off everything staggering news. Price of Bitcoin went 3,000. Speaking chip deaths on its own. One month. So, the thing that just drops 40% normal, it only goes for the 40% for a couple minutes.
Flight by Yingling is raising the bar.
But you needed one more thing. Everything needs to end with semicolon.
Bud Light seltzer.
Yeah, sure thing.
Shake it up, down, up, around, shake, shake, shake. Killer. Yo, who wanna mess with me or can mess with me? Be a mess to clean, call me Mr. Clean. Where I glitz and gleam, trigger team, click the beam, hit the fiend, give them lean, clicking like I'm nicotine. But it's all for the queen like Listerine. Had to diss the queen, thinking I'ma get a genius. I ain't genuine, mom, my mission's mean. On my nigga Dean, fix the fix, get the cream. I sit in Bahamas with Alyssa Milana. Got the Chris and the ganja, and it's getting a calmer. Now she crying, she missing her mama. Just a stepping stone for me, now I'm hitting Madonna. And she twisting the fauna as we sit in the sauna. Guess it's just my persona, got a kiss in the condo.
Where the dip, so cut the shit, my twist your hips, then lick your lips. Where the dip, so cut the shit, my twist your hips, then lick your lips. Come on.
Ma, you straight front. Let's get the tape jumping. See your booty panties. Ma, shake son, shake son, shake son, shake, 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 shake son, yo. And I got some girls about 5 or 6, and a 5 and 6, about 5 and 6. I surprised the chick. That's when her eyes get lit. Let her drive the whip, see if she ride a stick. Who is live as this? My pool size is sick, but swim in my pants, dive for dick. They call me Moby, my pies and piff. Tell her free Willie if your thighs are thick, and your ass is fat, and your head is right, and your dough is good. We can smash tonight, right here in the car, ma, at the light. If you ask for cash, I'm mad polite. Kiss ass, you dyke, and I'm fast to fight. If you get mad, cat boy, grab a bite, or I stab it light, and we'll grab a bite. Is it crab you like? Lobster appetite.
Where the dip, so cut the shit, my twist your hips, then lick your lips. Where the dip, so cut the shit, my twist your hips, then lick your lips. Come on.
Ma, you straight front. Let's get the tape jumping. See your booty panties. Ma, shake son, shake son, shake son, shake, 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 shake son. In front of the club, drop.
I'm on my last one.
I'm in front of the club with 100 studs, a gun and some bun. Through the metal detector, the metal detector, settling wet.
I mean, that like should be like
extra. You fakes and clowns. I walk in and get out the club safe and sound. Silencer, dog, how safe and sound. I got apes
See,
and
that's how you
hands who just
establish
pace
some type of
around and a lace you down. But I'm looking for a Manhattan.
Oh my god, I love this picture. Calico's my favorite.
A Bronx biatch to let me look explore. Up front, but beat her in the bush for
See,
sure.
I
Till
make
the Tusha saw. Hit it, dog, the style. Get it, dog, the style. You know you dog the style. I'm a Mac
Jimbo,
and it's
you're
smashing
VC'd only
more.
for multiple reasons,
VIP
right?
up between the bathroom stores.
No, Jimbo, there is multiple reasons. One, because you fucking took some pride in you fucking made it public by posting it. Second off, you completely broke the rules for like the 4th time about posting SSW in general, so you don't respect the rules, you don't respect the people, and you're unwilling to write an apology. What are you gonna do? I mean, Daniel's written an apology. He's 11, bro. Like,
You're 31.
That just makes it a lot easier for you to write an apology.
Jimbo, you are so much older than I thought you were.
Yeah, that's because of the alcoholic.
I actually thought he was in his early 20s, I'm not gonna lie.
like his apology to Killer G Man. Dear Killer G Man, I'm very sorry for threatening to rape you.
Jimbo, you're falling out. You gotta get a wife or some shit. You gotta impregnate someone. You gotta do something with your life. You're falling behind.
Nah, he still hasn't moved on from his next chick, right, Jimbo? How many years has it been, Jim? Try to find
Jimbo, you shouldn't reminisce on how you used to look. You should work on how you look now or your health for the future.
Yeah, we got our shits and giggles here, dude. They're like shits and giggles. Try new dating. Start from there.
I miss Cyrax so much.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I really don't.
Talk about Cyrax.
I hate Cyrax. Dude, he's the ugliest person I've ever seen in my entire life.
I like to give him like dirt.
Oh my god,
It looks like he
please.
was made in all
He's an incest baby.
about his current.
He's actually the ugliest person I've ever seen.
I mean,
That's
if
like
you're...
that's skinny ass.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. If you're a fucking twig, yeah.
It's like one of those enemies,
Like if you could take every ugly characteristic and put into a person, it would be Cyrax. Genuinely. Like if you just look at him deeply, it's every ugly characteristic.
I actually know you think about Cyrax.
Yeah.
He's like a freak in nature,
Yeah, like YouTube's show me.
Oh my god,
like, where he's
Pumps.
like doing these dancing like fucking things.
Who is this cute little lesbian?
Bro,
How
that nigga has,
tight is her
bro,
pussy?
that nigga has Ellen DeGeneres haircut. Now, tell me Wilbur does not have Ellen DeGeneres' haircut. Fucking,
I
bro.
got a picture of Wilbur somewhere. I gotta
Dude,
find
look at this nigga, bro. He literally has Ellen's fucking.
Stadia
Oh, the nigga's such a fucking creep, bro.
streams games
That's
directly
probably
from
the
Google's data
weirdest
centers
thing
to
on
your devices.
fucking
It's kind
Wilbur.
of like streaming music
That
or
is
TV
one
shows,
strange
but with
character.
high-quality video games.
He's
Anywhere you've
he's
got
a
Wi-Fi,
LARP
you're
that
just a click away from
takes
buying
it
the
too
latest
far.
titles
Like
and
he
instantly playing your
impersonated
games.
the
Dude,
LARP.
it's
Stadia
not even
Pro
funny. Like
is
I
a
just
premium
dealt with it.
subscription. The longer you're
The code's
subscribed to
always
Stadia
buggy,
Pro,
and
the
the
more
one
deal
solution
with
is
this
to
fucking
formalize
larger your
it
collection
using
will
a
be.
formalized
when he wants to
language
bring
where you
it to
turn
me,
the
I'm like,
code
alright.
into math
Alright,
and
you want
logic
to
and
start
prove it.
Okay, cool.
But
have a
then
picture.
that even failed
Just can't find it.
Dude, he wants to hide his face so bad.
for
like,
all
you know
the things that you
bad.
couldn't prove, the external
Bring it,
elements, the
bitch,
other
boy.
states for the other systems that have
You can tell
infinite
Wilbur's like
things
one of
that
those.
go on,
Alright, you
and you
queer.
can't test them all.
Hey,
Is
you know
Pink
what?
talking PC?
So,
Is
smart
Wilbur's
contracts
all
are dumb
here yet?
because they're not
sure
human
queer.
readable,
Pied
and
Piper.
they're buggy,
Then you talk too
and
much
even if
now.
you try and catch the bugs with
Thanks for
formalism,
listening,
you get
Summer
bugs outside your test
Peter
area.
Piper. Peter Piper.
Shit, I gotta save that for
Retarded.
later.
Oh, and the Oracle problem.
Yeah, it might be banned.
Even
I
if
just
you
don't
could
know.
make perfect contracts,
Peter
even if
Piper.
they never had bugs,
He's doing it
even
every
if
server.
everyone that made contracts in the world was a developer and could read them and go, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Even if all those were true,
Yeah,
No,
he's
his
the Oracle's
his
cheating.
girlfriend.
They lie
ex-girlfriend
about what's
had
going on.
kids.
So
She
let's take the
had
most
an
honest
ex-
Oracle you think of, the New York Stock
Dude, she
Exchange.
moved across the
Jimbo?
country
Earlier
thinking
this
that
year,
he was worth
they
it,
published the
and then
wrong
had
stock
$1
price for
million like
all their stocks.
And she's
What
like,
happens if
he
your
actually was like,
smart contract
he made her best
is
friend
using the
kill
New York
herself
Stock Exchange's feed?
from stalking her.
I guess a lot of people are going to lose a lot of cryptocurrency.
Bro, like the
And
story
then we're
behind
going to be like,
Cyrax is
please
very
go back the chain.
He stalked his
Go
bitch
back the
off
chain,
so hard and
please.
killed herself.
Right?
And her
So
best
smart
friend
contracts are
moved across the
terrible.
country with her kids trying to be with
Most
her.
I see
It was like 6 million. No, again,
Like
you really
storage
fucking
startups?
talking when I'm trying to explain something?
Let me tell you about a storage startup. Storage is where you
God,
buy
you're
hard
fucking
drives from hard drive manufacturers.
So
Thailand.
his girlfriend or
You buy
whatever,
them,
she moves across
you
the country
receive them,
thinking he gets a $6
and then
million
you stick them
record deal.
in
Turns
a
out he was
SATA
being
connector
trolled by people,
or an
right?
SAS connector.
So,
Okay?
yeah.
And then it just sits there.
It's like practically like
Waste,
an, like
turned
an
on,
incest
and
rape
waste.
sort of thing.
Well, that's if you buy those in
Yeah,
bulk
sure.
from the source that
Incest
manufactures them. That's the cheapest price you can get. Then you stick them in these boxes as full as you can. Then you stick them in a place where the bandwidth is very high. And that's as vertically integrated and cheap as you can provide storage, right? So take Backblaze.com.
This is from like the reliable,
Backblaze.com
like, source.
has
I mean, if
100,000
somebody
plus
looks
hard drives.
exactly like that, I'm willing to.
And they built their own special open sourced enclosures that hold 80 to 100 hard drives per 4U slot. So you can't get higher density. You can't buy the drives cheaper. They also built their own open source distribution.
Well, you're not
happens
ugly, you just
over-
need to fucking
over
fix your
multiple
shit.
places, so it's still good.
People are choices there.
It's like a
Nico, have you not seen shit?
So it's already as cheap as it's ever get. So now, how does adding a token and a bunch of complexity and making everything harder replicate data across power drives and make it cost more? Less reliable hardware. You're going to have slower connections. Look, the crappiest new drive.
Yeah, why do you think she was at
20 megabytes, and that's with SMR magnetic.
Yeah, but why do you, what do you think that
With normal PMR, it goes even faster. We're talking about 200 read write. The stupid home interconnection that people have in their computers is upload 1 to 5 megabit. 1 to 5. So a bit is 1 megabyte.
Jimbo wasn't even here when we were
A real normal brand new hard drive.
Jimbo probably doesn't even know that he live stream.
Now you plug it into your interconnection at 5 megabits, and this is being very generous.
Nobody's more like that.
200 divided by 200 megabytes divided by 5 megabits.
You gotta prove that you're a real nigga, my guy.
Oh my god, what are you doing, Pam?
You could only get 50 times less speed
Oh my
out
god.
of the person's house through the connection than the hard drive is capable. So the consumers are going to pay more for the drives, have less good connectivity, their connections will go up and have a very small portion of the ability of rewriting of the drive passed on through the connection. And so where's the advantage here? We've got Backblaze, we've got Amazon Web Services, we've got a bunch of other ways to store data. How exactly are you making a project that makes the world better by having more people overpay for their drives, increase the failure of computers from tying up their SATA ports, which new motherboards only have 6 SATA ports on them, unless it's an ITX board, they only have 4.
Screenshot it and let me in it there.
How is this good? It's all bad. It's all terrible. You'll never have a product that anyone uses. You'll have worse uptime, there's more middlemen, it'll be more expensive. It's just fucking terrible. If you've got a storage project, you're probably an asshole. I'm sorry. Your idea sucks. Probably the least suck idea is IPFS.
Fuck you, nigga. So you want to be asshole? Fuck you, nigga.
Do your own charting across Backblaze and something else.
Yeah, fuck you. Now you want to talk
Anyway,
shit.
most IC ideas are just the worst.
I got your email, pass it.
Golem. Oh, let's talk about Golem. Hey, we've got a commodity, which is hardware and racks. And now, instead of just buying it from Amazon Web Services or from any of the other resellers of a bunch of commodity hardware and commodity racks on commodity internet connections.
How's that girl like that fat with no ass? I don't get that.
They just trade out the parts for new Intel crap once every 2 years.
Mystic, when can I smash
Where's the efficiency? Where's the efficiency? You're going to do things in triplicate because you don't trust that node. So now
Hey,
you've got to do it 3
quick
times.
question. Is
How about
the
you just do
picture
it
of
in-house?
Calico like holding
Don't
her
replicate
tit,
it.
but
Don't
she
look
has
for a
like the
quorum.
tank top on,
And then get
like
all of
she's
the
pulling down the
advantages of
underwear, but you
getting
can't see
3
anything. Is
times
that
the speed
NSFW?
for not having a replicate that work.
Yeah.
Like most distributed computers, you're very stupid. IOTA? Yeah, IOTA's terribly stupid as well. So it's a federated system, which maybe that could work, but they have terrible user issues. They tried to build their own hash function, which is you're not allowed to roll your own crypto. It will always fail. There's only one rule you need to know in crypto: don't write your own crypto. You're not doing it right; it will fail. It's the hardest stuff to do, and it's very few rules in computer science. There's a rule: don't roll your own crypto. Now they say that they're
Holy shit!
Why
does she look so
weird? Middleware, the thing that they control, the thing that's proprietary.
That's a dude.
The thing that if they turn it off, the whole network fails. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, you can see the
So there's one thing that if you turn it off, the whole
Fucking
network fails. Is that a distributed peer-to-peer cryptocurrency? Are you kidding me? Very stupid. IOTA sucks.
Yes, Ghost. I was looking
But
for that.
for some reason, their price is decorrelated from everyone else's price because they found a niche of people that just don't buy their cryptos. I don't know. It's weird, but it sucks. Byteball's better. It uses the same distributed acyclic graph technology, which doesn't have miners and doesn't have blocks, but uses federation. Federation might be okay as long as you don't get attacked that often, and right now people aren't getting attacked that often. So I'm okay with experimentations in federation. I hope that Open Transactions comes up with releases their good federated solution. would like to see Bite Ball do well. If I were to stop sucking, great.
Famous, you know Assad, right?
Like, why do you need a cryptocurrency?
Yeah, he's that Asian.
Why? You know, like why do you need most of these projects are just so.
Schmiggy's the buffest dude here.
All right, on down.
Oh, dude,
Civic.
me get fucking
I'm
wrapped.
gonna do Civic. Okay, let's say you give people a receipt for their voting. Now they can sell it. Now you've broken democracy. They used to do that, right?
Dude,
Way
you're
back
getting
when,
smashed.
people would sell their votes. And
No,
proceed to
Sean
farm.
fucks, bro. No
Well,
cap. That nigga fucks.
You give them a cryptographically proven receipt.
Sean fucks.
They could sell that. That's bad. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna use solve KYC, and admins are gonna find it easier for their
Look at breach.
password. If I'm a system, I guess I should save that amongst a lot of other things. Would I want
I have a
the
picture of
civic
his
people
asshole,
to have access to
but
my
I'm
infrastructure
gonna post that one.
as well as my users as well as
Dude,
myself?
I would love to know.
Or would I rather just be two
ours is
parties,
such a
me and the user?
one night.
So if it's just me and the user
Dude, I
that
don't
have the
even know. I
password,
came home drunk.
it's a much smaller attack surface.
Give me his mother's
If I now have to rely on a third party,
It's
to
not
issue
your ass,
passwords,
Mystic, I
reset
promise.
passwords, have
Oh my
uptime,
god, you.
that's all bad. That's all terrible. That's all stupid. Why would I want to
Yeah,
increase my
I'm so
attack
sorry if
surface
you can hear me.
and have a counterparty, which may not even be legal, depending on what, like if you're working with the government, I'm pretty sure the government is not going to allow you to shirk your responsibility to handle logins and passwords to some other distributed entity. You know, and you know who else is
Yeah,
going to
'cause you
allow you to
keep
do that
leaving the
shirking?
fucking server,
No
Jimbo.
bank, no regulator, none of those guys can be like, oh, you don't do your own due diligence, you don't do your own AML, KYC? You have some other weird
if we're
app
making
do
this
it
a me
that
problem,
just
make
works
it a you
somehow
problem,
magically?
Jimbo. It's your fault.
Oh, well, we won't screw you up
Mike
with those
has
problems
all
then.
types of Darth Vader.
We just won't screw anyone up, right? No, they want to be able to get your records from you, and they want you to be responsible, not some stupid app. So when the regulator comes and goes, show me your books so I can put you in jail if you screwed something up, which sometimes they do, they have the ability to put you in jail if you screwed up. If they said, oh, well, let Civic do it, well, then they can't put you in jail. Well, then they can't fix anything when it goes wrong. They're not doing it. So Civic's a terrible idea. No use case. Even if it had a use case. Even if banks are like, oh, it's cool. Yeah, go ahead. Let some other company that isn't even in our jurisdiction, that we have no control over, yeah, let them do all the legal stuff that's important. Even if they did that, their total market cap, their total market share is to compete with other people that already do that business. When you sign up to an exchange and you get your fax verified, it's done by an outsourced little company that has little minions looking at selfies and, you know, looking at utility bills. That's all it is. So you've created a peer-to-peer distributed blockchain app that competes with an Indian call center with people looking at selfies and water bills. Stupidest thing ever. But you know what? Space is fun. So you want to go do startups where the whole market cap of your whole industry is like $2 million a year.
They have a
Raised
package.
like 200.
This bird
Okay.
always loses. Even when the old bird is
tell people this
crippled,
stuff is
this bird loses.
Can't reach everybody.
He's a total pussy, and he's fucking
Best thing I can do
annoying
is
as fuck.
release projects that can reach people.
He even looks.
If you want to see
kinda
ICO
like a
bullshit
dork.
stop, you got three options. You can
I do
become
not
super
like
good at
one
marketing
time he's
and
just
reach
clocking.
everyone before they do and after they do, and convince them to not fall for the marketing. That ain't gonna happen. It's never happened. Bernie Madoff was scamming everybody, and there was an accountant that had him caught mathematically. These returns are impossible. And he sent the letter every year to the SEC, and the SEC
My whole
never did shit.
room is covered in
So that
shit.
yelling and
because
screaming,
of
they're trying to
that
make things
little
better.
motherfucker.
Don't
I
really.
cleaned it up.
So what's your
It's
next
a
option?
lot. Okay.
You go to the regulators.
Why am I fucking?
Covered.
You know,
Because
cats.
there's not enough regulators.
God had said
the criminals
pets
get
are
away with it.
homo.
There's just two guys
Okay.
who have them.
God's idea of a pet is
Krista Rose
an
did.
animal that
Wrote
you
a letter. I
slaughter
told him, hey,
and
send that
eat.
letter to the SEC.
That's
He
the
sent the
way
letter to the SEC.
nature
Physically
was
written.
made.
The SEC sent out a statement that said, hey, this stuff's not that cool. And then that was it. Ethereum? DAO? DAO, completely not cool. Could have indicted the guy.
She can't even dock. She's the
Well,
biggest
I guess
fucking
complaining to regulators
dog
doesn't
thing
work.
LARPer in
And I guess complaining
so
to users that buy these stupid
pathetic,
things
dude,
doesn't
and she has so much
work. And I guess complaining to people that launch them doesn't help along with shit.
By the way, you
So
guys
what are you gonna do? The only thing that will work is launching other real things with real teams that really make the world better to compete for the same money. So then the honest project can buy ads that outcompete the scam projects. That actually works. And it works much better than, oh, well, you know, everyone they don't learn better, right? They're already broke. So what value is learning better when you're already broke? Libertarians have
Here
this
I
screwed up
am
thing.
living in
They think
shit from the
that,
goddamn
free market
bird
solves
for
everything.
how many years?
Free market.
Fucking little piece of shit bird.
Free market
mating
is
call
free
and fucking
because there's rules.
annoyed as fuck, little pussy
A
bird.
unfree
fucking
market
living with that
is a
thing
market you
shitting
can't
on
get
me,
into
making my own
because they
shit.
break your legs when you try and get in, right? Like it's breaking Nancy Kerrigan's legs before an ice skating
Fucking
contest.
no more bird holding me under. Fuck yeah,
That's the
man.
difference between a market
Fucking
and a free
liberated from
A
the
free market is
goddamn bird.
what you do has to be good for the users and the society overall. You can get rich doing it. That's great. Everyone's got a level playing field. No monopolies. Have fun, right?
No
you take
more
the referees
bird,
off the
that's
field and let
right.
people do whatever they want. Everyone gouges each other's eyes out. But they just forget about it. People forget about how these laws came into existence. If you're in the Navy and you see a stupid regulation, you don't understand why it's there. You look back in the history of it, you'll find someone died from that. And the reason that stupid regulation is there is somebody ruined it for everyone a long time ago by dying over something stupid. That's the reason we have electrical codes, because we got tired of watching houses burn down. Libertarians forget that houses burn down because they haven't seen one in a long time, and they say, you know what, everyone should be allowed to be an electrician.
Okay, listen, little
Until
faggot.
you see a place where that's really going down,
Have you ever
like the
written a
Kowloon Walled City in
compiler?
Hong Kong before
Have
the
you
shut.
ever written an
It
interrupt
was a death trap.
routine? You little
And it
faggot.
was perfect
You ever written
libertarian
an
place.
interrupt routine? You little faggot.
Chat.
No, you haven't.
Bring
you
Vitalik on the
faggot.
show. I think
Okay?
Vitalik's a very smart
Let's go
guy.
right at interrupt
Pumped
routine,
Bitcoin pretty good,
faggot.
and is working in
Pascal,
science.
you're fucking in the ocean with
has a lot of
some
potential.
nigger in the deep ocean. You got no clue what's underneath you. Little faggot.
Design errors,
Let's go right at interrupt
those are
routine.
fatal. So, giving people the tools to hang themselves by giving them a buggy
This is an
language in
interrupt
which to write
routine.
smart contracts
I wrote my own
that fail and lose
compiler
everyone's money.
that has an interrupt
Loses everyone's
keyword.
money.
Does
So,
Haskell,
He
does
didn't use
Haskell
formalism, which would have helped.
have an
Would have solved
interrupt
everything, but it
routine?
would have
Can you
helped.
write an interrupt
And,
routine in Haskell?
You know, that attack surface
With an
and
interrupt
dual
keyword.
implementation in two different languages
Huh?
from two different teams
Can you write an
will
interrupt
harm that
routine in
project for
Haskell?
the
Do you
rest
know
of
what
the
an interrupt is?
It will always be
Faggot.
down more than other projects because of its multiple implementations. It will always
Everything
have more
you
security
know
failures because
about
it's term-free,
Haskell
which means it has the
is
maximum
something I know
fuck-ups
about
possible.
interrupt
Any bug you want to
How
write,
about them?
we give
How
you the
about
tools
them
to
They're
apples,
write
huh?
starting to ban everyone.
Everything you know about
Even
Haskell
the
or
experts
Lisp,
in the space.
I know about
Experts,
interrupt
Premier
routines.
One,
Fuck yourself,
Parity
nigger.
technology company, wrote a multi-sig from out of the box that lost all your money. I think 30 to 60 million was lost over that by not putting the word internal in the code. And it's assumed external. Well, that seems so stupid. Shouldn't we not assume it's external? Shouldn't we make them like shouldn't fail safe instead of fail dangerous? Stupid. Now, maybe some developer could explain to me why failing dangerous is smarter than failing safe, but since the program is riddled with all types of other problems, I imagine it was just another error.
We can't see anything in the server.
10x card? Guess what, guys? A prepaid MasterCard is a whole device would cost you maybe $30,000 to set up. So you could go compete with 10x for 30 grand. You get a bank account, you sign up as a reseller of prepaid cards. You have a code bond with whatever bank licenses you. And then you have a Bitcoin wallet. Okay. Where's the magic? Like the software that manages the prepaid cards is already out there and been in there for 10 years. So if you want to overpay a startup that is worth 30 grand,
You know what's gonna happen?
maybe add 20 grand
I'm
for
gonna
getting
give
a
it
bank
like
account,
what? I'm gonna
maybe
move on
add
from
20
this
grand
one
for
and go live my
jurisdictional
life.
arbitrage and setting up a
15
couple
years
cool
from now,
countries.
she's still gonna be on
Maybe add another 20
Discord. I'm
grand
gonna
for,
easily
like,
find her
having
information.
people
She's
that
gonna have a
actually go
family
and
and
speak.
shit by
Maybe
then.
that
I'm
startup's
gonna
worth
go
100 grand.
find her family and fuck her husband.
Okay, what? 200 million, 100 million, 50 million? You guys are idiots. Sorry. But as stupid as you are, it's going to work out in the short term. In the short term, there's no race for the exits, everything's fine. Just like any other bad investment in the world. It's all great until it's not great. And then people that get out first live. People that don't get out first lose everything. Stop investing in stupid shit. How is a fucking prepaid MasterCard making the world better? Hey, we've got a peer-to-peer cryptocurrency that's going to make the world better. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to suck MasterCard off. Hey, MasterCard can... What do you mean you can turn off our whole business whenever you want? Like, what's wrong with you guys? It's the exact opposite of why we're here. So stupid.
So, when I need people in my business, I use Fiverr. If I'm a designer for my logo, programmer for my website, writers for my content.
That was not the real Alibaba.
There are tons of talented freelancers in over 150 categories. And you don't need endless meetings.
50 plus. That used to kill him.
It's nothing complicated.
He's a little short cat.
It's a bunch of guys that
made by Terry A. Davis.
Do you want to see the DM?
He's been working on Temple OS by himself for about a decade.
Please,
and has released his operating system, which he continues to update for free. Temple OS has had many name changes, being called Sparrow OS.
It's bad in every single way. Dev network, the worst. Mining centralization, the worst. Branding, the worst. They weren't even smart enough to get their own name. They had to suck the Bitcoin teat. Go get your own name. It's smarter. If you're gonna start a startup, you get your own name. Then you don't have to change it. Like GoTo became Overture, right? IBM, like IBM wasn't that bad actually. Their business failed for a different reason. It wasn't a name. I could give you a long list of companies that have changed their name because they figured out that you need a unique name to be a good business. If you're too stupid to know that, you probably shouldn't be in the startup game. Veritasium is a giant scam that has
bro, I need Uber money.
Run by a charismatic guy that fun to watch on television.
Shit too that he
Dude,
was
it's
complaining
like
about.
I just control
Sugar Angel.
Do you remember when he was DMing like everyone that lived in Florida to like go
Oh,
and like get him a
he was
plug?
dude, he was hitting me up so much, and I was just like, he was hitting me up like, yo, I need perks, I need this and that. I'm like, bro, I'm at work for one, I'm at work. And then literally, alright, it went from me telling him I'm at work at 7 a.m. till within
Daniel,
about
quit
4
making
hours.
noise to make noise, faggot.
Till within about 4 hours, bro saying, bro DM'ing me, nigga, you wanna try me? You wanna come meet me up in street?
You guys are you know what, guys? I'm gonna let you in a secret. I'm not going to.
Dude, yeah, I'm gonna drive an hour.
I'm telling you $100. Fuck you. All right. Go do your own research. There's a nice abbreviation for that. I think it's DYOR. I believe that's what you're supposed to do. DYOR. Do your own research. Realize that you should get wrecked. Realize that you're investing in something that's not getting mentioned on TV much, not getting Ledger X options, not having Tim Ferriss and Ray Dalio talking about it on a podcast. You're buying a stupid thing in the hopes other stupid people buy it after you.
He's
So
a
if you like playing
scrawny,
musical chairs with your money,
stinky
I'm hoping you're
crackhead.
not the last
That's
guy.
all it is.
Go have fun with your bullshit musical chair shitcoins. They're called shitcoins for a reason. I'm not going to sit here and promote shitcoins. They're shitcoins.
No, but in real life,
they're stealing developers away from what could be useful projects, and they're stealing financial liquidity away from what could be useful projects, and they're stealing mind share and time by staring at stupid projects, and it's bad. Bad for everyone involved. If these were better startups with traction and prototypes and utility and advantages and efficiencies that could outcompete other businesses, I would be all for it. They're all bullshit. Let me know when one has actual users.
Why would you try to act
care to use it because it's better than others? I'll back off my bullshit.
He made fun of your small hands, Jimbo? That was his like thing?
Yeah. So every one of you guys mentioning alts, fuck you.
Weird, okay.
Dump your bags, buy Bitcoin, feel good. And then the next time the price crashes, you don't have to watch the price crash twice as hard in your stupid altcoin. You can just watch it price single hard in the real coin. Alright. So some guy says buy Bitcoin only. No. Okay. I think Byteball's cool because they hand it out for free. So
Broke is a
go get your free
fucking.
Byteball. If they do another Lumens airdrop, go get it for
Dude,
free.
he has
They
shit.
handed out
He
Bcash
has
for free.
shit
Go get it for free.
like, I don't
They
know
handed out
why
B-Gold for
the
free.
kid-
Go get it for
Bro,
free.
I had
Right?
fucking-
If you hold Bitcoin, you have a lot of other little dividend
Why are
looking
you
things
gonna
that you can get
flex
for
like
free.
this?
Go play with those.
Fuck,
Right?
bro.
You don't
I
have to
had
lose your life savings
$1 million house, bro.
playing
I'd
with
be like,
altcoins.
keep wearing
And when those altcoins have value,
trying to pull bitches, bro.
you're
Why
gonna
are
hear
you gonna be a
about it.
fucking?
So, for instance, this thing Ledger. not correlated with the Bitcoin price. It stands up to
All these new people coming
drawdowns.
from.
But I think I looked at the graph, and it's meant to be pegged to the dollar. And it does stick to the dollar. So really, you're just on dollars with like
If
extra
you were
shares
rich, you'd be rocking some fucking.
So
Louis
it
Vuitton
obviously has
shit,
utility.
nigga.
However, that utility is that you can't get rich on it because it's pegged to the dollar. So is it useful?
No,
Apparently.
honestly.
Can you get rich on it?
Dude,
No. And
so
now you don't care about it.
I regret, bro.
You don't actually care about
Days,
utility.
like,
You care about getting
dude,
rich.
like,
So all you guys are like,
26, like,
Rich is the a Bitcoin
I did all
maximalist.
that. Like
You
wasting
just mad.
all of my money
You
on
just want to get
clothes.
rich too.
Now I regret.
Down the list.
No, dude, I regret
Give me tether.
wasting thousands of dollars.
Remember, when
Now I
20 seconds
regret.
delay. Let me rephrase
But
that.
now I'm
When I
older,
speak,
smarter,
it's
but
delayed
yeah.
20 seconds.
When I was younger, yes.
When you type,
all
I
of my
get it in
money
real time.
wasted. Fucking horrible.
What do I like besides Bitcoin? It's not free.
talking about, like,
Well, I'll like my
these
token when it
niggas
comes
that
out, and it's not
Dude,
free.
yeah, bro, that's the shit I was buying, but
There's that. Good luck.
nowadays
Doesn't
I'll
mean that-
spend like I'll go to Urban now.
What cryptos do I like
Like,
besides
oh.
Bitcoin? If you need anonymity, use
Not
Monero.
fucking
I don't like the 20%
Sometimes I go to
permanent
thrift
cash.
stores.
Oh, it's not 20%. It's 20% for the first 5 years, which in crypto time is forever. So it's 20%.
Thrifting is the
And
best.
Roger
It's
Ver found it,
definitely
and it's an
underrated.
altcoin. And it has undetectable inflation, so that if someone were stealing
I
one of
hope
coins,
that
you
in
would
one of
know.
these days I
I
go
don't
to a
like any of that
thrift
shit.
shop and find a
So if you need anonymity, I'd use Monero.
I
rather than
I
staying
actually
in- than
thrifted
staying in
this
the one that has network
for
effect.
it's like a
YouTube.
cover up
Download
like
the
for like
app
dresses
and get a
and
trial of
stuff.
music
I like
Buddy
Bytefall because it's
Really
an
nice,
experiment
like,
Restrictions
cover.
with
apply.
federation
It doesn't have like
and
sleeves
no
or anything.
mining
You just
and
like
no
put it
blocks.
over your
It has
shoulders.
great UI.
Yeah.
It has great
Yo,
initial
buy
experience.
some from a thrift
So I like
store,
that
you
one.
I
poor
have
bastard.
never been in a
I
thrift.
wouldn't say a lot. I mean, it still has risk, but it's being handed out by Celestian, dude.
Like Urban
That's obviously a risk.
Outfitters,
You need to
thrifting.
carry their coins for himself.
That's called a
Not
thrifting.
the ones that
No,
I'm sure to get. Or the Federation, right? So,
dude, I
Hey,
didn't call.
new
I said like
I
New
said
I
fag.
said.
Don't say shit. We don't even know what the fuck's going on.
Bro,
nigga.
I said that I
I don't
do
know.
not
Yeah, talk
go.
less.
I said I do not go.
Why aren't you telling Ghost to
Which would
talk?
be
Because
What you
Ghost is
mean?
actually talking, you're just talking shit for like no reason.
my token comes out.
I don't shop where I used
That's
to.
all you
Talk
Yeah.
shit all the
Designer
time.
clothes.
If
I
you
don't
guys
give a
would
fuck, Daniel. I'm telling
list
you,
some that
talk
didn't suck,
less.
I would
Shut
point
your
them and go,
fucking
look,
mouth,
it doesn't
gay
suck.
boy.
Oh,
You guys just
Jimbo,
buy
get on,
bad shit.
get on cam, Jimbo.
It's probably because it's
Cam.
mostly all that's available. It's not really your fault. Where can I find your book? If you go to my Twitter, which is Richard Hartwin on Twitter,
Yeah, it
then
is.
you click
Why does he
on the
look
left there,
like a
link from
fatter
Discord.
version of
It's gonna bring you to like my voice channel. People are always talking and chatting to each other, and then you click the
like he looks like a
pin in the top right.
200-pound
It's gonna show some text about the new token, which I'm launching.
Mickey is so amazing,
And at
dude.
the bottom of that, there's gonna be a little link to the Sci-Vive book.
I wish he was
How you can
perfect.
survive through science.
I'm actually terrified.
Get rich, laid, paid, fit, everything, right? Smarter, faster,
Dude.
everything.
He
And then
compared
live
to,
for a
like,
long time too. It's a great book.
me if I was
It's not a book, it's
400
not
pounds.
long. It's messy and it's 250,000 words, so you'll probably be.
Who here has
your
had a
attention
Mr.
span will run
Malfoy
out
show?
long before you run out of material. Made safe a joke.
Mr. Malfoy.
It's a great idea if it wasn't paper. It'd be great.
Dude, I remember it was.
Yeah. Craig Wright doesn't own shit.
Oh,
Craig Wright
that's
knows shit.
good.
He wouldn't be getting loans. He'd be spending it, right? But a guy that needs loans and needs to sue people for money and needs to like work with other people and be employed and stuff. Employees, in general, are employed not because they want to be, but because they have to be.
Nigga, you know you
Like me,
must.
I'm not
Yeah, I
employed.
just remember it was.
Because I actually have bitcoins.
On Dell, it was on Dell,
I don't have a job. So if you see a guy with a job, probably not that many bitcoins.
We can all tell our Malfoy
You guys
stories.
don't need to try to list every coin.
Dude.
Market cap. Screw
Bro, I
yourself.
just
So
know
dumb.
that my
May all of
Malfoy
your
story
shitcoins
was
go to zero.
Lundell.
Whatever crap I
Zoe,
talk about
and
Ethereum,
Lester.
just
That's
imagine
dude I
that your
just
shitcoin running
joined,
on top of
and
Ethereum
was like, yo,
is worse.
check this out, nigga.
Take all of the things I say about
Didn't know
Ethereum
what
being
the fuck it
bad,
was.
and whatever stupid thing
And
you're
I
building
just
on it,
looked at Lester, yo, come for me, daddy, come for me, daddy.
does it take 21 million holders of
Right with
Bitcoin
Malfoy.
to pump the price to the moon?
Oh my
No.
god.
Do you think the price will be controlled by margin traders? No. Okay, so this is a common misconception.
I can't remember where Malfoy
The ditch
came
mark
in. I think it was
used
either
to be
Enigmas or it was like
currency
Rogue
that
server.
determined. And then they
But oh my god, it was me, Lazy, and Gucci, and he did a show, and me and Goo had to like really beg him to like do the show for us because he didn't like doing the shows for women, usually men only. Usually like straight men.
But did he do no hands come?
So
Oh yeah, Mr. Malfoy did the whole no hand count.
You're not gonna care about its price in euros, the same way that you don't
Oh,
care about
Jimbo,
euros price.
Jimbo, are you awake, dude?
The old thing
Are you
gets
alive right
replaced
now?
by
Huh?
something
What's
that
He's so very.
Bitcoin won't go.
Yeah, what's good, dude? I love you.
More often.
quote. We should tweet that.
I love you, Jimbo.
Richard Hart.
I love you.
When Bitcoin
It's
goes
gamble,
to the
you fucking idiot. Oh, because of my name,
pricing in
son of a
dollars.
bitch.
Bitcoin
Cheeky
will be
bastard.
It won't be worth some other
Fucking cheeky Kanye.
No, I did actually not.
What longevity things do I do?
Son of a
Not
bitch. I'm good,
much.
dude. It's good to see you.
I literally do no
Alright.
My schedule's all over the place.
Are you?
I eat too much.
Yeah, I'm based.
I was playing a lot of the sport.
Okay,
That was
you're
nice.
not.
The only thing you can say I do is
So,
have
can
an
somebody
endgame,
explain
have
to me what
technology
happened with Alibaba and all that shit? Did she come in
Oh,
here?
we just finally
If
got
I did
over
all
it.
of the longevity things that you could reasonably do by eating less,
And Lone Ranger.
having a better schedule,
So Lone Ranger invited this
getting
faggot.
specific
This
tests, or
faggot,
some
they
type of stuff
both
that's
of them
better for
sit
me,
on top.
like
And
all that stuff.
Dimrack sucks. That's all I really have to
Dude,
say.
Ice cream tastes
I
good.
feel like
Maybe it's worth 4 years. And if I get this other technology to work out, I get 40 years. Technology beats health.
Dude,
You can't pass the health on your kids. You know,
I
for a woman,
wish
those
I
eggs
never
are 3
discovered
years. The DNA is already set. It ain't changing.
Bro,
You
you know
have
what
some
that
epigenetic
disgusting?
changes as the fetus is coming to term.
Raping that drunk girl.
The gestation period
Dude, I actually
is going to make a lot of changes beyond the random variation
No,
amongst.
not that guy.
So if you want your kids to have better lives, having a six-pack one milk doesn't really carry on.
Dude,
down
the
to
shit
the-
he literally
What does
said
carry on
was-
is technology. So if you cure cancer, it's cured forever.
It's actually
If you cure heart disease,
actually, I
it's
think
cured
we need to go live. Dude, I'm gonna show you right now. He's actually bragging about it. Like literally bragging about it.
What?
Stop.
He went that deep?
Oh yeah, stop bragging about it. Bragging, saying
I believe, dude. Pat, are you here?
I want to end.
You remember our first issue with Dimrack, right? Was
And unlike curing cancer, which just keeps you alive at crappier stage,
Flipping his cousin.
keeping people
well, yeah, but like also
healthy,
the nigger
preventing
shit.
things, keeps them in a youthful state.
Remember, like just how bad it
Have
was.
higher quality. So, you know, if you averaged out the quality cost or benefit, you probably only get maybe 2.5 years of extra life through any intervention to outperform curing cancer. Because the value of those years is better than cancer cure years.
Dude, I can't. Oh,
TA65 was stupid. Doesn't do anything. They never would have sold it to the guy.
Pat, DM
It's just a license. Fuck your altcoin.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna actually.
Straight Quebec measure. I don't care.
I'm gonna DM.
Big crypto assets.
I'm gonna make you.
I mentioned Tether. Why aren't you watching?
Oh, you're actually really.
I think USDT isn't Tether, but I think it is. It's not.
Christ.
Nah, bro, this shit's actually.
Oh, but I want
What's my take
to.
on
That's
anti-basic?
fucked up, dude,
I'll actually
right?
answer this one.
Yes.
Because one doesn't mention a specific coin, which is so I've done all the top 10. Well, I have, but so the anti-ASIC coins
Is
are
Mama
at a
being here?
disadvantage from a security perspective because the utility of the coin, the utility the mining of the coin has,
Yeah, well, except
reduces
for-
the cost of attacking the network because you're getting a rebate from the side utility. If you're going to use GPUs to attack a network and to destroy the network, you resell the GPUs. If you buy a bunch of shots,
I hate that Buffett.
and you attack the Bitcoin,
Does he still come in here?
you're not able to sell the shot to
That one guy.
for very much money because you just destroyed their own.
No, no, he's
having
awful.
ASIC resistant hardware is bad for the
No, that one guy's awful.
systems.
How do you like that one
I will
guy?
say that for whatever reason, due to the lack of attacks at the network level,
Dude, he's annoying as fuck though. What's the problem?
you could probably survive as a proof of work.
Yo, check those. That shit's actually.
So I think it's okay, but it's not better.
Oh my god.
Dude, imagine saying that.
I will say that it has some centralization advantages because the points at which you can buy GPUs are so much wider and fairer than having only one or two entities that you can purchase from.
He is a
At the
weirdo.
time,
That one
pre-mining
guy is a
everything.
weirdo. He's a delusional weirdo.
I mean, if I had to choose between the existing mining hardware
He's
ecosystem and
he's
Bitcoin, just swapping it out for it's a little bit unrealistic because those guys actually
What?
use all chips away on TSMC.
Oh, he says. Nobody's saying that.
So I guess I'll change my statement to if I had to choose between the ecosystem we have
Elliot,
now
did you say sexually weird
and
shit? No, right?
in-house
Just
design
weird
ASICs
shit.
from
Just
AMD
weird shit.
and NVIDIA that were then manufactured in Phoenix fab.
Can I unstep in,
who I use. You go and look up all the chip fabs.
Mystic, hey buddy.
To create. This is maybe global.
You don't love me anymore?
I would prefer,
I mean, I know, but what?
I prefer the wider distribution.
Fuck, dude, you used to fucking love me so much.
Is a problem. The more countries that we have minors.
God, dude, that's the story of my fucking life.
Oh. This all exist.
Oh my god.
Best nootropics. Nootropics don't really work. So if you read the book in the body section, it's going to explain to you why you shouldn't experiment on a complex system. Because it's much easier to fuck a complex system.
You want
better,
famous?
which is the reason that doctors have
You want us to hook up?
You want
the
some
law.
chicky?
Want the little Cupid?
First,
Do we like this guy?
He's cool.
That's the first rule.
Yeah, he's fine.
Daniel, of course,
The Hippocratic
like, hates every new person that comes in here.
So it's because it's a lot easier to do harm than it is to fix things. So when you start screwing with your personality, nootropics,
where you hail from?
A lot of times it will not work out well.
Oh, Lone Ranger.
No, it isn't working out well. Because your ability to measure whether it's
The
working out
Alibaba
gets fucked up
server,
too.
and we converted him.
Like people will get on modafinil, you'll see them shaking.
Converted him.
Like if you watch the last interview,
I don't trust this
which I
guy
thought
at all.
was actually very good.
He invited us to have a server, and
The interview on
he
CNBC.
got banned.
I still don't trust him as well.
Caffeine.
Famous.
Coach, you gotta quit having that. You gotta quit having that
Still see
idea
him
every
twitching.
single person because like you can't like
Twitch.
Alright, I'll let Daniel judge him.
We need bad
Parkinson's.
Nah, Daniel is a horrible judge.
Daniel,
I see people that screw around with their bodies and expect problems. It's not worth the trade. All you need to do is build a good habit. The habit will keep paying off for the rest of your life. So if you make the habit, you build it,
Daniel's got a
stick.
point.
No, it's going to do better than all the drugs you credit. Because listen, if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you take drugs, now you're doing drugs, not doing what you're supposed to be doing. Like it doesn't fix that problem. And the most important problem is the highest and best use of action, the efficiency of action. And then, if you've got the efficiency of action right, which is super rare, you're doing the right thing. If you're doing the right thing, then you could try doing life hacks. Like if you eat less, you don't have to sleep
Did I
as
hear
much,
you
get
say
some free
something about
time.
manly?
There's a lot of tips
Is that
for how to save time, right? Like you're already in the bathroom, shit, shower, and shave. You're already in the room, right? Save time. Like there's just a lot of little things you can do.
Yeah, Schmiggy,
Reduce
I said you
transition
were
time.
manly. I said you were the manliest man here, actually.
Live at the office while you're driving, right? Wasting gas, getting run into, getting honked at, doing road rage. It's like there's so many places you could save time. So correctness of action, maybe meditation. I'm not doing it, probably should. Those things pay off better than any program. Most people that are on nootropics, they're not actually that productive.
I miss baby dolls. So.
I'll give an exception to Adderall. People seem to do it.
But well, I know.
Like if it makes people clean their houses, it's obviously having an effect.
I know. Before that, okay.
Going to the end of chat here.
The good things before the bad. Alright, fair.
Richard is a smart, informed guy, but it looks
We all miss the old days.
This guy's an idiot, so I'm sure his comment's gonna be stupid. I like Rick's stupid.
This is the old camp.
Richard is a smart, informed guy, but it looks he is preparing to pump his own coin. Why? He is wrong about Ripple and BAT. Richard's focus seems to be based on leveraging his skills.
People came up and
check it.
That's the worst shit post I've seen.
That group
That's one compliment, 2 shitcoin pumps, 1 appeal to me being evil for a coin, which you know I give out, and then I think another compliment at the end. Really focus on my skills. Your comment's fucking terrible, dude. KYS. Google that. Don't do it. Just kidding. Autonomous cars. Yeah, they're great. They're just going to put 3 million people out of work in the States because it's the most common profession that human beings have in America, transportation. So you got to get that social net ready to catch those people. It's going to be great. You're going to need less cars because they spend more duty cycle on the road. less accidents, and they're going to drive more efficiently. And it's all awesome, except for the people. Getting flashed at. Yeah, getting flashed at's awesome. I remember the first time it happened. Spring break. In the car. A couple girls backseat, flash. Man, we went back to that same corner so many times. Never happened again. Good stuff, though. I hope you're not talking about like high beam flashing. You're talking about girls spring break flashing. Explain how BTC increases in value. No.
You can still close
Maybe
out
this
the
isn't
window.
for you.
You can't close video.
You probably shouldn't be investing in everything.
Yeah, you have to pop it.
God. No.
I don't have the
China Shakedown. Covered the hell out of that. I covered China.
Dude, I'm banned on Instagram.
When this is over, rewind it.
So mad.
Chinese people only have to use VPNs and use BitShares
I think it's
exchange.
because I called Aaron Carter's ex-girlfriend a cunt.
There's other exchanges too, like
Are you banned for saying
BISQ,
cunt?
BitSquare, and there's also the option to use encrypted sticks, which are called open.
I'm gonna
They
try
look
to
like
get him
memory
back in
sticks,
here.
but they're encrypted.
All right.
You can sell
Infamous,
people your
it's
Bitcoin
it's a long story.
without you being able to like steal it back. Pretty neat.
Carter's a piece of
So
shit.
it's not like, oh look, I made a copy of the private key I sold to you, but then I moved
Hey,
it real quick.
whoever said that,
can't double
fuck you,
spend
he's
it.
my best friend.
I mean,
BTC's
he
trash
can be your
now.
friend, but doesn't change
Oh well,
the fact that he's
it'll go back up.
He's a piece of shit pedophile.
Buy it. Buy the dip, baby.
I don't think he's
He actually, no.
I did my
Aaron
part.
Maybe.
There is evidence
Know
of
yourself.
Aaron Carter being a pedophile. Do you want to see the
Richard
evidence
spends
of
his
Aaron Carter being
time
a
as
pedophile? Him
Bitcoin
talking to a 15-year-old girl when he was in his
maximalist,
20s.
Sorry, Max,
Nippy.
I'm not reading your shit anymore, bro. You suck.
I know.
The
I
evidence is
Banding
literally
terror.
from Lauren Kit Carter, which is Nick Carter's wife.
Shut up, Lone Ranger.
I bet you listen to Candy.
Help Richard.
I actually do like candy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ban this guy real quick. You don't post donation links for me. Fuckface.
You have a
I don't need
sigil as
donations,
your fucking
and you don't
profile
either,
picture
so,
too.
yeah.
You're a new bag.
Bye bye. No scammers, thank you. Universal
A
basic
sigil
income.
is like it's like a
Yeah,
symbol.
unless you want a bunch of truck drivers robbing houses, you
Same
need it.
difference. Tomato,
You know, no
tomato.
reasonable economy can withstand the rate
Same
of
difference,
unemployment
bitch.
that's going to come from automation. Automation is getting faster and faster. The number of jobs that can be automated is more and more. Like, there aren't that many jobs that can't be
I
automated.
think I'm gonna go
Most
first
of them are
again
human
for an
jobs,
outfit
otherwise
for tomorrow.
they last forever.
That's really gay.
And,
Congratulations, you're wasting
Just the
money.
rate of retraining and retasking is far slower than the rate at which they will be displaced.
Did he say anything?
So if you don't have that safety net to catch them, you will have several unrest and riots. And,
That's
like
contradictory, I
the
think.
government. So
It is.
yeah, universal basic income is super important in nations that have a desire to serve their citizens,
Yeah, I
or
have to get tested if I want to go back
increases
to work.
technology.
Wait, did you actually?
BTC
Yeah,
price
I'm
predictions. I think we're going to the moon. I can see 6,000
yeah,
as
'cause my
soon
brother
as
also
the
has
Chinese figure
symptoms.
out that
And my
something I
job
like very
doesn't
much
fucking
is going to be
work
much
until
harder
we
to
get
get,
tested.
and all this FUD is forgotten. People forget FUD pretty quickly, particularly when the price pumps.
It is
so
now.
if there's
They
any
just added
fear,
nausea too. That's
Yeah,
won't
go
last
to
a day or
Goodwill,
two,
you moneyless
it'll be
bitch.
back up.
Daniel,
Remember,
shut the fuck up. This is what I'm
over
talking about. You talk too
3,000
much and you contribute like nothing.
hours
You're saying
ago,
like you're just
and
making noise.
now we're not there anymore. Well, it's even easier to move people's emotional rates to the price. So this FUD, the sky is falling crap, will disappear to the yeah, I want to get in now FOMO, and they should be FOMO'd. Like,
I don't think it's every
time.
state.
You know how you always
It's
say
like
to people,
every
you
state.
always hear that things are
Every state
underestimated,
that matters.
how far they'll go in a year or
You're in
two.
Alabama, you're
But they overestimate how far things goes in 1 or 2 years, but they underestimate it in 5 to 7.
Dude, there's like
That's where we're at. We get to reap the reward now of kicking all that ass that so many startups have done in their 7. It just took a little bit longer. So we're getting like the same type of really cool startup, awesome like adoption and good news, everything's going great. We're getting that now, and you know, the people that bought at all of these other times before, they're a little too early. Right? They bought at 30 and 266 and 1300 and I guess it'd be nearly impossible to be down because you would have had to have bought within the last 2 weeks. And if you didn't buy in the last 2, maybe 4 weeks, like, let's say 5. If you didn't buy Bitcoin in the last 5 weeks, you're up. Period. So the vast majority of Bitcoin investors users are up a lot because currency's up a lot and has existed for really some time. So I think it's a good bet. You know, if you invest in VC, you're 90% to lose. If you invest in your own business, you're 90% to lose. If you invest in this, you're not 90% to lose. You're 90% to win. It's a really good deal. Like, it's a really good deal. Like, the upside is so high that even if this stuff is 5 times riskier,
Yo, Tail Cloud, that's that nigga who I got a head that looks like the pineapple SpongeBob.
you guys love like you guys love altcoins.
Yeah, but bro, it's still always funny to
Why?
this day. Got that bromelain erasing your brain away, nigga.
I know why. Because you like the
It
volatility.
was always funny, yo.
Right, it goes
that
up
shit
real
was
fast.
hilarious.
By wrong, it goes down real fast.
You couldn't even
Well,
talk.
if you like volatility, go get margin on Bitcoin. Margin creates the same volatility. And then you have a network that doesn't go down all the time. So if you want to be like a degenerate gambler, then go degenerate gamble with
LA,
half code.
you know Vlad TV, right?
Somebody's scared.
You know Vlad TV.
10% discount on fees. With the half code.
Aaron just did an interview with him.
Or take my advice and you don't.
Listen. No. You want to know something funny? I talked to Aaron on the phone after his Vlad TV interview. And he
Yeah,
said
cloud
that
mining's terrible. If you buy your coins instead of mining them, then you get them faster and they appreciate really quick. So you get them for that time.
In his
They
interview.
appreciate. If you
And
buy
you know
mining
what I
hardware,
did?
you have to wait for
And you
your
know what I
coins.
did on live?
The
I
hardware
said
bot goes down. The difficulty
I
goes
laid
up.
out the
You get less
entire
reward.
thing on the phone call with him.
You didn't earn
I
the
was like,
reward
Aaron,
that would have come from
those
holding it
pictures that
earlier
you sent to the
purchasing at a lower
15-year-old,
price.
they
So
weren't
buying
even
coins always
bad,
outperforms buying mining hardware by
right?
3 to 10.
And he acknowledged it.
Like
So
300 to 1,000%.
once again, this is the like
Cloud mining's
third
stupid.
time in a row
You take the
on
shitty
call
deal
that I
of
have
a
him
3 to 10 times
acknowledging
worse,
sending his boner
and
pictures
then
to 15-year-old.
create counterparty risk and profit sharing with people that figure out every way to fuck you. If you're cloud mining, you're stupid.
I can't imagine
Not
what
stupid.
Vlad's
I
gonna
mean, it's
fucking
like
do with
mining's
it,
fun.
right?
I like mining, but it's a very bad financial
But see,
cloud mining is
we're gonna have
a
the
bad
insights.
financial system.
We actually know,
They've always
right?
like puts in like a gay ass, but see, like they'll say something fucking.
Your opinion on recreational and medical cannabis.
And you just trying
Go ahead.
just trying to respect.
You gotta have some fun.
Thank you, Jair.
I make
Thank
fish
you.
and I do like bacon fish tanks and all that shit.
Thank you,
Do
Jair.
I still buy BTC?
Anyways,
Yeah,
listen.
I love it. It's great. And it's particularly bullish now. Do I like Mr. Robot? I like the little Egyptian actor dude. He's like a super good actor. And I like some of the
Thank you,
technical
Jair.
stuff.
Appreciate it.
But some of it's a little forced. Like, I kind of quit the show in the middle of the season. Just kind of got bored with it. So I'll watch it again just because apparently some people like it. But the show was.
That's not. I love Grace Bud.
They screwed up their
And Jair, you know,
character arcs.
I'm fucking nice to you, dude. Don't try to fucking pester me, alright?
BTC Gold.
Make me make you flush your fucking
great.
ass down the
Every
toilet
single
again.
airdrop and altcoin
Bro, don't
wants
make
to
me
give
flush
BTC
you
holders
down the
free
toilet.
coins. Actually,
Yeah.
as long as you got replay protection on your own brand, then hopefully somebody else will
You're weak, nigga.
put shot on this side so the face you guys want.
That's only trying to make
Some guy says, I disagree, cloud mining is bad 100% of the time.
Didn't Jair go
exception
in
finder.
stream or
Hey guys, we found an exception
like,
finder.
tweaked out the something
Finding exceptions is so hard.
You mean
It's not
a
like
few
they
days
prove the
ago?
rule or anything.
Yeah.
hiding the bush.
But I'll
No. It was okay. Listen.
I have actually made
It was
profit
actually
from
like
some
fucking
shit. which I
was like
bought
a Nightmare
just
on
after
Elm Street,
BTC
dude.
went up.
He was
I
like,
already
"Bro,
make
there's
my money back.
steam coming out of the
You're an
fucking
idiot.
windows. That's what he was
Go
saying.
do math
There was
and
steam
take that money
coming out of the
and
windows
imagine
of
how much
some
you would have
house,
made.
Someone
and
took
that
my
just by
a woman
Kelly
was
for help.
screaming for help, and that there was light emanating from there.
It's very
And
clear.
then he was like, I gotta call the cops. He's like, wait, they're coming, they're coming. You know, like, it was fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it was actually really interesting. But
Richard is just pontificating. This is what people are trying to
understand.
sound smart.
we now get to watch this Vlad TV.
Complaining effective
We
use of
actually know
time
what he
while he
did,
gains weight.
right?
So where
Vlad
is this
may not
effective
say
action in
anything
practice?
real.
It's
You
the
know what I
same
mean?
asshole.
He makes a big
No, I didn't want to read any more Max
you
comments.
know, total
Let me
bullshit.
tell you, Max. Have you heard of Michael Jordan?
Or he's just
really good at what he did. And he had a coach. You know what his coach could do? Not dunk a basketball. So it turns out, being smart and giving good advice is a separate skill set from using good advice. So big fat dumb
That's definitely something we
fantastic advice about diet and fitness. If the advice is good, it's good on its own, whether he chooses to eat it or not. So, or maybe you should just never have a coach. Or maybe you should have a lot of coaches.
I remember when you were on Twitch with everyone, and you were trying they left, Blade left. I don't drink about piss. I'm fucking shit at everybody. You remember you see that last
I just had a flashback of like watching.
What about
Stream
FBI?
sitting in like
140,000 BTC.
in his car, like he had it in his car. Like he was drunk.
Pretty sure they already auctioned it.
Remember you there was a bunch of people outside your car yelling at them?
What the government does with seized property is they auction it off. And they publicly notify the world that they're having an auction and it is being auctioned off. So that people have time to gather up funds and meet the specifications of the auction. So the last couple of years, where the auctions, coins that were seized, you can see what they ended up selling for. It's public knowledge. You can see who. You might not have always been able to see what they sold. But I know that in one case you can tell the bottom, and in other cases you can tell what they sold. You're just going to find out when they get auctioned off. A seized property. America likes to seize property. Mostly civil forfeiture. Google it. So forfeiture is where you're guilty before proven innocent. It's bad. There's more money in America seized for civil forfeiture than there was stolen. That's not that good. Right? They thought crime was a problem. Civil forfeiture is a problem. Rich, if you never bought BTC, what would you be doing now? I was rich before BTC. Business. Just as retired as I am.
Hey, Jimbo, join my Discord.
How do exchanges that accept USD make a profit?
No, my other
They sold me Bitcoin at 1,000.
Yeah.
Then I sold them back the same coin for 4 months.
Yeah, I just made it, dude. I just made it. It's really popular, and you can be.
How does any store make money? Selling things for more than
You can be the man here, Jimbo.
my knowledge is that software was
Jimbo, it's all women. Jimbo,
That's right. So when you bought Bitcoin at 1,000, you really just gave that to someone else in exchange. They just acted as a middleman. And then when you sold them for 4,000, you sold them to another counterparty. Your counterparty is not the exchange. Your counterparty is the other person that you don't know. It's the transaction. And if the exchange was the counterparty of the business, we could make bad decisions in expectation of volatility. Those exchanges don't trade the books. It's risky. Particularly risky. would support proof of stake instead of proof of work if it worked, but it does not. Proof of stake doesn't work. It takes the energy that was burned from the proof of work and destroys the same amount of capital in a different way by making capital lock up and not have utility. And there's risks of nothing at stake attacks, and there's risks of rewriting the whole chain for free because you can rewrite the chain as much as you want. Like, you can lie as often as you like. That's just the downside. And all these like huge magic proof of stake solutions. We're supposed to use like fee lockup to prevent that. Fee lockup is it's work to choose like I'm sure that you two guys understand all the stuff I'm saying anyway, so if you want to learn about why proof of stake sucks, it doesn't work, that much smarter than me, I'll explain it to you. His name is Paul Stortz. You can find him on Twitter at symbol. It's Paul. It's probably
my nigga D, fix the fix, get the cream. I sit in Bahamas with a listen to my mom. Got the Chris and it's getting calm. That's right, she missing my mama. This is stepping stone down, hitting with Donna. And she kissing the fauna as we sit in the sauna. Guess it's just my persona. Got a kiss in the corner.
So in this abide by the contract.
Let's get take jump. See your food, baby. Come on, shake that. Shake that. Shake that. Shake.
Remember the
Shake. And I got it. It's about 5 and 6. And the 5 and 6. 5 and 6. I'm surprised the chick is that's what I let it drive. Side is thick. Who is live is this? My full size is sick. What's swimming in my pants? Dive in this. They call me my positive.
This is disc number 9.
There was a nuclear test
This is disc number 9.
There was a nuclear test yesterday, the first U.S. explosion of '87, I said. It was scheduled for tomorrow, but they moved it up. It was a way to fool the protesters. Naturally, there were planned protests for tomorrow. Naturally, said Canon Mackey. And the Democrats had scheduled a vote for today on a resolution to persuade Reagan to cancel the test, I told the Canon. The government even lied about the day the test was going to be. A fine use of the taxpayers' money, eh? You're not a taxpayer in the United States. Not anymore, the Canon said. The Soviets said they wouldn't test any weapons until the U.S. tested first, I told the Canon. Don't you see how deliberately provocative this is? How arrogant? How unconcerned with any arms agreement of any kind. Every American should be forced to live outside the United States for a year or two. Americans should be forced to see hurry. Canon Mackey observed me mildly. I could see it coming. I talk about one thing, and he bends the subject of our conversation back to me. I know you were upset about the vestry elections, John, he told me. No one doubts your devotion to the church, you know. Here I am, talking about nuclear war and the usual self-righteous American arrogance, and Canon Mackey wants to talk about me. Surely you know how much this community respects you, John, the Canon told me. But don't you see how your opinions can be disturbing? It's very American to have opinions as strong as your opinions. It's very Canadian to distrust strong opinions. I'm a Canadian, I said. I've been a Canadian for 20 years. It's very Canadian. Canon Mackey is a tall, stooped, bland-faced man, so plainly ugly that his ungainly size is unthreatening, and so plainly decent that even his stubbornness of mind is not generally offensive. John, he said to me, you're a Canadian citizen, but what are you always talking about? You talk about America more than any American I know. And you're more anti-American than any Canadian I know, the Canon said. You're a little, well, one note on the subject, wouldn't you say? No, I wouldn't, I said. John, Canon Mackey said, your anger, that's not very Canadian either. The Canon knows how to get to me, through my anger. No, and it's not very Christian either, I admitted. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, the Canon said cheerfully. Try to be a little different. The man's pauses are almost as irritating as his advice. It's the damn Star Wars thing that gets to me, I tried to tell him. The only constraint on the arms race that remains is the 1972 anti-ballistic missile treaty between the United States and the Soviet Union. Now, Reagan has given the Soviets an open invitation to test nuclear weapons of their own, and if he proceeds with his missiles in space plans, he'll give the Soviets an open invitation to junk the treaty of 1972 as well. You have such a head for history, the Canon said. How can you remember the dates? Canon Mackey, I said. John, the Canon said. I know you're upset. I'm not mocking you. I'm just trying to help you understand about the vestry elections. I don't care about the vestry elections, I said angrily, indicating, of course, how much I cared. I'm sorry, I said. The Canon put his warm, moist hand on my arm. To our younger parish officers, he said, you're something of an eccentric. They don't understand those years that brought you here. They wonder why, especially when you defame the United States as vociferously as you do, why you aren't more Canadian than you are. Because you're not really a Canadian, you know, and that troubles some of the older members of this parish, too. That troubles even those of us who do remember the circumstances that brought you here. If you made the choice to stay in Canada, why do you have so little to do with Canada? Why have you learned so little about us? John, it's something of a joke, you know. How you don't even know your way around Toronto. That is Canon Mackey in a nutshell. I worry about a war, and the Canon agonizes about how I get lost the second I step out of Forest Hill. I talk about the loss of the most substantive treaty that exists between the Soviet Union and the United States, and the Canon teases me about my memory for dates. Yes, I have a good head for dates. How about August 9th, 1974? Richard Nixon was finished. How about September 8th, 1974? Richard Nixon was pardoned. And then there was April 30th, 1975. The U.S. Navy evacuated all remaining personnel from Vietnam. They called this Operation Frequent Wind. Canon Mackey is skillful with me, I have to admit. He mentions dates and what he calls my head for history to set up a familiar thesis that I live in the past. Canon Mackey makes me wonder if my devotion to the memory of Canon Campbell is not also an aspect of how much I live in the past. Years ago, when I felt so close to Canon Campbell, I lived less in the past. Or else, what we now call the past was then the present. It was the actual time that Canon Campbell and I shared, and we were both caught up in it. If Canon Campbell were alive, if he were still rector of Grace Church, perhaps he would be no more sympathetic to me than Canon Mackey is sympathetic today. Canon Campbell was alive on January 21st, 1977. That was the day President Jimmy Carter issued a pardon to the draft dodgers. What did I care? I was already a Canadian citizen. Although Canon Campbell cautioned me about my anger, too, he understood why that pardon made me so angry. I showed Canon Campbell the letter I wrote to Jimmy Carter. "Dear Mr. President," I wrote, "who will pardon the United States?" Who can pardon the United States? How can they be pardoned for Vietnam, for their conduct in Nicaragua, for their steadfast and gross contribution to the proliferation of nuclear arms? John, Canon Mackey said, your little speech about Christmas at the parish council meeting, I doubt that even Scrooge would have chosen a parish council meeting as the proper occasion for such an announcement. I merely said that I found Christmas depressing, I said. Merely, said Canon Mackey. The Church counts very heavily on Christmas, for its missions, for its livelihood in this city, and Christmas is the focal point for the children in our church. And what would the canon have said if I'd told him that the Christmas of '53 put the finishing touches on Christmas for me? He would have told me, again, that I was living in the past. So I said nothing. I hadn't wanted to talk about Christmas in the first place. Is it any wonder how Christmas, ever since that Christmas, depresses me? The Nativity I witnessed in '53 has replaced the old story. The Christ is born, miraculously to be sure, but even more miraculous are the demands he succeeds in making, even before he can walk. Not only does he demand to be worshipped and adored by peasants and royalty, by animals and his own parents, but he also banishes his mother and father from the house of prayer and song itself. I will never forget the inflamed color of his bare skin in the winter cold, and the hospital white on white of his swaddling clothes against the new snow. A vision of the little Lord Jesus as a born victim, born raw, born bandaged, born angry and accusing, and wrapped so tightly that he could not bend at the knees at all and had to lie in his parents' laps as stiffly as someone who, mortally wounded, lies upon a stretcher. How can you like Christmas after that? Before I became a believer, I could at least enjoy the fantasy. That Sunday, feeling the wind cut through my Joseph robe out on Elliott
Or
Street
it could be medication
contributed
he's
to
on
my
too, I'm not
belief
sure.
in and
Oh
my
shit, Shmiggy's
dislike
here.
of the
Fuck.
miracle. How the congregation straggled out of the nave. How they hated to have their
Daniel.
rituals revised
Daniel.
without warning. The rector was not on the steps to shake their hands because so many of the congregation had followed our triumphant exit, leaving the Reverend Mr. Wiggins stranded at the altar with his benediction unsaid. He was supposed to have
Shmiggy,
delivered his benediction from the nave,
we're gonna do a
where
gay
the
cipher,
recessional
but
should have
you
led
gotta
him,
participate.
and not us. And what was Barb Wiggins supposed to do with the pillar of light, now that she had craned the light to follow the Lord Jesus and his tribe to the door? Dan Needham told me later that the Reverend Dudley Wiggin made a
Shmiggy's
most
here, I'm not sure if
unusual
he's able to
gesture for
do
the rector
anything
of
about
Christ
it.
Church to make from
This
the
could be a
pulpit.
tasty treat.
He drew his
Sure, I'm
forefinger
gonna
across
post
his
all the
throat,
instrumentals I have.
a signal to his wife to
Because
kill
my
the light,
HTML5
which
plugin,
only
Super
after
Chrome,
we
stopped
departed
working.
she
Just
finally
just throw it on. I'll just spit.
But to
Fuck it,
many
I'll
of the
learn.
bewildered congregation, who took their cues from the rector, for how else should they know what their next move should be in this unique celebration, the gesture of the Reverend Dudley Wiggins slashing his own throat was particularly gripping. Mr. Fish, in his inexperience, imitated the gesture as if it were a command, and then looked to Dan for approval. Dan observed that Mr. Fish was not alone. And what were we supposed to do? Our gang from the manger, ill-dressed for the weather, huddled uncertainly together after the granite truck turned onto Front Street and out of sight. The revived hind part of one donkey ran to the door of the parish house vestibule, which he found locked. The cows slipped in the snow. Where could we go but back in the main door? Had someone locked the parish house out of fear that thieves would steal our real clothes? To our knowledge, there was no shortage of clothes like ours in Gravesend and no robbers. And so we bucked against the grain. We fought against the congregation, they were coming out, in order that we might get back in. For Barb Wiggin, who wished that every worship service was as smooth as a flight free of bumpy air and one that departs and arrives on time, the sight of the traffic jam in the nave of the church must have caused further upset. Smaller angels and shepherds darted between the grown-ups' legs, the more stately kings clutching their toppled crowns, and the clumsier cows and the donkeys, now in halves, made awkward progress against the flow of bulky overcoats. The countenances of many a parishioner reflected shock and insult, as if the Lord Jesus had just spat in their faces to deem them sacrilegious. Among the older members of the congregation, with whom the jocular Captain Wiggin and his brash wife were not an overnight success, there was a stewing anger, apparent in their frowns and scowls, as if the shameful pageant they had just witnessed were the rector's idea of something modern. Whatever it was, they hadn't liked it, and their reluctant acceptance of the ex-pilot would be delayed for a few more years. I found myself chin to chest with the Reverend Lewis Merrill, who was as baffled as the Episcopalian congregation regarding what he and his wife were supposed to do next. They were nearer the nave of the church than was the rector, who was nowhere to be found, and if the Reverend Mr. Merrill continued to press with the throng toward the door, he might find himself out on the steps, in a position to shake hands with the departing souls in advance of the Reverend Mr. Wiggins' appearance there. It was surely not Pastor Merrill's responsibility to shake hands with Episcopalians following their botched pageant. God forbid that any of them might think that he was the reason for the pageant being so peculiarly wrecked, or that this was how the Congregationalists interpreted the Nativity. "Your little friend," Mr. Merrill asked in a whisper, "is he always so like that?" Is he always like what? I thought. But in the crush of the crowd, it would have been hard to stand my ground while Mr. Merrill stuttered out what he meant. "Yes," I said. "That's Owen. This was pure Owen today. He's unpredictable, but he's always in charge. He's quite miraculous." the Reverend Mr. Merrill said, smiling faintly, clearly glad that the Congregationalists preferred caroling to pageants, and clearly relieved that Owen Meany had moved no farther down the Protestant rungs than the Episcopalians. The pastor was probably imagining what sort of damage Owen might accomplish at a Vesper service. Dan grabbed me in the connecting passage to the parish house. He said he'd wait for me to get my clothes and Owen's. We could go back to the dorm together then, or to 80 Front Street. Mr. Fish was happy and agitated. If he thought that the Reverend Dudley Wiggins slashing his throat was a part of the rector's annual performance, he also imagined that everything Owen had done was in the script, and Mr. Fish had been quite impressed by the dramatic qualities of the story. "I love the part when he tells the angel what to say. That's brilliant," Mr. Fish said. "And how he throws his mother aside, how he starts right in with the criticism. I mean, you get the idea right away that this is no ordinary baby. You know, he's the Lord, Jesus, from day one. I mean, he's born giving orders, telling everyone what to do. I thought you told me he didn't have a speaking part. I had no idea it was so primitive, a ritual so violent, so barbaric. But it's very moving," Mr. Fish added hastily, lest Dan and I be offended to hear our religion described as primitive and barbaric. "It's not quite what the author intended," Dan told Mr. Fish. I left Dan explaining the deviations from the expected to the excited amateur actor. I wanted to get dressed and find Owen's clothes in a hurry without encountering either of the Wiggins. But I was a while getting my hands on Owen's clothes. Mary Beth Baird had balled them up with her own in a corner of the vestibule, where she then lay down to weep on top of them. It was complicated getting her to relinquish Owen's clothes without striking her, and impossible to interrupt her sobbing. Everything that had upset the little Lord Jesus had been her fault, in her opinion. She had not only failed to soothe him, she'd been a bad mother in general. Owen hated her, she claimed. How she wished she understood him better. Yet somehow, as she explained to me through her tears, she was sure she understood him better than anyone else did. At age 11, I was too young to glimpse a vision of what sort of overwrought wife and mother Mary Beth Baird would make. There in the vestibule, I wanted only to hit her, to forcibly take Owen's clothes and leave her in a puddle of tears. The very idea of her understanding Owen Meany made me sick. What she really meant was that she wanted to take him home and lie on top of him. Her idea of understanding him began and ended with her desire to cover his body, to never let him get up. Because I was slow in leaving the vestibule, Barb Wiggin caught me. "You can give him this message when you give him his clothes," she hissed to me, her fingers digging into my shoulder and shaking me. "Tell him he's to come see me before he's allowed back in this church, before the next Sunday school class, before he comes to another service. He comes to see me first. He's not allowed here until he sees me," she repeated, giving me one last shake for good measure. I was so upset that I blurted it all out to Dan, who was hanging around the altar area with Mr. Fish, who, in turn, was staring at the scattered hay in the manger and at the few gifts abandoned by the Christ child there, as if some meaning could be discerned from the arrangement of the debris. I told Dan what Barb Wiggin had said, and how she'd given Owen a hard-on, and how there had been virtual warfare between them. And now, I was sure, Owen would never be allowed to be an Episcopalian again. If seeing her was a prerequisite for Owen to return to Christ Church, then Owen, I knew, would be as shunning of us Episcopalians as he was presently shunning of Catholics. I became quite exercised in relating this scenario to Dan, who sat beside me in a front-row pew and listened sympathetically. Mr. Fish came and told us that the angel was still on high, He wondered if this was a part of the script, to leave Harold Crosby hanging in the rafters long after the manger and the pews had emptied. Harold Crosby, who thought both his God and Barb Wiggin had abandoned him forever, swung like the victim of a vigilante killing among the mock flying buttresses. Dan, an accomplished mechanic of all theatrical equipment, eventually mastered the angel-lowering apparatus and returned the banished angel to terra firma, where Harold collapsed in relief and gratitude. He had thrown up all over himself, and, in attempting to wipe himself with one of his wings, he'd made quite an unsalvageable mess of his costume. That was when Dan carried out his responsibilities as a stepfather in most concrete, even heroic terms. He carried the sodden Harold Crosby to the parish house vestibule, where he asked Barb Wiggin if he might have a word with her. "Can't you see," she asked him, "that this isn't the best of times?" "I should not want to bring up the matter of how you left this boy hanging with the vestry members," Dan said to her. He held Harold Crosby with some difficulty, not only because Harold was heavy and wet, but because the stench of vomit, especially in the close air of the vestibule, was overpowering. "This isn't the best of times to bring up anything with me," Barb Wiggin cautioned. But Dan Needham was not a man to be bullied by a stewardess. "Nobody cares what sort of mess-up happens at a children's pageant," Dan said. "But this boy was left hanging 20 feet above a concrete floor. A serious accident might have occurred due to your negligence." Harold Crosby shut his eyes, as if he feared Barb Wiggin was going to hit him or strap him back in the angel-raising apparatus. "I regret," Barb Wiggin began, but Dan cut her off. "You will not lay down any laws for Owen Meany," Dan Needham told her. "You are not the rector. You are the rector's wife. You had a job to return this boy safely to the floor, and you forgot all about it. I will forget all about it, too, and you will forget about seeing Owen. Owen is allowed in this church at any time. He doesn't require your permission to be here. If the rector would like to speak with Owen, have the rector call me." And here Dan Needham released the slippery Harold Crosby, whose manner of groping for his clothes suggested that the angel apparatus had cut off all circulation to his legs. He wobbled unsteadily about the vestibule, the other children getting out of his way because of his smell. Dan Needham put his hand on the back of my neck. He pushed me gently forward until I was standing directly between Barb Wiggin and him. "This boy is not your messenger, Mrs. Wiggin," Dan said. "I should not want to bring up any of this with the vestry members," he repeated. Stewardesses have, at best, marginal authority. Barb Wiggin knew when her authority had slipped. She looked awfully ready to please, so ready to please that I was embarrassed for her. She turned her attention eagerly to the task of getting Harold Crosby into fresher clothes. She was just in time. Harold's mother entered the vestibule as Dan and I were leaving the parish house. "My, that looked like fun," Mrs. Crosby said. "Did you have fun, dear?" she asked him. When Harold nodded, Barb Wiggin spontaneously hugged him against her hip. Mr. Fish had found the rector. The Reverend Dudley Wiggin was occupying himself with the Christmas candles, measuring them to ascertain which were still long enough to be used again next year. The Reverend Dudley Wiggin had a pilot's healthy instinct for looking ahead. He did not dwell on the present, especially not on the disasters. He would never call Dan and ask to speak to Owen. Owen would be allowed at Christ Church without any consultation with the rector. "I like the way Joseph and Mary carry the baby Jesus out of the manger," Mr. Fish was saying. "Ah, do you? Ah, yes," the rector said. "It's a great ending, very dramatic," Mr. Fish pointed out. "Yes, it is, isn't it?" the rector said. "Perhaps we'll work out a similar ending next year." Of course, the part requires someone with Owen's presence, Mr. Fish said. I'll bet you don't get a Christ child like him every year. No, not like him, the rector agreed. He's a natural, Mr. Fish said. Yes, isn't he? Mr. Wiggins said. Have you seen A Christmas Carol? Mr. Fish asked. Not this year, the rector said. What are you doing on Christmas Eve? Mr. Fish asked him. I knew what I wished I was doing on Christmas Eve. I wished I was in Sawyer Depot, waiting with my mother for Dan to arrive on the midnight train. That's how our Christmas Eves had been, since my mother had gotten together with Dan. Mother and I would enjoy the Eastman's hospitality, and I would exhaust myself with my violent cousins, and Dan would join us after the Christmas Eve performance of the Gravesend Players. He would be tired when he got off the train from Gravesend at midnight, but everyone in the Eastman house, even my grandmother, would be waiting up for him. Uncle Alfred would fix Dan a nightcap, while my mother and Aunt Martha put Noah and Simon and Hester and me to bed. At 12:15, Hester and Simon and Noah and I would bundle up and cross the street to the depot. The weather in the North Country on a Christmas Eve at midnight was not inviting to grown-ups. The grown-ups all approved of letting us kids meet Dan's train. We liked to be early so we could make plenty of snowballs. The train was always on time in those days. There were few people on it, and almost no one but Dan got off in Sawyer Depot, where we would pelt him with snowballs. As tired as he was, Dan put up a game fight. Earlier in the evening, my mother and Aunt Martha sang Christmas carols. Sometimes my grandmother would join in. We children could remember most of the words to the first verses. It was in the later verses of the carols that my mother and Aunt Martha put their years in the Congregational Church Choir to the test. My mother won that contest. She knew every word to every verse, so that, as a carol progressed, we heard nothing at all from grandmother and less from Aunt Martha. In the end, my mother got to sing the last verses by herself. "What a waste, Tabby," Aunt Martha would say. "It's an absolute waste of your memory, knowing all those words to the verses no one ever sings." "What else do I need my memory for?" my mother asked her sister. The two women would smile at each other, my Aunt Martha coveting that part of my mother's memory that might tell her the story of who my father was. What really irked Martha about my mother's total recall of Christmas carols was that my mother got to sing those last verses solo. Even Uncle Alfred would stop what he was doing just to listen to my mother's voice. I remember it was at my mother's funeral when the Reverend Lewis Merrill told my grandmother that he'd lost my mother's voice twice. The first time was when Martha got married, because that was when both girls started spending Christmas vacations in Sawyer Depot. My mother would still practice singing carols with the choir, but she was gone to visit her sister by the Sunday of Christmas Vespers. The second time that Pastor Merrill lost my mother's voice was when she moved to Christ Church, when he lost it forever. But I had not lost her voice until Christmas Eve, 1953, when the town I was born in and grew up in felt so unfamiliar to me. Gravesend just never was my Christmas Eve town. Of course, I was grateful to have something to do. Although I'd seen every production of A Christmas Carol, including the dress rehearsal, I was especially glad that the final production was available to take up the time on Christmas Eve. I think both Dan and I wanted our time taken up. After the play, Dan had scheduled a cast party, and I understood why he'd done that. To take up every minute until midnight, and even past midnight, so that he wouldn't be thinking of riding the train to Sawyer Depot, and my mother in the Eastmans' warm house waiting for him. I could picture the Eastmans having a hard time on Christmas Eve, too. After the first verse, Aunt Martha would be struggling with each carol. Dan had wanted to have the cast party at 80 Front Street, and I understood that, too. He wanted my grandmother to be just as busy as he was. Of course, grandmother would have complained bitterly about the party revelers and about such a sundry guest list, given the diverse personalities and social stations of a typical Dan Needham cast. But grandmother would at least have been occupied. As it was, she refused. Dan had to beg her to get her to see the play. At first, she gave him every excuse. She couldn't possibly leave Lydia alone. Lydia was sick. There was some congestion in her lungs or bronchial tubes, and it was out of the question that Lydia could go out to a play. Furthermore, grandmother argued, it being Christmas Eve, she had allowed Ethel to visit her next of kin. Ethel would be gone for Christmas Day and the next day, too, and surely Dan knew how Lydia hated to be left alone with Germaine. Dan pointed out that he thought Germaine had been hired specifically to look after Lydia. Yes, grandmother nodded, that was certainly true. Nevertheless, the girl was dismal, superstitious company, and what Lydia needed on Christmas Eve was company. It was, Dan politely reasoned, strictly for company's sake that he wanted my grandmother to see A Christmas Carol, and even spend a short time enjoying the festive atmosphere of the cast party. Since my grandmother had refused him the use of 80 Front Street, Dan had decorated the entire third floor of Waterhouse Hall, opening a few of the less cluttered boys' rooms and the common room on that floor for the cast. His own tiny apartment just wouldn't suffice. He'd alerted the Brinker Smiths that there might be a rumpus 2 floors above them. They were welcome to join the festivities or plug up the twins' ears with cotton as they saw fit. Grandmother did not see fit to do a damn thing, but she enjoyed Dan's efforts to cajole her out of her veteran, antisocial cantankerousness, and she agreed to attend the play. As for the cast party, she would see how she felt after the performance. And so it fell to me, the task of escorting grandmother to the closing night enactment of A Christmas Carol in the Gravesend Town Hall. I took many precautions along the way to protect grandmother from fracturing her hip. Although the sidewalks were safely sanded, there had been no new snowfall, and the well-oiled wood of the old town meeting place was slipperier than any surface grandmother was likely to encounter outdoors. The hinges of the ancient folding chairs creaked in unison as I led Harriet Wheelwright to a favored center aisle seat in the third row, our townspeople's heads turning in the manner that a congregation turns to view a bride. For my grandmother entered the theater as if she were still responding to a curtain call following her long-ago performance in Mom's The Constant Wife. Harriet Wheelwright had a gift for making a regal entry. There was even some scattered applause, which grandmother quieted with a well-aimed glower. Respect in the form of awe, preferably silent awe, was something she courted, but hand-clapping was, under the circumstances, vulgar. It took a full 5 minutes for her to be comfortably seated, her mink off, but positioned over her shoulders, her scarf loosened, but covering the back of her neck from drafts, which were known to approach from the rear, her hat on, despite the fact that no one seated behind her could see over it. Graciously, the gentleman so seated moved. At last, I was free to venture backstage, where I had grown used to the aura of spiritual calm surrounding Owen Meany at the makeup mirror. The trauma of the Christmas pageant shone in his eyes like a death in the family. His cold had settled deep in his chest, and a fever drove him to alternate states. First he burned, then he sweated, then he shivered. He needed very little eyeliner to deepen the darkness entombing his eyes, and his nightly excessive applications of baby powder to his face, which was already as white as the face of a china doll, had covered the makeup table with a silt as fine as plaster dust, in which Owen wrote his name with his finger in square blocked letters, the style of lettering favored in the Meany Monument Shop. Owen had offered no explanation regarding the offense he took at his parents' attendance at the Christchurch Nativity. When I suggested that his response to their presence in the congregation had been radical and severe, he dismissed me in a fashion he'd perfected, by forgiving me for what I couldn't be expected to know, and what he would never explain to me, that old unspeakable outrage that the Catholics had perpetrated, and his parents' inability to rise above what amounted to the religious persecution they had suffered. Yet it was my opinion that Owen was persecuting his parents. Why they accepted such persecution was a mystery to me. From backstage, I was uniquely positioned to search the audience for the acquiescent presence of Mr. and Mrs. Meany. They were not there. My search was rewarded, however, by the discovery of a sanguinary Mr. Morrison, the cowardly mailman, his eyes darting daggers in all directions and wringing his hands, as he might around a throat, in his lap. Mr. and Mrs. Meany. They were not there. My search was rewarded, however, by the discovery of a sanguinary Mr. Morrison, the cowardly mailman, his eyes darting daggers in all directions and wringing his hands, as he might around a throat, in his lap. The look of a man who's come to see what might have been is full of both bloodshed and nostalgia. Should Owen succumb to his fever, Mr. Morrison looked ready to play the part. It was a full house. To my surprise, I'd seen many of the audience at earlier performances. The Reverend Lewis Merrill, for example, was back for a second, maybe even a third time. He always came to dress rehearsals and often to a later performance. He told Dan he enjoyed watching the actors settle into their parts. Being a minister, he must have especially enjoyed A Christmas Carol. It was such a heartfelt rendering of a conversion. Not just a lesson in Christian charity, but an example of man's humbleness before the spiritual world. Even so, I could not find Rector Wiggin in the audience. I had no expectations of finding Barb, either. I would guess their exposure to Owen Meany's interpretations of the spiritual world was sufficient to inspire them until next Christmas. Lewis Merrill, forever in the company of the sour stamina that radiated from his wife, was also in the company of his troubled children, often rebellious, almost always unruly, uniformly sullen. The Merrill children acted out their displeasure at being dragged to an amateur theatrical. The tallest boy, the notorious cemetery vandal, sprawled his legs into the center aisle, indifferently creating a hazard for the elderly, the infirm, and the unwary. The middle child, a girl, her hair so brutally short, in keeping with her square, shapeless body that she might have been a boy, brooded loudly over her bubble gum. She had sunk herself so low in her seat that her knees caused considerable discomfort to the back of the neck of the unfortunate citizen who sat in front of her. He was a plump, mild, middle-aged man who taught something in the sciences at Gravesend Academy, and when he turned round in his seat to reprove the girl with a scientific glance, she popped a bubble at him with her gum. The third and youngest child, of undetermined sex, crawled under the seats, disturbing the ankles of several surprised theater-goers and coating itself with a film of grime and ashes and all manner of muck that the patrons had brought in upon their winter boots. Through all the unpleasantness created by her children, Mrs. Merrill suffered silently. Although they caused her obvious pain, she was unprotesting. Since nearly everything caused her pain, she thought it would be unfair to single them out for special distinction. Mr. Merrill gazed, undistracted, toward center stage, apparently transfixed by the crack where the curtain would part. He appeared to believe that by his special scrutiny of this opening, by a supreme act of concentration, he might inspire the curtains to open. Why, then, was he so surprised when they did? Why was I so surprised by the applause that greeted old Scrooge in his counting-house? It was the way the play had opened every night. But it wasn't until Christmas Eve that it occurred to me how many of these same townspeople must have been present in those bleacher seats that summer day, applauding, or on the verge of applauding, the force with which Owen Meany struck that ball. And yes, there was fat Mr. Chickering, whose warm-up jacket had kept me from too close a view of the mortal injury. Yes, there was Police Chief Pike. As always, he was stationed by the door, his suspicious eyes roaming the audience as much as they toured the stage, as if Chief Pike suspected that the culprit might have brought the stolen baseball to the play. "If I could work my will," said Mr. Fish indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart." I saw Mr. Morrison silently move his mouth to every word. In the absence of any lines to learn, as the ghost of Christmas yet to come, he had learned all of Scrooge's lines by heart. What had he made of the foul ball that so spectacularly spun my mother around? Had he been there to see Mr. Chickering pinch her splayed knees together for modesty's sake? Just before Owen made contact, my mother had noticed someone in the bleachers. As I remembered it, she was waving to someone just before she was struck. She had not been waving to Mr. Morrison, I was sure. His cynical presence didn't inspire a greeting as unself-conscious as a wave. That lugubrious mailman did not invite so much as a nod of recognition. Yet who was that someone my mother had been waving to? Whose was the last face she'd seen, the face she'd singled out in the crowd, the face she'd found there and had closed her eyes upon at the moment of her death? With a shudder, I tried to imagine who it could have been, if not my grandmother, if not Dan. "I wear the chain I forged in life," Marley's ghost told Scrooge. With my attention fixed upon the audience, I had known where I was in the play by the clanking of Marley's chains. "Mankind was my business," Marley told Scrooge. "The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." With a shudder, I imagined that it had been my father in the bleachers. It had been my father she'd waved to the instant she was killed. With no idea how I might hope to recognize him, I began with the front row left center. I went through the audience, face by face. From my perspective, backstage, the faces in the audience were almost uniformly still, and the attention upon them was not directed toward me. The faces were, at least in part, strangers to me, and, especially in the back rows, smaller than the faces on baseball cards. It was a futile search, but it was then and there that I started to remember. From backstage, watching the Christmas Eve faces of my fellow townspeople, I could begin to populate those bleacher seats on that summer day. Row by row, I could remember a few of the baseball fans who had been there. Mrs. Kenmore, the butcher's wife, and their son Donnie, a rheumatic fever baby who was not allowed to play baseball. They attended every game. They were in attendance at A Christmas Carol to watch Mr. Kenmore slaughter the part of the Ghost of Christmas Present, but I could see them in their short-sleeved summer garb with their identically sunburned noses. They always sat down low in the bleachers because Donnie was not agile and Mrs. Kenmore feared he would fall through the slats. And there was Mr. Early's daughter, Maureen, reputed to have wet her pants when Owen Meany tried out for the part of the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. She was here tonight, and she had been present every night to watch her father's vain attempts to make Marley's ghost resemble King Lear. She simultaneously worshipped and despised her father, who was a terrible snob, and regaled Maureen with both undeserved praise and a staggering list of his expectations for her. At the very least, she would one day have her doctorate, and if she were to indulge her fantasy and become a movie star, she would make her reputation on the silver screen only after numerous triumphs in legitimate theater. Maureen Early was a dreamer who squirmed in her seat, whether she was watching her father overact or watching Owen Meany approach home plate. I remembered that she had been sitting in the top row, squirming beside Caroline O'Day, whose father ran the Chevy dealership. Caroline O'Day was one of those rare parochial school girls who managed to wear her St. Michael's uniform, her pleated flannel skirt and matching burgundy knee socks, as if she were a cocktail waitress in a lounge of questionable repute. With boys, Caroline O'Day was as aggressive as a Corvette, and Maureen Early enjoyed her company because Mr. Early thought the O'Days were vulgar. It had not set well with Mr. Early that Caroline's father, Larry O'Day, had secured the part of Bob Cratchit. But Mr. O'Day was younger and handsomer than Mr. Early, and Dan Needham knew that a Chevy salesman's derring-do was far preferable to Mr. Early's attempting to turn Bob Cratchit into King Lear. How I remembered them on that summer day, Maureen Early and Caroline O'Day, how they had laughed and squirmed in their seats together when Owen Meany came to bat. What a power I had discovered. I felt certain I could refill those bleacher seats. One day, I was sure, I could see everyone who'd been there. I could find that special someone my mother had waved to at the end. Mr. Arthur Dowling had been there. I could see him shade his eyes with one hand, his other hand shading his wife's eyes. He was that sort of servant to her. Arthur Dowling was watching A Christmas Carol because his wife, the most officious member of the town library board, was steering her humorless self through the chore of being the ghost of Christmas past. Amanda Dowling was a pioneer in challenging sexual stereotypes. She wore men's clothes. Fancy dress for her meant a coat and tie, and when she smoked, she blew smoke in men's faces, this being at the heart of her opinions regarding how men behave toward women. Both her husband and Amanda were in favor of creating mayhem with sexual stereotypes or reversing sexual roles as arduously and as self-consciously as possible. Hence, he often wore an apron while shopping. Hence, her hair was shorter than his, except on her legs and in her armpits where she grew it long. There were certain positive words in their vocabulary, European among them. Women who didn't shave their armpits or their legs were more European than American women to their undoubted advantage. They were childless. Dan Needham suggested that their sexual roles might be so reversed as to make childbearing difficult, and their attendance at Little League games was marked by a constant disapproval of the sport. That little girls were not allowed to play in the Little League was an example of sexual stereotyping that exercised the Dowlings' humorlessness and fury. Should they have a daughter, they warned, she would play in the Little League. They were a couple with a theme. Sadly, it was their only theme, and a small theme, and they overplayed it. But a young couple with such a burning mission was quite interesting to the generally slow, accepting types who were more typical in Gravesend. Mr. Chickering, our fat coach and manager, lived in dread of the day the Dowlings might produce a daughter. Mr. Chickering was of the old school. He believed that only boys should play baseball and that girls should watch them play, or else play softball. Like many small-town world changers, the Dowlings were independently wealthy. He, in fact, did nothing, except he was a ceaseless interior decorator of his own well-appointed house and a manicure artist when the subject was his lawn. In his early 30s, Arthur Dowling had developed the habit of puttering to a level of frenzy quite beyond the capacities of the retired, who are conventionally supposed to be the putterers. Amanda Dowling didn't work either, but she was tireless in her pursuit of the board member life. She was a trustee of everything, and the town library was not the only board she served. It was simply the board she was most often associated with, because it was a board she served with special vengeance. Among the methods she preferred for changing the world, banning books was high on her list. Sexual stereotypes did not fall, she liked to say, from the clear blue sky. Books were the major influences upon children, and books that had boys being boys and girls being girls were among the worst offenders. Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, for example. They were an education and condescension to women. All by themselves, they created sexual stereotypes. Wuthering Heights, for example. How that book taught a woman to submit to a man made Amanda Dowling see red, as she would say. As for the Dowlings' participation in the Gravesend Players, they took turns. Their campaign was relentless, but minor. She tried out for parts conventionally bestowed upon men. He went after the lesser women's roles, preferably non-speaking. She was more ambitious than he was, befitting a woman, determined to reverse sexual stereotypes. She thought that speaking parts for males were perfect for her. Dan Needham gave them what he could. To deny them outright would risk the charge they relished to make, and made often, that so-and-so was discriminatory. A patterned absurdity marked each Dowling's role on stage. Amanda was terrible as a man, but she would have been just as terrible as a woman, Dan was quick to point out, and Arthur was simply terrible. The townspeople enjoyed them in the manner that only people from small towns, who know how everyone's apron is tied and by whom, can enjoy tedious eccentrics. The Dowlings were tedious. Their eccentricity was flawed and made small by the utter predictability of their highly selective passions. Yet they were a fixture of the Gravesend Players that provided constant, if familiar, entertainment. Dan Needham knew better than to tamper with them. How I astonished myself that Christmas Eve. With diligence, with months, even years, backstage in the Gravesend Town Hall, I knew I could find the face my mother had waved to in the stands. Why not at the baseball games themselves, you might wonder? Why not observe the actual fans in the actual bleachers? People tend to take the same seats. But at Dan's theater, I had an advantage. I could watch the audience unseen, and I would not be drawing attention to myself by putting myself between the field of play and them. Backstage, and all that this implies, is invisible. You can see more in faces that can't see you. If I was looking for my father, shouldn't I look for him unobserved? "Spirit," said Scrooge to the ghost of Christmas past, "remove me from this place." And I watched Mr. Arthur Dowling watching his wife, who said, "I told you these were shadows of the things that had been, that they are what they are," Amanda Dowling said. "Do not blame me." I watched my fellow townspeople snicker, all but Mr. Arthur Dowling, who remained seriously impressed by the reversed sexual role he saw before him. That the Dowlings took turns at the Gravesend Players, that they never took roles in the same play was a great source of mirth to Dan, who enjoyed joking with Mr. Fish. "I wonder if the Dowlings take turns sexually," Dan would say. "It's most unpleasant to imagine," Mr. Fish would say. What daydreams I accomplished backstage on Christmas Eve. How I fed myself memories from the faces of my fellow townspeople. When Mr. Fish asked the ghost of Christmas Present if the poor, wretched children were his, the spirit told him, "They are man's." How proud Mrs. Kenmore was of Mr. Kenmore the butcher, how the rheumatic heart of their son Donnie jumped for joy to see his father with words instead of meat at his fingertips. "This boy is ignorance," the butcher said. "This girl is want. Beware of them both, and all of their degree, but most of all beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be encased." He meant erased, but Mr. Kenmore was probably thinking of sausages. On the trusting faces of my fellow townspeople there was no more awareness of Mr. Kenmore's error than Mr. Kenmore himself possessed. Of the faces I surveyed, only Harriet Wheelwright, who had seen almost as many versions of A Christmas Carol as Dan Needham had directed, winced to hear the butcher butcher his line. My grandmother, a born critic, briefly closed her eyes and sighed. Such was my interest in the audience. I did not turn to face the stage until Owen Meany made his appearance. I did not need to see him to know he was there. A hush fell over the audience. The faces of my fellow townspeople, so amused, so curious, so various, were rendered shockingly similar. Each face became the model of each other's fear. Even my grandmother, so detached, so superior, drew her fur closer around her shoulders and shivered. An apparent draught had touched the necks of my fellow townspeople. The shiver that passed through my grandmother appeared to pass through them all. Donnie Kenmore clutched his rheumatic heart. Maureen Early, determined not to pee in her pants again, shut her eyes. The look of dread upon the face of Mr. Arthur Dowling surpassed even his interest in sexual role reversal, for neither the sex nor the identity of Owen Meany was clear. What was clear was that he was a ghost. "Ghost of the future," Mr. Fish exclaimed, "I fear you more than any spectre I have seen." To observe the terror upon my fellow townspeople's faces was entirely convincing. It was obvious that they agreed with Mr. Fish's assessment of this ghost's fearful qualities. "Will you not speak to me?" Scrooge pleaded. Owen coughed. It was not, as Dan had hoped, a humanizing sound. It was a rattle so deep and so deeply associated with death that the audience was startled. People twitched in their seats. Maureen Early, abandoning all hope of containing her urine, opened her eyes wide and stared at the source of such an unearthly bark. That was when I turned to look at him, too. At the instant his baby-powdered hand shot out of the black folds of his cowl, and he pointed. A fever chill sent a spasm down his trembling arm, and his hand responded to the jolt as to electricity. Mr. Fish flinched. "Lead on!" cried Scrooge. "Lead on!" Gliding across the stage, Owen Meany led him. But the future was never quite clear enough for Scrooge to see it, until at last they came to the churchyard. A worthy place, Dickens called it, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much burying, fat with repleted appetite. "Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point," Scrooge began to say. Among the papier-mâché gravestones, where Mr. Fish was standing, one stone loomed larger than the others. It was this stone that Owen pointed to Again and again, he pointed and pointed, so that Mr. Fish would stop stalling and get to the part where he reads his own name on that grave. Owen stepped closer to the gravestone himself. Scrooge began to babble. "Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends to which, if persevered in, they must lead. But," Mr. Fish said to Owen, "if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me." Owen Meany, not moved to speak, bent over the gravestone, appearing to read the name he saw there to himself. He directly fainted. "Owen," Mr. Fish said crossly. But Owen was as committed to not answering as the ghost of the future. "Owen?" Mr. Fish asked, more sympathetically. The audience appeared to sympathize with Mr. Fish's reluctance to touch the slumped, hooded figure. It would be just like Owen, I thought, to regain consciousness by jumping to his feet and screaming. This was exactly what Owen did, before Dan Needham could call for the curtain. Mr. Fish fell over what was meant to be his grave, and the sheer terror in Owen's cry was matched by a corresponding terror in the audience. There were screams, there were gasps. I knew that Maureen Early's pants were wet again. Just what had the ghost of the future actually seen? Mr. Fish, a veteran at making the best of a mess, found himself sprawled on the stage in a perfect position to read his own name on the papier-mâché gravestone, which he had half crushed in falling over it. "Ebenezer Scrooge, am I that man?" he asked Owen. But something was wrong with Owen, who appeared to be more frightened of the papier-mâché gravestone than Scrooge was afraid of it. Owen kept backing away. He retreated across the stage with Mr. Fish imploring him for an answer. Without a word, without so much as pointing again at the gravestone that had the power to frighten even the ghost of Christmas yet to come, Owen Meany retreated off stage. In the dressing room, he sobbed upon the makeup table, coating his hair with baby powder, the black eyeliner streaking his face. Dan Needham felt his forehead. "You're burning up, Owen," Dan said. "I'm getting you straight home and straight to bed." "What is it? What happened?" I asked Owen. But he shook his head and cried harder. "He fainted, that's what happened," Dan said. Owen shook his head. "Is he all right?" Mr. Fish asked from the door. Dan had called for a curtain before Mr. Fish's last scene. "Are you all right, Owen?" Mr. Fish asked. "My God, you looked as if you'd seen a ghost." "I've seen everything now," Dan said. "I've seen Scrooge upstaged. I've seen the ghost of the future scare himself." The Reverend Lewis Merrill came to the crowded dressing room to offer his assistance, although Owen appeared more in need of a doctor than a minister. "Owen?" Pastor Merrill asked. "Are you all right?" Owen shook his head. "What did you see?" Owen stopped crying and looked up at him. That Pastor Merrill seemed so sure that Owen had seen something surprised me. Being a minister, being a man of faith, perhaps he was more familiar with visions than the rest of us. Possibly he had the ability to recognize those moments when visions appear to others. "What do you mean?" Owen asked Mr. Merrill. "You saw something, didn't you?" Pastor Merrill asked Owen. Owen stared at him. "Didn't you?" Mr. Merrill repeated. "I saw my name on the grave," said Owen Meany. Dan put his arms around Owen and hugged him. Owen, it's part of the story. You're sick, you have a fever. You're too excited. Seeing a name on that grave is just like the story. It's make-believe, Owen," Dan said. "It was my name," Owen said, "not Scrooge's." The Reverend Mr. Merrill knelt beside him. "It's a natural thing to see that, Owen," Mr. Merrill told him. "Your own name on your own grave. It's a vision we all have. It's just a bad dream, Owen." But Dan Needham regarded Mr. Merrill strangely, as if such a vision were quite foreign to Dan's experience. He was not at all sure that seeing one's own name on one's own grave was exactly natural. Mr. Fish stared at the Reverend Lewis Merrill as if he expected more miracles on the order of the nativity he had only recently, and for the first time, experienced. In the baby powder on the makeup table, the name Owen Meany, as he himself had written it, was still visible. I pointed to it. "Owen," I said, "look what you wrote yourself, just tonight. You see, you were already thinking about it. Your name, I mean." But Owen Meany only stared at me. He stared me down. Then he stared at Dan until Dan said to Mr. Fish, "Let's get that curtain up. Let's get this over with." Then Owen stared at the Reverend Mr. Merrill until Mr. Merrill said, "I'll take you home right now, Owen. You shouldn't be waiting around for your curtain call with the temperature of the good Lord knows what." I rode with them. The last scene of A Christmas Carol was boring to me. After the departure of the ghost of Christmas yet to come, the story turns to syrup. Owen preferred staring at the darkness out the passenger side window to the lit road ahead. "You had a vision, Owen," Pastor Merrill repeated. I thought it was nice of him to be so concerned and to drive Owen home, considering that Owen had never been a Congregationalist. I noticed that Mr. Merrill's stutter abandoned him when he was being directly helpful to someone, although Owen responded ungenerously to the pastor's help. He appeared to be sullenly embracing his vision, like the typically doubtless prophet he so often seemed to be to me. He had seen his own name on his own grave. The world, not to mention Pastor Merrill, would have a hard time convincing him otherwise. Mr. Merrill and I sat in the car and watched him hobble over the snow-covered ruts in the driveway. There was an outside light left on for him, and another light was on in what I knew was Owen's room. But I was shocked to see that on Christmas Eve, his mother and father had not waited up for him. "An unusual boy," said the pastor neutrally as he drove me home. Without thinking to ask me which of my two homes he should take me to, Mr. Merrill drove me to 80 Front Street. I wanted to attend the cast party Dan was throwing in Waterhouse Hall, but Mr. Merrill had driven off before I remembered where I wanted to be. Then I thought I might as well go inside and see if my grandmother had come home, or if Dan had persuaded her to kick up her heels, such as she was willing, at the cast party. I knew the instant I opened the door that grandmother wasn't home. Perhaps they were still having curtain calls at the town hall. Maybe Mr. Merrill had been a faster driver than he appeared to be. I breathed in the still air of the old house. Lydia and Germaine must have been fast asleep, for even someone reading in bed makes a little noise, and 80 Front Street was as quiet as a grave. That was when I had the impression that it was a grave. The house itself frightened me. I knew I was probably jumpy after Owen's alarming vision, or whatever it was, and I was on the verge of leaving and of running down Front Street to the Gravesend Academy campus to Dan's dormitory when I heard Germaine. She was difficult to hear because she had hidden herself in the secret passageway, and she was speaking barely above a whisper, but the rest of the house was so very quiet I could hear her. "Oh, Jesus, help me," she was saying. "Oh, God, oh, dear Christ, oh, good Lord, help me." So there were thieves in Gravesend, I thought. The vestry members had been wise to lock the parish house. Christmas Eve bandits had pillaged 80 Front Street. Germaine had escaped to the secret passageway. But what had the robbers done to Lydia? Perhaps they had kidnapped her, or stolen her wheelchair and left her helpless. The books, a secret passageway, were tumbled all about. Half of them were on the floor, as if Germaine in her panic had forgotten the location of the concealed lock and key, upon which shelf, behind which books. She'd made such a mess that the lock and key were now plainly visible to anyone entering the living room, especially since the books strewn upon the floor drew your attention to the bookshelf door. "Jermaine," I whispered. "Have they gone?" "Have who gone?" Jermaine whispered back. "The robbers," I whispered. "What robbers?" she asked me. I opened the door to the secret passageway. She was cringing behind the door, near the jams and jellies, as many cobwebs in her hair as adorned the relishes and chutneys in the cans of overused, spongy tennis balls that dated back to the days when my mother saved old tennis balls for Sagamore. Jermaine was wearing her ankle-length flannel dressing gown, but she was barefoot, suggesting that the manner of her hiding herself in the secret passageway had not been unlike the way she cleared the table. "Lydia is dead," Jermaine said. She would not emerge from the cobwebs and shadows, although I held the heavy bookshelf door wide open for her. "They killed her?" I said in alarm. "No one killed her," Jermaine said. A certain mystical detachment flooded her eyes and caused her to slightly revise her statement. "Death just came for her," Jermaine said, shivering dramatically. She was the sort of girl who personified death. After all, she thought that Owen Meany's voice was simply the speaking vehicle for the devil. "How did she die?" I asked. "In her bed, when I was reading to her," Jermaine said. "She just corrected me," Jermaine said. Lydia was always correcting Jermaine naturally. Jermaine's pronunciation was especially offensive to Lydia, who modeled her own pronunciation exactly upon my grandmother's speech, and held Jermaine accountable for any failures in imitating my grandmother's reading voice as well. Grandmother and Lydia often took turns reading to each other, because their eyes, they said, needed rest. So Lydia had died while resting her eyes, informing Jermaine of her mispronunciation of this or that. Occasionally, Lydia would interrupt Jermaine's reading and ask her to repeat a certain word. Whether correctly or incorrectly pronounced, Lydia would then say, "I'll bet you don't know what the word means, do you?" So Lydia had died in the act of educating Jermaine, a task, in my grandmother's opinion, that had no end. Jermaine had sat with the body as long as she could stand it. "Things happen to the body," Jermaine explained, venturing cautiously into the living room. She viewed the spilled books with surprise, as if death had come for them, too, or perhaps death had been looking for her and had flung the books about in the process. "What things?" I asked. "Not nice things," Jermaine said, shaking her head. I could imagine the old house settling and creaking, groaning against the winter wind. Poor Jermaine had probably concluded that death was still around. Possibly death had expected that coming for Lydia would have been more of a struggle. Having found her and taken her so easily, probably death felt inclined to stay and take a second soul. Why not make a night of it? We held hands, as if we were siblings taking a great risk together, and went to view Lydia. I was quite shocked to see her, because Jermaine had not told me of the efforts she had made to shut Lydia's mouth. Jermaine had bound Lydia's jaws together with one of her pink leg warmers, which she had knotted at the top of Lydia's head. Upon closer inspection, I saw that Jermaine had also exercised considerable creativity in her efforts to permanently close Lydia's eyes. Upon closing them, she had fastened 2 unmatched coins, a nickel and a quarter, to Lydia's eyelids with Scotch tape. She told me that the only matching coins she could find had been dimes, which were too small, and that one eyelid fluttered, or it appeared to flutter, knocking the nickel off, hence the tape. She used the tape on both eyelids, she explained, even though the quarter had stayed in place by itself, because to tape one coin and not the other had not appealed to her sense of symmetry. Years later, I would remember her use of that word and conclude that Lydia and my grandmother had managed to educate Germaine a little. Symmetry, I was sure, was not a word in Germaine's vocabulary before she came to live at 80 Front Street. I would remember, too, that although I was only 11, such words were in my vocabulary, largely through Lydia's and my grandmother's efforts to educate me. My mother had never paid very particular attention to words, and Dan Needham let boys be boys. When Dan returned to 80 Front Street with my grandmother, Germaine and I were much relieved. We'd been sitting with Lydia's body, reassuring ourselves that death had come and got what it came for and gone, that death had left 80 Front Street in peace, at least for the rest of Christmas Eve. But we could not have gone on sitting with Lydia for very long.
This is the end of disc number 9. Please insert disc number 10. This is disc number 10.
When Dan returned to 80 Front Street with my grandmother, Germaine and I were much relieved. We'd been sitting with Lydia's body, reassuring ourselves that death had come and got what it came for and gone, that death had left 80 Front Street in peace, at least for the rest of Christmas Eve. But we could not have gone on sitting with Lydia for very long. As usual, Dan Needham took charge. He'd brought my grandmother home from her brief appearance at the cast party, and he allowed the cast party to go on without him. He put grandmother to bed with a rum toddy. Naturally, Owen's outburst in A Christmas Carol had upset her, and now she expressed her conviction that Owen had somehow foreseen Lydia's death and had confused it with his own. This point of view was immediately convincing to Germaine, who remarked that while she was reading to Lydia only shortly before Lydia died, both of them had thought they'd heard a scream. Grandmother was insulted that Germaine should actually agree with her about anything and wanted to disassociate herself from Germaine's hocus-pocus. It was nonsense that Lydia and Germaine could have heard Owen screaming all the way from the Gray's End Town Hall on a windy winter night with everyone's doors and windows shut. Germaine was superstitious and probably heard screaming of one kind or another every night. And Lydia, it was now clearly proven, was suffering from a senility much in advance of my grandmother's. Nonetheless, in grandmother's view, Owen Meany had certain unlikable powers. That he had foreseen Lydia's death was not superstitious nonsense, at least not on the level that Germaine was superstitious. Owen foresaw absolutely nothing, Dan Needham told the agitated women. He must have had a fever of 104. The only power he has is the power of his imagination. But against this reasoning, my grandmother and Germaine saw themselves as allies. There was, at the very least, some ominous connection between Lydia's death and what Owen saw. The powers of that boy went far beyond the powers of the imagination. "Have another rum toddy, Harriet," Dan Needham told my grandmother. "Don't you patronize me, Dan," my grandmother said. "And shame on you," she added, "for letting a stupid butcher get his bloody hands on such a wonderful part. Dismal casting," she told him. I agree, Dan said. It was also agreed that Lydia be allowed to lie in her own room with the door firmly shut. Germaine would sleep in the other twin bed in my room. Although I much preferred the idea of returning to Waterhouse Hall with Dan, it was pointed out to me that the cast party might rage on into the small hours, a likelihood that I had been looking forward to, and that Germaine, who was in a state, should not be left in a room alone. It would be quite improper for her to share a room with Dan, and unthinkable that my grandmother would sleep in the same room with a maid. After all, I was only 11. I had shared that room so many times with Owen. How I wanted to talk to him now. What would he think of my grandmother's suggestion that he had foreseen Lydia's death? And would he be relieved to learn that death didn't have a plan to come for him? Would he believe it? I knew he would be deeply disappointed if he missed seeing Lydia, and I wanted to tell him about my discovery, while watching the theater audience, that I believed I could, by this means, actually remember the faces in the audience at what Owen called that fated baseball game. What would Owen Meany say about my sudden inspiration, that it had been my actual father whom my mother was waving to the split second before the ball hit her? In the world of what the Reverend Lewis Merrill called visions, what would Owen make of that one? But Germaine distracted me. She wanted the nightlight left on. She tossed and turned. She lay, staring at the ceiling. When I got up to go to the bathroom, she asked me not to be gone long. She didn't want to be left alone, not for a minute. If she would only fall asleep, I thought, I could telephone Owen. There was only one phone in the Meany house. It was in the kitchen, right outside Owen's bedroom. I could call him at any hour of the night because he woke up in an instant, and his parents slept through the night like boulders, like immovable slabs of granite. Then I remembered it was Christmas Eve. My mother had once said it was just as well that we went to Sawyer Depot for Christmas because it prevented Owen from comparing what he got for Christmas with what I got. I got a half-dozen presents from each relative or loved one, from my grandmother, from my aunt and uncle, from my cousins, from Dan, and more than a half-dozen from my mother. I had looked under the Christmas tree this year in the living room of 80 Front Street and was touched at Dan's and my grandmother's efforts to match the sheer number of presents, for me, that usually lay under the Eastman's tree in Sawyer Depot. I had already counted them. I had over 40 wrapped presents, and God knows there was usually something hidden in the basement or in the garage that was too big to wrap. I never knew what Owen got for Christmas, but it occurred to me that if his parents hadn't even waited up for him on Christmas Eve, that Christmas was not especially emphasized in the Meany household. In the past, by the time I came back from Sawyer Depot, half of my lesser toys were broken or lost, and the new things that were truly worth keeping were discovered by Owen gradually over a period of days or weeks.
"Where'd you get that?" "For Christmas." "Oh, yes, I see."
Now that I thought of it, I could not remember him ever showing me a single thing he got for Christmas. I wanted to call him, but Germaine kept me in my bed. The more I stayed in my bed, and the more I was aware of her, still awake, the stranger I began to feel. I began to think about Germaine the way I often thought about Hester. And how old would Germaine have been in '53? In her 20s, I suppose. I actually began to wish that she would climb into my bed, and I began to imagine climbing into hers. I don't think she would have prevented me. I think she would have favored an innocent hug and even a not-so-innocent boy in her arms, if only to keep death away. I began to scheme, not at all in the manner of an 11-year-old, but in the manner of an older, horny boy. I began to imagine how much advantage I might take of Germaine, given that she was distraught. I actually said, "I believe you about hearing him scream." I lied. I didn't believe her at all. "It was his voice," she said instantly. "Now that I remember it, I know it was." I reached out my hand into the aisle between the twin beds. Her hand was there to take mine. I thought about the way Barb Wiggin had kissed Owen. I was rewarded with an erection powerful enough to slightly raise my bed covers. But when I squeezed Germaine's hand especially hard, she made no response. She just held on. "Go to sleep," she said. When her hand slipped out of mine, I realized that she had fallen asleep. I stared at her for a long time, but I didn't dare approach her. I was ashamed of how I felt. In the considerably grown-up vocabulary that I had been exposed to through my grandmother and Lydia, I had not been exposed to lust. That was not a word I could have learned from them. That was not a feeling I could label. What I was experiencing simply felt wrong. It made me feel guilty that a part of myself was an enemy to the rest of myself, and that was when I thought I understood where the feeling came from. It had to come from my father. It was the part of him that stirred inside me. And for the first time, I began to consider that my father might be evil, or that what of himself he had given to me was what was evil in me. Henceforward, whenever I was troubled by a way I felt, and especially when I felt this way, when I lusted, I thought that my father was asserting himself within me. My desire to know who he was took on a new urgency. I did not want to know who he was because I missed him or because I was looking for someone to love. I had Dan and his love. I had my grandmother. And everything I remembered, and I'm sure exaggerated, about my mother. It was not out of love that I wanted to meet my father, but out of the darkest curiosity, to be able to recognize in myself what evil I might be capable of. How I wanted to talk to Owen about this. When Germaine started to snore, I got out of bed and crept downstairs to the kitchen phone to call him. The sudden light in the kitchen sent a resident mouse into rapid abandonment of its investigations of the bread box. The light also surprised me, because it turned the myriad colonial-style window panes into fragmented mirror images of myself. There instantly appeared to be many of me, standing outside the house, looking in at me. In one image of my shocked face, I thought I recognized the fear and uneasiness peculiar to Mr. Morrison. According to Dan, Mr. Morrison's response to Owen's fainting spell and fit had been one of shock. The cowardly mailman had fainted. Chief Pike had carried the fallen postal thespian into the bracing night air, where Mr. Morrison had revived with a vengeance, wrestling in the snow with Gravesend's determined chief of police, until Mr. Morrison yielded to the strong arm of the law. But I was alone in the kitchen. The small, square, mirror-black panes reflected many versions of my face, but no other face looked in upon me as I dialed the meanie's number. It rang longer than I expected, and I almost hung up. Remembering Owen's fever, I was afraid he might be more soundly asleep than usual, and that Mr. and Mrs. Meany would be awakened by my call.
"Merry Christmas,"
he said, when he finally answered the phone. I told him everything. He was most sympathetic to the notion that I could remember the audience at the baseball game by observing the audience at Dan's play. He recommended that he watch with me, 2 pairs of eyes being better than 1. As for my imagining that my mother had been waving to my actual father in the last second she was alive, Owen Meany believed in trusting such instincts. He said that I must be
on the right track,
because the idea gave him
the shivers,
a sure sign. And as for my desire for Germaine giving me a hard-on, Owen couldn't have been more supportive. If Barb Wiggin could provoke lust in him, there was no shame in Germaine provoking such dreadful feelings in me. Owen had prepared a small sermon on the subject of lust, a feeling he would later describe as
a truthful premonition that damnation is for real.
As for the unpleasant sensation originating with my father, as for these hated feelings in myself being a first sign of my father's contribution to me, Owen was in complete agreement. Lust, he would later say, was God's way of helping me identify who my father was. In lust had I been conceived, in lust would I discover my father. It is amazing to me now how such wild imaginings and philosophies, inspired by a night charged with frights and calamities, made such perfectly good sense to Owen Meany and me. But good friends are nothing to each other if they are not supportive. Of course he agreed with me. How stupid Germaine was to imagine she'd heard him screaming all the way from the Gravesend Town Hall.
I didn't scream that loudly,
he said indignantly. It was Grandmother's interpretation of what he had foreseen that provided the only difference of opinion between us. If he had to believe anything, why couldn't he believe Grandmother, that it was Lydia's death that the gravestone foretold, that Owen had simply seen the wrong name?
No,
he said.
It was my name, not Scrooge's, and not Lydia's.
But that was just your mistake, I said. You were thinking of yourself. You'd even been writing your own name just moments before, and you had a very high fever. If that gravestone actually told you anything, it told you that someone was going to die. That someone was Lydia. She's dead, isn't she? And you're not dead, are you?
It was my name,
he repeated stubbornly. Look at it this way. You got it half right, I told him. I was trying to sound as if I were an old hand at visions and at interpreting them. I tried to sound as if I knew more about the matter than Pastor Merrill.
It wasn't just my name,
Owen said.
I mean, not the way I ever write it, not the way I wrote it in the baby powder. It was my real name. It said the whole thing,
he said. That made me pause. He sounded so unbudging. His real name was Paul, his father's name. His real name was Paul O. Meany, Jr. He'd been baptized a Catholic. Of course, he needed a saint's name, like St. Paul. If there is a St. Owen, I've never heard of him. And because there was already a Paul in the family, I suppose that's why they called him Owen. Where that middle name came from, he never said. I never knew. The gravestone said Paul O. Meany, Jr.? Is that right? I asked him.
It said the whole thing,
Owen repeated. He hung up. He was so crazy he drove me crazy. I stayed up drinking orange juice and eating cookies. I put some fresh bacon in the mousetrap and turned out the light. Like my mother, I hated darkness. In the dark, it came to me, what he meant by,
the whole thing.
I turned on the light. I called him back.
Merry Christmas,
he said. Was there a date on the gravestone? I asked him. He gave himself away by hesitating.
No,
he said. What was the date, Owen? I asked him. He hesitated again.
There was no date,
Owen said. I wanted to cry. Not because I believed a single thing about his stupid vision, but because it was the first time he had lied to me. Merry Christmas, I said. I hung up. When I turned the light out a second time, there was more darkness in the darkness. What was the date? How much time had he given himself? The only question that I wanted to ask the darkness was the one question Scrooge had also wanted an answer to. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they shadows of the things that may be only? But the ghost of the future was not answering. Chapter 6. The Voice. Above all things that she despised, what my grandmother loathed most was lack of effort. This struck Dan Needham as a peculiar hatred, because Harriet Wheelwright had never worked a day in her life, nor had she ever expected my mother to work, and she never once assigned me a single chore. Nevertheless, in my grandmother's view, it required nearly constant effort to keep track of the world, both our own world and the world outside the sphere of Gravesend. And it required effort and intelligence to make nearly constant comment on one's observations. In these efforts, Grandmother was rigorous and unswerving. It was her belief in the value of effort itself that prevented her from buying a television set. She was a passionate reader, and she thought that reading was one of the noblest efforts of all. In contrast, she found writing to be a great waste of time, a childish self-indulgence, even messier than finger painting. But she admired reading, which she believed was an unselfish activity that provided information and inspiration. She must have thought it a pity that some poor fools had to waste their lives writing in order for us to have sufficient reading material. Reading also gave one confidence in and familiarity with language, which was a necessary tool for forming those nearly constant comments on what one had observed. Grandmother had her doubts about the radio, although she conceded that the modern world moved at such a pace that keeping up with it defied the written word. Listening, after all, required some effort, and the language one heard on the radio was not much worse than the language one increasingly stumbled over in newspapers and magazines. But she drew the line at television. It took no effort to watch. It was infinitely more beneficial to the soul and to the intelligence to read or to listen. And what she imagined there was to watch on TV appalled her. She had, of course, only read about it. She had protested to the Soldiers' Home and to the Gravesend Retreat for the Elderly, both of which she served as a trustee, that making television sets available to old people would surely hasten their deaths. She was unmoved by the claim made by both these homes for the aged that the inmates were often too feeble or inattentive to read and that the radio put them to sleep. My grandmother visited both homes, and what she observed only confirmed her opinions. What Harriet Wheelwright always observed always confirmed her opinions. She saw the process of death hastened. She saw very old, infirm people with their mouths agape. Although they were, at best, only partially alert, they gave their stuporous attention to images that my grandmother described as too surpassing in banality to recall. It was the first time she had actually seen television sets that were turned on, and she was hooked. My grandmother observed that television was draining what scant life remained in the old people clean out of them, yet she instantly craved a TV of her own. My mother's death, which was followed in less than a year by Lydia's death, had much to do with grandmother's decision to have a television installed at 80 Front Street. My mother had been a big fan of the old Victrola. In the evenings, we'd listen to Sinatra singing with the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra. My mother liked to sing along with Sinatra. "That Frank," she used to say, "he's got a voice that's meant for a woman, but no woman was ever that lucky." I remember a few of her favorites. When I hear them, I'm still tempted to sing along, although I don't have my mother's voice. I don't have Sinatra's voice either, nor his bullying patriotism. I don't think my mother would have been fond of Sinatra's politics, but she liked what she called his early voice, in particular those songs from Sinatra's first sessions with Tommy Dorsey. Because she liked to sing along with Sinatra, she preferred his voice before the war, when he was more subdued and less of a star, when Tommy Dorsey kept him in balance with the band. Her favorite recordings were from 1940. "I'll Be Seeing You," "Fools Rush In," "I Haven't Time to Be a Millionaire," "It's a Lovely Day Tomorrow," "All This in Heaven Too," "Where Do You Keep Your Heart," "Trade Winds," "The Call of the Canyon," and most of all, "Too Romantic." I had my own radio, and after Mother died I listened to it more and more. I thought it would upset my grandmother to play, on the Victrola, those old Sinatra songs. When Lydia was alive, my grandmother seemed content with her reading. Either she and Lydia took turns reading to each other, or they forced Germaine to read aloud to them, while they rested their eyes and exercised their acute interest in educating Germaine. But after Lydia died, Germaine refused to read aloud to my grandmother. Germaine was convinced that her reading aloud to Lydia had either killed Lydia or had hastened her death, and Germaine was resolute in not wanting to murder grandmother in a similar fashion. For a while, my grandmother read aloud to Germaine, but this afforded no opportunity for grandmother to rest her eyes, and she would often interrupt her reading to make sure that Germaine was paying proper attention. Germaine could not possibly pay attention to the subject. She was so intent on keeping herself alive for the duration of the reading. You can see that this was a home already vulnerable to invasion by television. Ethel, for example, would never be the companion to my grandmother that Lydia had been. Lydia had been an alert and appreciative audience to my grandmother's nearly constant comments, but Ethel was entirely unresponsive, efficient but uninspired, dutiful but passive. Dan Needham sensed that it was Ethel's lack of spark that made my grandmother feel old. Yet whenever Dan suggested to grandmother that she might replace Ethel with someone livelier, my grandmother defended Ethel with bulldog loyalty. Wheelwrights were snobs, but they were fair-minded. Wheelwrights did not fire their servants because they were stodgy and dull, and so Ethel stayed, and my grandmother grew old and restless to be entertained. She was vulnerable to invasion by television, too. Germaine, who was terrified when my grandmother read to her, and too terrified to read aloud to grandmother at all, had too little to do. She resigned. Wheelwrights accept resignations graciously, although I was sorry to see Germaine go. The desire she had provoked in me, as distasteful as it was to me at the time, was a clue to my father. Moreover, the lustful fantasies that Germaine provided were, although evil, more entertaining to me than anything I could hear on my radio. With Lydia gone, and with me spending half my days and nights with Dan, grandmother didn't need two maids. There was no reason to replace Germaine. Ethel would suffice. And with Germaine gone, I was vulnerable to invasion by television, too.
"Your grandmother is getting a television?"
said Owen Meany. The Meanies did not have a television. Dan didn't have one either. He'd voted against Eisenhower in '52, and he'd promised himself that he wouldn't buy a TV as long as Ike was president. Even the Eastmans didn't have a television. Uncle Alfred wanted one, and Noah and Simon and Hester begged to have one, but TV reception was still rather primitive in the North Country. Sawyer Depot received mostly snow, and Aunt Martha refused to build a tower for the necessary antenna. It would be too unsightly, she said, although Uncle Alfred wanted a television so badly that he claimed he would construct an antenna tower capable of interfering with low-flying planes if it could get him adequate reception.
"You're getting a television?" Hester said to me on the phone from Sawyer Depot. "You lucky little prick."
Her jealousy was thrilling to hear. Owen and I had no idea what would be on television. We were used to the Saturday matinees at the decrepit Gravesend movie house, inexplicably called the Idaho, after the faraway western state or the potato of that name we never knew. The Idaho was partial to Tarzan films and increasingly to biblical epics. Owen and I hated the latter. In his view, they were
sacrilegious.
In my opinion, they were boring. Owen was also critical of Tarzan movies.
All that stupid swinging on vines, and the vines never break? And every time he goes swimming, they send in the alligators or the crocodiles. Actually, I think it's always the same alligator or crocodile. The poor creature is trained to wrestle with Tarzan. It probably loves Tarzan, and it's always the same old elephant stampeding, and the same lion, the same leopard, the same stupid warthog. And how can Jane stand him? He's so stupid. All these years he's been married to Jane, and he still can't speak English. The stupid chimpanzee is smarter,
Owen said. But what really made him cross were the pygmies. They gave him
the shivers.
He wondered if the pygmies got jobs in other movies. He worried that their blowguns with their poison darts would soon be popular with
juvenile gangs.
Where? I asked. What juvenile gangs?
Maybe they're in Boston,
he said. We had no idea what to expect from grandmother's television. There may have been pygmy movies on The Late Show in 1954, but Owen and I were not allowed to watch The Late Show for several years. My grandmother, for all her love of effort and regulation, imposed no other rules about television upon us. For all I know, there may not have been a Late Show as long ago as 1954. It doesn't matter. The point is, my grandmother was never a censor. She simply believed that Owen and I should go to bed at a decent hour. She watched television all day and every evening. At dinner, she would recount the day's inanities to me, or to Owen, or Dan, or even Ethel, and she would offer a hasty preview of the absurdities available for nighttime viewing. On the one hand, she became a slave to television. On the other hand, she expressed her contempt for nearly everything she saw, and the energy of her outrage may have added years to her life. She detested TV with such passion and wit that watching television and commenting on it, sometimes commenting directly to it, became her job. There was no manifestation of contemporary culture that did not indicate to my grandmother how steadfast was the nation's decline, how merciless our mental and moral deterioration, how swiftly all-embracing our final decadence. I never saw her read a book again, but she referred to books often, as if they were shrines and cathedrals of learning that television had plundered and then abandoned. There was much on television that Owen and I were unprepared for, but what we were most unprepared for was my grandmother's active participation in almost everything we saw. On those rare occasions when we watched television without my grandmother, we were disappointed. Without grandmother's running, scathing commentary, there were few programs that could sustain our interest. When we watched TV alone, Owen would always say,
"I can just hear what your grandmother would make of this."
Of course, there is no heart, however serious, that finds the death of culture entirely lacking in entertainment. Even my grandmother enjoyed one particular television show. To my surprise, grandmother and Owen were devoted viewers of the same show. In my grandmother's case, it was the only show for which she felt uncritical love. In Owen's case, it was his favorite among the few shows he had first adored. The unlikely figure who captured the rarely uncritical hearts of my grandmother and Owen Meany was a shameless crowd-pleaser, a musical panderer who chopped up Chopin and Mozart and Debussy into 2- and 3-minute exaggerated flourishes on a piano he played with diamond-studded hands. He at times played a see-through, glass-topped piano, and he was proud of mentioning the hundreds of thousands of dollars that his pianos cost. One of his diamond rings was piano-shaped, and he never played any piano that was not adorned with an ornate candelabrum. In the childhood of television, he was an idol, largely to women older than my grandmother and of less than half her education, yet my grandmother and Owen Meany loved him. He'd once appeared as a soloist for the Chicago Symphony when he was only 14, but now, in his wavy-haired 30s, he was a man who was more dedicated to the visual than to the acoustic. He wore floor-length furs and sequined suits. He crammed $60,000 worth of chinchilla onto one coat. He had a jacket of 24-karat gold braid. He wore a tuxedo with diamond buttons that spelled out his name.
"Liberace!"
Owen cried every time he saw the man. His TV show appeared 10 times a week. He was a ridiculous peacock of a man, with a honey-coated feminine voice and dimples so deep that they might have been the handiwork of a ball-peen hammer. "Why don't I slip out and get into something more spectacular?" he would coo. Each time, my grandmother and Owen would roar with approval, and Liberace would return to his piano, having changed his sequins for feathers. Liberace was an androgynous pioneer, I suppose, preparing the society for freaks like Elton John and Boy George. But I could never understand why Owen and Grandmother liked him. It certainly wasn't his music, for he edited Mozart in such a jaunty fashion that you thought he was playing Mac the Knife. Now and then he played Mac the Knife, too. "He loves his mother," my grandmother would say, in Liberace's defense. And in truth, it seemed to be true. Not only did he ooh and ah about his mother on TV, but it was reported that he actually lived with the old lady until she died, in 1980.
"He gave his brother a job," Owen pointed out, "and I don't think George is especially talented."
Indeed, George, the silent brother, played a straight man's violin until he left the act to become the curator of the Liberace Museum in Las Vegas, where he died in 1983. But where did Owen get the idea that Liberace was
especially talented?
To me, his principal gift was how unself-consciously he amused himself. And he was capable of making fun of himself, too. But my grandmother and Owen Meany twittered over him as hysterically as the blue-haired ladies in Liberace's TV audience did, especially when the famous fool skipped into the audience to dance with them. "He actually likes old people," my grandmother said in wonder.
"He would never hurt anyone,"
said Owen Meany admiringly. At the time, I thought he was a fruitcake. But a London columnist who made a similar slur regarding Liberace's sexual preferences lost a libel judgment to him. That was in 1959. On the witness stand, Liberace testified that he was opposed to homosexuality. I remember how Owen and my grandmother cheered. And so, in 1954, my excitement over the new television at 80 Front Street was tempered by the baffling love of my grandmother and Owen Meany for Liberace. I felt quite excluded from their mindless worship of such a kitschy phenomenon. My mother would never have sung along with Liberace. And I expressed my criticism, as always, to Dan. Dan Needham took a creative, often a positive view of misfortune. Many faculty members in even the better secondary schools are failures in hiding, lazy men and women whose marginal authority can be exercised only over adolescents. But Dan was never one of these. Whether he hoped to retire at Gravesend Academy when he first fell in love and married my mother, I'll never know. But her loss and his reaction to that injustice caused him to devote himself to the development of the education of the whole boy in ways that surpassed even the loftily expressed goals in Gravesend's curriculum, where the whole boy was the proposed result of the 4-year program of study. Dan became the best of those faculty found at a prep school. He was not only a spirited, good teacher, but he believed that it was a hardship to be young, that it was more difficult to be a teenager than a grown-up, an opinion not widely held among grown-ups and rarely held among the faculty members at a private school, who more frequently look upon their charges as the privileged louts of the luxury class, spoiled brats in need of discipline. Dan Needham, although he encountered at Gravesend Academy many spoiled brats in need of discipline, simply had more sympathy for people under 20 than he had for people his own age and older, although he increased his sympathy for the elderly, who he believed were suffering a second adolescence and, like the boys at Gravesend, required special care. "Your grandmother is getting old," Dan told me. "She'd suffered losses, her husband, your mother, and Lydia, although neither your grandmother nor Lydia knew it, was possibly your grandmother's closest friend. Ethel is no better company than a fire hydrant. If your grandmother loves Liberace, don't fault her for that. Don't be such a snob. If someone makes her happy, don't complain," Dan said. But if it was tolerable to be grandmother's age and adore Liberace, it was intolerable that Owen Meany should also love that simpering piano-key smile. I'm sick of how smart Owen thinks he is, I said to Dan. If he's so smart, how can he like Liberace at his age? Owen is smart, Dan said. He's smarter than even he knows. But he is not worldly, Dan added. God knows, in his family, what terrible superstitions he's grown up with. His father is an uneducated mystery, and no one knows the measure of his mother's mental problems. She's in such a lunatic state we can't even guess how insane she is. Maybe Owen likes Liberace because Liberace couldn't exist in Gravesend. Why does he think he'd be so happy in Sawyer Depot? Dan asked me. Because he's never been there. I thought Dan was right. But Dan's theories about Owen were always a little too complete. When I told Dan that Owen remained convinced he had seen the exact date of his own death, and that he refused to tell me what the special day was, Dan too neatly put that problem to rest along with the superstitions Owen's parents had subjected him to. I couldn't help thinking that Owen was more creative and more responsible than that. And if Dan was one of the gifted and tirelessly unselfish faculty members at the Academy, his sincere devotion to the goal of the whole boy may have blinded him to the faults of the school, and especially to the many flawed members of the faculty and the administration. Dan believed that Gravesend Academy could rescue anyone. All that Owen needed was to survive until he was old enough to enter the Academy. Owen's naturally good mind would mature when confronted with the academic challenges. Owen's superstitions would vanish in the company of the Academy's more worldly students. Like many dedicated educators, Dan Needham had made education his religion. Owen Meany lacked only the social and intellectual stimulation that a good school could provide. At Gravesend Academy, Dan was sure, the brute stupid influence of Owen's parents would be washed clean away, as cleanly as the ocean at Little Boar's Head could wash the quarry dust from Owen's body. My Aunt Martha and Uncle Alfred couldn't wait for Noah and Simon to be old enough to attend Gravesend Academy. The Eastmans, like Dan, believed in the powers of a good private school education. Specifically, in the case of Noah and Simon, in the power to rescue those two daredevils from the standard fates of rural North Country boys, the marriage of driving fast on the back roads and beer, and the trailer park girls in the back seats of those cars, those girls who successfully conspired to get pregnant before their high school graduations. Like many boys who are sent off to private schools, my cousins Noah and Simon had a wildness within them that couldn't be safely contained by their homes or their communities. They had dangerous edges in need of blunting. Everyone suspected that the rigors of a good school would have the desired dulling effect on Noah and Simon. Gravesend Academy would assault them with a host of new demands of impossible standards. The sheer volume, if not the value, of the homework would tire them out, and everyone knew that tired boys were safer boys. The numbing routine, the strict attentions paid to the dress code, the regulations regarding only the most occasional and highly chaperoned encounters with the female sex, all this would certainly civilize them. Why my Aunt Martha and Uncle Alfred were less concerned with civilizing Hester remains a mystery to me. That Gravesend Academy did not admit girls in those days should not have influenced the Eastmans' decision to send or not to send Hester off to a private school. There were plenty of private schools for girls, and Hester was in as much need of rescuing from the wildness within her and from the rural North Country rituals of her sex as Noah and Simon were in need of saving. But in this interim period of time, when Noah and Simon and Owen and I were all waiting to be old enough to attend the academy, Hester began to resent that there were no plans being made for her salvation. The idea that she was not in need of rescuing would surely have insulted her, and the notion that my aunt and uncle might have considered her beyond saving would have hurt her in another way.
Either way, said Owen Meany, that's when Hester went on the warpath.
What warpath? Grandmother asked Owen. But Owen and I were careful not to discuss Hester with my grandmother. A new bond had developed between Owen and grandmother because of Liberace. They also watched lots of old movies together and encouraged each other's constant comments. It was grandmother's appreciation of Owen's commentary, which was as ripe with complaint as her own, that enlisted my grandmother's support of Owen as Gravesend Academy material. "Just what do you mean you think you might not go to the academy?" she asked him.
Well, I know I'll get in, and I know I'll get a full scholarship, too,
Owen said. "Of course you will," my grandmother said.
"But I don't have the right kind of clothes," Owen said. "All those coats and ties and dress shirts and shoes."
"Do you mean they don't make them in your size?" grandmother asked him. "Nonsense. One just has to go shopping in the right places."
"I mean my parents can't afford those kind of clothes," Owen said.
We were watching an old Alan Ladd movie on the early show. It was called Appointment with Danger, and Owen thought it was ridiculous that all the men in Gary, Indiana, wore suits and hats. "They used to wear them here," my grandmother said, "but probably they never wore them at the Meany Granite Quarry." Jack Webb, before he was the good cop in Dragnet, was a bad guy in Appointment with Danger. He was, among his other endeavors, attempting to murder a nun. This gave Owen the shivers. The movie gave my grandmother the shivers, too, because she recalled that she had seen it at the Idaho in 1951 with my mother. "The nun will be all right, Owen," she told him.
"It's not the idea of murdering her that gives me the shivers," Owen explained. "It's the idea of nuns in general."
"I know what you mean," my grandmother said. She harbored her own misgivings about the Catholics.
"What would it cost to have a couple of suits and a couple of jackets and a couple of pairs of dress pants and shirts and ties and shoes? You know, the works," Owen asked.
"I'm going to take you shopping myself," grandmother told him. "You let me worry about what it will cost. Nobody needs to know what it costs."
"Maybe in my size it's not so expensive," Owen said.
And so, even without my mother alive to urge him, Owen Meany agreed that he was Gravesend Academy material. The Academy agreed, too. Even without Dan Needham's recommendation, they would have admitted Owen with a full scholarship. He was obviously in need of a scholarship, and he had all A's at Gravesend Junior High School. The problem was, though Dan Needham had legally adopted me and I therefore had the privileged status of a faculty son, the Academy was reluctant to accept me. My junior high school performance was so undistinguished that the Academy admissions officers advised Dan to have me attend the 9th grade at Gravesend High School. The Academy would admit me to their 9th grade class the following year, when they said it would be easier for me to make the adjustment because I would be repeating the 9th grade. I had always known I was a weak student. This was less a blow to my self-esteem than it was painful for me to think of Owen moving ahead of me. We wouldn't be in the same class. We wouldn't graduate together. There was another, more practical consideration, that in my senior year, I wouldn't have Owen around to help me with my homework. That was a promise Owen had made to my mother, that he would always help me with my homework. And so, before grandmother took Owen shopping for his academy clothes, Owen announced his decision to attend the 9th grade at Gravesend High School, too. He would stay with me. He would enter the academy the following year. He could have skipped a grade, yet he volunteered to repeat the 9th grade with me. Dan convinced the admissions officers that although Owen was academically quite advanced, it would also be good for him to repeat a grade, to be a year older as a 9th grader, because of his physical immaturity, Dan argued. When the admissions officers met Owen, of course, they agreed with Dan. They didn't know that a year older, in Owen's case, didn't mean that he'd be a year bigger. Dan and my grandmother were quite touched by Owen's loyalty to me. Hester, naturally, denounced Owen's behavior as queer. Naturally, I loved him, and I thanked him for his sacrifice. But in my heart, I resented his power over me.
Don't give it another thought, he said. We're pals, aren't we? What are friends for? I'll never leave you.
Toronto, February 5th, 1987. Liberace died yesterday. He was 67. His fans had been maintaining a candlelit vigil outside his Palm Springs mansion, which was formerly a convent. Wouldn't that have given Owen the shivers? Liberace had revised his former opposition to homosexuality.
"If you swing with chickens, that is your perfect right," he said.
Yet he denied the allegations in a 1982 palimony suit that he had paid for the sexual services of a male employee, a former valet and live-in chauffeur. There was a settlement out of court. And Liberace's manager denied that the entertainer was a victim of AIDS. Liberace's recent weight loss was the result, the manager said, of a watermelon-only diet. What would my grandmother and Owen Meany have said about that?
"Liberace!"
Owen would have cried.
"Who would have believed it possible? Liberace killed by watermelons!"
It was Thanksgiving, 1954, before my cousins visited Gravesend and saw grandmother's TV at 80 Front Street for themselves. Noah had started at the academy that fall, so he'd watch television with Owen and me on occasional weekends, but no judgment on the culture around us could ever be complete without Simon's automatic approval of every conceivable form of entertainment, and Hester's similarly automatic disapproval. "Neat," Simon said. He also thought that Liberace was neat. "It's shit, all of it," said Hester. "Until everything's in color and the color's perfect, TV's not worth watching." But Hester was impressed by the energy of grandmother's constant criticism of nearly everything she saw. That was a style Hester sought to imitate, for even shit was worth watching if it afforded one the opportunity to elaborate on what sort of shit it was. Everyone agreed that the movie reruns were more interesting than the actual TV programs. Yet in Hester's view, the movies selected were too old. Grandmother liked them old. The older the better. But she disliked most movie stars. After watching Captain Blood, she announced that Errol Flynn was no brains, all chest. Hester thought that Olivia de Havilland was cow-eyed. Owen suggested that pirate movies were all the same.
"Stupid sword fights," he said. "And look at the clothes they wear. If you're going to be fighting with swords, it's stupid to wear loose, baggy shirts. Of course, your shirts are going to get all slashed to pieces."
Grandmother complained that the choice of movies wasn't even seasonal. What was the point of showing It Happens Every Spring in November? No one is thinking about baseball at Thanksgiving, and It Happens Every Spring is such a stupid baseball movie that I think I could watch it every night and even fail to be reminded of my mother's death. Ray Milland is a college professor who becomes a phenomenal baseball player after discovering a formula that repels wood. How could this remind anyone of anything real? "Honestly, who thinks up these things?" Grandmother asked. "Peckerheads," said Hester, who was forever expanding her vocabulary. If Gravesend Academy had begun the process of saving Noah from himself, we could scarcely tell. It was Simon who seemed subdued, perhaps because he had missed Noah during the fall and was overwhelmed by the instant renewal of their athletic rivalry. Noah was experiencing considerable academic difficulties at the academy, and Dan Needham had several long heart-to-heart talks with Uncle Alfred and Aunt Martha. The Eastmans decided that Noah was intellectually exhausted. The family would spend that Christmas holiday on some recuperative beach in the Caribbean.
"In the relaxing setting of Captain Blood,"
Owen observed. Owen was disappointed that the Eastmans were spending Christmas in the Caribbean. Another opportunity to go to Sawyer Depot had eluded him. After Thanksgiving, he was depressed, and, like me, he was thinking about Hester. We went to the Idaho for the usual fare at the Saturday matinee, a double feature, Treasure of the Golden Condor, wherein Cornell Wilde is a dashing 18th-century Frenchman seeking hidden Mayan riches in Guatemala, and Drumbeat, wherein Alan Ladd is a cowboy and Audrey Dalton is an Indian. Between tales of ancient treasure and scalping parties, it was repeatedly clear to Owen and me that we lived in a dull age, that adventure always happened elsewhere and long ago. Tarzan fit this formula, and so did the dreaded biblical epics. These, in combination with his Christmas pageant experiences, contributed to the newly sullen and withdrawn persona that Owen presented to the world at Christ Church. That the Wiggins had actually liked the robe made up Owen's mind. Whether he ever got to go to Sawyer Depot for Christmas or not, he would never participate in another nativity. I'm sure his decision did not upset the Wiggins greatly, but Owen was unforgiving on the subject of biblical epics in general and the robe in particular. Although he thought that Gene Simmons was
"pretty, like Hester,"
he also thought that Audrey Dalton, in Drumbeat, was
"like Hester if Hester had been an Indian."
Beyond all three having dark hair, I failed to see any resemblance. The robe, to be fair, had hit Owen and me one Saturday afternoon at the Idaho with special force. My mother had been dead less than a year, and Owen and I were not comforted to see Richard Burton and Gene Simmons walk off to their deaths quite so happily. Furthermore, they appeared to exit the movie and life itself by walking up into the sky. This was especially offensive. Richard Burton is a Roman tribune who converts to Christianity after crucifying Christ. Both Burton and Gene Simmons take turns clutching Christ's robe a lot.
"What a big fuss about a blanket,"
Owen said.
"That's so Catholic," he added, "to get very religious about objects."
This was a theme of Owen's, the Catholics and their adoration of
objects.
Yet Owen's habit of collecting objects that he made, in his own way,
religious,
was well known. I had only to remember my armadillo's claws. In all of Gravesend, the object that most attracted Owen's contempt was the stone statue of Mary Magdalene, the reformed prostitute who guarded the playground of St. Michael's, the parochial school. The life-sized statue stood in a meaningless cement archway. Meaningless because the archway led nowhere. It was a gate without a place to be admitted to. It was an entrance without a house. The archway, and Mary Magdalene herself, overlooked the rutted macadam playground of the schoolyard, a surface too broken up to dribble a basketball on. The bent and rusted basket hoops had long ago been stripped of their nets, and the foul lines had been erased or worn away with sand. It was a forlornly unattended playground on weekends and school holidays. It was used strictly for recesses during school days, when the parochial students loitered there. They were unmoved to play many games. The stern look of Mary Magdalene rebuked them. Her former line of work and her harsh reformation shamed them. For although the playground reflected an obdurate disrepair, the statue itself was whitewashed every spring, and even on the dullest, grayest days, despite being dotted here and there with bird shit and occasional stains of human desecration, Mary Magdalene attracted and reflected more light than any other object or human presence at St. Michael's. Owen looked upon the school as a prison to which he was nearly sent. For had his parents not renounced the Catholics, St. Michael's would have been Owen's school. It had an altogether bleak, reformatory atmosphere. Its life was punctuated by the sounds of an adjacent gas station, the bell that announced the arriving and departing vehicles, the accounting of the gas pumps themselves, and the multifarious din from the mechanics laboring in the pits. But over this unholy, unstudious, unsuitable ground, the stone Mary Magdalene stood her guard. Under her odd cement archway, she at times appeared to be tending to an elaborate but crudely homemade barbecue. At other times, she seemed to be a goalie, poised in the goal. Of course, no Catholic would have fired a ball or a puck or any other missile at her. If the parochial students themselves were tempted, the grim, alert presence of the nuns would have discouraged them. And although the Gravesend Catholic Church was in another part of town, the shabby salt box where the nuns and some other teachers at St. Michael's lived was positioned like a guardhouse at a corner of the playground in full view of Mary Magdalene. If a passing Protestant felt inclined to show the statue some small gesture of disrespect, the vigilant nuns would exit their guardhouse on the fly, their black habits flapping with the defiant rancorousness of crows. Owen was afraid of nuns. "They're unnatural," he said. But what, I thought, could be more unnatural than the squeaky falsetto of the granite mouse, or his commanding presence, which was so out of proportion to his diminutive size? Every fall, the horse-chestnut trees between Tan Lane and Garfield Street produced many smooth, hard, dark-brown missiles. It was inevitable that Owen and I should pass by the statue of Mary Magdalene with our pockets full of chestnuts. Despite his fear of nuns, Owen could not resist the target that the holy goalie presented. I was a better shot, but Owen threw his chestnuts more fervently. We left scarcely any marks on Mary Magdalene's ground-length robe, on her bland, snowy face, or on her open hands, outstretched in apparent supplication, yet the nuns, in a fury that only religious persecution can account for, would attack us. Their pursuit was erratic, their shrieks like the cries of bats surprised by sunlight. Owen and I had no trouble outrunning them. "Penguins!" Owen would cry as he ran. Everyone called nuns penguins. We'd run up Cass Street to the railroad tracks and follow the tracks out of town. Before we reached Maiden Hill, or the quarries, we would pass the Fort Rock farm and throw what remained of our chestnuts at the Black Angus cattle grazing there. Despite their threatening size and their blue lips and tongues, the Black Angus wouldn't chase us as enthusiastically as the penguins, who always gave up their pursuit before Cass Street. And every spring, the swamp between Tan Lane and Garfield Street produced a pond full of tadpoles and toads. Who hasn't already told you that boys of a certain age are cruel? We filled a tennis ball can with tadpoles, and, under the cover of darkness, poured them over the feet of Mary Magdalene. The tadpoles, those that didn't turn quickly into toads, would dry up and die there. We even slaughtered toads, and indelicately placed their mutilated bodies in the holy goalie's upturned palms, staining her with amphibian gore. God forgive us. We were such delinquents only in these few years of adolescence before Gravesend Academy could save us from ourselves. In the spring of '57, Owen was especially destructive to the helpless swamp life of Gravesend and to Mary Magdalene. Just before Easter, we'd been to the Idaho, where we suffered through Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments, the life of Moses, represented by Charlton Heston undergoing various costume changes and radical hairstyles. "It's another male nipple movie," Owen said. And indeed, in addition to Charlton Heston's nipples, there is evidence of Yul Brynner and John Derek, and even Edward G. Robinson having nipples, too. That the Idaho should show the Ten Commandments so close to Easter was another example of what my grandmother called the poor seasonal taste of nearly everyone in the entertainment business. That we should see the exodus of the chosen people on the eve of our Lord's passion and resurrection was outrageous.
All that Old Testament harshness when we should be thinking about Jesus,
as Owen put it. The parting of the Red Sea especially offended him.
You can't take a miracle and just show it, he said indignantly. You can't prove a miracle. You just have to believe it. If the Red Sea actually parted, it didn't look like that, he said. It didn't look like anything. It's not a picture anyone can even imagine.
But there wasn't logic to his anger. If the Ten Commandments made him cross, why take it out on Mary Magdalene and a bunch of toads and tadpoles? In these years before we attended Gravesend Academy, Owen and I were educated primarily by what we saw at the Idaho and on my grandmother's television. Who hasn't been educated in this slovenly fashion? Who can blame Owen for his reaction to the Ten Commandments? Almost any reaction would be preferable to believing it. But if a movie as stupid as the Ten Commandments could make Owen Meany murder toads by throwing them at Mary Magdalene, a performance as compelling as Betty Davis's in Dark Victory could convince Owen that he, too, had a brain tumor. At first, Betty Davis is dying and doesn't know it. Her doctor and her best friend won't tell her.
They should tell her immediately,
Owen said anxiously. The doctor was played by George Brent. He could never do anything right anyway, Grandmother observed. Humphrey Bogart is a stableman who speaks with an Irish accent. It was the Christmas of '56, and we were watching a movie made in 1939. It was the first time Grandmother had permitted us to watch The Late Show. At least, I think it was The Late Show. After a certain evening hour, or whenever it was that my grandmother began to feel tired, she called everything The Late Show. She felt sorry for us because the Eastmans were spending another Christmas in the Caribbean. Sawyer Depot was a pleasure slipping into the past for me. For Owen, it was becoming mere wishful thinking. "You'd think that Humphrey Bogart could learn a better Irish accent than that," my grandmother complained. Dan Needham said that he wouldn't give George Brent a part in a production of the Gravesend Players. Owen added that Mr. Fish would have been a more convincing doctor to Betty Davis, but Grandmother argued that Mr. Fish would have his hands full as Betty Davis's husband. Her doctor eventually gets to be her husband, too. Anyone would have his hands full as Betty Davis's husband, Dan observed. Owen thought it was cruel that Betty Davis had to find out she was dying all by herself. But Dark Victory is one of those movies that presumes to be instructive on the subject of how to die. We see Betty Davis accepting her fate gracefully. She moves to Vermont with George Brent and takes up gardening, cheerfully living with the fact that one day, suddenly, darkness will come.
"This is very sad," Owen cried. "How can she not think about it?"
Ronald Reagan is a vapid young drunk. "She should have married him," Grandmother said. "She's dying and he's already dead." Owen said that the symptoms of Betty Davis's terminal tumor were familiar to him. "Owen, you don't have a brain tumor," Dan Needham told him. "Betty Davis doesn't have one either," Grandmother said. "But I think Ronald Reagan has one." "Maybe George Brent, too," Dan said.
"You know the part about the dimming vision?"
Owen asked.
"Well, sometimes my vision dims, just like Betty Davis's."
"You should have your eyes examined, Owen," Grandmother said. "You don't have a brain tumor," Dan Needham repeated.
"I have something,"
said Owen Meany. In addition to watching television, Owen and I spent many nights backstage with the Gravesend Players, but we rarely watched the performances. We watched the audiences. We repopulated those bleacher seats at that Little League game in the summer of '53. Gradually, the stands were filling. We had no doubts about the exact placement of the Kenmores or the Dowlings. Owen disputed my notion that Maureen Early and Caroline O'Day were in the top row. He saw them nearer the bottom, and we couldn't agree about the Brinker Smiths.
The British never watch baseball,
Owen said. But I always had an eye for Ginger Brinker Smith's fabled voluptuousness. I argued that she had been there, that I saw her.
You wouldn't have looked twice if she had been there. Not that summer,
Owen insisted.
You were too young. And besides, she'd just had the twins. She was a mess.
I suggested that Owen was prejudiced against the Brinker Smiths ever since their strenuous love-making had battered him under their bed, but for the most part, we agreed about who had been at the game and where they had been sitting. Morrison, the mailman, we had no doubt, had never watched a game, and poor Mrs. Merrill, despite how fondly the baseball season must have reminded her of the perpetual weather of her native California, was never a fan either. We were not sure about the Reverend Mr. Merrill. We decided against his being there, on the grounds that we had rarely seen him anywhere without his wife. We were sure the Wiggins had not been there. They were often in attendance, but they displayed such a boorish enthusiasm for every pitch that if they'd been at that game, we would have noticed them. Since it had been a time when Barb Wiggins still thought of Owen as cute, she would have rushed to console him for his unfortunate contact with the faded ball, and Rector Wiggin would have bungled some rites over my mother's prostrate form or pounded my shaking shoulders with manly camaraderie. As Owen put it,
if the Wiggins had been there, they would have made a spectacle of themselves. We would never have forgotten it.
Despite how exciting is any search for a missing parent, however mindless the method, Owen and I had to admit that so far we'd discovered a rather sparse and uninteresting lot of baseball fans. It never occurred to us to question whether the town's ardent Little League followers were also steady patrons of the Gravesend Players.
There's one thing you must never forget,
Owen told me.
She was a good mother. If she thought the guy could be a good father to you, you'd already know him.
You sound so sure, I said.
I'm just warning you, he said. It's exciting to look for your father, but don't expect to be thrilled when you find him. I hope you know we are not looking for another Dan.
I didn't know. I thought Owen presumed too much. It was exciting to look for my father, that much I knew.
The Lust Connection,
as Owen called it, also contributed to our ongoing enthusiasm for
the Father Hunt,
as Owen called our overall enterprise.
Every time you get a boner, try to think if you remind yourself of anyone you know.
That was Owen's interesting advice on the matter of my lust being my most traceable connection to my missing father. As for lust, I had hoped to see more of Hester, now that Noah and Simon were attending Gravesend Academy, but in fact, I saw her less. Noah's academic difficulties had caused him to repeat a year. Simon's first year had been smoother, probably because it thrilled Simon to have Noah demoted to his grade in school. Both boys, by the Christmas of '57, were juniors at Gravesend, and so thoroughly involved in what Owen and I presumed to be the more sophisticated activities of private school life that I saw only slightly more of them than I saw of Hester. It was rare that Noah and Simon were so bored at the academy that they visited 80 Front Street, not even on weekends, which they increasingly spent with their doubtless more exotic classmates. Owen and I assumed that, in Noah's and Simon's eyes, we were too immature for them. Clearly, we were too immature for Hester, who, in response to Noah being forced to repeat a grade, had managed to have herself promoted. She encountered few academic difficulties at Sawyer Depot High School, where, Owen and I imagined, she was terrorizing faculty and students alike. She had probably gone to some effort to skip a grade, motivated, as she always was, to get the better of her brothers. Nonetheless, all three of my cousins were scheduled to graduate with the class of '59, when Owen and I would be completing our first and lowly 9th grade year at the academy. We would graduate with the class of '62. It was humiliating to me. I'd hoped that one day I would feel more equal to my exciting cousins, but I felt I was less equal to them than I'd ever been. Hester, in particular, seemed beyond my reach.
Well, she is your cousin. She should be beyond your reach, Owen said. Also, she's dangerous. You're probably lucky she's beyond your reach.
This is the end of disc number 10. Please insert disc number 11. This is disc number 11.
Hester, in particular, seemed beyond my reach.
Well, she is your cousin. She should be beyond your reach, Owen said. Also, she's dangerous. You're probably lucky she's beyond your reach. However, Owen added, if you're really crazy about her, I think it will work out. Hester would do anything to drive her parents nuts. She'd even marry you.
Marry me? I cried. The thought of marrying Hester gave me the shivers.
Well, that would drive her parents around the bend, Owen said. Wouldn't it?
It would have. And Owen was right. Hester was obsessed with driving her parents and her brothers crazy. To drive them to madness was the penalty she exacted for all of them treating her like a girl. According to Hester, Sawyer Depot was boys' heaven. My Aunt Martha was a fink of womanhood. She bowed to Uncle Alfred's notion that the boys needed a private school education, that the boys needed to expand their horizons. Hester would expand her own horizons in directions conceived to educate her parents regarding the errors of their ways. As for Owen's idea that Hester would go to the extreme of marrying her own cousin, if that could provide Aunt Martha and Uncle Alfred with an educational wallop, it was inconceivable to me.
I don't think that Hester even likes me, I told Owen.
He shrugged.
The point is, said Owen Meany, Hester wouldn't necessarily marry you because she liked you.
Meanwhile, we couldn't even manage to get ourselves invited to Sawyer Depot for Christmas. After their holidays in the Caribbean, the Eastmans had decided to stay at home for the Yuletide of '57. Owen and I got our hopes up, but, alas, they were quickly dashed. We were not invited to Sawyer Depot. The reason the Eastmans weren't going to the Caribbean was that Hester had been corresponding with a black boatman who had proposed a rendezvous in the British Virgin Islands. Hester had involved herself with this particular black boatman the previous Christmas in Tortola, when she'd been only 15. Naturally, how she had involved herself was not made explicitly clear to Owen and me. We had to rely on those parts of the story that my Aunt Martha had reported to Dan, substantially more of the story than she had reported to my grandmother, who was of the opinion that a sailor had made a pass at poor Hester, an exercise in crudeness that had made Hester want to stay home. In fact, Hester was threatening to escape to Tortola. She was also not speaking to Noah and Simon, who had shown the black boatman's letters to Uncle Alfred and Aunt Martha, and who had fiercely disappointed Hester by not introducing her to a single one of their Gravesend Academy friends. Dan Needham described the situation in the form of a headline: Teenage Traumas Run Wild in Sawyer Depot. Dan suggested to Owen and me that we were better off to not involve ourselves with Hester. How true. But how we wanted to be involved in the thrilling, real-life sleaziness that we suspected Hester was in the thick of. We were in a phase, through television and the movies, of living only vicariously. Even faintly sordid silliness excited us if it put us in contact with love. The closest that Owen Meany and I could get to love was a front row seat at the Idaho. That Christmas of '57, Owen and I were 15. We told each other that we had fallen in love with Audrey Hepburn, the shy bookstore clerk and funny face. But we wanted Hester. What we were left with was a sense of how little in the area of love we must be worth. We felt more foolish than Fred Astaire, dancing with his own raincoat. And how worried we were that the sophisticated world of Gravesend Academy would esteem us even less than we esteemed ourselves. Toronto, April 12, 1987. A rainy Palm Sunday. It is not a warm spring rain, not a seasonal rain, as my grandmother liked to say. It is a raw, cold rain, a suitable day for the passion of our Lord Jesus Christ. At Grace Church on the Hill, the children and the acolytes stood huddled in the narthex. Holding their palm fronds, they resembled tourists who'd landed in the tropics on an unseasonably cold day. The organist chose Brahms for the processional, O Welt, ich muss dich lassen. O world, I must leave you. Owen hated Palm Sunday. The treachery of Judas, the cowardice of Peter, the weakness of Pilate.
It's bad enough that they crucified him, Owen said, but they made fun of him too.
Canon Mackey read heavily from Matthew, how they mocked Jesus, how they spit on him, how he cried, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" I find that Holy Week is draining. No matter how many times I have lived through his crucifixion, my anxiety about his resurrection is undiminished. I am terrified that this year it won't happen, that year it didn't. Anyone can be sentimental about the Nativity. Any fool can feel like a Christian at Christmas. But Easter is the main event. If you don't believe in the resurrection, you're not a believer.
If you don't believe in Easter, Owen Meany said, don't kid yourself. Don't call yourself a Christian.
For the Palm Sunday recessional, the organist chose the usual Alleluias. In a chilling drizzle, I crossed Russell Hill Road and went in the service entrance of the Bishop Strawn School. I passed through the kitchen, where the working women and the boarders, whose turn it was to help with the Sunday meal, all spoke to me. The headmistress, the Reverend Mrs. Catherine Keeling, sat in her usual head-of-table position among the house mothers. About 40 boarders, the poor girls who had no local friends to ask them home for the weekend, and the girls who were happy to stay at school, sat around the other tables. It is always a surprise to see the girls not in their uniforms. I know it's a great relief to them to wear their uniforms day in, day out, because they don't have to worry about what to wear. But they are so lazy about how they wear their uniforms. They don't have much experience in dressing themselves, that when they have a choice, when they're allowed to wear their own clothes, they appear wholly less sophisticated, less worldly than they appear in their uniforms. In the 20 years that I have been a teacher at the Bishop Strawn School, the girls' uniforms haven't changed very significantly. I've grown rather fond of them. If I were a girl of any age, I would wear a midi, a loosely tied necktie, a blazer with my school crest, knee socks, which the Canadians used to call knee-highs, and a pleated skirt. When they kneel, it used to be the rule that the skirt should just touch the floor. But for Sunday boarders' lunch, the girls wear their own clothes. Some of them are so badly dressed, I fail to recognize them. They make fun of me for that, naturally. Some of them dress like boys, others like their mothers or like the floozies they see in movies or on TV. As I am, routinely, the only man in the dining room for Sunday boarders' lunch, perhaps they dress for me. I've not seen my friend, and technically my boss, Catherine Keeling, since she delivered her last baby. She has a large family. She's had so many children I've lost count. But she makes an effort to sit at the house mother's table on Sundays, and she chatters amiably to the weekend girls. I think Catherine is terrific, but she is too thin. And she always is embarrassed when I catch her not eating, although she should get over the surprise. I'm a more consistent fixture at the house mother's table for Sunday boarders' lunch than she is. I don't take time off to have babies. But there she was on Palm Sunday with mashed potatoes and stuffing and turkey heaped upon her plate. "Turkey rather dry, is it?" I asked. The ladies routinely laughed. Catherine typically blushed. When she's wearing her clerical collar, she looks slightly more underweight than she actually is. She's my closest friend in Toronto, now that Canon Campbell is gone, and even though she's my boss, I've been at Bishop Strawn longer than she has. Old Teddy Bear Kilgore, as we called him, was principal when I was hired. Canon Campbell introduced us. Canon Campbell had been the chaplain at Bishop Strawn before they made him rector of Grace Church on the Hill. I couldn't have had anyone recommend me for a job at Bishop Strawn who was more connected to the school than Canon Campbell, not even old Teddy Bear Kilgore himself. I still tease Catherine about those days. What if she'd been headmistress when I applied for a job? Would she have hired me? A young man from the States in those Vietnam years, a not unattractive young man and without a wife? Bishop Strawn has never had many male teachers, and in my 20 years of teaching these young girls, I have occasionally been the only male teacher at the school. Canon Campbell and old Teddy Bear Kilgore don't count. They were not male in the threatening sense. They were not potentially dangerous to young girls. Although the canon taught scripture and history, in addition to his duties as chaplain, he was an elderly man, and he and old Teddy Bear Kilgore were married up to their ears, as Catherine Keeling likes to say. Old Teddy Bear did ask me if I was attracted to young girls, but I must have impressed him that I would take my faculty responsibilities seriously, and that I would concern myself with those young girls' minds and not their bodies. "And have you?" Catherine Keeling likes to ask me. How the house mothers titter at the question, like Liberace's live audiences of long ago. Catherine is a much more jubilant soul than my grandmother, but she has a certain twinkling sarcasm, and the proper elocution, the good diction, that reminds me of grandmother. They would have liked each other. Owen would have liked the Reverend Mrs. Keeling, too. I've misled you if I've conveyed an atmosphere of loneliness at Sunday boarders' lunch. Perhaps the boarders feel acutely lonely then, but I feel fine. Rituals are comforting. Rituals combat loneliness. On Palm Sunday, there was much talk about the weather. The week before, it had been so cold that everyone commented on the annual error of the birds. Every spring, at least in Canada, some birds fly north too soon. Thousands are caught in the cold. They return south in a reverse migration. Most common were tales of woe concerning robins and starlings. Catherine had seen some killdeer flying south. I had a common snipe story that impressed them all. We'd all read the Globe and Mail that week. We'd loved the story about the turkey vultures who iced up and couldn't fly. They were mistaken for hawks and taken to a humane society for thawing out. There were 9 of them, and they threw up all over their handlers. The Humane Society could not have been expected to know that turkey vultures vomit when attacked. Who would guess that turkey vultures are so smart? I've also misled you if I've conveyed an atmosphere of trivia at Sunday boarders' lunch. These lunches are important to me. After the Palm Sunday lunch, Catherine and I walked over to Grace Church and signed up for the all-night vigil on the notice board in the narthex. Every Maundy Thursday, the vigil of prayer and quiet is kept from 9 o'clock that evening until 9 o'clock in the morning of Good Friday. Catherine and I always choose the hours no one else wants. We take the vigil from 3 to 5 o'clock in the morning, when Catherine's husband and children are asleep and don't need her. This year she cautioned me, I may be a little late if the 2 o'clock feeding is much later than 2 o'clock. She laughs, and her endearingly stick-thin neck looks especially vulnerable in her clerical collar. I see many parents of the Bishop Strawn girls. They are so smartly dressed. They drive Jaguars. They never have time to talk. I know that they dismiss the Reverend Mrs. Catherine Keeling as a typical headmistress type. Catherine is not the sort of woman they would look at twice. But she is wise and kind and witty and articulate, and she does not bullshit herself about what Easter means.
Easter means what it says,
said Owen Meany. At Christ Church on Easter Sunday, Rector Wiggin always said, Hallelujah, Christ is risen. And we, the people, we said, The Lord is risen indeed. Hallelujah. Toronto, April 19th, 1987. A humid, summery Easter Sunday. It does not matter what prelude begins the service. I will always hear Handel's Messiah, and my mother's not quite trained soprano singing, I know that my Redeemer liveth. This morning, in Grace Church on the Hill, I sat very still, waiting for that passage in John. I knew what was coming. In the old King James Version, it was called a sepulchre. In the Revised Standard Version, it is just a tomb. Either way, I know the story by heart. Now, on the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb early, while it was still dark, and saw that the stone had been taken away from the tomb. So she ran and went to Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one whom Jesus loved, and said to them, They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we do not know where they have laid him. I remember what Owen used to say about that passage. Every Easter, he would lean against me in the pew and whisper into my ear,
This is the part that always gives me the shivers.
After the service today, my fellow Torontonians and I stood in the sun on the church steps, and we lingered on the sidewalk along Lonsdale Road. The sun was so welcome and so hot. We were childishly delighted by the heat, as if we'd spent years in an atmosphere as cold as the tomb where Mary Magdalene found Jesus missing. Leaning against me and whispering into my ear, in a manner remindful of Owen Meany, Catherine Keeling said, Those birds that flew north and then south, today they're flying north again. Hallelujah, I said. I was thinking of Owen when I added, He is risen. Hallelujah, said the Reverend Mrs. Keeling. That the television was always on at 80 Front Street ceased to tempt Owen and me. We could hear Grandmother talking either to herself or to Ethel or directly commenting to the TV, and we heard the rise and fall of the studio-made laughter. It was a big house. For 4 years, Owen and I had the impression that there was always a forbidding gathering of grown-ups chattering away in a distant room. My grandmother sounded as if she were the haranguing leader of a compliant mob, as if it were her special responsibility to berate her audience and to amuse them almost simultaneously, for they rewarded her humor with their punctual laughter, as if they were highly entertained that the tone of voice she used on them was uniformly abusive. Thus, Owen Meany and I learned what crap television was, without ever thinking that we hadn't come to this opinion by ourselves. Had my grandmother allowed us only 2 hours of TV a day, or not permitted us more than 1 hour on a school night, we probably would have become as slavishly devoted to television as the rest of our generation. Owen started out loving only a few things he saw on television, but he saw everything, as much of everything as he could stand. After 4 years of television, though, he watched nothing but Liberace and the old movies. I did, or tried to do, everything Owen did. For example, in the summer of '58, when we were both 16, Owen got his driver's license before I got mine. Not only because he was a month older, but because he already knew how to drive. He'd taught himself with his father's various trucks. He'd been driving on those steep, loopy roads that ran around the quarries that pockmarked most of Maiden Hill. He took his driver's test on the day of his 16th birthday, using his father's tomato red pickup truck. In those days, there was no driver education course in New Hampshire, and you took your test with a local policeman in the passenger seat. The policeman told you where to turn, when to stop, or back up, or park. The policeman, in Owen's case, was Chief Ben Pike himself. Chief Pike expressed concern regarding whether or not Owen could reach the pedals or see over the steering wheel. But Owen had anticipated this. He was mechanically inclined, and he'd raised the seat of the pickup so high that Chief Pike hit his head on the roof. Owen had slid the seat so far forward that Chief Pike had considerable difficulty cramming his knees under the dashboard. In fact, Chief Pike was so physically uncomfortable in the cab of the pickup that he cut Owen's test fairly short. "He didn't even make me parallel park," Owen said. He was disappointed that he was denied the opportunity to show off his parallel parking abilities. Owen Meany could slip that tomato red pickup into a parking space that would have been challenging for a Volkswagen Beetle. In retrospect, I'm surprised that Chief Pike didn't search the interior of the pickup for that instrument of death he was always looking for. Dan Needham taught me to drive. It was the summer Dan directed Julius Caesar in the Gravesend Academy summer school, and he would take me for lessons every morning before rehearsals. Dan would drive me out the Swayze Parkway and up Maiden Hill. I practiced on the back roads around the quarries. The roads on which Owen Meany learned to drive were good enough for me, and Dan judged it safer for me off the public highways, although the Meany Granite Company vehicles flew around those roads with reckless abandon. The quarrymen were fearless drivers, and they trucked the granite and their machinery at full throttle. But in the summer, the trucks raised so much dust that Dan and I had warning when one was coming. I always had time to pull over, while Dan recited his favorite Shakespeare from Julius Caesar. "Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once." Whereupon, Dan would grip the dashboard and tremble while a dynamite truck hurtled past us. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me the most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Owen, too, was fond of that passage. When we saw Dan's production of Julius Caesar later that summer, I had passed my driver's test. Yet in the evenings when Owen and I would drive down to the boardwalk and the casino at Hampton Beach together, we took the tomato red pickup, and Owen always drove. I paid for the gas. Those summer nights of 1958 were the first nights I remember feeling grown up. We'd drive half an hour from Gravesend for the fleeting privilege of inching along a crowded, gaudy strip of beachfront, looking at girls who rarely looked at us. Sometimes they looked at the truck. We could drive along this strip only 2 or 3 times before a cop would motion us over to the side of the street, examine Owen's driver's license in disbelief, and then suggest that we find a place to park the truck and resume our looking at girls on foot on either the boardwalk or on the sidewalk that threaded the arcades. Walking with Owen Meany at Hampton Beach was ill-advised. He was so strikingly small. He was teased and roughed up by the delinquent young men who tilted the pinball machines and swaggered in the heated vicinity of the girls in their cotton candy-colored clothes. And the girls, who rarely returned our glances when we were secure in the Meany Granite Company pickup, took very long and giggling looks at Owen when we were on foot. When he was walking, Owen didn't dare look at the girls. Therefore, when a cop would inevitably advise us to park the truck and pursue our interests on foot, Owen and I would drive back to Gravesend. Or we would drive to a popular daytime beach, Little Boar's Head, which was beautifully empty at night. We'd sit on the seawall and feel the cool air off the ocean and watch the phosphorescence sparkle in the surf. Or we would drive to Rye Harbor and sit on the breakwater and watch the small boats slapping on the ruffled pond-like surface. The breakwater itself had been built with the slag, the broken slabs, from the Meany granite quarry.
Therefore, I have a right to sit here,
Owen always said. No one, of course, ever challenged our being there. Even though the girls ignored us that summer, that was when I noticed that Owen was attractive to women, not only to my mother. It is difficult to say how he was attractive or why, but even when he was 16, even when he was especially shy or awkward, he looked like someone who had earned what grasp of the world he had. I might have been particularly conscious of this aspect of him because he had truly earned so much more than I had. It was not just that he was a better student or a better driver or so philosophically sure of himself. Here was someone I had grown up with and had grown used to teasing. I had picked him up over my head and passed him back and forth. I had derided his smallness as surely as the other children had, and yet, suddenly, by the time he was 16, he appeared in command. He was more in command of himself than the rest of us. He was more in command of us than the rest of us. And with women, even with those girls who giggled when they looked at him, you sensed how compelled they were to touch him. And by the end of the summer of '58, he had something astonishing for a 16-year-old. In those days, before all this ardent and cosmetic weightlifting, he had muscles. To be sure, he was tiny, but he was fiercely strong, and his sinewy strength was as visible as the strength of a whippet. Although he was frighteningly lean, there was already something very adult about his muscular development. And why not? After all, he'd spent the summer working with granite. I hadn't even been working. In June, he'd started as a stonecutter. He spent most of the working day in the monument shop, cutting with the grain.
With the rift,
as he called it, using the wedge and feathers. By the middle of the month, his father had taught him how to saw against the grain. The sawyers cut up the bigger slabs, and they finished the gravestones with what was called a diamond wheel, a circular blade impregnated with diamonds. By July, he was working in the quarries. He was often the signalman, but his father apprenticed him to the other quarrymen, the channel bar drillers, the derrickmen, the dynamiters. It seemed to me that he spent most of the month of August in a single remote pit, 175 feet deep, a football field in diameter. He and the other men were lowered to work in a grout bucket. Grout is waste, the rubble of broken rock that is raised from the pit all day long. At the end of the day, they bring up the men in the bucket. Granite is a dense, heavy stone. It weighs close to 200 pounds per cubic foot. Ironically, even though they worked with the diamond wheel, most of the sawyers had all their fingers. But none of the quarrymen had all their fingers. Only Mr. Meany had all his.
I'll keep all mine, too, Owen said. You've got to be more than quick. You've got to feel when the rock's going to move before it moves. You've got to move before the rock moves.
Just the slightest fuzz grew on his upper lip. Nowhere else did his face show traces of a beard, and the faint mustache was so downy and such a pale gray color that I first mistook it for pulverized granite, the familiar rock dust that clung to him. Yet his face, his nose, the sockets for his eyes, his cheekbones, and the contours of his jaw had the gaunt definition that one sees in the faces of 16-year-olds only when they are starving. By September, he was smoking a pack of Camels a day. In the yellow glow of the dashboard lights, when we went out driving in the pickup at night, I would catch a glimpse of his profile with the cigarette dangling from his lips. His face had a permanent adult quality. Those mother's breasts he'd once unfavorably compared to my mother's breasts were beneath his interest now, although Barb Wiggins were still too big, Mrs. Webster's were still too low, and Mrs. Merrill's only very funny. While Ginger Brinker Smith, as a younger mother, had claimed our attention, we now, for the most part, coolly assessed our peers.
The two Carolines,
Caroline Perkins and Caroline O'Day, appealed to us, although the breasts of Caroline O'Day were devalued in Owen's view by her Catholicism. Maureen Early's bosom was judged to be
perky.
Hannah Abbott's breasts were
small but shapely.
Irene Babson, who had given Owen the shivers as long ago as when my mother's bosom was under review, was now so out of control as to be
simply scary.
Deborah Perry, Lucy Dearborn, Betsy Bickford, Sarah Tilton, Polly Farnham, to their names and to the contours of their young breasts, Owen Meany would inhale a Camel deeply. The summer wind rushed through the rolled-down window of the pickup. When he exhaled slowly through his nostrils, the cigarette smoke was swept away from his face, dramatically exposing him as if he were a man miraculously emerging from a fire.
It's too soon to tell, with most 16-year-olds,
Owen said, sounding already worldly enough for any conversation he might encounter at Gravesend Academy, although we both knew that the problem with the 16-year-old girls who interested us was that they dated 18-year-olds.
By the time we're 18, we'll get them back,
Owen said.
And we'll get all the 16-year-olds, too, the ones we want,
he added, inhaling again and squinting into the oncoming headlights. By the fall of '58, when we entered Gravesend Academy, Owen seemed very sophisticated to me. The wardrobe my grandmother had acquired for him was more stylish than anything you could buy in New Hampshire. My clothes all came from Gravesend, but grandmother took Owen shopping in Boston. It was his first time on a train, and, since they were both smokers, they rode in the smoking coach together and shared their nearly constant and critical comments on the attire of their fellow passengers on the Boston and Maine, and on the comparative courtesy, or lack thereof, of the conductors. Grandmother outfitted Owen almost entirely at Filene's and Jordan Marsh, one of which had a small gentleman's department, which the other called a small man's special needs. Jordan Marsh and Filene's were pretty flashy labels by New Hampshire standards.
This is not bargain basement stuff,
Owen said proudly. For our first day of classes, Owen showed up looking like a small Harvard lawyer. He was not intimidated by the bigger boys because he had always been smaller, and he was not intimidated by the older boys because he was smarter. He saw immediately a crucial difference between Gravesend the town and Gravesend the academy. The town paper, the Gravesend Newsletter, reported all the news that was decent and believed that all things decent were important. The school newspaper, which was called The Grave, reported every indecency that could escape the censorship of the paper's faculty advisor and believed that all things decent were boring. Gravesend Academy embraced a cynical tone of voice, savored a criticism of everything that anyone took seriously. The students hallowed, above everyone else, that boy who saw himself as born to break the rules, as destined to change the laws. And to the students of Gravesend, who thus chafed against their bonds, the only accepted tone was caustic, was biting, mordant, bitter, scathing sarcasm, the juicy vocabulary of which Owen Meany had already learned from my grandmother. He had mastered sarcasm in much the same way he had become a smoker. He was a pack-a-day man in a month. In his first fall term at Gravesend, the other boys nicknamed him Sarcasm Master. In the lingo of those times, everyone was a something master. Dan Needham tells me that this is one of those examples of student language that endures. At Gravesend Academy, the term is still in use. I have never heard it at Bishop Strawn. But Owen Meany was Sarcasm Master in the way that Big Buster York was Barf Master, that Skipper Hilton was Zit Master, that Morris West was Nose Master, that Duffy Swain, who was prematurely bald, was Hair Master, that George Fogg, the hockey player, was Ice Master, that Horace Brigham, a ladies' man, was Snatch Master. No one found a name for me. Among the editors of The Grave, in which Owen published the first essay he was assigned in English class, Owen was known as The Voice. His essay was a satire on the source of food in the school dining hall. "Mystery Meat," Owen titled the essay, and the unrecognizable gray steaks we were served weekly. The essay, which was published as an editorial, described the slaughter and refrigeration of an unidentified, possibly prehistoric beast that was dragged to the underground kitchen of the school in chains in the dead of night. The editorial and the subsequent weekly essays that Owen published in The Grave were ascribed not to Owen Meany by name, but to The Voice, and the text was printed in uniform uppercase letters. "I'm always going to be published in capitals," Owen explained to Dan and me, "because it will instantly grab the reader's attention, especially after The Voice gets to be a kind of institution." By the Christmas of 1958, in our first year at the Academy, that is what Owen Meany had become, The Voice. A kind of institution. Even the search committee, appointed to find a new headmaster, was interested in what The Voice had to say. Applicants for the position were given a subscription to The Grave. The snide, sneering precocity of the student body was well represented in its pages, and best represented by the capitals that commanded one's gaze to Owen Meany. There were some old curmudgeons on the faculty, and some young fuddy-duddies too, who objected to Owen's style. And I don't mean that they objected only to his outrageous capitalization. Dan Needham told me that there had been more than one heated debate in faculty meeting concerning the marginal taste of Owen's blanket criticism of the school. Granted, it was well within a long-established tradition for Gravesend students to complain about the Academy, but Owen's sarcasm suggested to some a total and threatening irreverence. Dan defended Owen, but The Voice was a proven irritant to many of the more insecure members of the Gravesend community, including those far away but important subscribers to The Grave, concerned parents and alumni. The subject of concerned parents and alumni yielded an especially lively and controversial column for The Voice. "What are they concerned about?" Owen pondered. "Are they concerned with our education, that it be both classical and timely? Or are they concerned that we might possibly learn more than they have learned, that we might inform ourselves sufficiently to challenge a few of their more hardened and idiotic opinions? Are they concerned about the quality and vigorousness of our education? Or are they more superficially concerned that we might fail to get into the university or college of their choice?" Then there was the column that challenged the coat and tie dress code, arguing that it was inconsistent to dress us like grown-ups and treat us like children. And there was the column about required church attendance, arguing that it ruins the proper atmosphere for prayer and worship to have the church, any church, full of restless adolescents who would rather be sleeping late or indulging in sexual fantasies or playing squash. Furthermore, requiring attendance at church, forcing young people to participate in the rituals of a belief they don't share, serves merely to prejudice those same young people against all religions and against sincerely religious believers.
I believe that it is not the purpose of a liberal education to broaden and expand our prejudices.
And on and on. You should have heard him on the subject of required athletics.
Born of a brown shirt mentality, a concept embraced by the Hitler Youth.
And on the regulation that boarders were not allowed to enjoy more than 3 weekends off campus in a single term.
Are we so simple in the administration's view that we are characterized as content to spend our weekends as athletic heroes or fans of spectator sports? Is it not possible that some of us might find more stimulation at home, or at the home of a friend, or even at a girls' school? And I don't mean at one of those over-organized and charmlessly chaperoned dances.
The voice was our voice. He championed our causes. He made us proud of ourselves in an atmosphere that belittled and intimidated us. But his was also a voice that could criticize us. When a boy was thrown out of school for killing cats, he was ritualistically lynching cats that were pets of faculty families. We were quick to say how sick he was. It was Owen who reminded us that all boys, himself included, were touched by that same sickness.
Who are we to be righteous? He asked us. I have murdered tadpoles and toads. I've been a mass murderer of innocent wildlife.
He described his mutilations in a self-condemnatory, regretful tone, although he also confessed his slight vandalism of the sainted Mary Magdalene. I was amused to see that he offered no apologies to the nuns of St. Michael's. It was the tadpoles and toads he was sorry about.
What boy hasn't killed live things? Of course, it's sick to be a hangman of poor cats, but how is it worse than what most of us have done? I hope we've outgrown it, but does that mean we forget that we were like that? Do the faculty remember being boys? How can they presume to teach us about ourselves if they don't remember being like us? If this is a place where we think the teaching is so great, why not teach the kid that killing cats is sick? Why throw him out?
It would grow to be a theme of Owen's.
Why throw him out?
He would ask repeatedly. When he agreed that someone should have been thrown out, he said so. Drinking was punishable by dismissal, but Owen argued that getting other students drunk should be a more punishable offense than solitary drinking. Also, that most forms of drinking were
not as destructive as the almost routine harassment of students who are not cool by students who think it is cool to be harshly abusive, both verbally abusive and physically intimidating. Cruel and deliberate mockery is worse than drinking. Students who bait and mercilessly tease their fellow students are guilty of what should be a more punishable offense than getting drunk, especially in those instances when your drunkenness hurts no one but yourself.
It was well known that the voice didn't drink. He was black coffee meanie and pack-a-day meanie. He believed in his own alertness. He was sharp. He wanted to stay sharp. His column on The Perils of Drink and Drugs must have appealed even to his critics. If he was not afraid of the faculty, he was also not afraid of his peers. It was still only our 9th grade year, when Owen invited Hester to the senior dance. In Noah and Simon's graduating year, Owen Meany dared to invite their dreaded sister to their senior class dance.
She'll just use you to meet other guys, Noah warned him. She'll fuck our whole class and leave you looking at the chandelier, Simon told Owen.
I was furious with him. I wished I'd had the nerve to ask Hester to be my date. But how do you date your first cousin? Noah and Simon and I commiserated. As much as Owen had captured our admiration, he had risked embarrassing himself, and all of us, by being the instrument of Hester's debut at Gravesend Academy.
Hester the molester, Simon repeated and repeated. She's just a Sawyer Depot kind of girl,
Noah said condescendingly. But Hester knew much more about Gravesend Academy than any of us knew she knew. On that balmy spring weekend in 1959, Hester arrived prepared. After all, Owen had sent her every issue of The Grave. If she had once regarded Owen with distaste, she had called him queer and crazy and a creep. Hester was no fool. She could tell when a star had risen, and Hester was committed to irreverence. It should have been no surprise to Noah and Simon and me that the voice had won her heart. Whatever had been her actual experience with the black boatman from Tortola, the encounter had lent to Hester's recklessly blooming young womanhood a measure of restraint that women gained from only the most tragic entanglements with love. In addition to her dark and primitive beauty and a substantial loss of weight that drew one's attention to her full, imposing bosom and to the hardness of the bones in her somber face, Hester now held herself back just enough to make her dangerousness both more subtle and more absolute. Her wariness matured her. She had always known how to dress. I think it ran in the family. In Hester's case, she wore simple, expensive clothes, but more casually than the designer had intended, and the fit was never quite right. Her body belonged in the jungle, covered only essentially, possibly with fur or grass. For the senior dance, she wore a short black dress with spaghetti straps as thin as string. The dress had a full skirt, a fitted waist, and a deeply plunging neckline that exposed a broad expanse of Hester's throat and chest, a fetching background for the necklace of rose-gray pearls my Aunt Martha had given her for her 17th birthday. She wore no stockings and danced barefoot. Around one ankle was a black rawhide thong, from which a turquoise bauble dangled, touching the top of her foot. Its value could have been only sentimental. Noah implied that the Tortola boatman had given it to her. At the senior dance, the faculty chaperones and their wives never took their eyes off her. We were all enthralled. When Owen Meany danced with Hester, the sharp bridge of his nose fit perfectly in her cleavage. No one even cut in. There we were, in our rented tuxedos, boys more afraid of pimples than of war. But Owen's tux was not rented. My grandmother had bought it for him, and in its tailoring, in its lack of shine, in its touch of satin on its slim lapels, it eloquently spoke to the matter that was so obvious to us all, how the voice expressed what we were unable to say. Like all dances at the academy, this one ended under extreme supervision. No one could leave the dance early, boys who marched to the school's rules. Owen, who had the day boys standing permission to drive himself to and from the academy, drove Hester back to 80 Front Street. Once in the cab of the tomato red pickup, Hester and Owen were freed from the regulations of the dance committee. They lit up. The smoke from their cigarettes concealed the assumed complacency of their expressions, and each of them lolled an arm out a rolled-down window as Owen turned up the volume of the radio and drove artfully away. With his cigarette, with Hester beside him, in his tux, in the high cab of that tomato-red pickup, Owen Meany looked almost tall. Other boys claimed that they did it in the bushes, between leaving the dance and arriving at their dorms. Other boys displayed kissing techniques in lobbies, risked copping a feel in coat rooms, defied the chaperone's quick censure of anything as vulgar as sticking a tongue in a girl's ear. But beyond the indisputable fact of his nose embedded in Hester's cleavage, Owen and Hester did not resort to either common or gross forms of public affection. And how he later rebuked our childishness by refusing to talk about her. If he did it with her, the voice was not bragging about it. He took Hester back to 80 Front Street, and they watched The Late Show together. He drove himself back to the quarry.
It was rather late,
he admitted. What was the movie? I asked.
What movie?
On The Late Show.
Oh, I forget.
Hester must have fucked his brains out, Simon said morosely. Noah hit him. Since when does Owen forget a movie? Simon cried. But Noah hit him again. Owen even remembers the robe, Simon said. Noah hit him in the mouth, and Simon started swinging. It doesn't matter, Simon yelled. Hester fucks everybody. Noah had his brother by the throat. We don't know that, he said to Simon. We think it, Simon cried. It's okay to think it, Noah told his brother. He rubbed his forearm back and forth across Simon's nose, which began to bleed. But if we don't know it, we don't say it. Hester fucked Owen's brains out, Simon screamed. Noah drove the point of his elbow into the hollow between Simon's eyes. We don't know that, he repeated. But I had grown accustomed to their savage fights. They no longer frightened me. Their brutality seemed plain and safe alongside my conflicted feelings for Hester, my crushing envy of Owen. Once again, the voice put us in our places.
It is hard to know, in the wake of the disturbing dance weekend, whether our esteemed peers or our esteemed faculty chaperones should be more ashamed of themselves. It is puerile for young men to discuss what degree of advantage they took of their dates. It is disrespectful of women, all this cheap bragging, and it gives men a bad reputation. Why should women trust us? But it is hard to say whether this boorish behavior is worse or better than the Gestapo tactics of our Puritan chaperones. The dean's office tells me that 2 seniors have received notice of disciplinary probation for the remainder of the term for their alleged overt indiscretions. I believe the 2 incidents fall under the punishable offense of morally reprehensible conduct with girls. At the risk of sounding prurient, I shall reveal the shocking nature of these 2 sins against the school and womankind. 1. A boy was found fondling his date in the trophy room of the gym. As the couple was fully dressed and standing at the time, it seems unlikely that a pregnancy could have resulted from their exchange. And although the gym is notorious for it, I'm sure they hadn't even exposed themselves sufficiently to risk an athlete's foot infection. 2. A boy was seen leaving the butt room in Bancroft Hall with his tongue in his date's ear. An odd and ostentatious manner in which to exit a smoking lounge, I will agree, but this degree of physical contact is also not known to result in a pregnancy. To my knowledge, it is even difficult to communicate the common cold by this method. After that one, it became customary for the applicants for the position of headmaster to request to meet him when they were interviewed. The search committee had a student subcommittee available to interview each candidate, but when the candidates asked to meet the voice, Owen insisted that he be given a private audience.
The issue of Owen being granted this privilege was the subject of a special faculty meeting where tempers flared. Dan said there was a movement to replace the faculty advisor to the grave. There were those who said that the pregnancy humor in Owen's column about the senior dance should not have escaped the advisor's censorship. But the faculty advisor to the grave was an Owen Meany supporter, Mr. Early, that deeply flawed thespian who brought to every role he was given in the Gravesend Players an overblown and befuddled sense of Lear-like doom, cried that he would defend the unsullied genius of the voice, if necessary, to the death. That would not be necessary, Dan Needham was sure. But that Owen was supported by such a boob as Mr. Early was conceivably worse than no defense at all. Several applicants for the headmaster position admitted that their interviews with the Voice had been daunting. I'm sure that they were unprepared for his size, and when they heard him speak, I'm sure they got the shivers and were troubled by the absurdity of that voice communicating strictly in uppercase letters. One of the favored candidates withdrew his application. Although there was no direct evidence that Owen had contributed to the candidate's retreat, the man admitted there was a certain quality of accepted cynicism among the students that had depressed him. The man added that these students demonstrated an attitude of superiority and such a degree of freedom of speech as to make their liberal education too liberal. "Nonsense," Dan Needham had cried in the faculty meeting. "Owen Meany isn't cynical. If this guy was referring to Owen, he was referring to him incorrectly. Good riddance." But not all the faculty felt that way. The search committee would need another year to satisfy their search. The present headmaster cheerfully agreed, for the good of the school, to stall his retirement. He was all for the good of the school, the old headmaster, and it was his support of Owen Meany that, for a while, kept Owen's enemies from his throat. "He's a delightful little fella," the headmaster said. "I wouldn't miss reading the Voice, not for all the world." His name was Archibald Thorndyke, and he'd been headmaster forever. He'd married the daughter of the headmaster before him, and he was about as old school as a headmaster could get. Although the newer, more progressive-minded faculty complained about Archie Thorndyke's reluctance to change a single course requirement, not to mention his views of the whole boy, the headmaster had no enemies. Old Thorny, as he was called, and he encouraged even the boys to address him as Thorny, was so headmasterly in every pleasing, comfortable, superficial way that no one could feel unfriendly toward him. He was a tall, broad-shouldered, white-haired man with a face as serviceable as an oar. In fact, he was an oarsman and an outdoorsman, a man who preferred soft, unironed trousers, maybe khakis or corduroys, and a tweed jacket with the elbow patches in need of a thread here or there. He went hatless in our New Hampshire winters and was such a supporter of our teams, in the rawest weather, that he wore a scar from an errant hockey puck as proudly as a merit badge. The puck had struck him above the eye while he'd tended the goal during the annual alumni varsity game. Thorny was an honorary member of several of Gravesend's graduating classes. He played every alumni game in the goal. "Ice hockey's not a sissy sport," he liked to say. In another vein, in defense of Owen Meany, he maintained, "It is the well-educated who will improve society, and they will improve it, at first, by criticizing it, and we are giving them the tools to criticize it. Naturally, as students, the brighter of them will begin their improvements upon society by criticizing us." To Owen, old Archie Thorndyke would sing a slightly different song. "It is your responsibility to find fault with me. It is mine to hear you out. But don't expect me to change. I'm not going to change. I'm going to retire. Get the new headmaster to make the changes. That's when I made changes, when I was new." "What changes did you make?" Owen Meany asked. "That's another reason I'm retiring," old Thorny told Owen amiably. "My memory's shot." Owen thought that Archibald Thorndyke was a blithering, glad-handing fool, but everyone, even the Voice, thought that old Thorny was a nice guy. "Nice guys are the toughest to get rid of," Owen wrote for the Grave. But even Mr. Early was smart enough to censor that. Then it was summer. The Voice went back to work in the quarries. I don't think he said much down in the pits, and I had my first job. I was a guide for the Gravesend Academy admissions office. I showed the school to prospective students and their parents. It was boring, but it certainly wasn't hard. I had a ring of master keys, which amounted to the greatest responsibility anyone had given me, and I had freedom of choice regarding which typical classroom I would show and which typical dormitory room. I chose rooms at random in Waterhouse Hall, in the vague hope that I might surprise Mr. and Mrs. Brinker Smith at their game of musical beds. But the twins were older now, and maybe the Brinker Smiths didn't do it with their former gusto. In the evenings at Hampton Beach, Owen looked tired to me. I reported to the admissions office for my first guided tour at 10, but Owen was stepping into the grout bucket by 7 every morning. His fingernails were cracked, his hands were cut and swollen, his arms were tanned and thin and hard. He didn't talk about Hester. The summer of '59 was the first summer that we met with any success in picking up girls, or rather, Owen met with this success and he introduced the girls he met to me. We didn't do it that summer. At least I didn't, and to my knowledge, Owen never had a date alone.
"It's a double date or it's nothing,"
he'd tell one surprised girl after another.
"Ask your friend or forget it."
And we were no longer afraid to cruise the pinball arcades around the casino on foot. Delinquent thugs would still pick on Owen, but he quickly established a reputation as an untouchable.
"You want to beat me up?"
he'd say to some punk.
"You want to go to jail? You're so ugly you think I'll have trouble remembering your face?"
Then he'd point to me.
"You see him? Are you such an asshole you don't know what a witness is? Go ahead, beat me up."
Only one guy did, or tried. It was like watching a dog go after a raccoon. The dog does all the work, but the raccoon gets the better of it. Owen just covered up. He grabbed for hands and feet. He went for the fingers first, but he was content to tear off a shoe and go for the toes. He took a pounding, but he wrapped himself into a ball. He left no extremities showing. He broke the guy's pinky. He bent it so sharply that after the fight the guy's little finger pointed straight up off the back of his hand. He tore one of the guy's shoes off and bit his toes. There was a lot of blood, but the guy was wearing a sock. I couldn't see the actual damage, only that he had trouble walking. The guy was pulled off Owen by a cotton candy vendor. He was arrested shortly thereafter for screaming obscenities, and we heard he was sent to reform school because he turned out to be driving a stolen car. We never saw him on the beachfront again, and the word about Owen, on the strip, around the casino, and along the boardwalk, was that he was dangerous to pick a fight with. The rumor was that he'd bitten off someone's ear. Another summer, I heard that he'd blinded a guy with a popsicle stick. That these reports weren't exactly true did not matter at Hampton Beach. He was that little dude in the red pickup. He was the quarry worker. He carries some kind of tool on him. He was a mean little fucker. Watch out for him. We were 17. We had a sullen summer. In the fall, Noah and Simon started college out on the West Coast. They went to one of those California universities that no one on the East Coast can even remember the name of. And the Eastmans continued their folly of considering Hester as less of an investment. They sent her to the University of New Hampshire, where, as a resident, she merited in-state tuition. "They want to keep me in their own backyard," was how Hester put it.
"They put her in our backyard,"
was how Owen put it. The State University was only a 20-minute drive from Gravesend. That it was a better university than the tanning club that Noah and Simon attended in California was not an argument that impressed Hester. The boys got to travel. The boys got the more agreeable climate. She got to stay home. To New Hampshire natives, the State University, notwithstanding how basically solid an education it offered, was not exotic. To Gravesend Academy students with their elitist eyes on the Ivy League schools, it was a cow college, wholly beyond redemption. But in the fall of '59, when Owen and I began our 10th grade year at the academy, Owen was regarded as especially gifted by our peers because he was dating a college girl. That Hester was a cow college girl did not tarnish Owen's reputation. He was ladies' man, meanie. He was older woman master, and he was still and would always be the voice. He demanded attention, and he got it. Toronto, May 9th, 1987. Gary Hart, a former U.S. Senator from Colorado, quit his campaign for the presidency after some Washington reporters caught him shacked up for the weekend with a Miami model. Although both the model and the candidate claimed that nothing immoral occurred, and Mrs. Hart said that she supported her husband, or maybe it was that she understood him, Mr. Hart decided that such intense scrutiny of his personal life created an intolerable situation for him and his family. He'll be back. Want to bet? In the United States, no one like him disappears for long. Remember Nixon? What do Americans know about morality? They don't want their presidents to have penises, but they don't mind if their presidents covertly arrange to support the Nicaraguan rebel forces after Congress has restricted such aid. They don't want their presidents to deceive their wives, but they don't mind if their presidents deceive Congress, lie to the people, and violate the people's constitution. What Mr. Hart should have said was that nothing unusually immoral had occurred, or that what happened was only typically immoral, or that he was testing his abilities to deceive the American people by deceiving his wife first, and that he hoped the people would see by this example that he was immoral enough to be good presidential material. I can just hear what the voice would have said about all this. A sunny day. My fellow Canadians in Winston Churchill Park have their bellies turned toward the sun. All the girls at Bishop Strawn are tugging up their middies and hiking up their pleated skirts. They are pushing their knee socks down around their ankles. The whole world wants a tan. But Owen hated the spring. The warm weather made him think that school was almost over, and Owen loved school. When school was over, Owen Meany went back to the quarries. When school began again, when we started the fall term of 1959, I realized that the voice had not been idle for the summer. Owen came back to school with a stack of columns ready for the grave. He charged the search committee to find a new headmaster who was dedicated to serving the faculty and the students.
Not a servant of the alumni and the trustees.
Although he made fun of Thorny, particularly of old Archie Thorndyke's notion of the whole boy, Owen praised our departing headmaster for being
an educator first, a fundraiser second.
Owen cautioned the search committee to
beware of the board of trustees. They'll pick a headmaster who cares more about fund drives than the curriculum or the faculty who teach it. And don't listen to the alumni,
warned the voice. Owen had a low opinion of the alumni.
They can't even be trusted to remember what it was really like to be here. They're always talking about what the school did for them or how the school made something out of them, as if they were unformed clay when they came here. As for how harsh the school could be, as for how miserable they were when they were students, the alumni have conveniently forgotten.
Someone in faculty meeting called Owen that little turd. Dan Needham argued that Owen truly adored the school, but that a Gravesend education did not and should not teach respect for uncritical love, for blind devotion. It became harder to defend Owen when he started the petition against fish on Fridays.
We have a non-denominational church, he stated. Why do we have a Catholic dining hall? If Catholics want to eat fish on Friday, why must the rest of us join them? Most kids hate fish. Serve fish, but serve something else, too. Cold cuts, or even peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. We are free to listen to the guest preacher at Hurd's Church, or we can attend any of the town churches of our choice. Jews aren't forced to take communion. Unitarians aren't dragged to Mass or to confession. Baptists aren't rounded up on Saturdays and herded off to synagogue or to their own unwilling circumcisions. Yet non-Catholics must eat fish. On Fridays, it's eat fish or go hungry. I thought this was a democracy. Are we all forced to subscribe to the Catholic view of birth control? Why are we forced to eat Catholic food?
He set up a chair and desk in the school post office to collect signatures for his petition. Naturally, everyone signed it.
Even the Catholics signed it,
announced the voice. Dan Needham said that the food service manager put on quite a show in faculty meeting. Next thing you know, that little turd will want a salad bar. He'll want an alternative to every menu, not just fish on Fridays. In his first column, the voice had attacked
mystery meat.
Now it was fish.
This unjust imposition encourages religious persecution, said the voice.
Owen saw signs of anti-Catholicism springing up everywhere.
There's some bad talk going around, he reported. The climate of the school is becoming discriminatory. I hear the offensive slur, mackerel snapper. And you never used to hear that kind of talk around here.
Frankly, I never heard anyone use the term mackerel snapper, except Owen. And we couldn't pass St. Michael's, not to mention the sainted statue of Mary Magdalene, without his saying,
I wonder what the penguins are up to. Do you think they're all lesbians?
It was the first Friday following Thanksgiving vacation when they served cold cuts and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with the standard fish dish. You could also get a bowl of tomato soup and potato salad. He had won. He got a standing ovation in the dining hall. As a scholarship boy, he had a job. He was a waiter at a faculty table. The serving tray was half his size, and he stood at attention beside it as if it were a shield, while the students applauded him, and the faculty smiled a trifle stiffly. Old Thorny called him into his office. You know, I like you, little fella, he told Owen. You're a go-getter. But let me give you some advice. Your friends don't watch you as closely as your enemies, and you've got enemies. You've made more enemies in less than 2 years than I've made in more than 20. Be careful you don't give your enemies a way to get you. Thorny wanted Owen to cox the varsity crew. Owen was the perfect size for a coxswain, and, after all, he'd grown up on the Squamscott. But Owen said that the racing shells had always offended his father.
It's a matter of blood being thicker than school,
he told the headmaster. Furthermore, the river was polluted. In those days, the town didn't have a proper sewage system. The textile mill, my late grandfather's former shoe factory, and many private homes simply dumped their waste into the Squamscott. Owen said he had often seen beetle skins floating in the river. Beetle skins still gave him the shivers. Besides, in the fall, he liked soccer. Of course, he wasn't on the varsity or the junior varsity, but he had fun playing soccer, even on the lowest club level. He was fast and scrappy, although from all his smoking he was easily winded. And in the spring, the other season for crew, Owen liked to play tennis. He wasn't very good, he was just a beginner. But my grandmother bought him a good racket, and Owen appreciated the orderliness of the game. The straight white lines, the proper tension in the net at its exactly correct height, the precise scoring. In the winter, God knows why, he liked basketball. Perversely, perhaps, because it was a tall boy's game. He played only in pickup games, to be sure. He could never have played on any of the teams. But he played with enthusiasm. He was quite a leaper. He had a jump shot that elevated him almost to eye level with the other players, and he became obsessed with an impossible frill of the game, impossible for him, the slam dunk. We didn't call it a slam dunk then. We called it stuffing the ball, and there wasn't very much of it. Most kids weren't tall enough. Of course, Owen could never leap high enough to be above the basket. To stuff the ball down into the basket was a nonsense idea he had. It was his absurd goal. He would devise an approach to the basket. Dribbling at good speed, he would time his leap to coincide with a teammate's readiness to lift him higher. He would jump into a teammate's waiting arms, and the teammate would, occasionally, boost Owen above the basket's rim. I was the only one who was willing to practice the timing with him. It was such a ridiculous thing for him to want to do. For someone his size to set himself the challenge of soaring and reaching so high, it was just silliness. And I tired of the mindless, repetitive choreography.
This is the end of disc number 11. Please insert disc number 12. This is disc number 12.
I was the only one who was willing to practice the timing with him. It was such a ridiculous thing for him to want to do. For someone his size to set himself the challenge of soaring and reaching so high, it was just silliness. And I tired of the mindless, repetitive choreography. "Why are we doing this?" I'd ask him. "It would never work in a game. It's probably not even legal. I can't lift you up to the basket. I'm sure that's not allowed." But Owen reminded me that I had once enjoyed lifting him up at Sunday school. Now that it mattered to him to get the timing of his leap adjusted to my lifting him even higher, why couldn't I simply indulge him without criticizing him? "I tolerated you lifting me up all those years when I asked you not to," he said. "All those years," I repeated. "It was only a few Sunday school classes. It was only for a couple of years, and we didn't do it every time." But it was important to him now, this crazy lifting him up, and so we did it. It became a very well-rehearsed stunt with us. Slam Dunk Meanie, some of the boys on the basketball team began to call him, Slam Dunk Master, after he'd perfected the move. Even the basketball coach was appreciative. "I may use you in a game, Owen," the coach said, joking with him. "It's not for a game," said Owen Meany, who had his own reasons for everything. That Christmas vacation of '59, we were in the Gravesend gym for hours every day. We were alone and undisturbed. All the boarders had gone home, and we were full of contempt for the Eastmans, who appeared to be making a point of not inviting us to Sawyer Depot. Noah and Simon had brought a friend home from California. Hester was in and out, and some old friend of my Aunt Martha, from her university days, might be visiting. The real reason we were not invited, Owen and I were sure, was that Aunt Martha wanted to discourage the relationship between Owen and Hester. Hester had told Owen that her mother referred to him as the boy who hit that ball, and as that strange little friend of John's, and that boy my mother is dressing up like a little doll. But Hester thought so ill of her mother, and she was such a troublemaker, she might have made up all that and told Owen, chiefly so that Owen would dislike Aunt Martha too. Owen didn't seem to care. I had been granted an extension to make up 2 late term papers over the vacation, so it wasn't much of a vacation anyway. Owen helped me with the history paper, and he wrote the English paper for me. "I purposely didn't spell everything correctly. I made a few grammatical errors, of the kind you usually make," he told me. "I repeated myself occasionally, and there's no mention of the middle of the book, as if you skipped that part. That's the part you skipped, right?" It was a problem. How my in-class writing, my quizzes and examinations, were not at all as good as the work Owen helped me with. But we studied for all announced tests together, and I was, gradually, improving as a student. Because of my weak spelling, I was enrolled in an extra remedial course, which was marginally insulting, and also because of my spelling and my often erratic performance when I was called upon in the classroom, I was asked to see the school psychiatrist once a week. Gravesend Academy was used to good students. When someone struggled academically, even when one simply couldn't spell properly, it was assumed to be a matter for a shrink. The Voice had something to say about that, too. "It seems to me that people who don't learn as easily as others suffer from a kind of learning disability. There is something that interferes with the way they perceive numbers and letters. There is something different about the way they comprehend unfamiliar material. But I fail to see how this disability is improved by psychiatric consultation.
What seems to be lacking is a technical ability that those of us called good students are born with. Someone should concretely study these skills and teach them. What does a shrink have to do with the process?
These were the days before we'd heard about dyslexia and other learning disabilities. Students like me were simply thought to be stupid or slow. It was Owen who isolated my problem.
You're mainly slow, he said. You're almost as smart as I am, but you need twice the time.
The school psychiatrist, a retired Swiss gentleman who returned every summer to Zurich, was convinced that my difficulties as a student were the result of my best friend's murder of my mother and the tensions and conflicts that he saw as the inevitable result of my dividing my life between my grandmother and my stepfather.
At times, you must hate him, yes?
Dr. Dolder mused. Hate who? I asked. My stepfather? No, I love Dan.
Your best friend. At times you hate him, yes?
Dr. Dolder asked. No, I said. I love Owen. It was an accident.
Yes, I know,
Dr. Dolder said.
But nonetheless, your grandmother, perhaps, she is a most difficult reminder, yes?
A reminder? I said. I love my grandmother.
Yes, I know,
Dr. Dolder said.
But this baseball business, it's most difficult, I imagine.
Yes, I said. I hate baseball.
Yes, for sure,
Dr. Dolder said.
I've never seen a game, so it's hard for me to imagine exactly. Perhaps we should take in a game together?
No, I said. I don't play baseball. I don't even watch it.
Yes, I see,
Dr. Dolder said.
You hate it that much, I see.
I can't spell, I said. I'm a slow reader. I get tired. I have to keep my finger on the particular sentence or I'll lose my place.
It must be rather hard, a baseball,
Dr. Dolder said.
Yes?
Yes, it's very hard, I said. I sighed.
Yes, I see,
Dr. Dolder said.
Are you tired now? Are you getting tired?
It's the spelling, I told him. The spelling and the reading. There were photographs on the wall of his office in the Hubbard Infirmary. They were old black and white photographs of the clock faces on the church spires in Zurich, and photographs of the water birds in the Limmat, and of the people feeding the birds from those funny arched footbridges. Many of the people wore hats. You could almost hear those cathedral clocks sounding the hour. Dr. Dolder had a quizzical expression on his long, goat-shaped face. His silver-white Van Dyke beard was neatly trimmed, but the doctor often tugged its point.
A baseball,
he said thoughtfully.
Next time, you will bring a baseball, yes?
Yes, of course, I said.
And this little baseball hitter, the voice, yes? I would very much like to talk to him, too,
said Dr. Dolder. I'll ask Owen if he's free, I said.
Not a chance, said Owen Meany when I asked him. There's nothing the matter with my spelling.
Toronto, May 11th, 1987. I regret that I had the right change to get the Globe and Mail out of the street corner box. I had 3 dimes in my pocket, and a sentence in a front-page article proved irresistible. It was unclear how Mr. Reagan intended to have his administration maintain support for the Contras while remaining within the law. Since when did Mr. Reagan care about remaining within the law? I wish the president would spend a weekend with a Miami model. He could do a lot less harm that way. Think how relieved the Nicaraguans would be, if only for a weekend. We ought to find a model for the president to spend every weekend with. If we could tire the old geezer out, he wouldn't be capable of more damaging mischief. Oh, what a nation of moralists the Americans are. With what fervor do they relish bringing their sexual misconduct to light. A pity that they do not bring their moral outrage to bear on their president's arrogance above the law. A pity that they do not unleash their moral zest on an administration that runs guns to terrorists. But of course, boudoir morality takes less imagination and can be indulged in without the effort of keeping up with world affairs or even bothering to know the whole story behind the sexual adventure. It's sunny again in Toronto today. The fruit trees are blossoming, especially the pears and apples and crab apples. There's a chance of showers. Owen liked the rain. In the summer, in the bottom of a quarry, it could be brutally hot, and the dust was always a factor. The rain cooled the rock slabs. The rain held the dust down.
"All quarrymen like rain,"
said Owen Meany. I told my grade 12 English class that they should reread what Hardy called the first phase of Tess of the D'Urbervilles, the part called The Maiden. Although I had drawn their attention to Hardy's fondness for foreshadowing, the class was especially sleepy-headed at spotting these devices. How could they have read over the death of the horse so carelessly? Nobody blamed Tess as she blamed herself, Hardy writes. He even says, her face was dry and pale, as though she regarded herself in the light of a murderess. And what did the class make of Tess's physical appearance? It was a luxuriance of aspect, a fullness of growth, which made her appear more of a woman than she really was. They made nothing of it. Don't some of you look like that to yourselves? I asked the class. What do you think about when you see one of yourselves who looks like that? Silence. And what did they think happened at the end of the first phase? Was Tess seduced, or was she raped? She was sleeping soundly, Hardy writes. Does he mean that D'Urberville did it to her when she was asleep? Silence. Before they trouble themselves to read the second phase of Tess, called Maiden No More, I suggested that they trouble themselves to reread The Maiden, or perhaps read it for the first time, as the case may be. Pay attention, I warned them. When Tess says, "Did it ever strike your mind that what every woman says some women may feel?" Pay attention. Pay attention to where Tess's child is buried, in that shabby corner of God's allotment, where he lets the nettles grow, and where all unbaptized infants, notorious drunkards, suicides, and others of the conjecturally damned are laid. Ask yourself what Hardy thinks of God's allotment, and what does he think of bad luck, of coincidence, of so-called circumstances beyond our control? And does he imagine that being a virtuous character exposes you to greater or fewer liabilities as you roam the world? "Sir," said Leslie Ann Grew. That was very old-fashioned of her. It's been years since anyone called me sir at Bishop Strawn, unless it was a new kid. Leslie Ann Grew has been here for years. "If it's another nice day tomorrow," said Leslie Ann, "can we have class outside?" "No," I said. But I'm so slow. I feel so dull. I know what the voice would have told her.
"Only if it rains,"
Owen would have said.
"If it pours, then we can have class outside."
At the start of the winter term of our 10th grade year at Gravesend Academy, the school's gouty minister, the Reverend Mr. Scammon, the officiant of the Academy's non-denominational faith and the lackluster teacher of our religion and scripture classes, cracked his head on the icy steps of Hurd's Church and failed to regain consciousness. Owen was of the opinion that the Reverend Mr. Scammon never was fully conscious. For weeks after his demise, his vestments and his cane hung from the coat tree in the vestry office, as if old Mr. Scammon had journeyed no farther from this world than to the adjacent toilet. The Reverend Lewis Merrill was hired as his temporary replacement in our religion and scripture classes, and a search committee was formed to find a new school minister. Owen and I had suffered through Religion 1 together in our 9th grade year, old Mr. Scammon's sweeping Caesar to Eisenhower approach to the major religions of the world. We had been suffering Scammon's scripture course, and his religion too, when the icy steps of Hurd's Church rose to meet him. The Reverend Mr. Merrill, brought his familiar stutter and his almost as familiar doubts to both courses. In Scripture, he set us to work in our Bibles to find plentiful examples of Isaiah 5:20, "Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil." In religion, too, a heavy reading course in religion and literature, we were instructed to divine Tolstoy's meaning. There was no solution, Tolstoy writes in Anna Karenina, but the universal solution that life gives to all questions, even the most complex and insoluble. That answer is, one must live in the needs of the day. That is, forget oneself. In both classes, Pastor Merrill preached his doubt is the essence of and not the opposite of faith philosophy. It was a point of view that interested Owen more than it had once interested him. The apparent secret was belief without miracles. A faith that needed a miracle was not a faith at all. Don't ask for proof. That was Mr. Merrill's routine message.
But everyone needs a little proof,
said Owen Meany. Faith itself is a miracle, Owen, said Pastor Merrill. The first miracle that I believe in is my own faith itself. Owen looked doubtful, but he didn't speak. Our Religion 2 class, and our Scripture class too, was an atheistic mob. Except for Owen Meany, we were such a negative, anti-everything bunch of morons that we thought Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg were more interesting writers than Tolstoy. And so the Reverend Lewis Merrill, with his stutter and his well-worn case of doubt, had his hands full with us. He made us read Green's The Power and the Glory. Owen wrote his term paper on
The Whiskey Priest, a seedy saint.
We also read Joyce's Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, and Lagerkvist's Barabbas, and Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov. Owen wrote my term paper on
Sin and Smerdyakov, a lethal combination.
Poor Pastor Merrill. My old Congregationalist minister was suddenly cast in the role of Christianity's defender, and even Owen argued with the terms of Mr. Merrill's defense. The class loved Sartre and Camus. The concept of the unyielding evidence of a life without consolation was thrilling to us teenagers. The Reverend Mr. Merrill countered humbly with Kierkegaard. What no person has a right to is to delude others into the belief that faith is something of no great significance, or that it is an easy matter, whereas it is the greatest and most difficult of all things. Owen, who'd had his doubts about Pastor Merrill, found himself in the role of the minister's defender.
Just because a bunch of atheists are better writers than the guys who wrote the Bible doesn't necessarily make them right, he said crossly. Look at those weirdo TV miracle workers. They're trying to get people to believe in magic. But the real miracles aren't anything you can see. They're things you have to believe without seeing. If some preacher's an asshole, that's not proof that God doesn't exist.
Yes, but let's not say asshole in class, Owen, Pastor Merrill said. And in our Scripture class, Owen said,
It's true that the disciples are stupid. They never understand what Jesus means. They're a bunch of bunglers. They don't believe in God as much as they want to believe, and they even betray Jesus. The point is, God doesn't love us because we're smart or because we're good. We're stupid and we're bad, and God loves us anyway. Jesus already told the dumb shit disciples what was going to happen. The Son of Man will be delivered into the hands of men, and they will kill him. Remember? That was in Mark, right?
Yes, but let's not say dumb shit disciples in class, Owen, Mr. Merrill said. But although he struggled to defend God's holy word, Lewis Merrill, for the first time in my memory, appeared to be enjoying himself. To have his faith assailed perked him up. He was livelier and less meek.
I don't think the Congregationalists ever talked to him, Owen suggested. I think he's lonely for conversation. Even if all he gets is an argument, at least we're talking to him.
I see no evidence that his wife ever talks to him, Dan Needham observed. and the monosyllabic utterances of Pastor Merrill's surly children were not of the engaging tones that invited conversation.
"Why does the school waste its time with 2 search committees?" asked the voice in the grave. "Find a headmaster. We need a headmaster, but we don't need a school minister. With no disrespect for the dead, the Reverend Lewis Merrill is a more than adequate replacement for the late Mr. Scammon. Frankly, Mr. Merrill is an improvement in the classroom, and the school thinks well enough of his powers in the pulpit to have already invited him to be the guest preacher at Hurd's Church on several occasions. The Reverend Mr. Merrill would be a good school minister. We should find out what the Congregationalists are paying him and offer him more."
And so they hired him away from the Congregationalists. Once more, the voice did not go unheard. Toronto, May 12, 1987. A sunny, cool day. A good day to mow a lawn. The smell of freshly cut grass all along Russell Hill Road reflects how widespread is my neighbor's interest in lawn mowing. Mrs. Brocklebank, whose daughter Heather is in my grade 12 English class, took a slightly different approach to her lawn. I found her ripping her dandelions out by their roots. "You'd better do the same thing," she said to me. "Pull them out. Don't mow them under. If you chop them up with the mower, you'll just make more of them." "Like starfish," I said. I should have known better. It's never a good idea to introduce Mrs. Brocklebank to a new subject, not unless you have time to kill. If I'd assigned The Maiden to Mrs. Brocklebank, she would have gotten everything right the first time. "What do you know about starfish?" she asked. "I grew up on the seacoast," I reminded her. It is occasionally necessary for me to tell Torontonians of the presence of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. They tend to think of the Great Lakes as the waters of the world. "So what about starfish?" Mrs. Brocklebank asked. "You cut them up, they grow more starfish," I said. "Is that in a book?" asked Mrs. Brocklebank. I assured her that it was. I even have a book that describes the life of the starfish, although Owen and I knew not to chop them up long before we read about them. Every kid in Gravesend learned all about starfish at the beach at Little Boar's Head. I remember my mother telling Owen and me not to cut them up. Starfish are very destructive, and their powers of reproduction are not encouraged in New Hampshire. Mrs. Brocklebank is persistent regarding new information. She goes after everything as aggressively as she attacks her dandelions. "I'd like to see that book," she announced. And so I began again with what has become a fairly routine labor, discouraging Mrs. Brocklebank from reading another book. I work as hard at discouraging her, and with as little success, as I sometimes labor to encourage those BSS girls to read their assignments. "It's not a very good book," I said. "It's written by an amateur. It's published by a vanity press." "So what's wrong with an amateur writing a book?" Mrs. Brocklebank wanted to know. She is probably writing one of her own, it occurs to me now. "So what's wrong with the vanity press?" she asked. The book that tells the truth about the starfish is called The Life of the Tide Pool by Archibald Thorndike. Old Thorny was an amateur naturalist and an amateur diarist, and after he retired from Gravesend Academy, he spent 2 years scrutinizing a tide pool in Rye Harbor. At his own expense, he published a book about it and sold autographed copies of the book every alumni day. He parked his station wagon by the tennis courts and sold his books off the tailgate, chatting with all the alumni who wanted to talk to him. Since he was a very popular headmaster, and since he was replaced by a particularly unpopular headmaster, almost all the alumni wanted to talk to old Thorny. I suppose he sold a lot of copies of The Life of the Tide Pool. He might even have made money. Maybe he wasn't such an amateur after all. He knew how to handle the voice by not handling him, and the voice would prove to be the undoing of the new headmaster in the end. In the end, I yielded to Mrs. Brocklebank's frenzy to educate herself. I said I'd lend her my copy of The Life of the Tide Pool. Be sure to remind Heather to reread the first phase of Tess, I told Mrs. Brocklebank. Heather's not reading her assignments? Mrs. Brocklebank asked in alarm. It's spring, I reminded her. All the girls aren't reading their assignments. Heather's doing just fine. Indeed, Heather Brocklebank is one of my better students. She has inherited her mother's ardor, while at the same time her imagination ranges far beyond dandelions. In a flash, I think of giving my grade 12 English class a sneak quiz. If they gave the first phase of Tess such a sloppy reading, I'll bet they skipped the introduction altogether. And I had assigned the introduction, too. I don't always do that, but there's an introduction by Robert B. Heilman that's especially helpful to first readers of Hardy. I know a really nasty quiz question, I think, looking at Mrs. Brocklebank, clutching her murdered dandelions. What was Thomas Hardy's earlier title for Tess? Ha! It's nothing they could ever guess. If they'd read the introduction, they'd know it was Too Late, Beloved. They'd at least remember the too late part. Then I remembered that Hardy had written a story before Tess called The Romantic Adventures of a Milkmaid. I wondered if I could throw in that title to confuse them. Then I remembered that Mrs. Brocklebank was standing on the sidewalk with her handful of dandelions, waiting for me to fetch her The Life of the Tide Pool. And last of all, I remembered that Owen Meany and I first read Tess of the D'Urbervilles in our 10th grade year at Gravesend Academy. We were in Mr. Early's English class. It was the winter term of 1960, and I was struggling with Thomas Hardy to the point of tears. Mr. Early was a fool to try Tess on 10th graders. At Bishop Strawn, I have long argued with my colleagues that we should teach Hardy in grade 13. Even grade 12 is too soon. Even the Brothers Karamazov is easier than Tess. I can't read this, I remember saying to Owen. He tried to help me. He helped me with everything else, but Tess was simply too difficult. I can't read about milking cows, I screamed. It's not about milking cows, Owen said crossly. I don't care what it's about. I hate it, I said. That's a truly intelligent attitude, Owen said. If you can't read it, do you want me to read it aloud to you? I am so ashamed of myself to remember this, that he would do even that for me, that he would read Tess of the D'Urbervilles aloud to me. At the time, the thought of hearing that whole novel in his voice was staggering. I can't read it, and I can't listen to it either, I said. Fine, Owen said. Then you tell me what you want me to do. I can tell you the whole story, I can write your term paper, and if there's an exam, you'll just have to bullshit as well as you can. If I tell you the whole story, maybe you'll actually remember some of it. The point is, I can do your homework for you. It's not hard for me, and I don't mind doing it, or I can teach you how to do your own homework. That would be a little harder for both of us, but it might turn out to be useful for you to be able to do your own work. I mean, what are you going to do after I'm gone? What do you mean, after you're gone? I asked him. Look at it another way, he said patiently. Are you going to get a job? After you're through with school, I mean. Are you going to work? Are you going to a university? Are we going to go to the same university? Am I going to do your homework there, too? What are you going to major in? What are you going to major in? I asked him. My feelings were hurt, but I knew what he was driving at, and he was right. Geology, he said. I'm in the granite business. That's crazy, I said. It's not your business. You can study anything you want. You don't have to study rocks. Rocks are interesting, Owen said stubbornly. Geology is the history of the earth. I can't read Tess of the D'Urbervilles, I cried. It's too hard. You mean it's hard to make yourself read it? You mean it's hard to make yourself pay attention, he said. But it's not Tess of the D'Urbervilles that's hard. Thomas Hardy may bore you, but he's very easy to understand. He's obvious. He tells you everything you have to know. He tells me more than I want to know, I cried.
Your boredom is your problem, said Owen Meany. It's your lack of imagination that bores you. Hardy has the world figured out. Tess is doomed. Fate has it in for her. She's a victim. If you're a victim, the world will use you. Why should someone who's got such a worked-out way of seeing the world bore you? Why shouldn't you be interested in someone who's worked out a way to see the world? That's what makes writers interesting. Maybe you should be an English major. At least you get to read stuff that's written by people who can write. You don't have to do anything to be an English major. You don't need any special talent. You just have to pay attention to what someone wants you to see, to what makes someone angriest or the most excited in some other way. It's so easy. I think that's why there are so many English majors. It's not easy for me, I cried. I hate reading this book. Do you hate to read most books? Owen asked me. Yes, I said. Do you see that the problem is not Tess? He asked me. Yes, I admitted. Now we're getting somewhere, said Owen Meany, my friend, my teacher. Standing on the sidewalk with Mrs. Brocklebank, I felt the tears start to come. Do you have allergies? Mrs. Brocklebank asked me. I shook my head. I feel so ashamed of myself that, even for a moment, I could consider zapping my grade 12 girls with a nasty quiz on Tess of the D'Urbervilles. Remembering how I suffered as a student, remembering how much I needed Owen's help, how could I even think of being a sneaky teacher? I think you do have an allergy, Mrs. Brocklebank concluded from my tears. Lots of people have allergies and don't even know. I've read about that. It must be the dandelions, I said, and Mrs. Brocklebank glared at the pestilential weeds with a fresh hatred. Every spring there are dandelions. They always remind me of the spring term of 1960, the burgeoning of that old decade that once seemed so new to Owen Meany and me. That was the spring when the search committee found a new headmaster. That was the decade that would defeat us. Randolph White had been the headmaster of a small private day school in Lake Forest, Illinois. I'm told that is a super-rich and exclusively WASP community that does its utmost to pretend it is not a suburb of Chicago. But that may be unfair. I've never been there. Several Gravesend students came from there, and they unanimously groaned to hear the announcement of Randolph White's appointment as headmaster at the academy. Apparently, the idea that anyone from Lake Forest had followed them to New Hampshire depressed them. At the time, Owen and I knew a kid from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, and he told us that Bloomfield Hills was to Detroit what Lake Forest was to Chicago, and that, in his view, Bloomfield Hills sucked. He offered a story about Bloomfield Hills as an example of what he meant. It was a story about a black family that moved there, and they were forced to sell and move out because their neighbors kept burning crosses on their lawn. This shocked Owen and me. In New Hampshire, we thought such things happened only in the South, but a black kid from Atlanta informed us that we knew shit about the problem. They burned crosses all over the country, the black kid said, and we weren't exactly overwhelmed by a sea of black faces at Gravesend Academy, were we? No, Owen and I agreed, we were not. Then another kid from Michigan said that Grosse Pointe was more to Detroit what Lake Forest was to Chicago, that Bloomfield Hills wasn't a proper analogy, and some other kid argued that Shaker Heights was more to Cleveland what Lake Forest was to Chicago, and so forth. Owen and I were not very knowledgeable of the geography of the country's rich and exclusive. When a Jewish kid from Highland Park, Illinois, told us that there were no Jews allowed in Lake Forest, Owen and I began to wonder what ominous kind of small private day school in Lake Forest our new headmaster had come from. Owen had another reason to be suspicious of Randolph White. Of all the candidates whom the search committee dragged through the school in our 10th grade year, only Randolph White had not accepted the invitation for a private audience with the Voice.
Owen had met Mr. White outside Archie Thorndyke's office. Thorny introduced the candidate to The Voice and told them he would, as usual, vacate his office in order for them to be alone for Owen's interview.
"What's this?" Randolph White said. "I thought I already had the student interview."
"Well," old Thorny said, "Owen, you know, is The Voice. You know our school newspaper, The Grave?"
"I know who he is,"
Mr. White said. He had still not shaken Owen's outstretched hand.
"Why didn't he interview me when the other students interviewed me?"
"That was the student subcommittee," Archie Thorndyke explained. "Owen has requested a private audience."
"Request denied, Owen,"
said Randolph White, finally shaking Owen's small hand.
"I want to have plenty of time to talk with the department heads,"
Mr. White explained. Owen rubbed his fingers, which were still throbbing from the candidate's handshake. Old Thorny tried to salvage the disaster. "Owen is almost a department head," he said cheerfully.
"Student opinion isn't a department, is it?"
Mr. White asked Owen, who was speechless. White was a compact, trimly built man who played an aggressive, relentless game of squash, daily. His wife called him Randy. He called her Sam, from Samantha. She came from a meat money family in the Chicago area. His was a meat family background, too, although there was said to be more money in the meat she came from. One of the less-than-kind Chicago newspapers described their wedding as a meat marriage. Owen remembered from the candidate's dossier that White had been credited with revolutionizing packaging and distribution of meat products. He'd left meat for education rather recently, when his own children, in his opinion, were in need of a better school. He'd started one up from scratch, and the school had been quite a success in Lake Forest. Now White's children were in college, and White was looking for a bigger challenge in the education business. In Lake Forest, he'd had no tradition to work with. White said he liked the idea of being a change-maker within a great tradition. Randy White dressed like a businessman. He looked exceedingly sharp alongside old Archie Thorndyke's more rumpled and wrinkled appearance. White wore a steel-gray, pinstriped suit with a crisp white shirt. He liked a thin gold collar pin that pulled the unusually narrow points of his collar a little too closely together. The pin also thrust the perfectly tight knot of his necktie a little too far forward. He put his hand on top of Owen Meany's head and rumpled Owen's hair. Before the famous Nativity of '53, Barb Wiggin used to do that to Owen.
"I'll talk to Owen after I get the job,"
White said to old Thorny. He smiled at his own joke.
"I know what Owen wants anyway,"
White said.
He winked at Owen. "An educator first, a fundraiser second. Isn't that it?"
Owen nodded, but he couldn't speak.
"Well, I'll tell you what a headmaster is, Owen. He's a decision-maker. He's both an educator and a fundraiser, but first and foremost, he makes decisions."
Then Randy White looked at his watch. He steered old Thorny back into the headmaster's office.
"Remember, I've got that plane to catch," White said. "Let's get those department heads together."
And just before old Archie Thorndyke closed his office door, Owen heard what White said. In Owen's view, he was supposed to hear what White said.
"I hope that kid hasn't stopped growing,"
said Randy White. Then the door to the headmaster's office was closed. The Voice was left speechless. The candidate had not heard a word from Owen Meany. Of course, the ghost of the future saw it coming. Sometimes I think Owen saw everything that was coming. I remember how he predicted that the school would pick Randolph White. For The Grave, The Voice titled his column,
"Whitewash."
He began,
"The trustees like businessmen. The trustees are businessmen. The faculty are a bunch of typical teachers, indecisive, wishy-washy. They're always saying, on the other hand. Now, along comes this guy who says his specialty is making decisions. Once he starts making those decisions, he'll drive everyone crazy. Wait until everyone sees what brilliant decisions the guy comes up with. But right now, everyone thinks someone who makes decisions is just what we need. Right now, everyone's a sucker for a decision maker, Owen wrote. What Gravesend needs is a headmaster with a strong educational background. Mr. White's background is meat.
There was more, and it was worse. Owen suggested that someone check into the admissions policy at the small private day school in Lake Forest. Were there any Jews or blacks in Mr. White's school? Mr. Early, in his capacity as faculty advisor to the Grave, killed the column. The part about the faculty being
typical teachers, indecisive, wishy-washy,
that was what forced Mr. Early's hand. Dan Needham agreed that the column should have been killed. You can't imply that someone is a racist or an anti-Semite, Owen, Dan told him. You have to have proof. Owen sulked about such a stern rejection from the Grave, but he took Dan's advice seriously. He talked to the Gravesend students who came from Lake Forest, Illinois. He encouraged them to write to their mothers and fathers and urged them to inquire about the admissions policy at Mr. White's school. The parents could pretend they were considering the school for their children. They could even ask directly if their children were going to be rubbing shoulders with blacks or Jews. The result, the unhappily second- and third-hand information, was typically unclear. The parents were told that the school had no specific admissions policy. They were also told that the school had no blacks or Jews. Dan Needham had his own story about meeting Randy White. That was after White was offered the job. It was a beautiful spring day. The forsythia and the lilacs were in blossom, and Dan Needham was walking in the main quadrangle with Randy White and his wife Sam. It was Sam's first visit to the school, and she was interested in the theater. Almost immediately upon the Whites' arrival, Mr. White made his decision to accept the headmastership. Dan said the school had never looked prettier. The grass was trim and a spring green color, but it had not been mowed so recently that it looked shorn. The ivy was glossy against the red brick buildings, and the arborvitae and the privet hedges that outlined the quadrangle paths stood in uniform dark green contrast to the few bright yellow dandelions. Dan let the new headmaster maul the fingers of his right hand. Dan looked into the pretty blonde blandness of Sam's vacant, detached smile. "Look at those dandelions, dear," said Randolph White. "They should be ripped out by their roots," Mrs. White said decisively. They should, and they will be," said the new headmaster. Dan confessed to Owen and me that the Whites had given him the shivers.
"You think they give you the shivers now?" Owen said. "Just wait until he starts making decisions."
Toronto, May 13th, 1987. Another gorgeous day, sunny and cool. Mrs. Brocklebank and others of my neighbors who were attacking their dandelions yesterday are having a go at their lawns today. It smells as fresh as a farm along Russell Hill Road and Lonsdale Road. I read the Globe and Mail again, but I was good. I didn't bring it to school with me, and I resolved that I would not discuss the sales of U.S. arms to Iran and the diversion of the profits to the Nicaraguan rebels or the gift from the Sultan of Brunei that was supposed to help support the rebels but was instead transferred to the wrong account in a Swiss bank. A $10 million mistake. The Globe and Mail said, Brunei was only one foreign country approached during the Reagan administration's attempt to find financial support for the Contras after Congress forbade any monies being spent on their behalf by the U.S. government. But in my grade 13 English class, the ever-clever Claire Clooney read that sentence aloud to the class and then asked me if I didn't think it was the awkwardest sentence alive. I have encouraged the girls to find clumsy sentences in newspapers and magazines and to bring them into class for our hearty ridicule, and that bit about any monies being spent is enough to turn an English teacher's eyeballs a blank shade of pencil gray. But I knew that Claire Clooney was trying to get me started. I resisted the bait. It is that time in the spring term when the minds of the grade 13 girls are elsewhere, and I reminded them that, yesterday, we had not traveled sufficiently far in our perusal of Chapter 3 of The Great Gatsby, that the class had bogged down in a mire of interpretations regarding the quality of eternal reassurance in Gatsby's smile, and that we'd wasted more valuable time trying to grasp the meaning of Jordan Baker exhibiting an urban distaste for the concrete. Claire Clooney, I might add, has such a general distaste for the concrete that she confused Daisy Buchanan with Myrtle Wilson. I suggested that mistaking a wife for a mistress was of more dire substance than a slip of the tongue. I suspect that Claire Clooney is too clever for an error of this magnitude, that yesterday she had not read past Chapter 1, and that today, by her ploy of distracting me with the news, she was not finished with Chapter 4.
"Here's another one, Mr. Wheelwright," Claire Clooney said, continuing her merciless attack on the Globe and Mail. "This is the second awkwardest sentence alive," she said. "Get this. Mr. Reagan denied yesterday that he had solicited third country aid for the rebels, as Mr. McFarlane had said on Monday." "That's some dangling clunker there, isn't it?" Claire Clooney asked me. "I like that, as Mr. McFarlane had said. It's just like tacked on to the sentence," she cried.
"Is it like tacked on, or is it tacked on?" I asked her. She smiled. The other girls tittered. They were not going to get me to blow a 40-minute class on Ronald Reagan. But I had to keep my hands under the desk, my fists under the desk, I should say. The White House, that whole criminal mob, those arrogant goons who see themselves as justified to operate above the law, they disgrace democracy by claiming that what they do for democracy. They should be in jail. They should be in Hollywood. I know that some of the girls have told their parents that I deliver ranting lectures to them about the United States. Some parents have complained to the headmistress, and Catherine has cautioned me to keep my politics out of the classroom, or at least say something about Canada. BSS girls are Canadians for the most part, you know. "I don't know anything about Canada," I say. "I know you don't," the Reverend Mrs. Keeling says, laughing. She is always friendly, even when she's teasing me, but the substance of her remark hurts me, if only because it is the same critical message that Canon Mackey delivers to me without cease. In short, you've been with us for 20 years. When are you going to take an interest in us? In my grade 13 English class, Frances Noyes said, "I think he's lying." She meant President Reagan, of course. "They should impeach him." "Why can't they impeach him?" said Debbie LaRocca. "If he's lying, they should impeach him. If he's not lying, if all these other clowns are running his administration for him, then he's too stupid to be president. Either way, they should impeach him. In Canada, they'd call for a vote of confidence and he'd be gone." Sandra Darcy said, "Yeah." "What do you think, Mr. Wheelwright?" Adrian Hewlett asked me sweetly. "I think that some of you have not read to the end of Chapter 4, I said. "What does it mean that Gatsby was delivered suddenly from the womb of his purposeless splendor? What does that mean?" I asked them. At least Ruby Newell had done her homework. "It means that Gatsby bought the house so that Daisy would be just across the bay, that all the parties he throws, in a way, he throws them for her. It means that he's not just crazy, that he's made all the money and he's spending all the money just for her. To catch her eye, you know," Ruby said. "I like the part about the guy who fixed the World Series," Debbie LaRocca cried. "Meyer Wolfshears," said Claire Clooney. "Scheim," I said softly. "Meyer Wolfsheim." "Yeah," Sandra Darcy said. "I like the way he says Oxford instead of Oxford," Debbie LaRocca said. "Like he thinks Gatsby's an Oxford man," said Frances Noyes. "I think the guy who's telling the story is a snob," said Adrienne Hewlett. "Nick," I said softly. "Nick Carraway." "Yeah," Sandra Darcy said. "But he's supposed to be a snob. That's part of it."
And when he says he's so honest, that he's one of the few honest people he's ever known, I think we're not supposed to trust him. Not completely, I mean, Claire Clooney said. I know he's the one telling the story, but he's a part of them. He's judging them, but he's one of them. They're trashy people, all of them, Sandra Darcy said. Trashy? I asked. They're very careless people, Ruby Newell said correctly. Yes, I said, they certainly are. Very smart, these BSS girls. They know what's going on in the Great Gatsby. And they know what should be done to Ronald Reagan's rotten administration, too. But I contained myself very well in class today. I restricted my observations to the Great Gatsby. I bade the class to look with special care in the following chapters at Gatsby's notion that he can repeat the past, at Gatsby's observation of Daisy, that her voice is full of money, and at the frequency of how often Gatsby appears in Moonlight, once at the end of Chapter 7, watching over nothing. I asked them to consider the coincidence of Nick's 30th birthday, the meaning of the sentence, "Before me stretched the portentous, menacing road of a new decade," might give our class as much trouble as the meaning of an urban distaste for the concrete. And remember what Ruby said, I told them. They're very careless people. Ruby Newell smiled. Careless is how Fitzgerald himself described those characters. Ruby knew that I knew she had already read to the end of the book. They were careless people, the book says. They smashed up things and creatures, and then retreated back into their money or their vast carelessness, or whatever it was that kept them together, and let other people clean up the mess they had made. The Reagan administration is full of such careless people. Their kind of carelessness is immoral. And President Reagan calls himself a Christian. How does he dare? The kind of people claiming to be in communication with God today, they are enough to drive a real Christian crazy. And how about these evangelical types performing miracles for money? Oh, there's big bucks in interpreting the gospel for idiots, or in having idiots interpret the gospel for you. And some of these evangelists are even hypocritical enough to indulge in sexual activity that would embarrass former Senator Hart. Perhaps poor Gary Hart missed his true calling. Or are they all the same, these presidential candidates and evangelicals who are caught with their pants down? Mr. Reagan has been caught with his pants down, too, but the American people reserve their moral condemnation for sexual misconduct. Remember when the country was killing itself in Vietnam, and the folks at home were outraged at the length and cleanliness of the protesters' hair? In the staff room, Evelyn Barber, one of my colleagues in the English department, asked me what I thought of the Contra Aid article in the Globe and Mail. I said I thought that the Reagan administration exhibited an urban distaste for the concrete. That got quite a few laughs from my colleagues, who were expecting a diatribe from me. On the one hand, they complain about my predictable politics, but they are just like the students. They enjoy getting me riled up. I have spent 20 years teaching teenagers. I don't know if I've been a maturing influence on any of them, but they have turned me and my colleagues into teenagers. We teenagers are much maligned. For example, we would not keep Mr. Reagan in office. In the staff room, my colleagues were yapping about the school elections. The elections were yesterday when I noticed an impatient thrill in morning chapel, before the balloting for head girl. The girls sang Sons of God with even more pep than usual. How I love to hear them sing that hymn. There are verses only the voices of young girls can convincingly sing. Brothers, sisters, we are one, and our life has just begun. In the Spirit we are young. We can live forever. It was Owen Meany who taught me that any good book is always in motion, from the general to the specific, from the particular to the whole, and back again. Good reading, and good writing about reading, moves the same way. It was Owen, using Tess of the D'Urbervilles as an example, who showed me how to write a term paper,
describing the incidents that determined Tess's fate by relating them to that portentous sentence that concludes Chapter 36. New growths insensibly bud upward to fill each vacated place. Unforeseen accidents hinder intentions, and old plans are forgotten. It was a triumph for me. By writing my first successful term paper about a book I'd read, I also learned to read. Most mechanically, Owen helped my reading by another means. He determined that my eyes wandered to both the left and to the right of where I was in a sentence, and that instead of following the elusive next word with my finger, I should highlight a spot on the page by reading through a hole cut in a piece of paper. It was a small rectangle, a window to read through. I moved the window over the page. It was a window that opened no higher than 2 or 3 lines. I read more quickly and more comfortably than I ever had read with my finger. To this day, I read through such a window. As for my spelling, Owen was more helpful than Dr. Dolder. It was Owen who encouraged me to learn how to type. A typewriter doesn't cure the problem, but I often can recognize that a typewritten word looks wrong. In longhand, I was and am a disaster. And Owen made me read the poems of Robert Frost aloud to him.
In my voice, they don't sound so good.
And so I memorized Nothing Gold Can Stay, and Fire and Ice, and Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening. Owen memorized Birches, but that one was too long for me. That summer of 1960, when we swam in the abandoned quarry lake, we no longer tied a rope around ourselves or swam one at a time. Mr. Meany had either lost interest in the rule or in enforcing it, or he had acknowledged that Owen and I were no longer children. That was the summer we were 18. When we swam in the quarry, it didn't seem dangerous. Nothing seemed dangerous. That was the summer we registered for the draft, too. It was no big deal. When we were 16, we got our driver's licenses. When we were 18, we registered for the draft. At the time, it seemed no more perilous than buying an ice cream cone at Hampton Beach. On Sunday, when it was not a good beach day, Owen and I played basketball in the Gravesend Academy gym. The summer school kids had an outdoor sports program, and they were so stir-crazy on weekends that they went to the beach even when it rained. We had the basketball court to ourselves, and it was cool in the gym. There was an old janitor who worked the weekends and who knew us from the regular school year. He got us the best basketballs and clean towels out of the stockroom, and sometimes he even let us swim in the indoor pool. I think he was a trifle retarded. He must have been damaged in some fashion, because he actually enjoyed watching Owen and me practice our idiotic stunt with the basketball, the leaping, lift-him-up slam-dunk shot.
Let's practice the shot,
Owen would say. That was all we ever called it, the shot. We'd go over it again and again. He would grasp the ball in both hands and leap into my arms, but he never took his eyes from the rim of the basket. Sometimes he would twist in the air and slam the ball into the hoop backward. Sometimes he would dunk it with one hand. I would turn in time to see the ball in the net and Owen Meany descending, his hands still higher than the rim of the basket, but his head already below the net, his feet kicking the air. He always landed gracefully. Sometimes we could entice the old janitor to time us with the official scorer's clock.
Set it to 8 seconds,
Owen would instruct him. Over the summer, we twice managed the shot in under 5 seconds.
Set it to 4,
Owen would say, and we'd keep practicing. Under 4 seconds was tough. When I'd get bored, Owen would quote me a little Robert Frost.
One could do worse than be a swinger of birches.
In our wallets, in our pockets, the draft cards weighed nothing at all. We never looked at them. It wasn't until the fall term of 1960, with Headmaster White at the helm, that Gravesend Academy students found an interesting use for draft cards. Naturally, it was Owen Meany who made the discovery. He was in the office of the grave, experimenting with a brand new photocopier. He found that he could copy his draft card. Then he found a way to make a blank draft card, one without a name and without a date of birth. The drinking age in New Hampshire was 21. Although Owen Meany didn't drink, he knew there were a lot of students at Gravesend Academy who liked to drink themselves silly, and none of them was 21. He charged $21 a card.
"That's the magic number," he said. "Just make up your own birthday. Don't tell anyone where you got this. If you get caught, I don't know you."
It was the first time he'd broken the law, unless you count the business with the tadpoles and toads and Mary Magdalene in her goal. Toronto, May 14th, 1987. Another sunny morning, but rain developing. President Reagan is now taking the tack that he's proud of every effort he's made for the Contras, whom he calls the moral equivalent of our founding fathers. The president confirmed that he had discussed the matter of aid with King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. He's changed his story from only 2 days ago. The Globe and Mail pointed out that the king had brought up the subject. Does it matter who brought it up? "My diary shows I never brought it up," the president said. "I expressed pleasure that he was doing that." I never thought the president could do anything that would make me feel at all close to him. But Mr. Reagan keeps a diary, too. Owen kept a diary. The first entry was as follows.
"This diary was given to me for Christmas 1960 by my benefactor, Mrs. Harriet Wheelwright. It is my intention to make Mrs. Wheelwright proud of me."
I don't believe that Dan Needham and I thought of my grandmother as Owen's benefactor, although, quite literally, that is what she'd become. But that Christmas of 1960, Dan and I, and grandmother, had reason to be especially proud of Owen Meany. He'd had a busy fall. Randy White, our new headmaster, had also been busy. He'd been making decisions, left and right, and the voice had not allowed a single headmasterly move to pass unchallenged. The first decision had actually been Mrs. White's. She'd not liked the Thorndykes' old home. It was, traditionally, the headmaster's house. It had already housed 3 headmasters. 2 of them had died there. Old Thorny, when he retired, had moved to his former summer home in Rye, where he planned to live year-round. But the traditional house was not up to the Lake Forest standards that the Whites were used to. It was a well-kept colonial house on Pine Street. But it was too old for the Whites, and too dark, she said, and too far from the main campus, he said, and a poor place to entertain, they both agreed. Apparently, Sam White liked to entertain.
"Whom are they going to entertain?" asked the voice, who was critical of what he called the Whites' social priorities.
Indeed, it was an expensive decision, too. A new house was built for the headmaster, so central in its location that its ongoing construction was a campus eyesore throughout Owen's and my 11th grade year. There had been some problems with the architect, or else Mrs. White had changed her mind about a few of the interior particulars after the construction was in progress, hence the delay. It was a rather plain salt box.
"Not in keeping with the older faculty houses,"
as Owen pointed out. Also, its positioning interrupted a broad, beautiful expanse of lawn between the old library and the main academy building. "There's going to be a new library one day soon anyway," the headmaster said. He was working up an expanded building proposal that included a new library, 2 new dormitories, a new dining hall, and, down the road, a new gym with co-educational facilities. "Co-education," the headmaster said, "is a part of the future of any progressive school." The voice said,
"It is ironic and self-serving that the so-called expanded building proposal should begin with a new house for the headmaster. Is he going to entertain enough high-income alumni in that house to get the so-called capital fund drive off the ground? Is this the house that pays for everything, from the gym on down?"
When the headmaster's house was finally ready for occupancy, the Reverend Mr. Merrill and his family were moved out of a rather crowded dormitory apartment and into the former headmaster's house on Pine Street. It was, impractically, at some distance from Hurd's Church, but the Reverend Lewis Merrill, as a newcomer to the school, must have been grateful to have been given such a nice old home. As soon as Randy White had done Mr. Merrill this favor, the headmaster made another decision. Morning chapel, which was daily, had always been held in Hurd's Church. It was not really a religious service, except for the ritual of singing an opening and closing hymn, and concluding the morning remarks or announcements with a prayer. The school minister did not usually officiate morning chapel. The most frequent officiant was the headmaster himself. Sometimes a faculty member gave us a mini-lecture in his field, or one of the students delivered an impassioned plea for a new club. Occasionally, something exciting happened. I remember a fencing demonstration. Another time, one of the alumni, who was a famous magician, gave us a magic show, and one of the rabbits escaped in Hurd's Church and was never found. What Mr. White decided was that Hurd's Church was too gloomy a place for us to start our mornings. He moved our daily assembly to the theater in the main academy building. The Great Hall, it was called. Although the morning light was more evident there, and the room had a high-ceilinged loftiness to it, it was at the same time austere. The towering portraits of former headmasters and faculty frowned grimly down upon us in their deep black academic regalia. The faculty who chose to attend morning chapel, they were not required to be there as we were, now sat on the elevated stage and looked down upon us too. When the stage was set for a school play, the curtain was drawn, and there was little room for the faculty on the narrow front of the stage. That was the first thing that Owen criticized about the decision. In Hurd's Church, the faculty had sat in pews with the students. The faculty felt encouraged to attend. But in the Great Hall, when one of Dan's plays was set on the stage, there was room for so few chairs that faculty attendance was discouraged. In addition, Owen felt that
the elevation of the stage and the brightness of the morning light provide the headmaster with such an exaggerated platform from which to speak, and often there's a kind of spotlight provided by the sun that gives us all the feeling that we're in the presence of an exalted personage. I wonder if this is the intended effect, wrote the voice.
I confess, I rather liked the change, which was popular with most students. The Great Hall was on the second floor of the main academy building. It could be approached from two directions, up two wide and sweeping marble staircases, through two high and wide double doors. There was no lining up to enter or leave, and many of us were already in the building for our first morning class. In the winter especially, it was a tramp to Hurd's Church, which was set off from all the classroom buildings. But Owen insisted that the headmaster was
grandstanding,
and that Randy White had skillfully manipulated the Reverend Mr. Merrill into a position where the minister would have felt ungrateful if he complained. After all, he had a good house to live in. If taking morning chapel from Hurd's Church was a move away from the Reverend Mr. Merrill's territory, and if the minister resented the change, we did not hear a word of protest from the quiet Congregationalist about it. Only the voice complained. But Randy White was just warming up. His next decision was to abolish the Latin requirement, a requirement that everyone, except the members of the Latin department, had moaned about for years. The old logic that Latin helped one's understanding of all languages was not a song that was often sung outside the Latin department. There were 6 members in the Latin department, and 3 of them were within a year or 2 of retirement. White anticipated that enrollment in Latin would drop in half of what it was. 3 years of the language had been a graduation requirement. In a year or 2, there would be the correctly reduced number of teachers in the department to teach Latin, and new faculty could be hired in the more popular Romance languages, French and Spanish. There were cheers in morning meeting when White announced the change. In quite a short time, we had begun to call morning chapel by another name. White called it morning meeting, and the new name stuck. It was the way he had scrapped the Latin that was wrong, Owen pointed out.
It is shrewd of the new headmaster to make such a popular decision, and what could be more popular with students than abolishing a requirement? Latin, especially. But this should have been accomplished by a vote in faculty meeting. I'm sure that if the headmaster had proposed the change, the faculty would have endorsed it. The headmaster has a certain singular power, but was it necessary for him to demonstrate his power so whimsically? He could have achieved this goal more democratically. Was it necessary to show the faculty that he didn't need their approval? And was it actually legal under our charter or our Constitution for the headmaster to change a graduation requirement all by himself?
That occasioned the first instance of the headmaster using the platform of morning meeting to answer the voice. We were, after all, a captive audience. "Gentlemen," Mr. White began, "I do not have the advantage of what amounts to a weekly editorial column in the Grave, but I should like to use my brief time, between hymns and before our prayer, to enlighten you on the subject of our dear old school's charter and its constitution. In neither document is the faculty empowered with any authority over the school's chosen headmaster, who is designated as the principal, meaning the principal faculty member. In neither the charter nor the Constitution are the decision-making powers of the headmaster or principal inhibited in any way. Let us pray." Mr. White's next decision was to replace our school attorney, a local lawyer, with an attorney friend from Lake Forest, the former head of a law firm that had successfully fought off a food poisoning suit against one of the big Chicago meat companies. Tainted meat had made a lot of people sick, but the Lake Forest attorney steered the blame away from the meat company and the packager and rested the fault upon a company of refrigeration trucks. On the advice of this attorney, Randy White changed the dismissal policy at Gravesend Academy. In the past, a so-called executive committee listened to the case of any boy who faced dismissal. That committee made its recommendation to the faculty, and the whole faculty voted for the boy to stay or go. The Lake Forest attorney suggested that the school was vulnerable to a lawsuit in the case of a dismissal, that the whole faculty was acting as a jury without the in-depth understanding of the case that was afforded to the executive committee. The attorney advised that the executive committee make the entire decision regarding the boy's dismissal and the faculty not be involved. This was approved by Headmaster White, and the change was announced, in the manner of dropping the Latin requirement, in morning meeting.
"For the sake of avoiding a hypothetical lawsuit," wrote Owen Meany, "the headmaster has changed a democracy to an oligarchy. He has taken the future of a boy in trouble out of the hands of many and placed the fate of that boy into the hands of a few. And let us examine these few. The executive committee is composed of the headmaster, the dean of students, the director of scholarships, and 4 members of the faculty, only 2 of whom are elected by the whole faculty. The other 2 are appointed by the headmaster. I suggest that this is a stacked deck. Who knows any boy best? His dorm advisor, his current teachers and coaches. In the past, in faculty meeting, these were the people who spoke up in a boy's defense. Or they were the people who knew best that the boy did not deserve defending. I suggest that any boy who is dismissed by this executive committee should sue the school. What better grounds are there for a lawsuit in the case of a dismissal than these? The people in a position to know best the value of your contribution to the school are not in a position to even speak in your defense, not to mention vote. I warn you, anyone who gets sent up before this executive committee is already a goner. The headmaster and his 2 appointees vote against you. The 2 elected faculty members of the committee vote for you. Now you're behind. Read it too.
This is the end of disc number 12. Please insert disc number 13. This is disc number 17.
When I get out of here, he said, I've got my active duty to serve, and I don't want to serve it at a desk. Who wants to be in the Army for the paperwork?
Who wants to be in the Army at all? I asked him. You ought to sit at a desk a little more often than you do. The way you're going to college, you might as well be in the Army already. I don't understand you. With your natural ability, you ought to be sailing through this place with the highest honors.
It did me a lot of good to sail through Gravesend Academy with the highest honors, didn't it? He said.
Maybe if you weren't a stupid geology major, you could be a little more enthusiastic about your courses, I told him.
Geology is easy for me, Owen said. At least I already know something about rocks.
You didn't used to do things just because they were easy, I said. He shrugged. Remember when people dropped out? Remember that? Owen Meany was the first person I ever saw drop out. Hester, of course, was born dropped out. Maybe Owen got the idea from Hester, but I think he was more original than that. He was original and stubborn. I was stubborn, too. 22-year-olds are stubborn. Owen tried to keep me working in the monument shop the whole summer of '64. I said that one whole summer in the monument shop was enough. Either he would let me work in the quarries or I would quit.
It's for your own good, he said. It's the best work in the business, and the easiest.
So maybe I don't want what's easiest, I said. So maybe you should let me decide what's best.
Go ahead and quit,
he said. Fine, I said. I guess I should speak to your father.
My father didn't hire you, said Owen Meany.
Naturally, I didn't quit. But I matched his stubbornness sufficiently. I hinted that I was losing my interest in practicing the shot. In the summer of '64, Owen Meany resembled a dropout in many ways, but his fervor for practicing the shot had reappeared. We compromised. I apprenticed myself to the diamond wheel until August, and that August, when the USS Maddox and the USS Turner Joy were attacked in the Tonkin Gulf, Owen set me to work as a signalman in the quarries. When it rained, he let me work with the sawyers, and by the end of the summer he apprenticed me to the channel bar drillers.
Next summer, I'll let you try the derrick, he said. Next August, I'll give you a little dynamite lesson when I get back from basic training.
Just before we began our junior year at the University of New Hampshire, just before the students returned to Gravesend Academy and to all the nation's other schools and universities, Owen Meany slam-dunked the basketball in the Gravesend Academy gym in under 3 seconds. I suggested that the retarded janitor might have started the official scorer's clock a little late, but Owen insisted that we had sunk the shot in record time. He said that the clock had been accurate, that our success was official.
I could feel the difference in the air, he said excitedly. Everything was just a little quicker, a little more spontaneous.
Now I suppose you'll tell me that under 2 seconds is possible, I said. He was dribbling the ball, crazily, in a frenzy, like a speeded-up film of one of the Harlem Globetrotters. I didn't think he'd heard me. I suppose you think that under 2 seconds is possible, I shouted. He stopped dribbling.
Don't be ridiculous, he said. 3 seconds is fast enough.
I was surprised. I thought the idea was to see how fast we can get. We can always get faster, I said.
The idea is to be fast enough, he said. The trick is, can we do it in under 3 seconds every time? That's the idea.
So we kept practicing. When there were students in the Gravesend Academy gym, we went to the playground at St. Michael's. We had no one to time us. We had nothing resembling the official scorer's clock in the gym, and Hester was unwilling to participate in our practices. She was no substitute for the retarded janitor. And the rusty hoop of the basket was a little crooked and the net long gone, and the macadam of the playground was so broken up we couldn't even dribble the ball, but we could still practice. Owen said he could feel when we were dunking the shot in under 3 seconds. And although there was no retarded janitor to cheer us on, the nuns in the salt box at the far end of the playground often noticed us. Sometimes they even waved, and Owen Meany would wave back, although he said that nuns still gave him the shivers. And always Mary Magdalene watched over us. We could feel her silent encouragement. When it snowed, Owen would brush her off. It snowed early that fall, long before Thanksgiving. I remember practicing the shot with my ski hat and my gloves on, but Owen Meany would always do it barehanded. And in the afternoons, when it grew dark early, the lights in the nun's house would be lit before we finished practicing. Mary Magdalene would turn a darker shade of gray. She would almost disappear in the shadows. Once, when it was almost too dark to see the basket, I caught just a glimpse of her, standing at the edge of total darkness. I imagined that she resembled the angel that Owen thought he had seen at my mother's bed. I said this to him, and he looked at Mary Magdalene. Blowing on his cold, bare hands, he looked at her very intently.
No, there's not really any resemblance, he said. That angel was very busy. She was moving, always moving, especially her hands. She kept reaching out with her hands.
It was the first I'd heard that the angel had been moving, about what a busy angel he thought he'd seen. You never said it was moving, I said.
It was moving, all right, said Owen Meany. That's why I never had any doubt. It couldn't have been the dummy because it was moving, he said. And in all these years that I've had the dummy has never moved.
Since when, I wondered, did Owen Meany ever have
any doubt?
And how often had he stared at my mother's dressmaker's dummy? He expected it to move, I thought. When it was so dark at the St. Michael's playground that we couldn't see the basket, we couldn't see Mary Magdalene either. What Owen liked best was to practice the shot until we lost Mary Magdalene in the darkness. Then he would stand under the basket with me and say,
"Can you see her?"
"Not anymore," I'd say.
"You can't see her, but you know she's still there, right?" he would say.
"Of course she's still there," I'd say.
"You're sure?"
he'd ask me. "Of course I'm sure," I'd say.
"But you can't see her,"
he'd say, very teasingly.
"How do you know she's still there if you can't actually see her?"
"Because I know she's still there, because I know she couldn't have gone anywhere, because I just know," I would say. And one cold, late fall day, it was November or even early December, Johnson had defeated Goldwater for the presidency, Khrushchev had been replaced by Brezhnev and Kosygin. 5 Americans had been killed in a Viet Cong attack on the air base at Bien Ho. I was especially exasperated by this game he played about not seeing Mary Magdalene but still knowing she was there.
"You have no doubt she's there?"
he nagged at me. "Of course I have no doubt," I said.
"But you can't see her. You could be wrong," he said.
"No, I'm not wrong. She's there. I know she's there," I yelled at him.
"You absolutely know she's there, even though you can't see her?"
he asked me. "Yes!" I screamed.
"Well, now you know how I feel about God," said Owen Meany. "I can't see him, but I absolutely know he is there."
Georgian Bay, July 29th, 1987. Catherine told me today that I should make an effort to not read any newspapers. She saw how the Globe and Mail ruined my day. And it is so gorgeous, so peaceful on this island, on all this water. It's such a shame to not relax here, to not take the opportunity to think more tranquilly, more reflectively. Catherine wants only the best for me. I know she's right. I should give up the news, just give it up. You can't understand anything by reading the news anyway. If someone ever presumed to teach Charles Dickens or Thomas Hardy or Robertson Davies to my Bishop Strawn students with the same shallow, superficial understanding that I'm sure I possess of world affairs or even American wrongdoing, I would be outraged. I am a good enough English teacher to know that my grasp of American misadventures, even in Vietnam, not to mention Nicaragua, is shallow and superficial. Whoever acquired any real or substantive intelligence from reading newspapers? I'm sure I have no in-depth comprehension of American villainy, yet I can't leave the news alone. You'd think I might profit from my experience with ice cream. If I have ice cream in my freezer, I'll eat it. I'll eat all of it, all at once. Therefore, I've learned not to buy ice cream. Newspapers are even worse for me than ice cream. Headlines and the big issues that generate the headlines are pure fat. The Island Library, to be kind, is full of field guides to everything I never knew enough about. I mean real things, not issues. I could study pine needles or bird identification. There are even categories for studying the latter: in-flight movement, perching silhouettes, feeding and mating cries. It's fascinating, I suppose. And with all this water around, I could certainly take more than one day to go fishing with Charlie. I know it disappoints him that I'm not more interested in fishing. And Catherine has pointed out to me that it's been a long time since she and I have talked about our respective beliefs, the shared and private articles of our faith. I used to talk about this for hours with her, and with Canon Campbell before her. Now I'm ashamed to tell Catherine how many Sunday services I've skipped. Catherine's right. I'm going to try to give up the news. The Globe and Mail said today that the Nicaraguan Contras have executed prisoners. The Contras are being investigated for 22 major cases of human rights abuse, and these same filthy Contras are the moral equivalent of our founding fathers, President Reagan says. Meanwhile, the spiritual leader of Iran, the Ayatollah, urged all Muslims to crush America's teeth in its mouth. This sounds like just the guy the Americans should sell arms to, right? The United States simply isn't making sense. I agree with Catherine. Time to fish. Time to observe the flatness of that small aquatic mammal's tail. Is it an otter or is it a muskrat? Time to find out. And out there, where the water of the bay turns blue-green and then to the color of a bruise, is that a loon or a coot I see diving there? Time to see. Time to forget about the rest. And it's high time, as Canon Mackey is always saying, for me to try to be a Canadian. When I first came to Canada, I thought it was going to be easy to be a Canadian. Like so many stupid Americans, I pictured Canada as simply some northern, colder, possibly more provincial region of the United States. I imagined it would be like moving to Maine or Minnesota. It was a surprise to discover that Toronto wasn't as snowy and cold as New Hampshire, and not nearly as provincial either. It was more of a surprise to discover how different Canadians were. They were so polite. Naturally, I started out apologizing. I'm not really a draft dodger, I would say, but most Canadians didn't care what I was. I'm not here to evade the draft, I would explain. I would certainly classify myself as anti-war, I said in those days. I'm comfortable with the term war resistor, I told everyone, but I don't need to dodge or evade the draft. That's not why I'm here. But most Canadians didn't care why I'd come. They didn't ask any questions. It was 1968, probably the midpoint of Vietnam resistors coming to Canada. Most Canadians were sympathetic. They thought the war in Vietnam was stupid and wrong, too. In 1968, you needed 50 points to become a landed immigrant. Landed immigrants could apply for Canadian citizenship, for which they'd be eligible in 5 years. Earning my 50 points was easy for me. I had a B.A. cum laude, and a master's degree in English. With Owen Meany's help, I'd written my master's thesis on Thomas Hardy. I'd also had 2 years teaching experience. While I was in graduate school at the University of New Hampshire, I taught part-time at Gravesend Academy, expository writing for 9th graders. Dan Needham and Mr. Early had recommended me for the job. In 1968, 1 out of every 9 Canadians was an immigrant, and the Vietnam resistors were better educated and more employable than most immigrants in Canada. That year, the so-called Union of American Exiles was organized. Compared to Hester and her SDS friends, those so-called Students for a Democratic Society, the few guys I knew in the Union of American Exiles were a pretty tame lot. I was used to rioters. Hester was big on riots then. That was the year she was arrested in Chicago. Hester had her nose broken while rioting at the site of the Democratic Party's national convention. She said a policeman mashed her face against the sliding side door of a van. But Hester would have been disappointed to return from Chicago with all her bones intact. The Americans I ran into in Toronto, even the Amex organizers, even the deserters, were a whole lot more reasonable than Hester and many other Americans I had known at home. There was a general misunderstanding about the so-called deserters. The deserters I knew were politically mild. I never met one who'd actually been in Vietnam. I never met one who was even scheduled to go. They were just guys who'd been drafted and had hated the service. Some of them had even enlisted. Only a few of them told me that they'd deserted because it had shamed them to maintain any association with that insupportable war. As for a couple of the ones who told me that, I had the feeling that their stories weren't true, that they were only saying they deserted because the war was insupportable. They'd learned that this was politically acceptable to say. And there was another general misunderstanding at that time. Contrary to popular belief, coming to Canada was not a very shrewd way to beat the draft. There were better and easier ways to beat it. I'll tell you about one later. But coming to Canada, either as a draft dodger or as a deserter, or even for my own more complicated reasons, was a very forceful political statement. Remember that? Remember when what you did was a kind of statement? I remember one of the Amex guys telling me that resistance as exile was the ultimate judgment. How I agreed with him. How self-important it seemed to be making the ultimate judgment. The truth is, I never had to suffer. When I first came to Toronto in '68, I met a few confused and troubled young Americans. I was a little older than most of them, and they certainly seemed no more confused or troubled than many of the Americans I had known at home. Unlike Buzzy Thurston, for example, they had not driven their cars head-on into a bridge abutment in an effort to beat the draft. Unlike Harry Hoyt, they had not been bitten to death by a Russell's viper while waiting for their turn with a Vietnamese whore. And to my surprise, the Canadians I met actually liked me. And with my graduate degree, and even my junior teaching experience at such a prestigious school as Gravesend Academy, I was instantly respectable and almost immediately employed. The distinction I hastened to make to almost every Canadian I met was probably a waste of time. That I wasn't there as a draft dodger or a deserter didn't really matter very much to the Canadians. It mattered to the Americans I met, and I didn't like how they responded. That I was in Canada by choice, that I was not a fugitive, and that I didn't have to be in Toronto. In my view, this made my commitment more serious, but in their view, I was less desperate, and therefore less serious. It's true, we wheelwrights have rarely suffered. And unlike most of those other Americans, I also had the church. Don't underestimate the church, its healing power, and the comforting way it can set you apart. My first week in Toronto, I had an interview at Upper Canada College. The whole school made me feel that I'd never left Gravesend Academy. They didn't have an opening in their English department, but they assured me that my vitae was most laudable and that I'd have no trouble finding a job. They were so helpful. They sent me the short distance down Lonsdale Road to Grace Church on the Hill. Canon Campbell, they said, was especially interested in helping Americans. Indeed he was. When the canon asked me what my church was, I said, "I guess I'm an Episcopalian." "You guess?" he said. I explained that I'd not attended an actual service in the Episcopal Church since the famous Nativity of 53. Thinking of Hurd's Church and Pastor Merrill's rather lapsed Congregationalism, I said, "I guess I'm sort of non-denominational." "Well, we'll fix that," Canon Campbell said. He gave me my first Anglican prayer book, my first Canadian prayer book. It is the Book of Common Prayer that I still use. It was as simple as that, joining a church, becoming an Anglican. I wouldn't call any of it suffering. And so the first Canadians I knew were churchgoers, an almost universally helpful lot, and much less confused and troubled than the few Americans I'd met in Toronto and most Americans I had known at home. These Grace Church on the Hill Anglicans were conservative about certain matters of propriety especially, is perfectly all right with us wheelwrights. About such matters, New Englanders have more in common with Canadians than we have with New Yorkers. For example, I quickly learned to prefer the positions stated by the Toronto anti-draft program to those more abrasive stances of the Union of American Exiles. The Toronto anti-draft program favored assimilation into mainstream Canadian life. They considered the Union of American Exiles too political, by which they meant too activist, too militantly anti-United States. Possibly, the Union of American Exiles was contaminated by their open dealings with deserters. The object of the Toronto anti-draft program was to get Americans assimilated quickly. They reasoned that we Americans should begin the process of our assimilation by dropping the subject of the United States. At the beginning, this seemed so reasonable and so easy to me. Within a year of my arrival, even the Union of American Exiles showed signs of assimilation. The acronym, Amex, changed in meaning from American Exile to American Expatriate. Doesn't that sound more agreeable to the aim of assimilation into mainstream Canadian life? I thought so. When some of those Grace Church on the Hill Anglicans asked me what I thought of Prime Minister Pearson's old point of view that the deserters, as opposed to the war resistors, were in a category of U.S. citizens to be discouraged from coming to Canada, I actually said I agreed. Even though, as I've admitted, I'd never met a harsh deserter, not one. The ones I met were in a category of citizens that any country could have used and even appreciated. And when it was aired in the 28th Parliament in 1969 that U.S. deserters were being turned back at the border because they were persons who were likely to become public charges, I never actually said to any of my Canadian friends that I suspected these deserters were no more likely to become public charges than I was likely to become such a charge. By then, Canon Campbell had introduced me to old Teddy Bear Kilgore, who had hired me to teach at Bishop's Drawn. We wheelwrights have always benefited from our connections. Owen Meany didn't have any connections. It was never easy for him to fit in. I think I know what he would have said to that bullshit that was printed in the Toronto Daily Star. At the time, I thought that bullshit was so right on target that I cut it out of the newspaper and taped it to my refrigerator door, December 17th, 1970. It was in response to the Amex published statement of the first 5 priorities for American expatriates, the 5th being to try to fit into Canadian life. To quote the Toronto Daily Star, Unless the young Americans for whom Amex speaks revise their priorities and put number 5 first, they risk arousing a growing hostility and suspicion among Canadians. I never doubted that this was true, but I know what Owen Meany would have said about that.
That sounds like something an American would say, Owen Meany would have said. The first priority in every young American's life is to try to fit into American life. Doesn't the stupid Toronto Daily Star know who these young Americans in Canada are? These are Americans who left their country because they couldn't and didn't want to fit in. Now they're supposed to make it their first priority to fit in here? Boy, that makes a lot of sense. That's really brilliant. That's worth one of those stupid journalism awards.
But I didn't complain. I didn't bitch about anything, not then. I thought I'd heard Hester bitch enough for a lifetime. Remember the War Measures Act? I didn't say a word. I agreed with everything. So what if civil liberties were suspended for 6 months? So what that there could be searches without warrants? So what if people could be detained without counsel for up to 90 days? All the action was happening in Montreal. If Hester had been in Toronto then, not even Hester would have been arrested. I just kept quiet. I was cultivating my Canadian friendships, and most of my friends thought that Trudeau could do no wrong, that he was a prince. Even my dear old friend Canon Campbell made a rather empty remark to me, but I would never challenge him. Canon Campbell said, "Trudeau is our Kennedy, you know." I was glad that Canon Campbell didn't say, "Trudeau is our Kennedy," to Owen Meany. I think I know what Owen would have said.
"Oh, you mean Trudeau diddled Marilyn Monroe?"
Owen Meany would have said. But I didn't come to Canada to be a smart-ass American, and Canon Campbell told me that most smart-ass Canadians tend to move to the United States. I didn't want to be one of those people who are critical of everything. In the 70s, there were a lot of complaining Americans in Toronto. Some of them complained about Canada, too. Canada sold the United States over $500 million worth of ammunition and other war supplies, these complainers said. Is that Canadian or U.S. dollars? I would ask. I was very cool. I wasn't going to jump into anything. In short, I was doing my best to be a Canadian. I wasn't ranting my head off about the goddamn U.S. this or the motherfucking U.S. that. And when I was told that by 1970 Canada, per capita, was earning more money as an international arms exporter than any other nation in the world, I said, "Really? That's very interesting." Someone said to me that most war resistors who returned to the United States couldn't take the Canadian climate. And what did I think of the seriousness of the war resistance if these people could be deterred from their commitment by a little cold weather? I said it was colder in New Hampshire. And did I know why not so many black Americans had come to Canada, someone asked me. And the ones who come don't stay, someone else said. It's because the ghetto where they come from treats them nicer, said someone else. I didn't say a word. I was more of an Anglican than I ever was either a Congregationalist or an Episcopalian, or even a non-denominational, Herd's Church, whatever I was. I was a participant at Grace Church on the Hill in a way that I had never been a participant before. And I was getting to be a good teacher, too. I was still young then. I was only 26. And I didn't have a girlfriend when I started teaching all those BSS girls, and I never once looked at one of them in that way. Not once, not even at the ones who had their schoolgirl crushes on me. Oh, there were quite a few years when those girls had their crushes on me. Not anymore. Not now, of course. But I still remember those pretty girls. Some of them even asked me to attend their weddings. In those early years, when Canon Campbell was such a friend and an inspiration to me, when I carried my Book of Common Prayer and my Manual for Draft-Age Immigrants to Canada everywhere I went, I was a veritable card-carrying Canadian. Whenever I'd run into one of that Amex crowd, and I didn't run into them often, not in Forest Hill. I wouldn't even talk about the United States or Vietnam. I must have believed that my anger and my loneliness would simply go away if I simply let them go. There were rallies. Of course, there were protests, but I didn't attend. I didn't even hang out in Yorkville. That's how out of it I was. When the riverboat was gone, I didn't even mourn, or even sing old folk songs to myself. I'd heard enough of Hester singing folk songs. I cut my hair short then, I cut it short today. I've never had a beard. All those hippies, all those days of protest songs and sexual freedom, remember that? Owen Meany had sacrificed much more. He had suffered much more. I was not even remotely interested in other people's sacrifices or in what they imagined was their heroic suffering. They say there's no zeal like the zeal of the convert, and that's the kind of Anglican I was. They say there's no citizen as patriotic as the new immigrant, and there was no one who tried any harder to be assimilated than I tried. They say there's no teacher with such a desire for his subject as the novice possesses, and I taught those BSS girls to read and write their little middies off. In 1967, there were 40,227 deserters from the U.S. Armed Forces. In 1970, there were 89,088. That year, only 3,712 Americans were prosecuted for selective service violations. I wonder how many more were burning or had already burned their draft cards. What did I care? Burning your draft card, coming to Canada, getting your nose busted by a cop in Chicago. I never thought these gestures were heroic, not compared to Owen Meany's commitment. And by 1970, more than 40,000 Americans had died in Vietnam. I don't imagine that a single one of them would have thought that draft card burning or coming to Canada was especially heroic. Nor would they have thought that getting arrested for rioting in Chicago was such a big fucking deal. And as for Gordon Lightfoot and Neil Young, as for Joni Mitchell and Ian and Sylvia, I'd already heard Bob Dylan and Joan Baez and Hester. I'd even heard Hester sing 4 Strong Winds. She was always quite good with the guitar. She had her mother's pretty voice, although Aunt Martha's voice was not as pretty as my mother's, which was merely pretty, not strong enough, not developed. Hester could have stood about 5 years of lessons from Graham McSwiney, but she didn't believe in being taught to sing. Singing was something inside her, she claimed.
You make it sound like a disease,
Owen told her, but he was her #1 supporter. When she was struggling to write her own songs, I know that Owen gave her some ideas. Later she told me that he'd even written some songs for her. And in those days, she looked like a folk singer, which is to say any old way she wanted, or like everyone else, a little dirty, a little worldly, a lot knocked about. She looked hard-traveled. She looked as if she slept on a rug with lots of men. She looked as if her hair smelled of lobster. I remember her singing 4 Strong Winds. I remember this very vividly. I think I'll go out to Alberta. Weather's good there in the fall. I got some friends that I can go to working for.
Where's Alberta?
Owen Meany had asked her.
In Canada, you asshole, Hester had said. There's no need to be crude, Owen had told her. It's a pretty song. It must be sad to go to Canada.
It was 1966. He was about to become a 2nd lieutenant in the U.S. Army.
You think it's sad to go to Canada? Hester screamed at him. Where they're going to send you is a lot sadder. I don't want to die where it's cold, said Owen Meany.
What he meant was, he believed he knew that he would die where it was warm, very warm. On Christmas Eve 1964, 2 American servicemen were killed in Saigon when Viet Cong terrorists bombed the U.S. billets. 1 week later, on New Year's Eve, Hester threw up. Perhaps she upchucked with special verve, because Owen Meany was prompted to take the power of Hester's puking as a sign.
It looks like it's going to be a bad year,
Owen observed, while we watched Hester's spasms in the rose garden. Indeed, it was the year the war began in earnest. At least it was the year when the average unobservant American began to notice that we had a problem in Vietnam. In February, the U.S. Air Force conducted Operation Flaming Dart, a tactical air reprisal. What does that mean? I asked Owen, who was doing so well in his studies of military science.
That means we're bombing the shit out of targets in North Vietnam, he said.
In March, the U.S. Air Force began Operation Rolling Thunder to interdict the flow of supplies to the south. What does that mean? I asked Owen.
That means we're bombing the shit out of targets in North Vietnam, said Owen Meany.
That was the month when the first American combat troops landed in Vietnam. In April, President Johnson authorized the use of U.S. ground troops for offensive operations in South Vietnam.
That means search and destroy,
Owen said. In May, the U.S. Navy began Operation Market Time to detect and intercept surface traffic in South Vietnam coastal waters. Harry Hoyt was there. Harry was very happy in the Navy, his mother said. But what are they doing there? I asked Owen.
They're seizing and destroying enemy craft, said Owen Meany.
It was out of conversations he had been having with one of his professors of military science that he was prompted to observe,
There's no end to this. What we're dealing with is guerrilla warfare. Are we prepared to obliterate the whole country? You can call it search and destroy or seize and destroy. Either way, it's destroy and destroy. There's no good way to end it.
I could not get over the idea of Harry Hoyt seizing and destroying enemy craft. He was such an idiot. He didn't even know how to play Little League baseball. I simply couldn't forgive him for the base-on balls that led to Buzzy Thurston's easy grounder, that led to Owen Meany coming to the plate. If Harry had only struck out or hit the ball, everything might have turned out differently. But he was a walker. How could Harry Hoyt possibly be involved in seizing and destroying anything? I asked Owen. Harry isn't smart enough to recognize an enemy craft if one sailed right over his head.
Has it occurred to you that Vietnam is full of Harry Hoyts? Owen asked.
The professor of military science, who had impressed Owen and given him a sense of catastrophe about the tactical and strategic management of the war, was some crusty and critical old colonel of infantry, a physical fitness nut who thought Owen was too small for the combat branches of the Army. I believe that Owen excelled in his military science courses in an effort to persuade this old thug that he could more than compensate for his size. Owen spent much after-class time chatting up the old buzzard. It was Owen's intention to be the honor graduate, the #1 graduate from his ROTC unit. With a #1 rating, Owen was sure, he would be assigned a combat arms designator, infantry, armor, or artillery. I don't understand why you want a combat branch, I said to him.
If there's a war and I'm in the Army, I want to be in the war, he said. I don't want to spend the war at a desk. Look at it this way. We agree that Harry Hoyt is an idiot. Who's going to keep the Harry Hoyts from getting their heads blown off?
Oh, so you want to be a hero, I told him. If you were any smarter than Harry Hoyt, you'd be smart enough to spend the war at a desk. I began to think more highly of the colonel, who thought Owen was too small for a combat branch. His name was Iger, and I tried to talk to him once. In my view, I was doing Owen a favor. "Colonel Iger, sir," I said to him. Despite the liver spots on the backs of his hands and the roll of sun-wrecked skin that only slightly overlapped his tight brown collar, he looked capable of about 75 fast push-ups on command. "I know that you know Owen Meany, sir," I said to him. He didn't speak. He waited for me to continue, chewing his gum so conservatively that you weren't sure he had any gum in his mouth at all. He might have been engaged in some highly disciplined pattern of exercises for his tongue. "I want you to know that I agree with you, sir," I said. "I don't think Owen Meany is suitable for combat." The colonel, although this was barely detectable, stopped chewing. "It's not just his size," I ventured. "I am his best friend, and even I have to question his stability, his emotional stability," I said. "Thank you. That will be all," the colonel said. "Thank you, sir," I said. It was May 1965. I watched Owen closely to see if he'd received any further discouragement from Colonel Iger. Something must have happened. The colonel must have said something to him, because that was the spring when Owen Meany stopped smoking. He just gave it up, cold. He took up running. In 2 weeks, he was running 5 miles a day. He said his goal by the end of the month was to average 6 minutes per mile. And he took up beer. "Why the beer?" I asked him.
"Who ever heard of someone in the Army not drinking beer?" he asked me.
It sounded like something Colonel Iger would have said to him. Probably the colonel thought it was a further indication that Owen was a wimp, that he didn't drink. And so, by the time he left for basic training, he was in pretty good shape. All that running, even with the beer, was a favorable exchange for a pack a day. He admitted that he didn't like the running, but he'd developed a taste for beer. He never drank very much of it. I never saw him get drunk, not before basic training. But Hester remarked that the beer vastly improved his disposition.
"Nothing would make Owen exactly mellow," she said. "But believe me, the beer helps."
I felt funny working for Meany Granite when Owen wasn't there.
"I'm only gone for 6 weeks," he pointed out. "And besides, I feel better knowing you're in charge of the monument shop. If someone dies, you've got the proper manners to handle the order for the gravestone. I trust you to have the right touch."
"Good luck," I said to him.
"Don't expect me to have time to write. It's going to be pretty intense," he said. "Basically, I've got to excel in 3 areas: academics, leadership, physical fitness. Frankly, in the latter category, I'm worried about the obstacle course. I hear there's a wall about 12 feet that might be a little high for me."
Hester was singing. She refused to participate in a conversation about basic training. She said that if she heard Owen recite his preferred
"combat branches"
one more time, she would throw up. I'll never forget what Hester was singing. It's a Canadian song, and over the years, I've heard this song 100 times. I guess it will always give me the shivers. If you were even just barely alive in the 60s, I'm sure you've heard the song that Hester sang, the song I remember so vividly. 4 strong winds that blow lonely, 7 seas that run high, all those things that don't change come what may. But our good times are all gone, and I'm bound for moving on. I'll look for you if I'm ever back this way." They sent him to Fort Knox, or maybe it was Fort Bragg, I forget. Once I asked Hester if she remembered which place it was where Owen was sent for basic training.
"All I know is he shouldn't have gone. He should have gone to Canada," Hester said.
How often I have thought that. There are times when I catch myself looking for him, even expecting to see him. Once in Winston Churchill Park, when there were children roughhousing, at least moving quickly, I saw someone about his size, standing slightly to the side of whatever activity was consuming the others, looking a trifle tentative but very alert, certainly eager to try what the others were doing, but restraining himself, or else picking the exactly perfect moment to take charge. But Owen didn't come to Canada. He went to Fort Knox or Fort Bragg, where he failed the obstacle course. He was the best academically. He had the highest marks in leadership.
whatever that is, and however the U.S. Army determines what it is. But he had been right about the wall. It was a little high for him. He simply couldn't get over it. He failed. Can't you work on Colonel Iger? I bet you can convince him to give you what you want.
I've got a number 2 ranking. Don't you understand? It's by the book. Colonel Iger likes me. He just doesn't think I'm fit.
He was so distracted by his failure, I didn't press him about giving me a dynamite lesson. I felt guilty for ever speaking to Colonel Iger. Owen was so upset. But at the same time, I didn't want him to get a combat branch assignment. In the fall of '65, when we returned to Durham for our senior year, there were already protests against U.S. policy in Vietnam. That October, there were protests in 30 or 40 American cities. I think Hester attended about half of them. Typical of me, I felt unsure. I thought the protesters made more sense than anyone who remotely subscribed to U.S. policy. But I also thought that Hester and most of her friends were losers and jerks. Hester was already beginning to call herself a socialist.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were a waitress, Owen Meany said. Are you sharing all your tips with the other waitresses?
Fuck you, Owen, Hester said. I could call myself a Republican, and I'd still make more sense than you. I had to agree. At the very least, it was inconsistent of Owen Meany to want a combat branch assignment. With the keen eye he had always had for spotting bullshit, why would he want to go to Vietnam? And the war and the protests, they were just beginning. Anyone could see that. On Christmas Day, President Johnson suspended Operation Rolling Thunder. No more bombing of North Vietnam, to induce negotiations for peace. Was anyone fooled by that?
Made for television, said Owen Meany.
So why did he want to go there? Did he want to be a hero so badly that he would have gone anywhere? That fall, he was told he was Adjutant General's Corps material. That was not what he wanted to hear. The Adjutant General's Corps was not a combat branch. He was appealing the decision. Mistakes of this kind regarding one's orders were almost common, he claimed.
I think Colonel Iger is in my corner, Owen said. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still waiting to hear about a combat branch.
By New Year's Eve 1965, when Hester was making her usual statement in the Rose Garden at 80 Front Street, only 636 U.S. military personnel had been killed in action. It was just the beginning. I guess that figure did not include the death of Harry Hoyt. Inaction was not exactly how poor Harry was killed. It had been just like another base on balls for Harry Hoyt, I thought. Snake bit while waiting his turn with a whore. Snake bit while peeing under a tree.
Just like drawing a walk, said Owen Meany. Poor Harry.
His poor mother, my grandmother said. She was moved to expand upon her thesis on dying. I would rather be murdered by a maniac than bitten by a snake, she said. And so, in Gravesend, our first vision of death in Vietnam was not of that standard Viet Cong soldier in his sandals and black pajamas, with something that looked like a lampshade for a hat, and with the Soviet AK-47 assault rifle using a 7.62 millimeter bullet fired either single shot or on full automatic. Rather, we turned to my grandmother's Wharton Encyclopedia of Venomous Snakes, which had already provided Owen and me with several nightmares when we were children, and there we found our vision of the enemy in Southeast Asia, Russell's Viper. Oh, it was so tempting to reduce the United States' misadventure in Vietnam to an enemy one could see. Harry Hoyt's mother made up her mind that we were our enemy. Less than a month after the New Year, after we had resumed our bombing of North Vietnam and Operation Rolling Thunder was back on target, Mrs. Hoyt created her disturbance in the office of the Gravesend Local Draft Board.
choosing to use their bulletin board to advertise that she would give free draft counseling advice in her home, sessions in how to evade the draft. She managed to advertise herself all around the university, in Durham, too. Hester told me that Mrs. Hoyt drew more of a crowd from the university community than she was able to summon among the locals in Gravesend. The university students were closer to being drafted than those Gravesend high school students who could manage to be accepted by even the lowliest college or university. In 1966, 2 million Americans had so-called student deferments that protected them from the draft. In a year, this would be modified to exclude graduate students, but those graduate students in their second year, or further along in their studies, would keep their exemptions. I would fall perfectly into the crack. When draft deferments for graduate students got the axe, I would be in my first year of graduate school. My draft deferment would get the axe, too. I would be summoned for a pre-induction physical at my local Gravesend draft board, where I had every reason to expect I would be found fully acceptable for induction, what was called 1A, fit to serve, and standing at the head of the line. That was the kind of thing that Mrs. Hoyt was attempting to prepare us for. As early as February 1966, she started warning the young people who would listen to her. She made contact with all of Harry's contemporaries in Gravesend. "Johnny Wheelwright, you listen to me," she said. She got me on the telephone at 80 Front Street, and I was afraid of her. Even my grandmother thought that Mrs. Hoyt should be conducting herself in a manner more suitable to mourning. But Mrs. Hoyt was as mad as a hornet. She'd given Owen a lecture at the monument shop when she was picking out a stone for Harry. "I don't want a cross," she told Owen. "A lot of good God ever did him." "Yes, ma'am," said Owen Meany. "And I don't want one of those things that look like a stepping stone. That's just like the military, to give you a grave that people can walk on," Mrs. Hoyt said. "I understand," Owen told her. Then she lit into him about his ROTC obligation, about how he should do everything he could to end up with a desk job, if he knew what was good for him. "And I don't mean a desk job in Saigon," she said to him. "Don't you dare be a participant in that genocide," she told him. "Do you want to set fire to small Asian women and children?" she asked him. "No, ma'am," said Owen Meany. To me, she said, "They're not going to let you be a graduate student in English. What do they care about English? They barely speak it." "Yes, ma'am," I said. "You can't hide in graduate school, believe me. It won't work," said Mrs. Hoyt. "And unless you've got something wrong with you, I mean physically, you're going to die in a rice paddy. Is there anything wrong with you?" she asked me. "Not that I know of, ma'am," I said. "Well, you ought to think of something," Mrs. Hoyt told me. "I know someone who does psychiatric counseling. He can coach you. He can make you seem crazy. But that's risky, and you've got to start now. You need time to develop a history if you're going to convince anybody you're insane. It's no good just getting drunk and smearing dog shit in your hair the night before your physical. If you don't develop a mental history, it won't work to try to fake it." That, however, is what Buzzy Thurston tried, and it worked. It worked a little too well. He didn't develop a history that was one day longer than 2 weeks, but even in that short time, he managed to force enough alcohol and drugs into his body to convince his body that it liked this form of abuse. To Mrs. Hoyt, Buzzy would be as much a victim of the war as her Harry. Buzzy would kill himself trying to stay out of Vietnam. "Have you thought about the Peace Corps?" Mrs. Hoyt asked me. She said she'd counseled one young man, also an English major, to apply to the Peace Corps. He'd been accepted as an English teacher in Tanzania. It was a pity, she admitted, that the Red Chinese had sent about 400 advisors to Tanzania in the summer of '65. The Peace Corps, naturally, had withdrawn in a hurry. "Just think about it," Mrs. Hoyt said to me. "Even Tanzania is a better idea than Vietnam." I told her I'd think about it, but I thought I had so much time. Imagine this. You're a university senior, you're a virgin. Do you believe it when someone tells you that you have to make up your mind between Vietnam and Tanzania? You better believe it, Hester told me. That was the year, 1966, in February, when the Senate Foreign Relations Committee began televised hearings on the war. I think you better talk to Mrs. Hoyt, my grandmother told me. I don't want any grandson of mine to have anything to do with this mess. Listen to me, John, Dan Needham said. This is not the time to do what Owen Meany does. This time, Owen is making a mistake. I told Dan that I was afraid I might be responsible for sabotaging Owen's desire for a combat arms designator. I confessed that I'd told Colonel Iger that Owen's emotional stability was questionable, and that I'd agreed with the colonel that Owen was not suitable for a combat branch. I told Dan I felt guilty that I'd said these things behind Owen's back. How can you feel guilty for trying to save his life? Dan asked me. Hester said the same thing when I confessed to her that I had betrayed Owen to Colonel Iger. How can you say you betrayed him? If you love him, how could you want what he wants? He's crazy, Hester cried. If the Army insists that he's not fit for combat, I could even learn to love the fucking Army. But everyone was beginning to seem crazy to me. My grandmother just muttered away at the television all day and all night. She was beginning to forget things and people if she hadn't seen them on TV. And more appalling, she remembered everything she'd seen on television with a mindless, automatic accuracy. Even Dan Needham seemed crazy to me. For how many years could anyone maintain enthusiasm for amateur theatricals in general and for the question of which role in A Christmas Carol best suited Mr. Fish in particular? And although I did not sympathize with the Gravesend Gas Works for firing Mrs. Hoyt as their receptionist, I thought Mrs. Hoyt was crazy too. And those town patriots who were apprehended in the act of vandalizing Mrs. Hoyt's car and garage were even crazier than she was. And Rector Wiggin and his wife Barbara, they had always been crazy. Now they were claiming that God supported the U.S. troops in Vietnam, their implication being that to not support the presence of those troops was both anti-American and ungodly. Although the Reverend Lewis Merrill was, with Dan Needham, the principal spokesman for what amounted to the anti-war movement within Gravesend Academy, even Mr. Merrill looked crazy to me. For all his talk about peace, he wasn't making any progress with Owen Meany. Of course, Owen was the craziest. I suppose it was always a toss-up between Owen and Hester, but regarding the subject of Owen wanting and actively seeking a combat branch assignment, there was no doubt in my mind that Owen was the craziest. Why do you want to be a hero? I asked him.
You don't understand, he said.
No, I don't, I admitted. It was the spring of our senior year, 1966. I'd already been accepted into the graduate school at the University of New Hampshire. For the next year, at least, I wouldn't be going anywhere. I had my 2S deferment and was hanging on to it. Owen had already filled out his officer assignment preference statement, his
dream sheet,
he called it. On his personnel action form, he'd noted that he was volunteering for overseas service. On both forms, he'd specified that he wanted to go to Vietnam, infantry, armor, or artillery, in that order. He was not optimistic. With his number 2 ranking in his ROTC unit, the Army was under no obligation to honor his choice. He admitted that no one had been very encouraging regarding his appeal to change his assignment from the Adjutant General's Corps to a combat branch. Not even Colonel Iger had encouraged him.
The Army offers you the illusion of choice, the same choice as everyone else, Owen said.
While he was hoping to be reassigned, he would toss around all the bullshit phrases favored by the Department of the Army headquarters.
Ranger training, airborne training, special forces training.
One day, when he said he'd wished he'd gone to
jump school
or to
jungle school,
Hester threw up. "Why do you want to go at all?" I screamed at him.
"I know that I do go," he said. "It's not necessarily a matter of wanting to."
"Let me make sure I get this right," I said to him. "You know that you go where?"
"To Vietnam,"
he said. "I see," I said. "No, you don't see," Hester said. "Ask him how he knows that he goes to Vietnam," she said. "How do you know, Owen?" I asked him. I thought I knew how he knew. It was the dream, and it gave me the shivers. Owen and I were sitting in the wooden, straight-backed chairs in Hester's roach-infested kitchen. Hester was making a tomato sauce. She was not an exciting cook, and the kitchen retained the acidic, oniony odor of many of her previous tomato sauces. She wilted an onion in cheap olive oil in a cast-iron skillet. Then she poured in a can of tomatoes. She added water and basil, oregano, salt, red pepper, and sometimes a leftover bone from a pork chop or a lamb chop or a steak. She would reduce this mess to a volume that was less than the original can of tomatoes and the consistency of paste. This glop she would dump over pasta, which had been boiled until it was much too soft. Occasionally, she would surprise us with a salad, the dressing for which was composed of too much vinegar and the same cheap olive oil she had employed in her assault of the onion. Sometimes after dinner, we would listen to music on the living room couch, or else Hester would sing something to Owen and me. But the couch was at present uninviting, the result of Hester taking pity on one of Durham's stray dogs. The mutt had demonstrated its gratitude by bestowing upon Hester's living room couch an infestation of fleas. This was the life that Hester and I thought Owen valued too little.
"I don't want to be a hero," said Owen Meany. "It's not that I want to be, it's that I am a hero. I know that's what I'm supposed to be."
"How do you know?" I asked him.
"It's not that I want to go to Vietnam. It's where I have to go. It's where I'm a hero. I've got to be there," he said.
"Tell him how you know this, you asshole," Hester screamed at him.
"The way you know some things, your obligations, your destiny, or your fate," he said. "The way you know what God wants you to do."
"God wants you to go to Vietnam?" I asked him. Hester ran out of the kitchen and shut herself in the bathroom. She started running the water in the bathtub.
"I'm not listening to this shit, Owen. Not one more time. I told you," she cried.
When Owen got up from the kitchen table to turn the flame down under the tomato sauce, we could hear Hester being sick in the bathroom. "It's this dream, isn't it?" I asked him. He stirred the tomato sauce as if he knew what he was doing. "Does Pastor Merrill tell you that God wants you to go to Vietnam?" I asked him. "Does Father Findlay tell you that?"
"They say it's just a dream,"
said Owen Meany. "That's what I say. I don't even know what it is, but I say it's just a dream," I said.
"But you have no faith," he said. "That's your problem."
In the bathroom, Hester was sounding like New Year's Eve. The tomato sauce just simmered. Owen Meany could manifest a certain calmness that I had never quite liked. When he got like that, when we were practicing the shot, I didn't want to touch him. When I passed him the ball, I felt uneasy. And when I had to put my hands on him, when I actually lifted him up, I always felt I was handling a creature that was not exactly human, or not quite real. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had twisted in the air in my hands and bitten me, or if, after I'd lifted him, he just kept on flying. "It's only a dream," I repeated.
"It's not your dream," said Owen Meany.
"Don't be coy. Don't play around with me," I told him.
"I'm not playing around," he said. "Would I request a combat assignment if I were playing around?"
I began again. "In this dream, you're a hero?" I asked him.
"I save the children," said Owen Meany. "I save lots of children."
"Children?" I said.
"In the dream," he said. They're not soldiers. They're children.
Vietnamese children? I asked.
That's how I know where I am. They're definitely Vietnamese children, and I saved them. I wouldn't go to all this trouble if I was supposed to save soldiers, he added.
Owen, this is so childish, I said. You can't believe that everything that pops into your head means something. You can't have a dream and believe that you know what you're supposed to do.
That isn't exactly what faith is,
he said, turning his attention to the tomato sauce.
I don't believe everything that pops into my head. Faith is a little more selective than that.
Some dreams, I suppose, are
more selective,
too. Under the big pot of water for the pasta, Owen turned the flame on, as if the sounds of Hester's dry heaves in the bathroom were an indication to him that her appetite would be returning soon. Then he went into Hester's bedroom and fetched his diary. He didn't show it to me. He simply found the part he was looking for, and he began to read to me. I didn't know I was hearing an edited version. The word dream was never mentioned in his writing, as if it were not a dream he was describing, but rather something he had seen with much more certainty and authority than anything appearing to him in his sleep. As if he were describing an order of events he had absolutely witnessed. Yet he remained removed from what he saw, like someone watching through a window, and the tone of the writing was not at all as urgent as the tone so often employed by the voice. Rather, the certainty and authority that I heard reminded me of the plain, less than enthusiastic report of a documentary, which is the tone of voice of those undoubting parts of the Bible.
I never hear the explosion. What I hear is the aftermath of an explosion. There is a ringing in my ears, and those high-pitched popping and ticking sounds that a hot engine makes after you shut it off. And pieces of the sky are falling, and bits of white, maybe paper, maybe plaster, are floating down like snow. There are silvery sparkles in the air, too. Maybe it's shattered glass. There's smoke and the stink of burning. There's no flame, but everything is smoldering. We're all lying on the floor. I know the children are all right because, one by one, they pick themselves up off the floor. It must have been a loud explosion because some of the children are still holding their ears. Some of their ears are bleeding. The children don't speak English, but their voices are the first human sounds to follow the explosion. The younger ones are crying, but the older ones are doing their best to be comforting. They're chattering away. They're really babbling, but this is reassuring. The way they look at me, I know two things. I know that I saved them. I don't know how. And I know that they're afraid for me, but I don't see me. I can't tell what's wrong with me. The children's faces tell me something is wrong. Suddenly, the nuns are there. Penguins are peering down at me. One of them bends over me. I can't hear what I say to her, but she appears to understand me. Maybe she speaks English. It's not until she takes me in her arms that I see all the blood. Her wimple is blood-stained. While I'm looking at the nun, her wimple continues to be splashed with blood. The blood spatters her face, too, but she's not afraid. The faces of the children looking down at me are full of fear, but the nun who holds me in her arms is very peaceful. Of course, it's my blood. She's covered with my blood, but she's very calm. When I see she's about to make the sign of the cross over me, I reach out to try to stop her. But I can't stop her. It's as if I don't have any arms. The nun just smiles at me. After she's made the sign of the cross over me, I leave, all of them. I just leave. They are still exactly where they were, looking down at me, but I'm not really there. I'm looking down at me, too. I look like I did when I was the baby Jesus. You remember those stupid swaddling clothes?
That's how I look when I leave me. But now all the people are growing smaller. Not just me, but the nuns and the children, too. I'm quite far above them, but they never look up. They keep looking down at what used to be me. And soon, I'm above everything. The palm trees are very straight and tall, but soon I'm high above the palm trees, too. The sky and the palm trees are so beautiful, but it's very hot. The air is hotter than any place I've ever been. I know I'm not in New Hampshire.
I didn't say anything. He put his diary back in Hester's bedroom. He stirred the tomato sauce. He looked under the lid of the water pot to see if the water was near to boiling. Then he went and knocked on the bathroom door. It was quiet in there.
I'll be out in a minute,
Hester said. Owen returned to the kitchen and sat down at the table with me. It's just a dream, Owen, I said to him. He folded his hands and regarded me patiently. I remembered that time he untied the safety rope when we'd been swimming in the old quarry. I remembered how angry he was when we hadn't immediately jumped in the water to save him.
You let me drown, he'd said. You didn't do anything. You just watched me drown. I'm already dead, he'd told us. Remember that. You let me die.
Owen, I said, given your sensitive feelings for Catholics, why wouldn't you dream that a nun was your own special angel of death? He looked down at his hands folded on top of the table. We could hear Hester's bath emptying. It's just a dream, I repeated. He shrugged. There was in his attitude toward me that same mild pity and mild contempt I had seen before, when the Flying Yankee had passed over the Maiden Hill Trestle Bridge, precisely as Owen and I had passed under it, and I'd called this a coincidence. Hester came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a pale yellow towel, carrying her clothes. She went into the bedroom without looking at us. She shut the door, and we could hear her shaking the chest of drawers, the coat hangers protesting her roughness in the closet. Owen, I said, you're very original, but the dream is a stereotype. The dream is stupid. You're going in the army. There's a war in Vietnam. Do you think you'd have a dream about saving American children? And naturally, there would be palm trees. What would you expect? Igloos? Hester came out of the bedroom in fresh clothes. She was roughly toweling her hair dry. Her clothes were almost an exact exchange for what she'd worn before. She wore a different pair of blue jeans and a different, ill-fitting turtleneck jersey. The extent to which Hester ever changed her clothes was a change from black to navy blue, or vice versa. Owen, I said, you can't believe that God wants you to go to Vietnam for the purpose of making yourself available to rescue these characters in a dream. He neither nodded nor shrugged. He sat very still, looking at his hands folded on top of the table.
That's exactly what he believes. You've hit the nail on the head, Hester said.
She gripped the damp, pale yellow towel and rolled it tightly into what we used to call a rat's tail. She snapped the towel very close to Owen Meany's face, but Owen didn't move.
This is the end of disc number 17. Please insert disc number 18. This is disc number 18.
That's exactly what he believes. You've hit the nail on the head, Hester said.
She gripped the damp, pale yellow towel and rolled it tightly into what we used to call a rat's tail. She snapped the towel very close to Owen Meany's face, but Owen didn't move.
That's it, isn't it, you asshole? She yelled at him.
She snapped the towel again. Then she unrolled it and ran at him, wrapping the towel around his head.
You think God wants you to go to Vietnam, don't you?
she screamed at him. She wrestled him out of his chair. She held his head in the towel in a headlock, and she lay on her side across his chest, pinning him to the kitchen floor, while she began to pound him in the face with the fist of her free hand. He kicked his feet. He tried to grab for her hair, but Hester must have outweighed Owen Meany by at least 30 pounds, and she appeared to be hitting him as hard as she could. When I saw the blood seep through the pale yellow towel, I grabbed Hester around her waist and tried to pull her off him. It wasn't easy. I had to get my hands on her throat and threatened to strangle her before she stopped hitting him and tried to hit me. She was very strong, and she was hysterical. She tried to demonstrate her headlock on me, but Owen got the towel off his head and tackled Hester at her ankles. Then it was his turn to attempt to get her off me. Owen's nose was bleeding, and his lower lip, which was split and puffy, was bleeding too, but together we managed to take control of her. Owen sat on the backs of her legs, and I kneeled between her shoulder blades and pulled her arms down flush to her sides. This still left her free to thrash her head all around. She tried to bite me, and when she couldn't, she began to bang her face on the kitchen floor until her nose was bleeding. "You don't love me, Owen!" Hester screamed. "If you loved me, you wouldn't go. Not for all the goddamn children in the world. You wouldn't go if you loved me." Owen and I stayed on top of her until she started to cry, and she stopped banging her face on the floor. "You better go," Owen said to me. "No, you better go, Owen," Hester said to him. "You better get the fuck out of here." And so he took his diary from Hester's bedroom, and we left together. It was a warm spring night. I followed the tomato red pickup to the coast. I knew where he was going. I was sure that he wanted to sit on the breakwater at Rye Harbor. The breakwater was made of the slag, the broken slabs, from the Meany granite quarry. Owen always felt he had a right to sit there. From the breakwater, you got a pretty view of the tiny harbor. In the spring, not that many boats were in the water. It didn't quite feel like summer, which was the time of year when we usually sat there. But this summer would be different anyway. Because I was teaching 9th grade expository writing at Gravesend Academy in the fall, I wasn't going to work this summer. Even a part-time job at Gravesend Academy would more than compensate for my graduate school expenses. Even a part-time job for the whole school year was worth more than another summer working for Meany Granite. Besides, my grandmother had given me a little money, and Owen would be in the Army. He had treated himself to 30 days between his graduation and the beginning of his active duty as a second lieutenant. We'd talked about taking a trip together. Except for his basic training at Fort Knox or Fort Bragg, Owen had never been out of New England. I'd never been out of New England either. "Both of you should go to Canada," Hester had told us, "and you should stay there." The salt water rushed in and out of the breakwater. Pools of water were trapped in the rocks below the high tide mark. Owen stuck his face in one of these tide pools. His nose had stopped bleeding, but his lip was split quite deeply. It continued to bleed, and there was a sizable swelling above one of his eyebrows. He had 2 black eyes, one very much blacker than the other and so puffy that the eye was closed to a slit. "You think Vietnam is dangerous?" he said. "You ought to try living with Hester." But he was so exasperating. How could anyone live with Owen Meany and, knowing what he thought he knew, not be moved to beat the shit out of him? We sat on the breakwater until it grew dark and the mosquitoes began to bother us. "Are you hungry?" I asked him. He pointed to his lower lip, which was still bleeding. "I don't think I can eat anything," he said, "but I'll go with you." We went to one of those clam shack restaurants on the Strip. I ate a lot of fried clams, and Owen sipped a beer through a straw. The waitress knew us. She was a University of New Hampshire girl. "You better get some stitches in that lip before it falls off," she told Owen. We drove, Owen in the tomato red pickup, and I followed him in my Volkswagen, to the emergency room of the Gravesend Hospital. It was a slow night, not the summer and not a weekend, so we didn't have to wait long. There was a hassle concerning how he intended to pay for his treatment.
Suppose I can't pay, he asked. Does that mean you don't treat me?
I was surprised that he had no health insurance. Apparently there was no policy for coverage in his family, and he hadn't even paid the small premium asked of students at the university for group benefits. Finally, I said that the hospital could send the bill to my grandmother. Everyone knew who Harriet Wheelwright was, even the emergency room receptionist. And after a phone call to grandmother, this method of payment was accepted.
What a country,
said Owen Meany, while a nervous-looking young doctor, who was not an American, put 4 stitches in his lower lip.
At least when I get in the Army, I'll have some health insurance.
Owen said he was ashamed to take money from my grandmother.
She's already given me more than I deserved.
But when we arrived at 80 Front Street, a different problem presented itself. "Merciful heavens, Owen," my grandmother said. "You've been in a fight."
"I just fell downstairs,"
he said. "Don't you lie to me, Owen Meany," grandmother said.
"I was attacked by juvenile delinquents at Hampton Beach,"
Owen said. "Don't you lie to me," grandmother repeated. I could see that Owen was struggling to ascertain the effect upon my grandmother of telling her that her granddaughter had beaten the shit out of him. Hester, except for her vomiting, was always relatively subdued around grandmother. Owen pointed to me.
"He did it,"
Owen said. "Merciful heavens," my grandmother said. "You should be ashamed of yourself," she said to me. "I didn't mean to," I said. "We weren't having a real fight. We were just roughhousing."
"It was dark," said Owen Meany. "He couldn't see me very clearly."
"You should still be ashamed of yourself," my grandmother said to me. "Yes," I said. This little misunderstanding seemed to cheer up Owen. My grandmother commenced to wait on him, hand and foot, and Ethel was summoned and directed to concoct something nourishing for him in the blender. A fresh pineapple, a banana, some ice cream, some brewer's yeast. "Something the poor boy can drink through a straw," my grandmother said.
"You can leave out the brewer's yeast,"
said Owen Meany. After my grandmother went to bed, we sat up watching The Late Show, and he teased me about my new reputation as a bully. The movie on The Late Show was at least 20 years old. Betty Grable in Moon Over Miami. The music and the setting made me think of the place called the Orange Grove, and my mother performing as the Lady in Red. I would probably never know any more about that, I thought. "Do you remember the play you were going to write?" I asked Owen. "About the supper club? About the Lady in Red?"
"Sure, I remember. You didn't want me to do it,"
he said. "I thought you might have done it anyway," I said.
"I started it a couple of times,"
he said.
"It was harder than I thought to make up a story."
Carol Landis was in Moon Over Miami, and Don Amici. Remember them? It's a story about husband hunting in Florida. Just the glow of the television lit Owen's face when he said,
"You've got to learn to follow things through. If you care about something, you've got to see it all the way to the end. You've got to try to finish it. I'll bet you never even looked in a Boston telephone directory for a Buster Freebody," he said.
"It's a made-up name," I said.
"It's the only name we know,"
Owen said. "No, I didn't look it up," I said.
"You see," he said, "there actually are a few free bodies, but no Buster," he said.
"Maybe Buster is just a nickname," I said, with more interest now.
"None of the free bodies I spoke with had ever heard of a Buster," said Owen Meany. "And the old people's homes won't release a list of names. Do you know why?"
he asked me. "Why?" I asked him.
"Because criminals could use the names to find out who's no longer living at home. If the same name is still in the phone book, and if the house or the apartment hasn't been reoccupied, then the criminals have found an easy place to rob. Nobody home. That's why the old people's homes don't give out any names," he said. "Interesting, huh? If it's true."
he added. You've been busy, I said. He shrugged.
On the listings in the yellow pages, those places that offer live music, he said. Not one of those places in all of Boston has ever heard of a big black Buster Freebody. It was so long ago Buster Freebody must be dead.
I'd hate to see your phone bill, I told him.
I used Hester's phone, he said.
I'm surprised she didn't beat the shit out of you for that, I said.
She did,
Owen said. He turned his face away from the glowing light of the TV.
I wouldn't tell her what the phone calls were about, and she thought I had another girlfriend.
Why don't you have another girlfriend? I asked him. He shrugged again.
She doesn't beat me up all the time,
Owen said. What could I say? I didn't even have a girlfriend. We ought to think about our trip, I said to him. We've got 30 days coming up. Where do you want to go?
Somewhere warm,
said Owen Meany. It's warm everywhere in June, I reminded him.
I'd like to go where there are palm trees,
Owen said. We watched Moon over Miami for a while in silence. We could drive to Florida, I said.
Not in the pickup,
he said.
The pickup wouldn't make it to Florida.
We could take my Volkswagen, I said. We could drive to California in the Beetle, no problem.
But where would we sleep?
Owen asked me.
I can't afford motels.
Grandmother would lend us the money, I said.
I've taken enough money from your grandmother,
he said. Well, I could lend you the money, I said.
It's the same money,
said Owen Meany. We could take a tent and sleeping bags, I said. We could camp out.
I've thought of that, he said. If we carry a lot of camping stuff, we'd be better off in the pickup, but the pickup would die on us on a trip of that distance.
Was there anything Owen Meany hadn't thought of before I'd thought of it? I wondered.
We don't have to go where there are palm trees. It was just an idea,
Owen Meany said. We weren't in the mood for Moon over Miami. A story about husband hunting requires a special mood. Owen went out to the pickup and got his flashlight. Then we walked up Front Street to Linden Street, past the Gravesend High School to the cemetery. The night was still warm and not especially dark. As graves go, my mother's grave looked pretty nice. Grandmother had planted a border of crocuses and daffodils and tulips so that even in the spring there was color. And Grandmother's touch with roses was evident by the well-pruned rose bush that took very firm grasp of the trellis that stood like a comfortable headboard directly behind my mother's grave. Owen played the flashlight over the beveled edges of the gravestone. I'd seen better work with the diamond wheel. Owen's work was much, much better, but I never supposed that Owen had been old enough to fashion my mother's stone.
My father was never an expert with a diamond wheel,
Owen observed. Dan Needham had recently placed a fresh bouquet of spring flowers in front of the gravestone, but Owen and I could still manage to see the lettering of my mother's name and the appropriate dates. If she were alive, she'd be 43, I said. Imagine that.
She'd still be beautiful,
said Owen Meany. When we were walking back along Linden Street, I was thinking that we could take a trip down east, as people in New Hampshire say, by which they mean along the coast of Maine, all the way to Nova Scotia. Could the pickup make it to Nova Scotia? I asked Owen. Suppose we just took it easy and drove along the coast of Maine, not in any hurry, not caring about when we arrived in Nova Scotia, not even caring if we ever arrived there. Do you think the pickup could handle that?
I've been thinking about that,
he said.
Yes, I think we could do that if we didn't try to drive too many miles in one day. With the pickup, we could certainly carry all the camping gear we'd ever need. We could even pitch the tent in the back of the pickup if we ever had a problem finding dry or level ground.
That would be fun, I said. I've never been to Nova Scotia. I've never been very far into Maine. On Front Street, we stopped to pet someone's cat.
I've also been thinking about Sawyer Depot,
said Owen Meany. What about it? I asked him.
I've never been there, you know,
he said. It's not really very interesting in Sawyer Depot, I said cautiously. I didn't think my Aunt Martha and Uncle Alfred would welcome Owen Meany into their home with open arms, and considering what had just happened with Hester, I wondered what attraction Sawyer Depot still had for Owen.
I'd just like to see it,
he said.
I've heard so much about it. Even if the Eastmans wouldn't want me in the house, perhaps you could show me Loveless Lake and the boathouse and maybe the mountain where all of you went skiing and Firewater,
he said. Firewater's been dead for years, I told him.
Oh,
he said. My grandmother's driveway looked like a parking lot. There was grandmother's old Cadillac and my Volkswagen Beetle and the dusty tomato-red pickup, and parked at the rear of the line was Hester's hand-me-down '57 Chevy. She must have been out looking for Owen, and when she'd seen the pickup in grandmother's driveway, she must have gone into 80 Front Street to find him. We found her asleep on the couch. The only light that flashed over her was the ghastly, bone-colored glow from the TV, which she had turned to another channel. Apparently, Hester hadn't been in the mood for Moon over Miami either. She had fallen asleep watching Duchess of Idaho.
Hester hates Esther Williams unless Esther is underwater,
said Owen Meany. He went and sat beside Hester on the couch. He touched her hair, then her cheek. I switched the channel. There was never just one late show, not anymore. Moon over Miami was over. Something called The Late Late Show had begun in its place. John Wayne in Operation Pacific.
Hester hates John Wayne,
Owen said, and Hester woke up. John Wayne was in a submarine in World War II. He was battling the Japanese.
I'm not watching a war movie,
Hester said. She turned on the lamp on the end table next to the couch. She examined the stitches in Owen's lip closely.
How many?
She asked him.
4,
he told her. She kissed him very softly on his upper lip and on the tip of his nose and on the corners of his mouth, being very careful not to kiss the stitches.
I'm sorry.
I love you, she whispered to him.
I'm okay,
said Owen Meany. I flicked through the channels until I found something interesting. Sherlock Holmes in Terror by Night with Basil Rathbone.
I can't remember if I've seen this one,
Hester said. I know I've seen it, but I can't remember it, I said.
It's the one with the jewel on the train. It's a pretty good one,
said Owen Meany. He curled up next to Hester on the couch. He laid his head against her bosom, and she cradled him in her arms. In a few minutes, he was fast asleep.
Better turn the volume down,
Hester whispered to me. When I looked at her to see if I'd lowered the volume enough, she was crying. I think I'll go to bed, I told her quietly. I've seen Sherlock Holmes 100 times.
We'll stay a while,
Hester said.
Good night.
He wants to go to Sawyer Depot, I told her.
I know,
she said. I lay in bed awake a long time. When I heard their voices in the driveway, I got up and went into my mother's empty bedroom. From the window there, I could see them. The curtains were never drawn in my mother's bedroom, in memory of how she had hated the darkness. It was almost dawn, and Hester and Owen were discussing how they would drive back to Durham.
I'll follow you,
Hester said.
No, I'll follow you,
he told her. Then I graduated from the University of New Hampshire, a B.A. in English, cum laude. Owen just plain graduated. Second Lieutenant Paul O. Meany, Jr., with a B.S. in geology. He was not reassigned to a combat branch. He was ordered to report to Fort Benjamin Harrison in Indiana, where he would undertake an 8 to 10-week course in basic administration for the Adjutant General's Corps. After that, the Army wanted him to report to a communications command in Arizona. Although the Army might later send him anywhere in the country, or even to Saigon, they were assigning him to a desk job.
Second lieutenants are supposed to be platoon leaders, said Owen Meany.
Naturally, Hester and I had to conceal how pleased we were. Even in Vietnam, the Adjutant General's Corps was not a branch with a high rate of casualties. We knew he wouldn't give up. Every few months, he would fill out another personnel action form requesting a new assignment, and he claimed that Colonel Iger had provided him with a name and telephone number of someone in the Pentagon, a certain major, who allegedly supervised the personnel files and assignments of the junior officers. Hester and I knew better than to ever underestimate Owen's powers of manipulation. But for the moment, we thought he was safe. And the U.S. Army, I believed, was not as easy to manipulate as a children's Christmas pageant. What exactly does the Adjutant General's Corps do? I asked him, cautiously. But he wouldn't discuss it.
This is just an interim assignment, said Owen Meany.
Dan and I had to laugh. It was funny to think of him suffering through a basic administration course in Indiana when what he had imagined for himself was jumping out of a helicopter and hacking his way through a jungle with his machete and his M16. Owen was angry, but he wasn't depressed. He was irritable, but he was determined. Then one evening, I was walking through the Gravesend Academy campus, and I saw the tomato red pickup parked in the circular driveway from which poor Dr. Dolder's Volkswagen Beetle had been elevated to its moment in history. The headlights of the pickup were shining across the vast lawn in front of the main academy building. The lawn was full of chairs, rows upon rows of chairs, and the benches from the great hall were spread out across the lawn. I would estimate that there was seating for 500 people. It was that time of the year when Gravesend Academy hoped it wouldn't rain. The chairs and benches were assembled for the annual commencement. If it rained, to everyone's sorrow, there was no place large enough to hold the commencement except the gym. Not even the great hall would hold the crowd. Commencement had been outdoors the year I graduated, the year Owen should have graduated, the year he should have been our class valedictorian. Hester was sitting by herself in the cab of the pickup. She motioned to me to get in and sit beside her. "Where is he?" I asked her. She pointed into the path of the pickup truck's headlights. Beyond the rows upon rows of chairs and benches was a makeshift stage, draped with the Gravesend Academy banner and dotted with chairs for the dignitaries and the speakers. At the center of this stage was the podium, and at the podium was Owen Meany. He was looking out over the hundreds of empty seats. He appeared to be a little blinded by the pickup truck's headlights, but he needed the light in order to see his valedictory speech, which he was reading.
"He doesn't want anyone to hear it. He just wants to say it," Hester said.
When he joined Hester and me in the cab of the pickup, I said to him, "I would have liked to hear that. Won't you read it to us?"
"It's over," said Owen Meany. "It's just some old history."
And so we departed for the North Country, for Sawyer Depot and Loveless Lake. We took the pickup. We did not take Hester. I'm not sure if she wanted to come. She had made the effort to speak to her parents. Uncle Alfred and Aunt Martha were always happy to see me, and they were polite, if not exactly warm, to Owen Meany. We spent the first night of our trip in the Eastman's house in Sawyer Depot. I slept in Noah's bed. Noah was in the Peace Corps. I believe he was teaching forestry or forest management to Nigerians. Uncle Alfred referred to what Noah was doing as a ticket. Africa, or the Peace Corps, was Noah's ticket out of Vietnam, Uncle Alfred said. That summer, Simon was running the sawmill. Over the years, Simon had injured his knees so often skiing that Simon's knees were his ticket out of Vietnam. Simon had a 4F deferment. He was judged physically unfit for service. "Unless the country is invaded by aliens," Simon said. "Good old Uncle Sam won't take me." Owen referred to his course in basic administration for the Adjutant General's Corps as
"Temporary."
Arizona would also be
"Temporary,"
Owen said. Uncle Alfred was very respectful of Owen's desire to go to Vietnam, but Aunt Martha, over our elegant dinner, questioned the war's morality.
Yes, I question that too, said Owen Meany. But I feel one has to see something firsthand to be sure. I'm certainly inclined to agree with Kennedy's assessment of the Vietnamese problem way back in 1963. You may recall that the president said, "We can help them, we can give them equipment, we can send our men out there as advisors, but they have to win it, the people of Vietnam." I think that point is still valid, and it's clear to all of us that the people of Vietnam are not winning the war. We appear to be trying to win it for them. But let's suppose for a moment that we believe in the stated objectives of the Johnson administration's Vietnam policy and that we support this policy. We agree to resist communist aggression in South Vietnam, whether it comes from the North Vietnamese or the Viet Cong. We support the idea of self-determination for South Vietnam, and we want peace in Southeast Asia. If these are our objectives, if we agree that this is what we want, why are we escalating the war? There doesn't appear to be a government in Saigon that can do very well without us. Do the South Vietnamese people even like the military junta of Marshal Key? Naturally, Hanoi and the Viet Cong will not negotiate for a peaceful settlement if they think they can win the war. There's every reason for the United States to keep enough of our ground forces in South Vietnam to persuade Hanoi and the Viet Cong that they could never achieve a military victory. But what does it accomplish for us to bomb the North? Supposing that we mean what we say, that we want South Vietnam to be free to govern itself, we should be protecting South Vietnam from attack. But it appears that we are attacking the whole country from the air. If we bomb the whole country to bits to protect it from communism, what kind of protection is that? I think that's the problem, said Owen Meany. But I'd like to see the situation for myself.
My Uncle Alfred was speechless. My Aunt Martha said, "Yes, I see." Both of them were impressed. I realized that a part of the reason why Owen had wanted to come to Sawyer Depot was to give himself an opportunity to impress Hester's parents. I'd heard Owen's Vietnam thesis before. It was not very original. I think it was borrowed from something Arthur Schlesinger Jr. had written or said, but Owen's delivery was impressive. I thought it was sad that Hester made so little effort to impress Uncle Alfred and Aunt Martha, and that she was so unimpressed by them. At bedtime, I could hear Owen babbling away to Aunt Martha. She had put him in Hester's room. Owen was inquiring about the specific teddy bears and dolls and figurines.
"And how old was she when she liked this one?" he would ask Aunt Martha. "And I suppose that this one dates back to the firewater era?" he would say.
Before I went to bed, Simon said to me appreciatively, "Owen's just as weird as ever. Isn't he great?" I fell asleep, remembering how Owen had first appeared to my cousins. That day in the attic at 80 Front Street when we were contending over the sewing machine and Owen stood in the sun from the skylight that blazed through his ears. I remembered how he had appeared to all of us, like a descending angel, a tiny but fiery god sent to adjudicate the errors of our ways. In the morning, Owen suggested that we move on to Loveless Lake. Simon advised us to use the boathouse as a base camp. When he got off work at the sawmill, Simon said, he would come take us water skiing. We could sleep in the boathouse at night. There were a couple of comfortable couches that unfolded to make beds, and the boathouse had new screens on the windows. There were some kerosene lamps. There was an outhouse nearby, and a hand pump drew the lake water into a sink by the bar. There was a propane gas stove and some kettles for boiling water, for drinking. In those days, we were allowed to bathe with soap in the lake. Owen and I agreed that it was cozier than camping in our tent. Also, for me, it was relaxing to get away from Uncle Alfred and Aunt Martha, and the effort that Owen made to impress them. At the lake, we were left alone. Simon appeared only at the end of the day to take us water skiing. He had a steady girlfriend, so we rarely saw him at night. We cooked hamburgers on a charcoal grill on the boat slip. We caught sunfish and perch off the dock, and smallmouth bass when we went out in the canoe. At night, Owen and I sat on the dock until the mosquitoes bothered us. Then we went into the boathouse and turned on the kerosene lamps and talked for a while or read our books. I was trying to read Parade's End. I was just beginning it. Graduate students have serious reading ambitions, but they don't finish a lot of books they start. I wouldn't finish Parade's End until I was in my 40s, when I tried it again. Owen was reading a Department of the Army field manual called Survival, Evasion, and Escape.
I'll read you some of mine if you read me some of yours,
Owen said. Okay, I said.
Survival is largely a matter of mental outlook,
he read. Sounds reasonable, I said.
But listen to this, he said. This is about how to get along with the natives.
I couldn't help but imagine that the only natives Owen was going to have to get along with were the residents of Indiana and Arizona.
Respect personal property, especially their women, he read.
It doesn't say that, I said.
Listen to this, he said. Avoid physical contact without seeming to do so.
We both thought that was a scream, although I didn't tell him that I was laughing in part because I was thinking about the natives of Indiana and Arizona.
Want to hear how to take care of your feet?
Owen asked me. Not really, I said.
How about precaution against mosquito bites? He asked. Smear mud on your face, especially before going to bed, he read.
We laughed hysterically for a while.
Here's the part about food and water, he said. Do not drink urine.
This sounds like a field manual for children, I said.
That's who most of the people in the Army are, said Owen Meany.
What a world, I said.
Here's some good advice about escaping from a moving train, Owen said. Before jumping, make sure your exit will be made from the appropriate side, or you may jump into the path of an oncoming train.
No shit, I cried.
Listen to this, he said. Strychnine plants grow wild throughout the tropics. The luscious-looking white or yellow fruit is abundant in Southeast Asia. The fruit has an exceedingly bitter pulp, and the seeds contain a powerful poison.
I restrained myself from saying that I doubted any strychnine grew in Indiana or Arizona.
Here's another entry in the no-kidding category, Owen said. They're talking about evasion techniques when there is little distinction between friendly and hostile territory. Get this. It is difficult to distinguish the insurgent from the friendly populace.
I couldn't help myself. I said, I hope you don't run into that problem in Indiana or Arizona.
Let's hear something from your book, he said,
closing his field manual. I tried to explain about Mrs. Satterthwaite's daughter, that she was a woman who'd left her husband and child to run off with another man, and now she wanted her husband to take her back, although she hated him and intended to make him miserable. A friend of the family, a priest, is confiding to Mrs. Satterthwaite his opinion of how her daughter will, one day, respond to an infidelity of her husband's, which the priest believes is only to be expected. The priest believes that the daughter will tear the house down, that the world will echo with her wrongs. Here is the scene I read to Owen Meany. Do you mean to say, Mrs. Satterthwaite said, that Sylvia would do anything vulgar? Doesn't every woman who's had a man to torture for years, when she loses him? The priest asked. The more she's made an occupation of torturing him, the less right she thinks she has to lose him.
What a world, said Owen Meany.
There were more motorboats than loons on Loveless Lake. Even at night, we heard more noise from engines than we heard from wildlife. We decided to drive north, through Dixville Notch to Lake Francis. That was real wilderness, Simon had told us. Indeed, the camping on Lake Francis, which is one of New Hampshire's northernmost lakes, was spectacular. But Owen, Meany, and I were not campers. On Lake Francis, the cries of the loons were so mournful that they frightened us, and the utter blackness of that empty lakeshore at night was terrifying. There was so much noise at night, insect, bird, and animal hoopla, that we couldn't sleep. One morning, we saw a moose.
Let's go home before we see a bear, said Owen Meany. Besides, he said, I should spend a little time with Hester.
But when we left Lake Francis, he turned the pickup north, toward Quebec.
We're very close to Canada, he said. I want to see it.
At that particular border, there's little to see, just forests for miles, and a thin road so beaten by the winter that it is bruised to the color of pencil lead and pockmarked with frost heaves. The border outpost, the customs house, was a cabin. The gate across the road was as flimsy and innocent-looking as the gate guarding a railroad crossing. In fact, it was raised. The Canadian customs officers at the border didn't pay any attention to us, although we parked the pickup truck about 100 yards from the border facing back toward the United States. Then we lowered the tailgate of the truck and sat on it for a while, facing Canada. We sat there for half an hour before one of the Canadian customs officers walked a short distance in our direction and stood there, staring back at us. No traffic passed us in either direction, and the dark fir trees that towered on either side of the border indicated no special respect for national boundaries.
I'm sure it's a nice country to live in, said Owen Meany.
And we drove home to Gravesend. We had a modest going-away party for him at 80 Front Street. Hester and Grandmother were a trifle teary, but the overall tone of our celebration was jolly. Dan Needham, our historian, delivered a lengthy and unresolved meditation on whether Fort Benjamin Harrison was named after William Henry Harrison's father or grandson. Dan offered a similarly unresolved speculation on the origins of Hoosier, which we all knew was a nickname for a native of Indiana, but no one knew what else, if anything, a Hoosier was. Then we made Owen Meany stand in the dark, inside the secret passageway, while Mr. Fish recited, too loudly, the passage that Owen had always admired from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. "Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once," Mr. Fish intoned.
I know! Open the door!
Cried Owen Meany. "Of all the wonders that I have yet heard," said Mr. Fish, "it seems to me the most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come."
Okay, I'm not afraid, but there are cobwebs in here. Open the door, Owen cried.
Perhaps the darkness inspired him to insist that Hester and I follow him up to the attic. He wanted us to stand in the closet of Grandfather's clothes with him. But this time, we were not playing the armadillo game. We had no flashlight, and we were not in danger of having Hester grab our doinks. Owen just wanted us all to stand there for a moment, in the dark.
"Why are we doing this?" Hester asked. "Shh! Form a circle. Hold hands," he commanded.
We did as we were told. Hester's hand was much bigger than Owen's.
"Now what?"
Hester asked.
"Shh!"
Owen said. We breathed in the mothballs. The old clothes stirred against themselves. The mechanisms of the old umbrellas were so rusty that the umbrellas, I was sure, could never be opened again, and the brims of the old hats were so dry that they would crack if anyone attempted to give shape to them.
"Don't be afraid," said Owen Meany.
That was all he had to say to us before he left for Indiana. Several weeks went by before Hester and I heard from him. I guess they kept him pretty busy at Fort Benjamin Harrison. I would see Hester sometimes at night along the strip at Hampton Beach. Usually some guy was with her, rarely the same guy, and never anyone she bothered to introduce me to. "Have you heard anything from him?" I would ask her. "Nothing yet," she'd say. "Have you?" When we heard from him, we heard together. His first letters weren't very special. He sounded more bored than overwhelmed. Hester and I probably put more effort into talking about those first letters than Owen had put into writing them. There was a major who'd taken a liking to him. Owen said that his writing and editorial work for The Grave had provided him with a better background for what the Army seemed to want of him than anything he'd learned in ROTC or in basic training. Hester and I agreed that Owen sounded despondent. He said simply, "A great deal has to be written every day." The second month he'd been away, or thereabouts, his letters were perkier. He was more optimistic about his orders. He'd heard some good things about Fort Huachuca, Arizona. All the talk at Fort Benjamin Harrison told him that Fort Huachuca was a fortunate place to be. He'd be working in the adjutant's office of the Strategic Communications Command. He'd been told that the major general who was in charge was flexible on the subject of reassignments. The major general had been known to assist his junior officers with their requests for transfers. When I started graduate school in the fall of '66, I was still looking for an apartment at Durham, or even in Newmarket, between Durham and Gravesend. I was looking half-heartedly, but at 24, I knew I had to admit to myself that what Owen had told me was true, that I was too old to be living with my stepfather or my grandmother. "Why don't you move in with me?" Hester said. "You'd have your own bedroom," she added, unnecessarily. When her two previous roommates had graduated, Hester had replaced only one of them. After all, Owen was there much of the time. Hester having only one roommate made it less awkward for Owen. When the one roommate had left to get married, Hester hadn't replaced her. My first anxiety about sharing an apartment with Hester was that Owen might disapprove. "It was Owen's idea," Hester told me. "Didn't he write you about it?" That letter came along after he'd settled into Fort Huachuca. "If Hester still doesn't have a roommate, why don't you move in with her?" he wrote. "That way I could call you both collect at the same number. You should see Fort Huachuca, 73,000 acres. Prairie grassland, elevation about 5,000 feet. Everything is yellow and tan, except the mountains in the distance are blue and purple and even pink. There's a fishing lake just behind the officers' club. There are almost 20,000 personnel here, but the fort is so spread out you'd never know they were here. It's 6 miles from the west entrance of the fort to the airfield and another mile to the headquarters barracks, and you can go east another 6 miles from there. I'm going to start playing tennis. I can take flying lessons if I want to, and Mexico is only 20 miles away. The prairie is not like the desert, but there are Joshua trees and prickly pear, and there are wild pigs called javelina and coyote. You know what coyotes like to eat best? House cats. Fort Huachuca has the largest horse population of any army post. The horses and the turn-of-the-century architecture of the old houses and the wooden barracks and the parade grounds, which are left over from the Indian Wars, make everything feel like the past. And although everything is huge, it is also isolated. That feels like the past, too. When it rains, you can smell the creosote bushes. Mostly it's sunny and warm, not terribly hot. The air is drier than any place I've ever been, but don't worry, there are no palm trees. And so I moved in with Hester. I quickly realized that I had done her a disservice to think of her as slovenly. It was only herself she treated carelessly. She kept the shared rooms of the apartment fairly neat, and she even picked up my clothes and books when I left them in the kitchen or in the living room. Even the roaches in the kitchen were not there out of any dirtiness that could be ascribed to Hester, and although she appeared to know a lot of guys, not one of them ever returned to the apartment and spent the night with her. She often came home quite late, but she always came home. I did not ask her if she was being faithful to Owen Meany. I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, and besides, who could even guess what Owen was doing? From his letters, we gathered he was doing a lot of typing. He was playing tennis, which Hester and I found unlikely, and he had actually taken a couple of flying lessons, which we found unbelievable. He complained that his room in the bachelor officers' quarters, a dormitory-type room with a private bath, was stifling. But he complained for a while of almost nothing else. He confessed he was
buttering up the commander,
a certain Major General LaHode.
"We call him La Toad,"
Owen wrote.
"but he's a good guy. I could do a lot worse than end up as his aide-de-camp. That's the angle I'm shooting. Forgive the expression, I've been shooting some pool in the company day room. Typical Army. When I arrive and report to the Strategic Communications Command, they tell me there's been a mistake. They want me in the personnel section instead. They call it Personnel and Community Action at the post. I sign discharge papers. I attend the OCS and warrant officer boards. Have been recorder for the latter. Scariest thing I do is play night watchman. I carry a flashlight and a military police radio. It takes 2 hours to check all the locks you think might be jimmied around the fort. The shops and the clubs and the storage sheds, the motor pool and the commissary and the ammo dump. Meanwhile, I know the emergency procedures in the staff duty officer's notebook by heart. Upon warning of a nuclear attack, you should notify, and so forth. Ideally, Major General LaHode will choose me to be the bartender at his parties. At the last party, I brought drinks to his fluff of a wife all night. Still couldn't fill her up, but she liked the attention. She thinks I'm cute. You know the type. I figure if I could be La Toad's aide-de-camp, if I could swing it, the Major General would look kindly upon my request for transfer. Think what a blow it would be to the personnel section, how they would miss me. Today, I signed a chaplain out on leave, and I helped a hysterical mother locate her son in the signal group. Apparently, the bad boy hadn't written home. Speaking of home, I'm taking 10 days leave for Christmas.
And so, Hester and I waited to see him. That October, President Johnson visited the U.S. troops in Vietnam, but we heard no further word from Owen Meany concerning what progress or success he had encountered with his efforts to be reassigned. All Owen said was,
Major General LaHode is the key. I scratch his back. You know the rest.
It was December before he mentioned that he'd sent another personnel action form to Washington asking for a transfer to Vietnam. Those forms, as many times as he would submit them, were routed through his chain of command, including Major General LaHode. By December, the Major General had Owen working as a casualty assistance officer in the personnel section. Apparently, Owen had made a favorable impression upon some grieving Arizona family who had connections at the Pentagon. Through the chain of command, the Major General had received a special letter of commendation. The casualty branch at the post had reason to be proud. A Second Lieutenant Paul O. Meany, Jr. had been of great comfort to the parents of a second lieutenant infantry type who'd been killed in Vietnam. Owen had been especially moving when he'd read the award citation for the Silver Star Medal to the next of kin. Major General LaHode had congratulated Owen personally. At Fort Huachuca, the casualty branch was composed of Second Lieutenant Paul O. Meany, Jr. and a staff sergeant in his 30s.
A disgruntled career man,
according to Owen. But the staff sergeant had an Italian wife whose homemade pasta was
such an improvement on Hester's that it makes the staff sergeant occasionally worth listening to.
In the casualty branch, the second lieutenant and the staff sergeant were assisted by
a 23-year-old Spec 5 and a 22-year-old Spec 4.
He might as well be talking about insects for all I know, Hester said. What the fuck is a Spec 4 and a Spec 5? How does he expect us to know what he's talking about? I wrote back to him. What exactly does a casualty assistance officer do? I asked. On the walls of the casualty branch office at Fort Huachuca, Owen said there were maps of Arizona and Vietnam, and a roster of Arizona men who were prisoners of war or missing in action, along with the names of their next of kin. When the body of an Arizona man arrived from Vietnam, you went to California to escort the body home. The body, Owen explained, had to be escorted by a man of the same rank or higher. Thus, a private's body might be brought home by a sergeant, and a second lieutenant would escort the body of another second lieutenant, or, let's say, of a warrant officer. Hester, I said, he's delivering bodies. He's the one who brings the casualties home. That's his line of work, all right, Hester said. At least he's familiar with the territory. My line of work, it seemed to me, was reading. My ambitions extended no further than to my choice of reading material. I loved being a graduate student. I loved my first teaching job, too, yet I felt I was so undaring. The very thought of bringing bodies home to their next of kin gave me the shivers. In his diary, he wrote,
"The office for the casualty branch is in the part of the post that was built just after Blackjack Pershing's expedition against Pancho Villa. Our building is old and stuccoed, and the mint green paint on the ceiling is peeling. We have a wall poster depicting all the medals the Army offers. With a grease pencil on 2 plastic-covered charts, we write the names of the week's casualties alongside the Arizona prisoners of war. What the Army calls me is a casualty assistance officer. What I am is a body escort."
Jesus, tell me about it, I said, when he was home on leave for Christmas.
"So how do you like being a graduate student?" he asked me. "So what's he like for a roommate?"
he asked Hester. He was tan and fit-looking. Maybe it was all the tennis. His uniform had only 1 medal on it.
"They give it to everyone," said
Owen Meany. On his left sleeve was a patch indicating his post, and on each shoulder epaulet was a brass bar signifying that he was a second lieutenant. On each collar was the brass U.S. insignia and the red and blue striped silver shield of his branch, the Adjutant General's Corps. The Meany name tag was the only other hardware on his uniform. There were no marksmanship badges or anything else.
"No overseas patch. I'm not much to look at," he said shyly.
Hester and I couldn't take our eyes off him.
"Are they really in plastic bags, the bodies?"
Hester asked him. "Do you have to check the contents of the bags?" I asked him.
"Are there sometimes just parts of a head and loose fingers and toes?"
Hester asked him. "I suppose this might change how you feel about going over there?" I said to him.
"Do the parents freak?" Hester asked. "And the wives? Do you have to talk to the wives?"
He looked so awfully composed. He made us feel as if we'd never left school. Of course, we hadn't.
"It's a way to go to California," Owen said evenly. "I fly to Tucson. I fly to Oakland. It's the Army base in Oakland where you get your body instructions."
"What are body instructions, for Christ's sake?" Hester said. But Owen ignored her.
"Sometimes I fly back from San Francisco," he said. "Either way, I go check the container in the baggage area about 2 hours before we take off."
"You check the plastic bag?" I asked him.
"It's a plywood container," he said. "There's no bag. The body is embalmed. It's in a casket. In California, I just check the plywood container."
For what? I said. For leaks, he said. Hester looked as if she might throw up. And there's information stapled to the container. I just matched that up with the KIA sheet. KIA? What's that? I said. Killed in action, he said. Yes, of course, I said. Back in Arizona, in the funeral home, that's when I checked the body, he said. I don't want to hear any more, Hester said. Okay, he said. He shrugged. When we got away from Hester, we went to the Gravesend Academy gym to practice the shot, of course. I kept asking him about the bodies. Usually, you discuss with the mortician whether or not the body is suitable for viewing, whether or not the family should see it, he said. Sometimes the family wants to be close to you. They feel you're one of them. Other times, you get the feeling you should keep out of their way. You have to play this part by ear. And then there's the folding of the flag. You give the flag to the mother, usually, or to the wife, if there's a wife. That's when you give your little speech. What do you say? I asked him. He was dribbling the basketball, his head nodding almost imperceptibly to the rhythm of the ball bouncing on the floor, his eyes always on the rim of the basket. It is my privilege to present to you our country's flag, in grateful appreciation for the service rendered to this nation by your son. Naturally, you say by your husband if you're giving the flag to a wife, he added. Naturally, I said. He passed me the ball. Ready? He said. He was already moving toward me, already timing his leap, and, in his mind's eye, seeing the shot fall, when I passed the ball back to him. Those were brief days and nights. We tried to remember which government spokesman had said that Operation Rolling Thunder was closing in on Hanoi. That was what had prompted Owen to say, I think Hanoi can handle it. According to the State Department, according to Dean Rusk, we were winning a war of attrition. That was what prompted Owen to say, That's not the kind of war we win. He had revised a few of his earlier views of our Vietnam policy. Some veterans of the war, whom he'd met at Fort Huachuca, had convinced him that Marshal Key had once been popular, but now the Viet Cong was gaining the support of South Vietnamese peasants because our troops had pulled out of the populated areas and were wasting their time chasing the North Vietnamese through the jungles and the mountains. Owen wanted to learn why our troops didn't pull back into the populated areas and wait for the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong to come to them. If we were protecting South Vietnam, why didn't we stay with the people and protect them? On the other hand, it was confusing because many of the Vietnam veterans Owen had met were of the opinion that we should be fighting more all out, that we should bomb North Vietnam even more, mine the harbors, and make an amphibious landing north of the DMZ to cut the supply lines for the North Vietnamese army. In short, fight to win. There was no way to really know what we should do if one didn't go over there and see it, Owen said. But he believed that trying to win a conventional war against North Vietnam was stupid. We should stay in South Vietnam and protect the South Vietnamese from North Vietnamese aggression and from the Viet Cong until such time as the South Vietnamese developed an army and, more important, a government that was strong and popular enough to make South Vietnam capable of protecting itself. Then the South Vietnamese will be able to attack North Vietnam all by themselves. Is that what you mean? Hester asked him. You make about as much sense as LBJ, she said. Hester wouldn't say President Johnson. As for President Johnson, Owen said, There has never been a worse president. There couldn't be a worse one, unless they elect McNamara. Hester talked about the peace movement. What peace movement? Or do you mean the don't get drafted movement? That's the only movement I see, said Owen Meany. We talked like the war itself, going nowhere. I moved out of the apartment so that he could have some nights alone with Hester. I don't know if either of them appreciated it. I spent a few pleasant evenings with Dan and Grandmother.
I had convinced Grandmother to take the train with me to Sawyer Depot for Christmas. Grandmother had decided previously that she no longer took trains. It was arranged that Dan would take the Christmas Eve train from Gravesend following the closing performance of A Christmas Carol, and Aunt Martha and Uncle Alfred had prevailed upon Hester to bring Owen to Sawyer Depot for Christmas. That was how significantly Owen had managed to impress them. Hester kept threatening to back out of these lavish reunion plans. I believe it was only for Owen's sake that she was agreeing to go home at all, especially for Christmas. Then all these plans fell through. No one had noticed how severely the train service had been deteriorating. It turned out that it wasn't possible to take a train from Gravesend to Sawyer Depot, and on Christmas Eve, the station master told Dan it was impossible to take a train anywhere. And so we once more reverted to our isolated Christmases. On the day of Christmas Eve, Owen and I were practicing the shot in the Gravesend Academy gym, and he told me he was simply spending a quiet Christmas with his parents. I was spending the day with Grandmother and Dan. Hester, according to Owen, had, on the spur of the moment, accepted an invitation to
somewhere sunny. You ought to think about joining the peace movement, old boy, he told me.
I guess he had picked up the
old boy
at Fort Huachuca.
As I understand it, it's a good way to get laid. You just make yourself look a little distracted. Looking angry also helps, and you keep saying you're against the war. Of course, I don't actually know anyone who's for it, but just keep saying you're against the war, and look as if the whole thing causes you a lot of personal anguish. Next thing you know, you'll get laid. You can count on it.
We just kept sinking the shot. It still takes my breath away to remember how good we were at it. I mean, zip. He would pass me the ball.
Ready?
He would ask. And zip. I would pass it back to him and get ready to lift him. It was automatic. Almost as soon as I passed him the ball, he was there, in my arms and soaring. He didn't bother to yell, "Time!" Not anymore. We didn't bother to time ourselves. We were consistently under 3 seconds. We had no doubt about that. And sometimes I think we were faster. How many bodies a week are there? I asked him.
In Arizona, I would guess that we average 2, at the most 3 casualties a week. Some weeks there aren't any, or only 1, and I would estimate that only half of our casualties have anything to do with Vietnam. There are a lot of car accidents, you know, and some suicides.
What percentage of the bodies is not, how did you put it, suitable for viewing? I asked him.
Forget about the bodies, Owen said. They're not your problem. Your problem is you're running out of time. What are you going to do when you lose your student deferment? Do you have a plan? Do you even know what you want to do? Provided there's a way to do it? I don't see you being happy in the Army. I know you don't want to go to Vietnam, but I don't see you in the Peace Corps either. Are you prepared to go to Canada? You don't look prepared. Not to me. You don't even look like much of a protester. You're probably the one person I know who could join what Hester calls the peace movement and manage not to get laid. I don't see you hanging out with those assholes. I don't see you hanging out with anybody. What I'm telling you is, if you want to do things your own way, you're going to have to make a decision. You're going to have to find a little courage.
I want to go on being a student, I told him. I want to be a teacher. I'm just a reader, I said.
Don't sound so ashamed, he said. Reading is a gift.
I learned it from you, I told him.
It doesn't matter where you learned it. It's a gift. If you care about something, you have to protect it. If you're lucky enough to find a way of life you love, you have to find the courage to live it.
What do I need courage for? I asked him.
You will need it, he told me. When you're notified to report for your pre-induction physical, you're going to need some courage then. After your physical, when they pronounce you fully acceptable for induction, it will be a little late to make a decision then.
Once they classify you 1A, a lot of good a little courage will do you. Better think about it, old boy, said Owen Meany.
He reported back to Fort Huachuca before New Year's Eve. Hester stayed away, wherever she was, and I spent New Year's Eve alone. Grandmother said she was too old to stay up to welcome in the new year. I didn't drink too much, but I drank a little. Hester's damage to the rose garden was surely of the stature of a tradition. Her absence and Owen's seemed ominous to me. There were more than 385,000 Americans in Vietnam, and almost 7,000 Americans had been killed there. It seemed only proper to drink something for them. When Hester returned from
somewhere sunny,
I refrained from commenting on her lack of a tan. There were more protests, more demonstrations. She didn't ask me to accompany her when she went off to them, yet no one was allowed to spend the night with her in our apartment. When we talked about Owen, we talked about how much we loved him. Between how much you love him and whatever it is that you think of me, I sometimes wonder if you'll ever get laid, Hester told me. I could always join the peace movement, I told her. You know, I could simply make myself look a little distracted. Looking angry also helps, and I could keep saying I am against the war. Personal anguish, that's the key. I could convey a lot of personal anguish in regard to my anger against the war. Next thing you know, I'll get laid. Hester didn't even crack a smile. I've heard that one, she said. I wrote Owen that I had selected Thomas Hardy as the subject for my master's thesis. I doubt he was surprised. I also told him that I had given much thought to his advice to me, that I should gather the courage to make a decision about what to do when faced with the loss of my draft deferment. I was trying to determine what sort of decision I might make. I couldn't imagine a very satisfying solution, and I was puzzled about what sort of
courage
he'd imagined would be required of me. Short of my deciding to go to Vietnam, the other available decisions didn't strike me as requiring a great deal in the way of courage. You're always telling me I don't have any faith, I wrote to Owen. Well, don't you see, that's a part of what makes me so indecisive. I wait to see what will happen next, because I don't believe that anything I might decide to do would matter. You know Hardy's poem, Hap? I know you do. You remember. How arrives it joy lies slain, and why unblooms the best hope ever sown? Crass casualty obstructs the sun and rain, and dicing time for gladness casts a moan. These purblind doomsters had as readily strown blisses about my pilgrimage as pain. I know you know what that means. You believe in God, but I believe in crass casualty, in chance, in luck. That's what I mean. You see? What good does it do to make whatever decision you're talking about? What good does courage do when what happens next is up for grabs? Owen Meany wrote to me,
Don't be so cynical. Not everything is up for grabs. You think that anything you decide to do doesn't matter? Let me tell you about the bodies. Say you're lucky. Say you never go to Vietnam. Say you never have a worse job than my job. You have to tell them how to load the body on the airplane and how to unload it. You have to be sure they keep the head held higher than the feet. It's pretty awful if any fluid escapes through the orifices, provided there are any orifices. Then there's the local mortician. Probably he never knew the deceased, even supposing that there's a whole body, even supposing that the body isn't burned and that it has a whole nose and so forth. Neither of you knows what the body used to look like. The mortuary sections back at the command posts in Vietnam are not known for their attention to verisimilitude. Is that family going to believe it's even him? But if you tell the family that the body isn't suitable for viewing, how much worse is it going to be for them?
Just imagining what a horrible thing is under the lid of that casket. So if you say, no, you shouldn't view the body, you feel you should also say, listen, it isn't really that bad. And if you let them look, you don't want to be there. So it's a tough decision. You've got a tough decision too, but it's not that tough. And you better make it soon.
In the spring of 1967, when I received the notice from the local Gravesend Draft Board to report for my pre-induction physical, I still wasn't sure what Owen Meany meant. "You better call him," Hester said to me. We kept reading the notice over and over. "You better find out what he means, in a hurry," she said.
Don't be afraid, he told me. Don't report for your physical. Don't do anything, he said. You've got a little time. I'm taking a leave. I'll be there as soon as I can make it. All you've got to know is what you want. Do you want to go to Vietnam?
"No," I said.
Do you want to spend the rest of your life in Canada thinking about what your country did to you?
He asked me. "Now that you put it that way, no," I told him.
Fine. I'll be right there. Don't be afraid. This takes just a little courage, said Owen Meany.
"What takes just a little courage?" Hester asked me. It was a Sunday in May when he called me from the monument shop. U.S. planes had just bombed a power plant in Hanoi, and Hester had only recently returned from a huge anti-war protest rally in New York. "What are you doing at the monument shop?" I asked him. He said he'd been helping his father, who had fallen behind on a few crucial orders. Why didn't I meet him there? "Why don't we meet somewhere nicer for a beer?" I asked him.
"I've got plenty of beer here," he said.
It was odd to meet him in the monument shop on a Sunday. He was alone in that terrible place. He wore a surprisingly clean apron and the safety goggles loosely around his neck. There was an unfamiliar smell in the shop. He had already opened a beer for me, and he was drinking one himself. Maybe the beer was the unfamiliar smell.
"Don't be afraid,"
Owen said. "I'm not really afraid," I said. "I just don't know what to do."
I know, he said.
He put his hand on my shoulder. Something was different about the diamond wheel. "Is that a new saw?" I asked him.
"Just the blade is new," he said. "Just the diamond wheel itself."
I had never seen it gleam so. The diamond segments truly sparkled.
"It's not just new. I boiled it," he said. "And then I wiped it with alcohol."
That was the unfamiliar smell, I thought. Alcohol. The block of wood on the saw table looked new. The cutting block, we called it. It didn't have a nick in it.
"I soaked the wood in alcohol after I boiled it, too," Owen said.
I've always been pretty slow. I'm the perfect reader. It wasn't until I caught the whiff of a hospital in the monument shop that I realized what he meant by
just a little courage.
This is the end of disc number 18. Please insert disc number 19. This is disc number 19.
I've always been pretty slow. I'm the perfect reader. It wasn't until I caught the whiff of a hospital in the monument shop that I realized what he meant by
just a little courage.
Behind the diamond wheel was a workbench for the lettering and edging tools. It was upon this bench that Owen had laid out the sterile bandages and the makings for a tourniquet.
"Naturally, this is your decision," he told me.
"Naturally," I said.
The Army regulation in question states that a person would not be physically qualified to serve in the case of the absence of the first joint of either thumb or the absence of the first two joints on either the index, middle, or ring finger. I know 2 joints will be tough, said Owen Meany, but you don't want to be without a thumb.
No, I don't, I said.
You understand that the middle or ring finger is a little harder for me. I should say it's harder for the diamond wheel to be as precise as I would like to be in the case of either a middle or a ring finger. I want to promise you there'll be no mistake. That's an easier promise for me to make if it's an index finger, he said.
I understand you, I said.
The Army regulation doesn't state that being right-handed or left-handed matters, but you're right-handed, aren't you?
He asked me. Yes, I said.
Then I think it ought to be the right index finger just to be safe, he said. I mean, officially, we're talking about your trigger finger.
I froze. He walked to the table, under the diamond wheel, and demonstrated how I should put my hand on the block of wood. But he didn't touch the wood. If he'd touched it, that would have spoiled his opinion that it was sterile. He made a fist, pinning his other fingers under his thumb, and he spread his index finger flat on its side.
Like this, he said. It's the knuckle of your middle finger you've got to keep out of my way.
I couldn't speak or move, and Owen Meany looked at me.
Better have another beer, he said. You can be a reader with all your other fingers. You can turn the pages with any old finger, he said.
He could see I didn't have the nerve for it.
It's like anything else. It's like looking for your father. It takes guts and faith, he added. Faith would help, but in your case, you should concentrate on the guts. You know, I've been thinking about your father. You remember the so-called lust connection? Whoever he was, your father must have had that problem. It's something you don't like in yourself. Well, whoever he was, I'm telling you, he was probably afraid. That's something you don't like in yourself, too. Whoever your mother was, I'll bet she was never afraid, said Owen Meany.
I not only couldn't speak or move, I couldn't swallow.
If you're not going to have another beer, he said, at least try to finish that one.
I finished it. He pointed to the sink.
Better wash your hand. Scrub it good, he said, and then rub on the alcohol.
I did as I was told.
You're going to be fine, he said. I'll have you at the hospital in 5 minutes, under 10 minutes tops. What's your blood type? He asked me.
I shook my head. I didn't know my blood type. Owen laughed.
I know what it is. You don't remember anything. You're the same type as me. If you need any, you can have some of mine.
I couldn't move away from the sink.
I wasn't going to tell you this. I didn't want to worry you, but you're in the dream. I don't understand how you could be in it, but you are. Every time you're in it, he said.
In your dream? I asked him.
I know you think it's just a dream. I know, but it bothers me that you're in it. I figure, said Owen Meany, that if you don't go to Vietnam, you can't be in that dream.
You're absolutely crazy, Owen, I told him. He shrugged. Then he smiled at me.
It's your decision, he told me.
I got myself from the sink to the saw table. The diamond wheel was so bright I couldn't look at it. I put my finger on the block of wood. Owen started the saw.
Don't look at the blade, and don't look at your finger, he told me. Look right at me.
I shut my eyes when he put the safety goggles in place.
Don't shut your eyes. That might make you dizzy, he said. Keep looking at me. The only thing you should be afraid of is moving. Just don't move, he said. By the time you feel anything, it will be over.
I can't do it, I said.
Don't be afraid, Owen told me. You can do anything you want to do. If you believe, you can do it. The lenses of the safety goggles were very clean. His eyes were very clear. I love you, Owen told me. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. Trust me, he said. As he lowered the diamond wheel in the gantry, I tried to put the sound of it out of my mind. Before I felt anything, I saw the blood spatter the lenses of the safety goggles, through which his eyes never blinked. He was such an expert with that thing. Just think of this as my little gift to you, said Owen Meany.
Chapter 9. The Shot. Whenever I hear someone generalizing favorably about the 60s, I feel like Hester. I feel like throwing up. I remember those ardent simpletons who said, and this was after the massacre of those 2,800 civilians in Hue in '68, that the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese were our moral superiors. I remember a contemporary of mine asking me, with a killing lack of humor, if I didn't sometimes think that our whole generation took itself too seriously. And didn't I sometimes wonder if it was only the marijuana that made us more aware?
More aware of what?
Owen Meany would have asked. I remember the aggressiveness of the so-called flower children. Yes, righteousness in the cause of peace or in any other cause is aggressive. And the mystical muddiness of so much of the thinking, I remember that too. And talking to plants. And with the exception of Owen Meany and the Beatles, I remember that there was precious little irony. That's why Hester failed as a singer and as a songwriter, a deadly absence of irony. Perhaps this is also why she's so successful now, with the direction her music traveled from folk to rock, and with the visual aid of those appalling rock videos, those lazy-minded, sleazy associations of images that pass for narrative on all the rock video television channels around the world. Irony is no longer necessary. Only the name that Hester took for herself reflects the irony with which she was once so familiar in her relationship with Owen Meany. As a folk singer, she was Hester Eastman, an earnest nobody, a flop. But as an aging hard rock star, a fading queen of the grittiest and randiest sort of rock and roll, she is Hester the Molester. Who would have believed it? Simon says. Hester the Molester is a fucking household word. The bitch should pay me a commission. It was my name for her. That I am the first cousin of Hester the Molester distinguishes me among my Bishop Strawn students, who are otherwise inclined to view me as fussy and curmudgeonly, a cranky, short-haired type in his corduroys and tweeds, eccentric only in his political tempers and in his nasty habit of tapping the bowl of his pipe with the stump of his amputated index finger. And why not? My finger is a perfect fit. We handicapped people must learn to make the best of our mutilations and disfigurements. When Hester has a concert in Toronto, my students who number themselves among her adoring fans always approach me for tickets. They know I'm good for a dozen or so. And that I attend Hester's occasional concerts here in the company of such attractive young girls allows me to infiltrate the crowd of raving maniac rowdies unnoticed. That I come to her concerts as the escort of these young girls also makes me almost cool in Hester's eyes. There's hope for you yet, my cousin invariably says to me, while my students are crowding into her messy backstage dressing room, naturally speechless with awe at the sight of Hester in her typically lewd dishevelment. They're my students, I remind Hester. Don't let that stop you, Hester tells me. And to one or more of my students, Hester always says, if you're worried about safe sex, you ought to try it with him. And she then lays her heavy paw upon my shoulder. He's a virgin, you know, she tells my students. There's no one safer. And they titter and giggle at her joke. They think it is a joke. It's precisely the outrageous sort of joke that they would expect from Hester the Molester.
I can tell they don't even consider that Hester's claim that I'm a virgin might be true. Hester knows it's true. I don't know why she finds my position offensive. After so many humiliating years of trying to lose my virginity, which no one but myself appeared even slightly interested in, hardly anyone has wanted to take it from me, I decided that, in the long run, my virginity was valuable only if I kept it. I don't think I'm a non-practicing homosexual, whatever that means. What has happened to me has simply neutered me. I just don't feel like practicing. Hester, in her own fashion, has remained a kind of virgin, too. Owen Meany was the love of her life. After him, she never allowed herself to become so seriously involved. She says, "I like a young boy every so often. In keeping with the times, you know, I'm in favor of safe sex. Therefore, I prefer a virgin, and those young boys don't dare lie to me. And they're easy to say goodbye to. In fact, they're even kind of grateful. What could be better?" my cousin asks me. I have to smile back at her wicked smile. Hester the Molester. I have all her albums, but I don't have a record player. I have all her tapes, too, but I don't own a tape deck, not even the kind that fits in a car. I don't even own a car. My students can be relied upon to keep me informed about Hester's new rock videos. "Mr. Wheelwright, have you seen Drivin' with No Hands?" I shudder at the idea. Eventually, I see them all. You can't escape the damn things. Hester's rock videos are notorious. The Reverend Catherine Keeling herself is addicted. She claims it's because her children watch them, and Catherine wants to keep up with whatever new atrocity is on her children's minds. Hester's videos are truly ugly. Her voice has gotten louder, if not better. Her accompanying music is full of electric bass and other vibrations that lower her nasal tones to the vocal equivalent of an abused woman crying for help from the bottom of an iron barrel. And the visual accompaniment is a mystifying blend of contemporary carnal encounters with unidentified young boys intercut with black and white documentary footage from the Vietnam War. Napalm victims, mothers cradling their murdered children, helicopters landing and taking off and crashing in the midst of perilous ground fire, emergency surgeries in the field, countless GIs with their heads in their hands, and Hester herself entering and leaving different but similar hotel rooms wherein a sheepish young boy is always just putting on or just taking off his clothes. The age group of that young boy, especially young girls, thinks that Hester the Molester is both profound and humane. "It's not like it's just her music or her voice, you know. It's her whole statement," one of my students told me. I felt so sick to my stomach that I couldn't speak. "It's not even her lyrics. It's her whole, you know, like commentary," said another student. And these are smart girls. These are educated young women from sophisticated families. I don't deny that Hester was damaged by what happened to Owen Meany. I'm sure she thinks she was damaged even more than I was damaged, and I wouldn't argue the point with her. We were both damaged by what happened to Owen. Who cares about more? But what an irony it is that Hester the Molester has converted her damage into millions of dollars and fame, that out of Owen's suffering and her own, Hester has made a mindless muddle of sex and protest, which young girls who have never suffered feel they can relate to. What would Owen Meany have said about that? I can only imagine how Owen would have critiqued one of Hester the Molester's rock videos.
"Hester, one would never suspect from this mindless mess that you were a music major and a socialist. One would tend to conclude, upon the evidence of this disjointed wallowing, that you were born tone deaf, and that you are drawing almost exclusively upon your experiences as a waitress."
And what would Owen Meany have made of the crucifixes? Hester the Molester likes crucifixes, or else she likes to mock them, all kinds, all sizes, around her neck and in her ears. Occasionally she even wears one in her nose. Her right nostril is pierced. "Are you Catholic?"
An interviewer asked her once. "Are you kidding?" Hester said. The English major in me must point out that Hester has an ear for titles, if not for music. Drivin' with No Hands, Gone to Arizona, No Church, No Country, No More, Just Another Dead Hero, I Don't Believe in No Soul, You Won't See Me at His Funeral, Life After You, Why the Boys Want Me, Your Voice Convinces Me, There's No Forgettin' 1968. I've got to admit, Hester's titles are catchy, and she has as much of a right as I have to interpret the silence that Owen Meany left behind. I should be careful not to generalize the silence. In my case, Owen didn't leave me in absolute peace and quiet. Twice, in fact, Owen has let me hear from him. I mean in both cases that he let me hear from him after he was gone. Most recently, only this August, I heard from him in a manner typical of Owen, which is to say, in a manner open to interpretation and dispute. I was staying up late at 80 Front Street, and I confess that my senses were impaired. Dan Needham and I were enjoying our usual vacation. We were drinking too much. We were recalling the measures we took years ago to allow grandmother to go on living at 80 Front Street as long as possible. We were remembering the incidents that finally led us to commit grandmother to the Gravesend Retreat for the elderly. We hated to do it, but she left us no choice. She drove Ethel crazy. We couldn't find a maid or a nurse whom grandmother couldn't drive crazy. After Owen Meany was gone, everyone was too dull-witted to keep Harriet Wheelwright company. For years, her groceries had been delivered by the Poggio brothers, Dominic Poggio and the dead one, whose name I no longer remember. Then the Poggios stopped making all home deliveries. Out of fondness for my grandmother, who was his oldest living customer and his only customer who always paid her bills on time, Dominic Poggio generously offered to continue to make deliveries to 80 Front Street. Was grandmother appreciative of Dominic's generosity? She was not only unappreciative, she could not remember that the Poggios didn't deliver to anyone else, that they were doing her a special favor. People had always done special favors for Harriet Wheelwright. Grandmother took such treatment for granted. And she was not only unappreciative, she was complaining. She telephoned Dominic Poggio almost daily, and she upbraided him that his delivery service was going to the dogs. In the first place, she reproached him, the delivery boys were total strangers. They were nothing of the kind. They were Dominic Poggio's grandchildren. My grandmother simply forgot who they were and that she had seen them delivering her groceries for years. Furthermore, my grandmother complained, these total strangers were guilty of startling her. She had no fondness for surprises, she reminded poor Dominic. Couldn't the Poggios telephone her before they made their frightening deliveries? Grandmother asked. That way she would at least be forewarned that the total strangers were coming. Dominic agreed. He was a sweet man who cherished my grandmother. Also, probably, he had wrongly predicted that she would die any day now, and he would, he'd imagined, be rid of this nuisance. But grandmother lived on and on. When the Poggios called her and told her that the delivery boys were on their way, my grandmother thanked them politely, hung up the telephone, and promptly forgot that anyone was coming, or that she'd been forewarned. When the boys would startle her, she would telephone Dominic in a rage and say, "If you're going to send total strangers to this house, you might at least have the courtesy to warn me when they're coming." "Yes, Mrs. Wheelwright," Dominic always said. Then he would call Dan to complain. He even called me a few times, in Toronto. "I'm getting worried about your grandmother, John," Dominic would say. By this time, grandmother had lost all her hair. She owned a chest of drawers that was full of wigs, and she abused Ethel, and several of Ethel's replacements, by complaining that her wigs were badly treated by the chest of drawers, in addition to being inexpertly attached to her old bald head by Ethel and the others. Grandmother developed such contempt for Ethel and for Ethel's inept replacements, that she plotted with considerable cunning to undermine what she regarded as the already woefully inadequate abilities of her serving women. They were no match for her. Grandmother hid her wigs so that these luckless ladies could not find them. Then she would abuse these fools for misplacing her vital headpieces. "Do you actually expect me to wander the world as if I were an addle-pated bald woman escaped from the circus?" she would say.
"Mrs. Wheelwright, where did you put your wigs?"
the women would ask her.
"Are you actually accusing me of intentionally desiring to look like the lunatic victim of a nuclear disaster?"
my grandmother would ask them.
"I would rather be murdered by a maniac than be bald."
More wigs were bought. Most, but by no means all, of her old wigs were found. When grandmother especially disliked a wig, she would retire it in the rose garden by submerging it in the bird bath. And when the Pogios continued to send total strangers to her door, intent on startling her, Harriet Wheelwright responded by startling them in return. She would dart to open the door for them, sprinting ahead of Ethel or Ethel's replacements, and she would greet the terrified delivery boys by snatching her wig off her head and shrieking at them while she was bald. Poor Dominic Poggio's grandchildren, how they fought among themselves not to be the boy who delivered the groceries to 80 Front Street. It was shortly after the fourth or fifth such incident when Dan telephoned me in Toronto and said, "It's about your grandmother. You know how much I love her, but I think it's time." Even this August, the memory of those days made Dan Needham and me laugh. It was late at night, and we'd been drinking, as usual. "Do you know what?" Dan said. "There are still all those damn jams and jellies and some simply awful things that she had preserved. They're still on those shelves, in the secret passageway." "Not really," I said. "Yes, really. See for yourself," he said. Dan tried to get out of his chair to investigate the mysteries of the secret passageway with me, but he lost his balance in the great effort he made to rise to his feet, and he settled back into his chair apologetically. "See for yourself," he repeated, burping. I had some difficulty opening the concealed door. I don't think that door had been opened for years. I knocked a few books off the shelves on the door while I was fumbling with the lock and key. I was reminded that Germaine had once been no less clumsy, when Lydia had died and Germaine had chosen the secret passageway as the place to hide from death itself. Then the door swung open. The secret passageway was dark, yet I could discern the scurrying of spiders. The cobwebs were dense. I remembered when I'd trapped Owen in the secret passageway and he'd cried out that something wet was licking him. He didn't think it was a cobweb. He thought it was
something with a tongue.
I also remembered the time we'd shut him in there during his going-away party, when Mr. Fish had recited those lines from Julius Caesar, just outside the closed door. "Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once," and so forth. And I remember how Owen and I had scared Germaine in there, and poor Lydia, before Germaine. There were a lot of old memories lurking in the cobwebs in the secret passageway. I groped for the light switch and couldn't find it. I didn't want to touch those dark objects on the shelves without seeing what they were. Then Dan Needham shut the door on me. "Cut it out, Dan," I cried. I could hear him laughing. I reached out into the blackness. My hand found one of the shelves. I felt along the shelf, passing through cobwebs in the direction of the door. I thought the light switch was near the door. That was when I put my hand on something awful. It felt springy, alive. I imagined a nest of newly born rats, and I stepped backward and screamed. What my hand had found was one of Grandmother's hidden wigs, but I didn't know that. I stepped too far back, to the edge of the top step of the long stairs. I felt myself losing my balance and starting to fall. In less than a second, I imagined how Dan would discover my body on the dirt floor at the foot of the stairs, when a small, strong hand, or something like a small, strong hand, guided my own hand to the light switch. A small, strong hand, or something like it, pulled me forward from where I teetered on the top step of the stairs, and his voice, it was unmistakably Owen's voice, said,
"Don't be afraid. Nothing bad is going to happen to you."
I screamed again. When Dan Needham opened the door, it was his turn to scream. "Your hair!" he cried. When I looked in a mirror, I thought it was the cobwebs. My scalp appeared to have been dusted with flour. But when I brushed my hair, I saw that the roots had turned white. That was this August. My hair has grown in all white since then. At my age, my hair was already turning gray. Even my students think that my white hair is distinguished, an improvement. The morning after Owen Meany spoke to me, Dan Needham said, "Of course, we were both drunk. You especially." "Me especially," I said. "That's right," Dan said. "Look, I have never mocked your belief, have I? I will never make fun of your religious faith, you know that. But you can't expect me to believe that Owen Meany's actual hand kept you from falling down those cellar stairs. You can't expect me to be convinced that Owen Meany's actual voice spoke to you in the secret passageway. Dan," I said, "I understand you. I'm not a proselytizer. I'm no evangelist. Have I ever tried to make you a believer? If I wanted to preach, I'd be a minister. I'd have a congregation, wouldn't I?" "Look, I understand you," Dan said. But he couldn't stop staring at the snow-white roots of my hair. A little later, Dan said, "You actually felt pulled? You felt an actual tug, as if from an actual hand?" "I admit I was drunk," I said. And a little later, Dan said, "It was his voice. You're sure it wasn't something I said that you heard? It was his voice?" I replied rather testily. "How many voices have you heard, Dan, that could ever be mistaken for his voice?" "Well, we were both drunk, weren't we? That's my point," Dan Needham said. I remember the summer of 1967, when my finger was healing, how that summer slipped away. That was the summer Owen Meany was promoted. His uniform would look a little different when Hester and I saw him again. He would be a first lieutenant. The bars on his shoulder epaulets would turn from brass to silver. He would also help me begin my master's thesis on Thomas Hardy. I had much trouble beginning anything, and according to Owen, even more trouble seeing something through.
"You must just plunge in," Owen wrote to me. "Think of Hardy as a man who was almost religious, as a man who came so close to believing in God that when he rejected God, his rejection made him ferociously bitter. The kind of fate Hardy believes in is almost like believing in God, at least in that terrible judgmental God of the Old Testament. Hardy hates institutions, the church more than faith or belief, and certainly marriage, the institution of it, and the institution of education. People are helpless to fate, victims of time. Their own emotions undo them, and social institutions of all kinds fail them. Don't you see how a belief in such a bitter universe is not unlike religious faith? Like faith, what Hardy believed was naked, plain, vulnerable. Belief in God, or a belief that eventually everything has tragic consequences. Either way, you don't leave yourself any room for philosophical detachment. Either way, you're not being very clever. Never think of Hardy as clever. Never confuse faith or belief of any kind with something even remotely intellectual.
plunge in. Just begin. I'd begin with his notes, his diaries. He never minced words there. Even early, when he was traveling in France in 1882, he wrote, "Since I discovered several years ago that I was living in a world where nothing bears out in practice what it promises incipiently, I have troubled myself very little about theories. I am content with tentativeness from day to day." You can apply that observation to each of his novels. That's why I say he was almost religious, because he wasn't a great thinker, he was a great feeler. To begin, you simply take one of his blunt observations and put it together with one of his more literary observations, about the craft. I like this one. A story must be exceptional enough to justify its telling. We storytellers are all ancient mariners, and none of us is justified in stopping wedding guests unless he has something more unusual to relate than the ordinary experiences of every average man and woman. You see, it's easy. You take his high standards for stories that are exceptional, and you put that together with his belief that nothing bears out in practice what it promises incipiently, and there's your thesis. Actually, there is his thesis. All you have to do is fill in the examples. Personally, I'd begin with one of the bitterest. Take almost anything from Jude the Obscure. How about that terrible little prayer that Jude remembers falling asleep to when he was a child? Teach me to live that I may dread the grave as little as my bed. Teach me to die. What could be easier? Wrote Owen Meany.
And thus, having cut off my finger and allowed me to finish graduate school, he started my master's thesis for me, too. This August in Gravesend, where I try to visit every August, Dan's students in the summer school were struggling with Euripides. I told Dan that I thought he'd made an odd and merciless choice. For students the age of my Bishop Strachan girls to spend 7 weeks of the summer memorizing the Medea and the Trojan women must have been an exercise in tedium, and one that risked disabusing the youngsters of their infatuation with the stage. Dan said, "What was I going to do? I had 25 kids in the class and only 6 boys." Indeed, those boys looked mightily overworked as it was. A particularly pallid young man had to be Creon in one play and Poseidon in the other. All the girls were shuffled in and out of the chorus of Corinthian women and the chorus of Trojan women, as if Corinthian and Trojan women possessed an interchangeable shrillness. I was quite taken by the dolorous girl Dan picked to play Hecuba. In addition to the sorrows of her role, she had to physically remain on the stage for the entirety of the Trojan women. Therefore, Dan rested her in the Medea. He gave her an especially rueful but largely silent part in the chorus of Corinthian women, although he singled her out at the end of the play. She was clearly one of his better actresses, and Dan was wise to emphasize those end lines of the chorus by having his girl speak solo. "Many things the gods achieve beyond our judgment," said the sorrowful girl. "What we thought is not confirmed, and what we thought not, God contrives." How true. Not even Owen Meany could dispute that. I sometimes envy Dan his ability to teach on stage, for the theater is a great emphasizer, especially to young people who have no great experience in life by which they might judge the experiences they encounter in literature, and who have no great confidence in language, neither in using it nor in hearing it. The theater, Dan quite rightly claims, dramatizes both the experience and the confidence in language that young people, such as our students, lack. Students of the age of Dan's and mine have no great feeling, for example, for wit. Wit simply passes them by, or else they take it to be an elderly form of snobbery, a mere showing off with the language that they use at best tentatively. Wit isn't tentative. Therefore, neither is it young. Wit is one of many aspects of life and literature that is far easier to recognize on stage than in a book. My students are always missing the wit in what they read, or else they do not trust it. On stage, even an amateur actor can make anyone see what wit is. August is my month to talk about teaching with Dan. When I meet Dan for Christmas, when we go together to Sawyer Depot, it is a busy time and there are always other people around. But in August, we are often alone. As soon as the summer school theater productions are over, Dan and I take a vacation together, although this usually means that we stay in Gravesend and are no more adventuresome than to indulge in day trips to the beach at Little Boar's Head. We spend our evenings at 80 Front Street just talking. Since Dan moved in, the television has been gone. When Grandmother went to the Gravesend retreat for the elderly, she took her television set with her. When Grandmother died, she left the house at 80 Front Street to Dan and me. It is a huge and lonely house for a man who's never even considered remarrying. But the house contains almost as much history for Dan as it holds for me. Although I enjoy my visits, not even the tempting nostalgia of the house at 80 Front Street could entice me to return to the United States. This is a subject, my return, that Dan broaches every August, always on an evening when it is clear to him that I am enjoying the atmosphere of 80 Front Street and his friendship. "There's more than enough room here for a couple of old bachelors like us," he says. "And with your years of experience at Bishop Strawn, not to mention the recommendation I'm sure your headmistress would write for you, not to mention that you're a distinguished alumnus, of course, the Gravesend Academy English Department would be happy to have you. Just say the word." Not to be polite, but out of my affection for Dan, I let the subject pass. This August, when he started that business again, I simply said, "How hard it is, without the showplace of the stage, to teach wit to teenagers. I despair that another fall is almost upon me, and once again I shall strive to make my grade 10 girls notice something in Wuthering Heights besides every little detail about Catherine and Heathcliff. The story, the story! It is all they are interested in." "John, dear John," Dan Needham said, "he's been dead for 20 years. Forgive it. Forgive and forget. And come home." "There's a passage right at the beginning. They miss it every year," I said. "I'm referring to Lockwood's description of Joseph. I've been pointing it out to them for so many years that I know the passage by heart, looking in my face so sourly that I charitably conjectured he must have need of divine aid to digest his dinner. I've even read this aloud to them, but it sails right over their heads. They don't crack a smile. And it's not just Emily Bronte's wit that whistles clean past them. They don't get it when it's contemporary. Is Mordecai Richler too witty for 11th grade girls? It would appear so. Oh yes, they think the apprenticeship of Duddy Kravitz is funny, but they miss half the humor. You know that description of the middle-class Jewish resort? It's always description that they miss. I swear they think it's unimportant. They want dialogue. They want action. But there's so much writing in the description. There were still some pockets of Gentile resistance, it's true. Neither of the two hotels that were still in their hands admitted Jews, but that, like the British Raj who still lingered on the Malabar coast, was not so discomforting as it was touchingly defiant. Every year I watch their faces when I read to them. They don't bat an eye. "John," Dan said, "let bygones be bygones. Not even Owen would still be angry. Do you think Owen Meany would have blamed the whole country for what happened to him? That was madness. This is madness, too. How do you teach madness on stage?" I asked Dan. "Hamlet, I suppose, for starters. I give Hamlet to my grade 13 girls, but they have to make do with reading it. They don't get to see it. And Crime and Punishment, Even my grade 13 girls struggle with the so-called psychological novel. The concentrated wretchedness of Raskolnikov is entirely within their grasp, but they don't see how the novel's psychology is at work in even Dostoevsky's simplest descriptions. Once again, it's the description they miss. Raskolnikov's landlord, for example, his face seemed to be thickly covered with oil, like an old iron lock. What a perfect face for his landlord to have. Isn't that marvelous? I ask the class. They stare at me as if they think I'm crazier than Raskolnikov. Dan Needham, occasionally, stares at me that way too. How could he possibly think I could forgive and forget? There is too much forgetting. When we school teachers worry that our students have no sense of history, isn't it what people forget that worries us? For years, I tried to forget who my father might be. I didn't want to find out who he was, as Owen pointed out. How many times, for example, did I call back my mother's old singing teacher, Graham McSwiney? How many times did I call him and ask him if he'd learned the whereabouts of Buster Freebody, or if he'd remembered anything about my mother that he hadn't told Owen and me? Only once. I called him only once. Graham McSwiney told me to forget about who my father was. I was willing. Mr. McSwiney said, "Buster Freebody, if he's alive, if you find him, would be so old that he wouldn't even remember your mother, not to mention who her boyfriend was." Mr. McSwiney was much more interested in Owen Meany, in why Owen's voice hadn't changed. "He should see a doctor. There's really no good reason for a voice like his," Graham McSwiney said. But of course, there was a reason. When I learned what the reason was, I never called Mr. McSwiney to tell him. I doubt it would have been a scientific enough explanation for Mr. McSwiney. I tried to tell Hester, but Hester said she didn't want to know. "I'd believe what you'd tell me," Hester said, "so please spare me the details." As for the purpose of Owen Meany's voice and everything that happened to him, I told only Dan and the Reverend Lewis Merrill. "I suppose it's possible," Dan said. "I suppose stranger things have happened, although I can't, off the top of my head, think of an example. The important thing is that you believe it, and I would never challenge your right to believe what you want. But do you believe it?" I asked him. "Well, I believe you," Dan said. "How can you not believe it?" I asked Pastor Merrill. "You of all people," I told him, "a man of faith, how can you not believe it?" "To believe it, I mean all of it," the Reverend Lewis Merrill said. "To believe everything, well, that calls upon more faith than I have." "But you of all people," I said to him, "look at me. I never was a believer, not until this happened. If I can believe it, why can't you?" I asked Mr. Merrill. He began to stutter. "It's easier for you to just accept it. Belief is not something you have felt and then not felt. You haven't lived with belief and with unbelief. It's easier for you," the Reverend Mr. Merrill repeated. "You haven't ever been full of faith and full of doubt. Something just strikes you as a miracle and you believe it. For me, it's not that simple," said Pastor Merrill. "But it is a miracle," I cried. "He told you that dream, I know he did, and you were there. When he saw his name and the date of his death on Scrooge's grave, you were there," I cried. "How can you doubt that he knew?" I asked Mr. Merrill. "He knew. He knew everything. What do you call that if you don't call it a miracle? You've witnessed what you call a miracle, and now you believe. You believe everything," Pastor Merrill said. "But miracles don't cause belief. Real miracles don't make faith out of thin air. You have to already have faith in order to believe in real miracles. I believe that Owen was extraordinarily gifted, yes, gifted, and powerfully sure of himself. No doubt he suffered some powerfully disturbing visions, too. And he was certainly emotional. He was very emotional. But as to knowing what he appeared to know, there are other examples of precognition. Not every example is necessarily ascribed to God. Look at you. You never even believed in God. You've said so. And here you are ascribing to the hand of God everything that happened to Owen Meany. This August, at 80 Front Street, a dog woke me up. In the deepest part of my sleep, I heard the dog and thought it was Sagamore. Then I thought it was my dog. I used to have a dog in Toronto. And only when I was wide awake did I catch up to myself in the present time and realize that both Sagamore and my dog were dead. It used to be nice to have a dog to walk in Winston Churchill Park. Perhaps I should get another. Out on Front Street, the strange dog barked and barked. I got out of bed. I took the familiar walk along the dark hall to my mother's room, where it is always lighter, where the curtains are never drawn. Dan sleeps in my grandmother's former bedroom, the official master bedroom of 80 Front Street, I suppose. I looked out my mother's window, but I couldn't see the dog. Then I went into the den, or so it had been called when my grandfather had been alive. Later it was a kind of children's playroom, the room where my mother had played the old Victrola, where she had sung along with Frank Sinatra and the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra. It was on the couch in that room where Hester had spread herself out and waited, while Noah and Simon and I searched all of 80 Front Street in vain for Owen Meany. We'd never learned where she'd hidden him, or where he'd hidden himself. I lay down on that old couch and remembered all of that. I must have fallen asleep there. It was a vastly historical couch upon which, I also remembered, my mother had first whispered into my ear, "My little fling." When I woke up, my right hand had drifted under one of the deep couch cushions. My wrist detected something there. It felt like a playing card, but when I extracted it from under the cushion, I saw that it was a relic from Owen Meany's long-ago collection. A very old and bent baseball card. Hank Bauer. Remember him? The card was printed in 1950 when Bauer was 28 and only his second full season as an outfielder for the Yankees. But he looked older. Perhaps it was the war. He left baseball for World War II, then he returned to the game. Not being a baseball fan, I nevertheless remembered Hank Bauer as a reliable, unfancy player, and indeed his slightly tired, tanned face reflected his solid work ethic. There was nothing of the hotshot in his patient smile, and he wasn't hiding his eyes under the visor of his baseball cap, which was pushed well back on his head, revealing his thoughtful, wrinkled brow. It was one of those old photographs wherein the color was optimistically added. His tan was too tan, the sky too blue, the clouds too uniformly white. The high, fluffy clouds and the brightness of the blue sky created such a strikingly unreal background for Mr. Bauer in his white, pinstriped uniform. It was as if he had died and gone to heaven. Of course, I knew then where Hester had hidden Owen Meany. He'd been under the couch cushions and under her, all the while we were searching. That explained why his appearance had been so rumpled, why his hair had looked slept on. The Hank Bauer card must have fallen out of his pocket. Discoveries like this, not to mention Owen's voice speaking to me in the secret passageway and his hand, or something like a hand, seeming to take hold of me, occasionally make me afraid of 80 Front Street. I know that grandmother was afraid of the old house near the end. "Too many ghosts," she would mutter. Finally, I think, she was happy not to be murdered by a maniac, a condition she had once found favorable to being removed from 80 Front Street. She left the old house rather quietly when she left. She was philosophic about her departure. "Time to leave," she said to Dan and me. "Too many ghosts." At the Gravesend retreat for the elderly, her decline was fairly swift and painless. At first, she forgot all about Owen, and then she forgot me. Nothing could remind her even of my mother, nothing except my fairly expert imitation of Owen's voice. That voice would jolt her memory. That voice caused her recollections to surface almost every time. She died in her sleep, only 2 weeks short of her 100th birthday. She didn't like things that stood out, as in, "That hairdo stands out like a sore thumb." I imagine her contemplating her 100th birthday. The family celebration that was planned to honor this event would surely have killed Grandmother. I suspect she knew this. Aunt Martha had already alerted the Today Show. As you may know, the Today Show routinely wishes happy birthday to every 100-year-old in the United States, provided that the Today Show knows about it. Aunt Martha saw to it that they knew. Harriet Wheelwright would be 100 years old on Halloween. My grandmother hated Halloween. It was one of her few quarrels with God, that he had allowed her to be born on this day. It was a day, in her view, that had been invented to create mayhem among the lower classes, a day when they were invited to abuse people of property. And my grandmother's house was always abused on Halloween. 80 Front Street was feathered with toilet paper, the garage windows were dutifully soaped, the driveway lampposts were spray-painted orange, and once someone inserted the greater half of a lamprey eel in Grandmother's letter slot. Owen had always suspected Mr. Morrison, the cowardly mailman. Upon her arrival in the old-age home, Grandmother considered that the remote control device for switching television channels was a true child of Satan. It was television's final triumph, she said, that it could render you brain dead without even allowing you to leave your chair. It was Dan who discovered Grandmother to be dead when he visited her one evening in the Gravesend retreat for the elderly. He visited her every evening, and he brought her a Sunday newspaper and read it aloud to her on Sunday mornings, too. The night she died, Dan found her propped up in her hospital bed. She appeared to have fallen asleep with the TV on and with the remote control device held in her hand in such a way that the channels kept changing. But she was dead, not asleep, and her cold thumb had simply attached itself to the button that restlessly roamed the channels, looking for something good. How I wish that Owen Meany could have died as peacefully as that. Toronto, September 17th, 1987. Rainy and cool, back-to-school weather, back-to-church weather. These familiar rituals of church and school are my greatest comfort. But Bishop Strawn has hired a new woman in the English department. I could tell when she was interviewing last spring that she was someone to be endured, a woman who gives new meaning to that arresting first sentence of Pride and Prejudice with which the fall term begins for my grade 9 girls. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. I don't know if I quite qualify for Jane Austen's notion of a good fortune, but my grandmother provided for me very generously. My new colleague's name is Eleanor Pripst, and I would love to read what Jane Austen might have written about her. I would be vastly happier to have read about Miss Pripst than I am pleased to have met her, but I shall endure her. I will outlast her in the end. She is alternately silly and aggressive, and in both methods of operation she is willfully insufferable. She is a Germanic bully. When she laughs, I am reminded of that wonderful sentence near the end of Margaret Atwood's Surfacing. I laugh, and a noise comes out like something being killed. A mouse? A bird? In the case of the laughter of Eleanor Pripst, I could swear I hear the death rattle of a rat or a vulture. In department meeting, when I once again brought up the matter of my request to teach Gunter Grass's Cat and Mouse in grade 13, Ms. Pripst went on the attack. "Why would you want to teach that nasty book to girls?" she asked. That is a boy's book, she said. The masturbation scene alone is offensive to women. Then she complained that I was using up both Margaret Atwood and Alice Munro in the Canadian literature course for my grade 13s. There was nothing preventing Miss Pripst from teaching either Atwood or Munro in another course, but she was out to make trouble. A man teaching those two women effectively used them up, she said, so that women in the department could not teach them. I have her figured out. She's one of those who tells you that if you teach a Canadian author in the Canadian literature course, you're condescending to Canadians by not teaching them in another literature course. And if you use them up in another literature course, then she'll ask you what you think is wrong with Canadian literature. She'll say you're being condescending to Canadians. It's all because I'm a former American, and she doesn't like Americans. This is so obvious. That, and the fact that I am a bachelor, I live alone, and I have not fallen all over myself to ask her, as they say, out. She's one of those pushy women who will readily humiliate you if you do ask her out, and if you don't ask her, she'll attempt to humiliate you more. I am reminded of some years ago, and of a New York woman who so reminded me of Mitzi Lish. She brought her daughter to Bishop Strawn for an interview. The mother wanted to interview someone from the English department to ascertain, she told the headmistress, if we were guilty of a parochial approach to literature. This woman was a seething pot of sexual contradictions. First of all, she wanted her daughter in a Canadian school, in an old-fashioned sort of school, she kept saying, because she wanted her daughter to be saved from the perils of growing up in New York. All the New England schools, she said, were full of New Yorkers. It was tragic that a young girl should have no opportunity to entertain the values and the virtues of a saner, safer time. On the other hand, she was one of those New Yorkers who thought she would die if she spent a minute outside New York, who was sure that the rest of the world was a provincial whipping post whereat people like herself, of sophisticated tastes and highly urban energies, would be lashed to the stake of old-fashioned values and virtues until she expired of boredom. Confidentially, she whispered to me, what does a grown-up person do here? I suppose she meant in all of Toronto, in all of Canada, this wilderness, so to speak, yet she keenly desired to banish her daughter, lest the daughter be exposed to the eye-opening wisdom that had rendered the mother a prisoner of New York. She was quite concerned at how many Canadian authors were on our reading lists. Because she'd not read them, she suspected them of the gravest parochialism. I never met the daughter. She might have been nice, a little fearful of how homesick she would be, I'm sure, but possibly nice. The mother never enrolled her, although the girl's application was accepted. Perhaps the mother had come to Canada on a whim. I cannot claim to have come here for entirely sound reasons myself. Maybe the mother never enrolled her daughter because she, the mother, could not endure the deprivation she, the mother, would suffer while she visited her daughter in this wilderness. I have my own idea regarding why the child was never enrolled. The mother made a pass at me. It had been quite a while since anyone had done that. I was beginning to think that this danger was behind me, but suddenly the mother said, "What does one do here for a good time? Perhaps you'd like to show me." The school had made some rather unusual, if not altogether extraordinary, arrangements for the daughter to spend a night in one of the dormitory rooms. She would get to know a few of the girls, a few of the other Americans, that sort of thing. The mother inquired if I might be available for a night on the town. "I'm divorced," she added hastily, and unnecessarily. I should hope she was divorced, but even so. Well, I don't pretend to possess any skill whatsoever at wriggling myself free from such bold invitations. I haven't had much practice. I suppose I behaved as an absolute bumbler. I no doubt gave the woman yet another stunning example of the parochialism she was doomed to encounter outside New York. Anyway, our encounter ended bitterly. The woman had been, in her view, courageous enough to present herself to me. That I hadn't the courage to accept her generous gift clearly marked me as the fiendish essence of cowardice. Having honored me with her seductive charms, she then felt justified in heaping upon me her considerable contempt. She told Catherine Keeling that our English reading lists were even more parochial than she had feared. Believe me, it was not the reading lists that she found parochial, it was me. I was not savvy enough to recognize a good tryst when I saw one. And now, in my very own English department, I must endure a woman of an apparently similar temperament, a woman whose prickly disposition is also upheaved in a sea of sexual contradictions. Eleanor Pripst. She even quarreled with my choice of teaching Tempest-Tossed. She suggested that perhaps it was because I failed to recognize that Fifth Business was better. Naturally, I have taught both novels and many other works by Robertson Davies with with the greatest pleasure. I stated that I'd had good luck teaching Tempest-Tossed in the past. Students feel so much like amateurs themselves, I said. I think they find all the intrigues of the local drama league both extremely funny and extremely familiar. But Miss Pripst wanted to know if I knew Kingston. Surely, I at least knew that the fictional town of Salterton is easily identified as Kingston. I had heard that this was true, I said, although personally I had not been in Kingston. Not been? She cried. I suppose that this is what comes of having Americans teach can-lit, she said. I detest the term can-lit, I told Miss Pripst. We do not call American literature Amlit. I see no reason to shrivel this country's most interesting literature to a derogatory abbreviation. Furthermore, I said, I consider Mr. Davies an author of such universal importance that I choose not to teach what is Canadian about his books, but what is wonderful about them. After that, it was simple warfare. She challenged my substitution, in grade 11, of Orwell's Burmese Days for Orwell's Animal Farm. In terms of lasting importance, it was 1984 or Animal Farm. Burmese Days, she said, was a poor substitute. Orwell is Orwell, I said, and Burmese Days is a good novel. But Ms. Pripst, a graduate of Queen's, hence her vast knowledge of Kingston, is writing her doctorate at the University of Toronto on something related to politics in fiction. Wasn't it Hardy I had written about? She asked, implying merely Hardy. And wasn't it only my masters I had written? And so I asked my old friend Catherine Keeling, do you suppose that God created Eleanor Pripst just to test me? You're very naughty, Catherine said. Don't you be wicked, too. When I want to be wicked, I show the finger. Correction. I show what's missing. I show not the finger. I shall save the missing finger for my next encounter with Ms. Pripst. I am grateful to Owen Meany for so many things. Not only did he keep me out of Vietnam, he created for me a perfect teaching tool. He gave me a terrific attention-getter for whenever the class is lagging behind. I simply raise my hand. I point. It is the absence of my pointer that makes pointing an interesting and riveting thing for me to do. Instantly, I have everyone's attention. It works very well in department meetings, too. Don't you point that thing at me, Hester was fond of saying. But it was not that thing. It was not anything that upset her. It was what was missing. The amputation was very clean. It was the cleanest gut imaginable. There's nothing grotesque or mangled or even raw-looking about the stump. The only thing wrong with me is what's missing. Owen Meany is missing. It was after Owen cut off my finger, at the end of the summer of '67, when he was home in Gravesend for a few days' leave, when Hester told Owen that she wouldn't attend his funeral. She absolutely refused. I'll marry you. I'll move to Arizona. I'll go anywhere with you, Owen, Hester said. Can you see me as a bride on an army base? Can you see us entertaining another couple of young marrieds when you're not off escorting a body? Just call me Hester Wachuka, she cried. I'll even get pregnant if you'd like that, Owen. Do you want babies? I'll give you babies, Hester cried. I'd do anything for you. You know that. But I won't go to your fucking funeral. She was true to her word. Hester was not in attendance at Owen Meany's funeral. Hurd's church was packed, but Hester wasn't a part of the crowd. He'd never asked her to marry him. He'd never made her move to Arizona or anywhere.
It wouldn't be fair. I mean, it wouldn't be fair to her,
Owen had told me. In the fall of '67, Owen Meany made a deal with Major General LaHode. He was not appointed LaHode's aide-de-camp. LaHode was too proud of the commendations that Owen received as a casualty assistance officer. The Major General was scheduled for a transfer in 18 months. If Owen remained at Fort Huachuca as the casualty branch's best body escort, LaHode promised Owen a good job in Vietnam. 18 months was a long wait, but First Lieutenant Meany felt the wait was worth it. Doesn't he know there are no good jobs in Vietnam? Hester asked me. It was October. We were in Washington with 50,000 other anti-war demonstrators. We assembled opposite the Lincoln Memorial and marched to the Pentagon, where we were met by lines of U.S. Marshals and military police. There were even marshals and police on the roof of the Pentagon. Hester carried a sign, "Support the GIs, bring our boys home now." I was carrying nothing. I was still a little self-conscious about my missing finger. The scar tissue was new enough so that any exertion caused the stump to look inflamed. But I tried to feel I was a part of the demonstration. Sadly, I didn't feel I was a part of it. I didn't feel I was part of anything. I had a 4F deferment. I would never have to go to war or to Canada. By the simple act of removing the first 2 joints of my right index finger, Owen Meany had enabled me to feel completely detached from my generation. "If he was half as smart as he thinks he is," Hester said to me as we approached the Pentagon, "he would have cut off his own finger when he cut off yours. He would have cut off as many fingers as he needed to. So he saved you. Lucky you," she said. "How come he isn't smart enough to save himself?" What I saw in Washington that October were a lot of Americans who were genuinely dismayed by what their country was doing in Vietnam. I also saw a lot of other Americans who were self-righteously attracted to a most childish notion of heroism, namely their own. They thought that to force a confrontation with soldiers and policemen would not only elevate themselves to the status of heroes. This confrontation, they deluded themselves, would expose the corruption of the political and social system they loftily thought they opposed. These would be the same people who, in later years, would credit the anti-war movement with eventually getting the U.S. Armed Forces out of Vietnam. That was not what I saw. I saw that the righteousness of many of these demonstrators simply helped to harden the attitudes of those poor fools who supported the war. That is what makes what Ronald Reagan would say 2 years later in 1969 so ludicrous, that the Vietnam protests were giving aid and comfort to the enemy. What I saw was that the protests did worse than that. They gave aid and comfort to the idiots who endorsed the war. They made that war last longer. That's what I saw. I took my missing finger home to New Hampshire and let Hester get arrested in Washington by herself. She was not exactly alone. There were mass arrests that October. By the end of '67, there was trouble in California, there was trouble in New York, and there were 500,000 U.S. military personnel in Vietnam. More than 16,000 Americans had been killed there. That was when General Westmoreland said, "We have reached an important point where the end begins to come into view." That was what prompted Owen Meany to ask,
"What end?"
The end of the war would not come soon enough to save Owen. They put him in a closed casket, of course. The casket was draped with the U.S. flag, and his medal was pinned to the flag. Like any first lieutenant on active duty, he rated a full military funeral with honors, with escort officers, with taps, with the works. He could have been buried at Arlington, but the meanies wanted him buried in Gravesend. Because of the medal, because the story of Owen's heroism was in all the New Hampshire newspapers, that oaf, the Reverend Dudley Wigan, wanted Owen to have an Episcopal service. Rector Wigan, who was a virulent supporter of the Vietnam War, wanted to perform Owen's funeral in Christchurch. I prevailed upon the meanies to use Hurd's Church and to let the Reverend Lewis Merrill perform the service. Mr. Meany was still angry at Gravesend Academy for expelling Owen, but I convinced him that Owen would be outraged in heaven if the Wigans ever got their hands on him. Owen hated them, I told Mr. and Mrs. Meany, and he had a rather special relationship with Pastor Merrill. It was the summer of '68. I was sick of hearing white people talk about how Soul on Ice had changed their lives. I'll bet Eldridge Cleaver was sick of hearing that too, and Hester said that if she heard Mrs. Robinson one more time, she would throw up. That spring, in the same month, Martin Luther King had been assassinated, and Hair had opened on Broadway. The summer of '68 suffered from what would become the society's commonplace blend of the murderous and the trivial. It was stifling hot in the Meany's sealed house. Sealed tight, I was always told, because Mrs. Meany was allergic to the rock dust. She sat with her familiarly unfocused gaze, directed, as it often was, into the dead ashes in the fireplace, above which the dismembered nativity figures surrounded the empty cradle in the creche. Mr. Meany prodded one of the andirons with the dirty toe of his boot. "They gave us $50,000, said Mr. Meany. Mrs. Meany nodded her head, or she appeared to nod her head. "Where's the government get that kind of money?" he asked me. I shook my head. I knew the money came from us. "I'm familiar with Owen's favorite hymns," I told the Meanies. "I know Pastor Merrill will say a proper prayer." "A lot of good all Owen's praying done him," said Mr. Meany. He kicked the andiron. Later, I went and sat on the bed in Owen's room. The severed arms from the vandalized statue of Mary Magdalene were oddly attached to my mother's dressmaker's dummy, formerly as armless as she was headless. The pale, whitewashed arms were too long for the smaller proportions of my mother's figure. But I suppose that these overreaching arms had only enhanced Owen's memory of the affection my mother had felt for him. His army duffel bag was on the bed beside me. The Meanies had not unpacked it. "Would you like me to unpack his bag?" I asked the Meanies. "I'd be happy if you would," his father told me. Later he came into the room and said, "I'd be happy if there was anything of his you wanted. I know he'd have liked you to have it." In the duffel bag was his diary, and his well-worn paperback edition of Selections from the Writings of St. Thomas Aquinas. I took them both, and his Bible. It was tough looking at his things.
This is the end of disc number 19. Please insert disc number 20. This is disc number 20.
In the duffel bag was his diary, and his well-worn paperback edition of Selections from the Writings of St. Thomas Aquinas. I took them both, and his Bible. It was tough looking at his things. I was surprised that he had never unpackaged all the baseball cards that he had so symbolically delivered to me, and that I'd returned to him. I was surprised at how withered and grotesque were my armadillo's amputated claws. They had once seemed such treasures, and now, in addition to their ugliness, they even appeared much smaller than I'd remembered them. But most of all, I was surprised that I couldn't find the baseball. "It ain't here," Mr. Meany said. He was watching me from the door of Owen's room. "Look all you want, but you won't find it. It never was here. I know. I've been looking for it for years." "I just assumed," I said. "Me too," said Mr. Meany. The baseball, the so-called murder weapon, the so-called instrument of death, it never was in Owen Meany's room. I read the passage Owen had underlined most fervently in his copy of St. Thomas Aquinas, Demonstration of God's Existence from Motion. I read the passage over and over, sitting on Owen Meany's bed. Since everything that is moved functions as a sort of instrument of the first mover, if there was no first mover, then whatever things are in motion would be simply instruments. Of course, if an infinite series of movers and things moved were, a whole infinity of movers and things moved would be instruments. Now, it is ridiculous, even to unlearned people, to suppose that instruments are moved, but not by any principal agent, for this would be like supposing that the construction of a box or bed could be accomplished by putting a saw or a hatchet to work without any carpenter to use them. Therefore, there must be a first mover existing above all, and this we call God. The bed moved. Mr. Meany had sat down beside me. Without looking at me, he covered my hand with his working man's paw. He was not in the least squeamish about touching the stump of my amputated finger. "You know, he wasn't natural," Mr. Meany said. "He was very special," I said. But Mr. Meany shook his head. "I mean, he wasn't normal. He was born different," said Mr. Meany. Except for the time she'd told me she was sorry about my poor mother, I had never heard Mrs. Meany speak. My unfamiliarity with her voice, and the fact that she spoke from her position at the fireplace in the living room, made her voice quite startling to me. "Stop!" she called out. Mr. Meany held my hand a little tighter. "I mean, he was born unnaturally," said Mr. Meany. "Like the Christ child. That's what I mean," he said. "Me and his mother, we didn't ever do it." "Stop!" Mrs. Meany called out. "She just conceived a child, like the Christ child," said Mr. Meany. "He'll never believe you. No one ever believes you," cried Mrs. Meany. "You're saying that Owen was a virgin birth?" I asked Mr. Meany. He wouldn't look at me, but he nodded vigorously. "She was a virgin, yes," he said. "They never believe you," called out Mrs. Meany. "Be quiet," he called back to her. "There couldn't have been some accident?" I asked. "I told you, we didn't ever do it," he said roughly. "Stop," Mrs. Meany called out, but she spoke with less urgency now. She was completely crazy, of course. She might have been retarded. She might not even have known how to do it, or even if or when she had done it. She might have been lying all these years, or she might have been too powerfully damaged to even remember the means by which she'd managed to get pregnant. "You really believe—" I started to say. "It's true," Mr. Meany said, squeezing my hand until I winced. "Don't be like those damn priests," he said. "They believe that story, but they wouldn't listen to this one. They even teach that other story, but they tell us our story is worse than some kind of sin. Owen was no sin," said Mr. Meany. "No, he wasn't," I said softly. I wanted to kill Mr. Meany for his ignorance. I wanted to stuff that mad woman into the fireplace. I went from one church to the next. "Those Catholics," he shouted. "All I knew was granite," he said. That really is all he knows, I thought. "I worked the quarries in Concord summers when I was a boy. When I met the missus, when she
conceived Owen. There wasn't no Catholic in Concord we could even talk to. It was an outrage, what they said to her. "Stop," Mrs. Meany called out quietly. We moved to Barry. There was good granite up there. I wish I had granite half as good here, Mr. Meany said. But the Catholic Church in Barry was no different. They made us feel like we was blaspheming the Bible, like we was trying to make up our own religion or something. Of course, they had made up their own religion. They were monsters of superstition. They were dupes of the kinds of hocus-pocus that the television evangelists call miracles. "When did you tell Owen?" I asked Mr. Meany. I knew they were stupid enough to have told him what they preposterously believed. "Stop," Mrs. Meany called out. Her voice now sounded merely habitual, or as if she were imparting a pre-recorded message. "When we thought he was old enough," Mr. Meany said. I shut my eyes. "How old would he have been when you told him?" I asked. "I guess he was 10 or 11. It was about the time he hit that ball," Mr. Meany told me. Yes, that would do it, I thought. I imagined that would have been a time when the story of his virgin birth would have made quite an impression on Owen Meany. Real Son of God stuff. I imagined that the story would have given Owen the shivers. It seemed to me that Owen Meany had been used as cruelly by ignorance as he had been used by any design. I had seen what God had used him for. Now I saw how ignorance had used him too. It had been Owen, I remembered, who had said that Christ had been used, when Barb Wiggin had implied that Christ had been lucky, when the Reverend Dudley Wiggin had said that Christ, after all, had been saved. Maybe God